The Great and Secret Show, the First Book of the Art, by Clive Barker. Copyright 1989 by Clive Barker. All rights reserved. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Randolph Jaffe, clerk in the dead letter office of the Omaha, Nebraska post office, stumbles on what may be the discovery of the underlying nature, the art, of reality. Obsessed with his discovery, which could provide access to enormous power channels, Jaffe allies himself with mad scientist Richard Fletcher, and a battle between good and evil ensues. Strong language and descriptions of sex. 1989. From the book jacket. Clive Barker's bestseller Weave World astonished worldwide readers with his visionary range, firmly establishing him as the reigning master of fabulist literature. Now, with The Great and Secret Show, he rises to awesome new heights. Fantasy, horror story, love fable. In this one unforgettable epic, Clive Barker wields the full power and sweep of his extraordinary talents. Succinctly put, says Barker, it's about Hollywood, sex, and Armageddon. The Great and Secret Show. Memory, prophecy, and fantasy, the past, the future, and the dreaming moment between, are all one country, living one immortal day. To know that is wisdom. To use it is the art. Armageddon begins with a murder in the dead letter office in Omaha, Nebraska. A lake that has never existed falls from the clouds over Palomo Grove, California. Young passion blossoms as the world withers with war. The Great and Secret Show has begun on the stage of the world. And soon the final curtain must fall. In this, the first book of the art, Clive Barker has created a masterpiece of the imagination that explores the uncharted territory within our secret lives and most private hearts. Sprawling, ambitious, triumphantly magical and satisfying, The Great and Secret Show is what the rest of life is all about. About the author. Clive Barker was born in Liverpool in 1952. He is the author of The Books of Blood, Volumes 1 through 3, The Damnation Game, In the Flesh, The Inhuman Condition, Weave World, and Cabal. In addition to his work as a novelist and short story writer, he also illustrates, writes, directs, and produces for the stage and screen. His films include Hellraiser, Hellbound, and Nightbreed. Clive Barker lives in London. Memory, prophecy, and fantasy. The past, the future, and the dreaming moment between, are all one country, living one immortal day. To know that is wisdom. To use it is the art. Table of Contents. Part 1. The Messenger, Side 1. Part 2. The League of Virgins, Side 2. Part 3. Free Spirits, Side 3. Part 4. Primal Scenes, Side 4. Part 5. Slaves and Lovers, Side 7. Part 6. In Secrets Most Revealed, Side 9. Part 7. Souls at Zero, Side 11. Part 1. The Messenger. Chapter 1. Homer opened the door. "Come on in, Randolph." Jaffe hated the way he said Randolph, with the faintest trace of contempt in the word, as though he knew every damned crime Jaffe had ever committed, right from the first, the littlest. "What are you waiting for?" Homer said, seeing Jaffe linger. "You've got work to do. The sooner it's started, the sooner I can find you more." Randolph stepped into the room. It was large, painted the same bilious yellow and battleship gray as every other office and corridor in the Omaha Central Post Office. Not that much of the walls was visible. Piled higher than head height on every side was mail. Sacks, satchels, boxes, and carts of it, spilling out onto the cold concrete floor. "Dead letters," Homer said. "Stuff even the good old U.S. Post Office can't deliver. Quite a sight, huh?" Jaffe was agog, but he made sure not to show it. He made sure to show nothing, especially to wise guys like Homer. "This is all yours, Randolph," his superior said. "Your little corner of heaven." "What am I supposed to do with it?" Jaffe said. "Sort it. Open it. Look for any important stuff so we don't end up putting good money in the furnace." "There's money in them?" "Some of 'em," Homer said with a smirk. "Maybe. But most of it's just junk mail. Stuff people don't want and just put back in the system. Some of it's had the wrong address put on, and it's been flying backwards and forwards till it ends up in Nebraska. Don't ask me why, but whenever they don't know what to do with this shit, they send it to Omaha." "It's the middle of the country," Jaffe observed. "Gateway to the west, or east, depending on which way you're facing." "Ain't the dead center," Homer countered. "But we still end up with all the crap. And it's all got to get sorted. By hand. By you." "All of it?" Jaffe said. What was in front of him was 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks' work. "All of it," said Homer, and didn't make any attempt to conceal his satisfaction. "All yours. You'll soon get the hang of it. If the envelope's got some kind of government marking, put it in the burn pile. Don't even bother to open it. Fuck 'em, right? But the rest open. You never know what we're going to find." He grinned conspiratorially. "And what we find, we share," he said. Jaffe had been working for the U.S. Post Office only 9 days, but that was long enough, easily long enough, to know that a lot of mail was intercepted by its hired deliverers. Packets were razored open and their contents filched, checks were cashed, love letters were laughed over. "I'm going to be coming back in here on a regular basis," Homer warned, "so don't you try hiding anything from me. I got a nose for stuff. I know when there's bills in an envelope, and I know when there's a thief on the team. Hear me? I got a sixth sense. So don't you try anything clever, Bud, 'cause me and the boys don't take kindly to that. And you want to be one of the team, don't you?" He put a wide, heavy hand on Jaffe's shoulder. "Share and share alike, right?" "I hear," Jaffe said. "Good," Homer replied. "So," he opened his arms to the spectacle of piled sacks, "it's all yours." He sniffed, grinned, and took his leave. One of the team, Jaffe thought as the door clicked closed, was what he'd never be. Not that he was about to tell Homer that. He'd let the man patronize him, play the willing slave, but in his heart, he had other plans, other ambitions. Problem was, he wasn't any closer to realizing those ambitions than he'd been at 20. Now he was 37, going on 38. Not the kind of man women looked at more than once. Not the kind of character folks found exactly charismatic. Losing his hair the way his father had. Bald at 40, most likely. Bald and wifeless, and not more than beer change in his pocket because he'd never been able to hold down a job for more than a year, 18 months at the outside. So he'd never risen higher than private in the ranks. He tried not to think about it too hard, because when he did, he began to get really itchy to do some harm, and a lot of the time it was harm done to himself. It would be so easy. A gun in the mouth, tickling the back of his throat. Over and done with. No note, no explanation. What would he write anyway? I'm killing myself because I didn't get to be king of the world? Ridiculous. But that was what he wanted to be. He'd never known how. He'd never even had a sniff of the way. But that was the ambition that had nagged him from the first. Other men rose from nothing, didn't they? Messiahs, presidents, movie stars. They pulled themselves up out of the mud the way the fishes had when they decided to go for a walk. Grown legs breathed air,
become more than what they'd been. If fucking fishes could do it, why couldn't he? But it had to be soon, before he was 40, before he was bald, before he was dead and gone and no one to even remember him, except maybe as a nameless asshole who'd spent 3 weeks in the winter of 1969 in a room full of dead letters, opening orphaned mail looking for dollar bills. Some epitaph. He sat down and looked at the task heaped before him. "Fuck you," he said, meaning Homer, meaning the sheer volume of crap in front of him, but most of all meaning himself. At first it was drudgery, pure hell, day after day, going through the sacks. The piles didn't seem to diminish. Indeed, they were several times fed by a leering Homer who let a trail of peons in with further satchels to swell the number. First Jaffe sorted the interesting envelopes, bulky, rattling, perfumed, from dull, then the private correspondence from official, and the scrawl from the Palmer method. Those decisions made, he began opening the envelopes in the first week with his fingers, till his fingers became calloused. Thereafter with a short-bladed knife he bought especially for the purpose, digging out the contents like a pearl fisher in search of a pearl, most of the time finding nothing, sometimes, as Homer had promised, finding money or a check, which he dutifully declared to his boss. "You're good at this," Homer said after the second week. "You're really good. Maybe I should put you on this full-time." Randolph wanted to say, "Fuck you," but he'd said that too many times to bosses who'd fired him the minute after, and he couldn't afford to lose this job, not with a rent to pay and heating his one-room apartment costing a damn fortune while the snow continued to fall. Besides, something was happening to him while he passed the solitary hours in the dead-letter room, something it took him to the end of the third week to begin to enjoy, and the end of the fifth to comprehend. He was sitting at the crossroads of America. Homer had been right. Omaha, Nebraska wasn't the geographical center of the USA, but as far as the post office was concerned, it may as well have been. The lines of communication crossed and recrossed, and finally dropped their orphans here, because nobody in any other state wanted them. These letters had been sent from coast to coast looking for someone to open them, and had found no takers. Finally they'd ended with him, with Randolph Ernest Jaffe, a balding nobody with ambitions never spoken and rage not expressed, whose little knife slit them, and little eyes scanned them, and who, sitting at his crossroads, began to see the private face of the nation. There were love letters, hate letters, ransom notes, pleadings, sheets on which men had drawn round their hard-ons, valentines of pubic hair, blackmail by wives, journalists, hustlers, lawyers, and senators, junk mail and suicide notes, lost novels, chain letters, resumes, undelivered gifts, rejected gifts, letters sent out into the wilderness like bottles from an island in the hope of finding help, poems, threats, and recipes. So much. But these many were the least of it. Though sometimes the love letters got him sweaty, and the ransom notes made him wonder if, having gone unanswered, their senders had murdered their hostages, the stories of love and death they told touched him only fleetingly. Far more persuasive, far more moving, was another story, which could not be articulated so easily. Sitting at the crossroads, he began to understand that America had a secret life, one which he'd never even glimpsed before. Love and death he knew about. Love and death were the great clichés, the twin obsessions of songs and soap operas. But there was another life, which every 40th letter or 50th or 100th hinted at, and every 1000th stated with a lunatic plainness. When they said it plain, it was not the whole truth, but it was a beginning, and each of the writers had their own mad way of stating something close to unstatable. What it came down to was this. The world was not as it seemed, not remotely as it seemed. Forces conspired, governmental, religious, medical, to conceal and silence those who had more than a passing grasp of that fact, but they couldn't gag or incarcerate every one of them. There were men and women who slipped the nets, however widely flung, who found back roads to travel where their pursuers got lost, and safe houses along the way where they'd be fed and watered by like visionaries, ready to misdirect the dogs when they came sniffing. These people didn't trust Ma Bell, so they didn't use telephones. They didn't dare assemble in groups of more than 2 for fear of attracting attention to themselves. But they wrote. Sometimes it was as if they had to, as if the secrets they kept sealed up were too hot and burned their way out. Sometimes it was because they knew the hunters were on their heels, and they'd have no other chance to describe the world to itself before they were caught, drugged, and locked up. Sometimes there was even a subversive glee in the scrawlings, sent out with deliberately indistinct addresses in the hope that the letter would blow the mind of some innocent who'd received it by chance. Some of the missives were stream-of-consciousness rantings, others precise, even clinical descriptions of how to turn the world inside out by sex magic or mushroom eating. Some used the nonsense imagery of National Enquirer stories to veil another message. They spoke of UFO sightings and zombie cults, news from Venusian evangelists and psychics who tuned into the dead on the TV. But after a few weeks of studying these letters, and study it was, he was like a man locked in the ultimate library, Jaffe began to see beyond the nonsenses to the hidden story. He broke the code, or enough of it to be tantalized. Instead of being irritated each day when Homer opened the door and had another half-dozen satchels of letters brought in, he welcomed the addition. The more letters, the more clues. The more clues, the more hope he had of a solution to the mystery. It was, he became more certain, as the weeks turned into months and the winter mellowed, not several mysteries, but one. The writers whose letters were about the veil and how to draw it aside were finding their own way forward towards revelation. Each had his own particular method and metaphor, but somewhere in the cacophony a single hymn was striving to be sung. It was not about love, at least not as the sentimentalists knew it, nor about death, as a literalist would have understood the term. It was, in no particular order, something to do with fishes and the sea, sometimes the sea of seas, and 3 ways to swim there. And dreams, a lot about dreams, and an island which Plato had called Atlantis, but had known all along was some other place. It was about the end of the world, which was in turn about its beginning. And it was about art, or rather, the art. That, of all the codes, was the one he beat his head hardest against, and broke only his brow. The art was talked about in many ways, as the final great work, as the forbidden fruit, as Da Vinci's despair, or the finger in the pie, or the butt-digger's glee. There were many ways to describe it, but only one art. And here was a mystery. No artist. "So, are you happy here?" Homer said to him one May day. Jaffe looked up from his work. There were letters strewn all around him. His skin, which had never been too healthy, was as pale and etched upon as the pages in his hand. "Sure," he said to Homer, scarcely bothering to focus on the man. "Have you got some more for me?" Homer didn't answer at first. Then he said, "What are you hiding, Jaffe?" "Hiding? I'm not hiding anything." "You're stashing stuff away you should be sharing with the rest of us." "No, I'm not," Jaffe said. He'd been meticulous in obeying Homer's first edict, that anything found among the dead letters be shared. The money, the skin magazines, the cheap jewelry he'd come across once in a while, it all went to Homer, to be divided up. "You get everything," he said. "I swear." Homer looked at him with plain disbelief. "You spend every fucking hour of the day down here," he said. "You don't talk with the other guys. You don't drink with them. Don't you like the smell of us, Randolph? Is that it?" He didn't wait for an answer. Or are you just a thief?" "I'm no thief," Jaffe said. "You can look for yourself." He stood up, raising his hands, a letter in each. "Search me." "I don't want to fucking touch you," came Homer's response. "What do you think I am, a fucking fag?" He kept staring at Jaffe. After a pause, he said, "I'm going to have somebody else come down here and take over. You've done 5 months. It's long enough. I'm going to move you. I don't want—" "What?" What I mean to say is, I'm quite happy down here. Really, it's work I like doing." "Yeah," said Homer, clearly still suspicious. "Well, from Monday you're out." "Why?" "Because I say so. If you don't like it, find yourself another job." "I'm doing good work, aren't I?" Jaffe said.
Homer was already turning his back.
"It smells in here," he said as he exited. "Smells real bad."
There was a word Randolph had learned from his reading which he'd never known before. Synchronicity. He had to go buy a dictionary to look it up, and found it meant that sometimes events coincided. The way the letter-writers used the word, it usually meant that there was something significant, mysterious, maybe even miraculous, in the way one circumstance collided with another, as though a pattern existed that was just out of human sight. Such a collision occurred the day Homer dropped his bombshell, an intersecting of events that would change everything. No more than an hour after Homer had left, Jaffe took his short-bladed knife, which was getting blunt, to an envelope that felt heavier than most. He slit it open, and out fell a small medallion. It hit the concrete floor, a sweet ringing sound. He picked it up, with fingers that had been trembling since Homer's exit. There was no chain attached to the medallion, nor did it have a loop for that purpose. Indeed, it wasn't attractive enough to be hung around a woman's neck as a piece of jewelry, and though it was in the form of a cross, closer inspection proved it not to be of Christian design. Its 4 arms were of equal length, the full span no more than 1.5 inches. At the intersection was a human figure, neither male nor female, arms outstretched as if in a crucifixion, but not nailed. Spreading out along the foreroots were abstract designs, each of which ended in a circle. The face was very simply rendered. It bore, he thought, the subtlest of smiles. He was no expert on metallurgy, but it was apparent the thing was not gold or silver. Even if the dirt had been cleaned from it, he doubted it would ever gleam. But there was something deeply attractive about it, nevertheless. Looking at it, he had the sense he'd sometimes had waking in the morning from an intense dream, but unable to remember the details. This was a significant object, but he didn't know why. Were the sigils spreading from the figure vaguely familiar from one of the letters he'd read, perhaps? He'd scanned thousands upon thousands in the last 20 weeks, and many of them had carried little sketches, obscene sometimes, often indecipherable. Those he'd judged the most interesting he'd smuggled out of the post office to study at night. They were bundled up beneath the bed in his room. Perhaps he'd break the dream code on the medallion by careful examination of those. He decided to take lunch that day with the rest of the workers, figuring it'd be best to do as little as possible to irritate Homer any further. It was a mistake. In the company of the good old boys talking about news he'd not listened to in months, and the quality of last night's steak, and the fuck they'd had, or failed to have, after the steak, and what the summer was going to bring, he felt himself a total stranger. They knew it, too. They talked with their backs half turned to him, dropping their voices at times to whisper about his weird look, his wild eyes. The more they shunned him, the more he felt happy to be shunned, because they knew. Even fuckwits like these knew he was different from them. Maybe they were even a little afraid. He couldn't bring himself to go back to the dead-letter room at 1:30. The medallion and its mysterious signs was burning a hole in his pocket. He had to go back to his lodgings and start the search through his private library of letters now. Without even wasting breath telling Homer, he did just that. It was a brilliant sunny day.
He drew the curtains against the invasion of light, turned on the lamp with a yellow shade, and there, in a jaundiced fever, began his study, taping the letters with any trace of illustration to the bare walls, and when the walls were full, spreading them on the table, bed, chair, and floor. Then he went from sheet to sheet, sign to sign, looking for anything that even faintly resembled the medallion in his hand. And as he went, the same thought kept creeping back into his head, that he knew there was an art, but no artist, a practice, but no practitioner, and that maybe he was that man. The thought didn't have to creep for long. Within an hour of perusing the letters, it had pride of place in his skull. The medallion hadn't fallen into his hands by accident. It had come to him as a reward for his patient study, and as a way to draw together the threads of his investigation and finally begin to make some sense of it. Most of the symbols and sketches on the pages were irrelevant, but there were many, too many to be a coincidence, that echoed images on the cross. No more than 2 ever appeared on the same sheet, and most of these were crude renderings, because none of the writers had the complete solution in their hands the way he did. But they'd all comprehended some part of the jigsaw, and their observations about the part they had, whether haiku, dirty talk, or alchemical formulas, gave him a better grasp of the system behind the symbols. A term that had cropped up regularly in the most perceptive of the letters was the shoal. He'd passed over it several times in his reading and never thought much about it. There was a good deal of evolutionary talk in the letters, and he'd assumed the term to be a part of that. Now he understood his error. The shoal was a cult, or a church of some kind, and its symbol was the object he held in the palm of his hand. What it and the art had to do with each other was by no means clear, but his long-held suspicion that this was one mystery, one journey, was here confirmed, and he knew that with the medallion as a map he'd find his way from shoal to art eventually. In the meantime, there was a more urgent concern. When he thought back to the tribe of co-workers with Homer at its head, he shuddered to think that any of them might ever share the secret he'd uncovered. Not that they had any chance of making any real progress decoding it. They were too witless. But Homer was suspicious enough to at least sniff along the trail a little way. And the idea of anybody, but especially the boorish Homer, tainting this sacred ground was unbearable. There was only one way to prevent such a disaster. He had to act quickly to destroy any evidence that might put Homer on the right track. The medallion he'd keep, of course. He'd been entrusted with it by higher powers, whose faces he'd one day get to see. He'd also keep the 20 or 30 letters that had proffered the best information on the shoal. The rest, 300 or so, had to be burned. As to the collection in the dead letter room, they had to go into the furnace too. All of them. It would take time, but it had to be done, and the sooner the better. He made a selection of the letters in his room, parceled up those he didn't need to keep, and headed off back to the sorting office. It was late afternoon now, and he traveled against the flow of human traffic, entering the office by the back door to avoid Homer, though he knew the man's routine well enough to suspect he'd punched out at 5:30 to the second, and was already guzzling beer somewhere. The furnace was a sweaty, rattling antique, tended by another sweaty, rattling antique called Miller, with whom Jaffe had never exchanged a single word, Miller being stone-deaf. It took some time for Jaffe to explain that he was going to be feeding the furnace for an hour or two, beginning with the parcel he'd brought from home, which he immediately tossed into the flames. Then he went up to the dead-letter room. Homer had not gone guzzling beer. He was waiting, sitting in Jaffe's chair under a bare bulb, going through the piles around him. "So what's the scam?" he said, as soon as Jaffe stepped through the door. It was useless trying to pretend innocence, Jaffe knew. His months of study had carved knowledge into his face. He couldn't pass for a naif any longer. Nor, now that it came to it, did he want to. "No scam," he said to Homer, making his contempt for the man's puerile suspicions plain. "I'm not taking anything you'd want. What good use? I'll be the judge of that, asshole, Homer said, throwing the letters he was examining down among the rest of the litter. I want to know what you've been up to down here. Sides jerking off. Jaffe closed the door. He'd never realized it before, but the reverberations of the furnace carried through the walls into the room. Everything here trembled minutely. The sacks, the envelopes, the words on the pages tucked inside, and the chair on which Homer was sitting, and the knife, the short-bladed knife, lying on the floor beside the chair on which Homer was sitting. The whole place was moving ever so slightly, like there was a rumble in the ground, like the world was about to be flipped. Maybe it was. Why not? No use pretending the status was still quo. He was a man on his way to some throne or other. He didn't know which, and he didn't know where, but he needed to silence any pretender quickly. Nobody was going to find him. Nobody was going to blame him, or judge him, or put him on death row. He was his own law now. "I should explain," he said to Homer, finding a tone that was almost flippant, "what the scam really is." "Yeah," Homer said, his lip curling. "Why don't you do that?" "Well, it's real simple." He started to walk towards Homer and the chair and the knife beside the chair. The speed of his approach made Homer nervous, but he kept his seat. "I've found a secret," Jaffe went on. "Huh? You want to know what it is?" Now Homer stood up, his gaze trembling the way everything else was. Everything except Jaffe. All the tremors had gone out of his hands, his guts, and his head. He was steady in an unsteady world. "I don't know what the fuck you're doing," Homer said, "but I don't like it." "I don't blame you," Jaffe said. He didn't have his eyes on the knife. He didn't need to. He could sense it. "But it's your job to know, isn't it?" Jaffe went on. "What's been going on down here?" Homer took several steps away from the chair. The loutish gait he liked to affect had gone. He was stumbling as though the floor was tilting. "I've been sitting at the center of the world," Jaffe said. "This little room. This is where it's all happening." "Is that right?" "Damn right." Homer made a nervous little grin. He threw a glance towards the door. "You want to go?" Jaffe said. "Yeah." He looked at his watch, not seeing it. "Got to run. Only came down here." "You're afraid of me," Jaffe said. "And you should be. I'm not the man I was." "Is that right?" "You said that already." Again Homer looked towards the door. It was 5 paces away, 4 if he ran. He'd covered half the distance when Jaffe picked up the knife. He had the door handle clasped when he heard the man approaching behind him. He glanced round, and the knife came straight at his eye. It wasn't an accidental stab. It was synchronicity. His eye glinted, the knife glinted. Glints collided, and the next moment he was screaming as he fell back against the door, Randolph following him to claim the letter-opener from the man's head. The roar of the furnace got louder. With his back to the sacks, Jaffe could feel the envelopes nestling against each other, the words being shaken on the pages till they became a glorious poetry. Blood, it said, like a sea, his thoughts like clots in that sea, dark, congealed, hotter than hot. He reached for the handle of the knife and clenched it. Never before in his life had he shed blood, not even squashed a bug, at least intentionally. But now his fist on the hot, wet handle seemed wonderful, a prophecy, a proof. Grinning, he pulled the knife out of Homer's socket, and before his victim could slide down the door, stuck it into Homer's throat to the hilt. This time he didn't let it lie. He pulled it out as soon as he'd stopped Homer's screams, and he stabbed the middle of the man's chest. There was bone there, and he had to drive hard, but he was suddenly very strong. Homer gagged, and blood came out of his mouth and from the wound in his throat. Jaffe pulled the knife out. He didn't stab again. Instead, he wiped the blade on his handkerchief and turned from the body to think about his next move. If he tried to lug the sacks of mail to the furnace, he risked being discovered. And sublime as he felt, high on the Boer Slav's demise, he was still aware that there was danger in being found out. It would be better to bring the furnace here. After all, fire was a movable feast. All it required was a light, and Homer had those. He turned back to the slumped corpse and searched in the pockets for a box of matches. Finding one, he pulled it out and went over to the satchels. Sadness surprised him as he prepared to put a flame to the dead letters. He'd spent so many weeks here, lost in a kind of delirium, drunk with mysteries. This was good-bye to all that. After this, Homer dead, the letters burnt, he was a fugitive, a man without a history, beckoned by an art he knew nothing about, but which he wished more than anything to practice. He began to screw up a few of the pages to provide some initial fodder for the flame. Once begun, he didn't doubt that the fire would sustain itself. There was nothing in the room, paper, fabric, flesh, that wasn't combustible. With 3 heaps of paper made, he struck a match. The flame was bright, and looking at it, he realized how much he hated brightness. The dark was so much more interesting, full of secrets, full of threats. He put the flame to the piles of paper and watched while the fires gained strength. Then he retreated to the door. Homer was slumped against it, of course, bleeding from 3 places, and his bulk wasn't that easy to move, but Jaffe put his back into the task, his shadow thrown up against the wall by the burgeoning bonfire behind him. Even in the half-minute it took him to move the corpse aside, the heat grew exponentially, so that by the time he glanced back at the room it was ablaze from side to side, the heat stirring up its own wind, which in turn fanned the flames. It was only when he was clearing out his room of any sign of himself, eradicating every trace of Randolph Ernest Jaffe, that he regretted doing what he'd done. Not the burning. That had been altogether wise. But leaving Homer's body in the room to be consumed along with the dead letters. He should have taken a more elaborate revenge, he realized. He should have hacked the body into pieces, packaged it up, tongue, eyes, testicles, guts, skin, skull, divided piece from piece, and sent the pieces out into the system with scrawled addresses that made no real sense, so that chance, or synchronicity, was allowed to elect the doorstep on which Homer's flesh would land. The mailman mailed. He promised himself not to miss such ironic possibilities in the future. The task of clearing his room didn't take long. He had very few belongings, and most of what he had meant little to him. When it came down to basics, he barely existed. He was the sum of a few dollars, a few photographs, a few clothes. Nothing that couldn't be put in a small suitcase and still leave room alongside them for a set of encyclopedias. By midnight, with that same small suitcase in hand, he was on his way out of Omaha, and ready for a journey that might lead in any direction. Gateway to the east, gateway to the west. He didn't care which way he went, as long as the route led to the art. Chapter 2. Jaffe had lived a small life. Born within 50 miles of Omaha, he'd been educated there, he'd buried his parents there, he'd courted and failed to persuade to the altar 2 women of that city. He'd left the state a few times, and even thought, after the second of his failed courtships, of retreating to Orlando, where his sister lived. But she'd persuaded him against it, saying he wouldn't get on with the people, or the incessant sun. So he'd stayed in Omaha, losing jobs and getting others, never committing himself to anything or anybody for very long, and in turn not being committed to. But in the solitary confinement of the dead-letter room, he'd had a taste of horizons he'd never known existed, and it had given him an appetite for the open road. When there'd only been sun, suburbs, and Mickey Mouse out there, he'd not given a damn. Why bother to go looking for such banalities? But now he knew better. There were mysteries to be unveiled, and powers to be seized, and when he was king of the world, he'd pull down the suburbs and the sun if he could, and make the world over in a hot darkness where a man might finally get to know the secrets of his own soul. There'd been much talk in the letters about crossroads, and for a long time he'd taken the image literally, thinking that in Omaha he was probably at that crossroads, and that knowledge of the art would come to him there. But once out of the city and away, he saw the error of such literalism. When the writers had spoken of crossroads, they hadn't meant one highway intersecting with another. They'd meant places where states of being crossed, where the human system met the alien, and both moved on, changed. In the flow and flurry of such places there was hope of finding revelation. He had very little money, of course, but that didn't seem to matter. In the weeks that followed his escape from the scene of his crime, all that he wanted simply came to him. He had only to stick out his thumb, and a car squealed to a halt. When a driver asked him where he was headed, and he said he was headed as far as Jaffe, wanted to go, that was exactly as far as the driver took him. It was as if he was blessed. When he stumbled, there was someone to pick him up. When he got hungry, there was someone to feed him. It was a woman in Illinois who'd given him a lift, then asked him if he wanted to stay the night with her, who confirmed his blessedness. "You've seen something extraordinary, haven't you?" she whispered to him in the middle of the night. "It's in your eyes. It was your eyes made me offer you the lift." "And offer me this?" he said, fingering between her legs. "Yes, that too," she said. "What have you seen?" "Not enough," he replied. "Will you make love to me again?" "No." Every now and then, moving from state to state, he got a glimpse of what the letters had schooled him in. He saw the secrets peeping out, only daring to show themselves because he was passing through, and they knew him as a coming man of power. In Kentucky he chanced to witness the corpse of an adolescent being hauled from a river, the body left sprawled on the grass, arms spread, fingers spread, while a woman howled and sobbed beside it. The boy's eyes were open. So were the buttons of his trousers. Watching from a short distance, the only witness not to be ordered away by the cops, the eyes again, he took a moment to savor the way the boy was arrayed like the figure on the medallion, and half wanted to throw himself into the river just for the thrill of drowning. In Idaho he met a man who'd lost an arm in an automobile accident, and while they sat and drank together, he explained that he still had feeling in the lost limb, which the doctor said was just a phantom in his nervous system, but which he knew was his astral body, still complete on another plane of being. He said he jerked off with his lost hand regularly, and offered to demonstrate. It was true. Later the man said, "You can see in the dark, can't you?" Jaffe hadn't thought about it, but now that his attention was drawn to the fact, it seemed he could. "How'd you learn to do that?" "I didn't." "Astral eyes, maybe." "Maybe." "You want me to suck your cock again?" "No." He was gathering up experiences, one of each, passing through people's lives and out the other side, leaving them obsessed or dead or weeping. He indulged his every whim, going wherever instinct pointed, the secret life coming to find him the moment he arrived in town. There was no sign of pursuit from the forces of law. Perhaps Homer's body had never been found in the gutted building, or, if it had, the police had assumed he was simply a victim of the fire. For whatever reason, nobody came sniffing after him. He went wherever he wanted and did whatever he desired, until he'd had a surfeit of desires satisfied and wants supplied, and it came time for him to push himself over the brink. He came to rest in a roach-ridden motel in Los Alamos, New Mexico, locked himself in with 2 bottles of vodka, stripped, closed the curtains against the day, and let his mind go. He hadn't eaten in 48 hours, not because he didn't have money, he did, but because he enjoyed the lightheadedness. Starved of sustenance and whipped up by vodka, his thoughts ran riot, devouring themselves and shitting each other out, barbaric and baroque by turns. The roaches came out in the darkness and ran over his body as he lay on the floor. He let them come and go, pouring vodka on his groin when they got too busy there, and made him hard, which was a distraction. He wanted only to think, to float and think. He'd had all he needed of the physical, felt hot and cold, sexy and sexless, fucked and fucker. He wanted none of that again, at least not as Randolph Jaffe. There was another way to be, another place to feel from, where sex and murder and grief and hunger and all of it might be interesting again, but that would not be until he'd got beyond his present condition, become an artist, remade the world. Just before dawn, with even the roaches sluggish, he felt the invitation. A great calm was in him. His heart was slow and steady. His bladder emptied of its own accord like a baby's. He was neither too hot nor too cold, neither too sleepy nor too awake. And at that crossroads, which was not the first nor would be the last, something tugged on his gut and summoned him. He got up immediately, dressed, took the full bottle of vodka that remained, and went out walking. The invitation didn't leave his innards. It kept tugging as the cold night lifted and the sun began to rise. He'd come barefoot. His feet bled, but his body wasn't of great interest to him, and he kept the discomfort at bay with further helpings of vodka. By noon, the last of the drink gone, he was in the middle of the desert, just walking in the direction he was called, barely aware of one foot moving ahead of the other. There were no thoughts in his head now except the art and its getting, and even that ambition came and went. So, finally, did the desert itself. Somewhere towards evening he came to a place where even the simplest facts, the ground beneath him, the darkening sky above his head, were in doubt. He wasn't even sure if he was walking. The absence of everything was pleasant, but it didn't last. The summons must have pulled him on without his even being aware of its call, because the night he'd left became a sudden day, and he found himself standing, alive again, Randolph Ernest Jaffe again, in a desert barer even than the one he'd left. It was early morning here, the sun not yet high, but beginning to warm the air, the sky perfectly clear. Now he felt pain and sickness, but the pull in his gut was irresistible. He had to stagger on, though his whole body was wreckage. Later, he remembered passing through a town and seeing a steel tower standing in the middle of the wilderness. But that was only when the journey had ended, at a simple stone hut, the door of which opened to him as the last vestiges of his strength left him, and he fell across its threshold. Chapter 3. The door was closed when he came round, but his mind wide open. On the other side of a guttering fire sat an old man with doleful, slightly stupid features, like those of a clown who had worn and wiped off 50 years of make-up, his pores enlarged and greasy, his hair, what was left of it, long and grey. He was sitting cross-legged. Occasionally, while Jaffe worked up the energy to speak, the old man raised a buttock and loudly passed wind. "You found your way through," he said after a time. "I thought you were going to die before you made it. A lot of people have. It takes real will." "Through to where?" Jaffe managed to ask. "We're in a loop in time, encompassing a few minutes. I tied it as a refuge. It's the only place I'm safe." "Who are you?" "My name's Kissoon." "Are you one of the shoal?" The face beyond the fire registered surprise. "You know a great deal." "No, not really. Just bits and pieces." "Very few people know about the shoal." "I know of several," said Jaffe. "Really?" said Kissoon, his tone toughening. "I'd like their names." "I had letters from them," Jaffe said, but faltered when he realized he no longer knew where he'd left them, those precious clues that had brought him through so much hell and heaven. "Letters from whom?" Kissoon said. People who know, who guess about the art.
Do they? And what do they say about it?
Jaffe shook his head. I've not made sense of it yet, he said, but I think there's a sea.
There is, said Kissoon, and you'd like to know where to find it, and how to be there, and how to have power from it.
Yes, I would.
And in return for this education, Kissoon said, what are you offering?
I don't have anything.
Let me be the judge of that,
Kissoon said, turning his eyes up to the roof of the hut, as though he saw something in the smoke that roiled there. Okay, Jaffe said. Whatever I've got that you want, you can have it.
That sounds fair.
I need to know. I want the art.
Of course. Of course.
I've had all the living I need, Jaffe said. Kissoon's eyes came back to rest on him.
Really? I doubt that.
I want to get... What? He thought. What do you want? Explanations, he said.
Well, where to begin?
The sea, Jaffe said.
Ah, the sea.
Where is it?
Have you ever been in love? Kissoon replied.
Yes, I think so.
Then you've been to quiddity twice. Once the first night you slept out of the womb. The second occasion, the night you lay beside that woman you loved. Or man, was it? He laughed. Whichever.
Quiddity is the sea.
Quiddity is the sea. And in it are islands, called the Ephemeris.
I want to go there,
Jaffe breathed. You will. One more time, you will.
When?
The last night of your life. That's all we ever get. 3 dips in the dream sea. Any less, and we'd be insane. Any more,
And
we wouldn't be human.
And the art?
Ah, well, opinions differ about that.
Do you have it?
Have it?
This art? Do you have it? Can you do it? Can you teach me?
Maybe.
You're one of the shoal, Jaffe said. You've got to have it, right?
One, came the reply. I'm the last. I'm the only.
So share it with me. I want to be able to change the world.
Just a little ambition.
Don't fuck with me, Jaffe said, the suspicion growing in him that he was being taken for a fool. I'm not going to leave empty-handed, Kissoon. If I get the art, I can enter quiddity, right? That's the way it works.
Where'd you get your information?
Isn't it?
Yes. And I say again, where'd you get your information?
I can put the clues together. I'm still doing it. He grinned as the pieces fitted in his head. Quiddity's somehow behind the world, isn't it? And the art lets you step through so you can be there any time you like. The finger in the pie.
Huh?
That's what somebody called it. The finger in the pie.
I stop with a finger, Kissoon remarked.
Right! Why not my whole fucking arm? Kissoon's expression was almost admiring.
What a pity, he said. You couldn't be more evolved. Then maybe I could have shared all this with you.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you're too much of an ape. I couldn't give you the secrets in my head. They're too powerful, too dangerous. You'd not know what to do with them. You'd end up tainting quiddity with your puerile ambition, and quiddity must be preserved.
I told you, I'm not leaving here empty-handed. You can have whatever you want from me, whatever I've got. Only teach me.
You'd give me your body? Kissoon said. Would you?
What?
That's all you've got to bargain with. Do you want to give me that?"
The reply flummoxed Jaffe. "You want sex?" he said.
"Christ, no.
"What then? I don't understand."
The flesh and blood, the vessel. I want to occupy your body."
Jaffe watched Kissoon watching him.
"Well?" the old man said.
"You can't just climb into my skin," Jaffe said.
"Oh, but I can. As soon as it's vacated."
"I don't believe you."
"Jaffe, you of all people should never say, 'I don't believe.' The extraordinary's the norm. There are loops in time. We're in one now. There are armies in our minds waiting to march, and suns in our grinds and cunts in the sky. Suits being wrought in every state. Suits. Petitions, conjurations. Magic, magic, it's everywhere. And you're right. Quiddity is the source, and the art its lock and key. And you think it's tough for me to climb inside your skin. Have you learned nothing?"
"Suppose I agree."
"Suppose you do."
"What happens to me if I was to vacate my body?"
"You'd stay here, as spirit. It's not much, but it's home. I'll be back after a while, and the flesh and blood's yours again."
"Why do you even want my body?" Jaffe said. "It's utterly fucked up."
"It's my business," Kissoon replied.
"I need to know."
"And I choose not to tell you. If you want the art, then you damn well do as I say. You've got no choice."
The old man's manner, his arrogant little smile, his shrugs, the way he half closed his lids, as though using all his gaze on his guest would be a waste of eyesight, all of this made Jaffe think of Homer. They could have been two halves of a double act, the lumpen boor and the wily old goat. When he thought of Homer, he inevitably thought of the knife in his pocket. How many times would he need to slice Kissoon's stringy carcass before the agonies made him speak? Would he have to take off the old man's fingers, joint by joint? If so, he was ready. Maybe cut off his ears. Perhaps scoop out his eyes. Whatever it took, he'd do. It was too late now for squeamishness, much too late. He slid his hand into his pocket and around the knife. Kissoon saw the motion.
"You understand nothing, do you?"
he said, his eyes suddenly roving violently to and fro, as though speed-reading the air between him and Jaffe. "I understand a lot more than you think," Jaffe said. "I understand I'm not pure enough for you. I'm not— how did you say it? Evolved. Yeah, evolved."
"I said you were an ape."
"Yeah, you did."
"I insulted the ape."
Jaffe's hold on the knife tightened. He started to get to his feet.
"Don't you dare," Kissoon said.
"Red rag to a bull," Jaffe said, his head spinning from the effort of rising. "Saying dare to me. I've seen stuff, done stuff." He started to take the knife out of his pocket. "I'm not afraid of you." Kissoon's eyes stopped their speed-reading and settled on the blade. There was no surprise on his face, the way there'd been on Homer's. But there was fear. A small thrill of pleasure coursed through Jaffe, seeing that expression. Kissoon began to get to his feet. He was a good deal shorter than Jaffe, almost stunted, and every angle slightly askew, as though all his bones and joints had once been broken and reset in haste.
"You shouldn't spill blood," he said hurriedly. "Not in a loop. It's one of the rules of the looping suit, not to spill blood."
"Feeble," said Jaffe, beginning to step around the fire towards his victim.
"That's the truth,"
Kissoon said, and he gave Jaffe the strangest, most misbegotten smile.
"I make it a point of honor not to lie."
"I had a year working in a slaughterhouse," Jaffe said, "in Omaha, Nebraska, gateway to the West. I worked for a whole year just cutting up meat. I know the business." Kissoon was very frightened now. He'd backed against the wall of the hut, his arms spread out to either side of him for support, looking, Jaffe thought, like a silent movie heroine. His eyes weren't half open now, but huge and wet. So was his mouth, huge and wet. He couldn't even bring himself to make threats. He just shook. Jaffe reached out and put his hand around the man's turkey throat. He gripped hard, fingers and thumb digging into the sinew. Then he brought his other hand, bearing the blunt knife, up to the corner of Kissoon's left eye. The old man's breath smelled like a sick man's fart. Jaffe didn't want to inhale it, but he had no choice, and the moment he did, he realized he'd been fucked. The breath was more than sour air. There was something else in it, being expelled from Kissoon's body and snaking its way into him, or at least attempting to. Jaffe took his hand from the scrawn of the neck and stepped away. "Fucker!" he said, spitting and coughing out the breath before it occupied him. Kissoon didn't concede the pretense. "Aren't you going to kill me?" he said. "Am I reprieved?" It was he who advanced now, Jaffe the one retreating. "Keep away from me," Jaffe said. "I'm just an old man." "I felt the breath," Jaffe yelled, slamming his fist against his chest. "You're trying to get inside me." "No," Kissoon protested. "Don't fucking lie to me! I felt it!" He still could. A weight in his lungs where there'd not been weight before. He backed towards the door, knowing that if he stayed, the fucker would have the better of him. "Don't leave," Kissoon said. "Don't open the door." "There's other ways to the art," Jaffe said. "No," Kissoon said. "Only me. The rest are dead. There's nobody can help you but me." He tried that little smile of his, bowing his wretched body, but the humility was as much a sham as the fear had been. All tricks to keep his victim near, so as to have his flesh and blood. Jaffe wasn't buying the routine a second time. He tried to block out Kissoon's seductions with memories, pleasures taken, that he'd take again, if he could only get out of this trap alive. The woman in Illinois, the one-armed man in Idaho, the caress of roaches. The recollections kept Kissoon from getting any further hold on him. He reached behind him and grabbed the door handle. "Don't open that," Kissoon said. "I'm getting out of here." "I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I underestimated you. We can come to some arrangement, surely. I'll tell you all you want to know. I'll teach you the art. I don't have the skill myself, not in the loop. But you could have it. You could take it with you, out there, back into the world. Arm in the pie. Only stay. Stay, Jaffe. I've been alone here a long time. I need company. Someone to explain it all to, share it with." Jaffe turned the handle. As he did so, he felt the earth beneath his feet shudder, and a brightness seemed to appear momentarily beyond the door. It seemed too livid to be mere daylight, but it must have been, because there was only sun awaiting him on the step outside. "Don't leave me!" he heard Kissoon yelling, and with the yell felt the man clutching at his innards the way he had, bringing him here. But the hold was nowhere near as strong as it had been. Either Kissoon had burned up too much of his energy in attempting to breathe his spirit into Jaffe, or his fury was weakening him. Whichever, the hold was resistible, and the further Jaffe ran, the weaker it became. 100 yards from the hut he glanced back, and thought he saw a patch of darkness moving across the ground towards him, like dark rope uncurling. He didn't linger to discover what new trick the old bastard was mounting, but ran and ran, following his own trail across the ground until the steel tower came in sight. Its presence suggested some attempt to populate this wasteland, long abandoned. Beyond it, an aching hour later, was further proof of that endeavor. The town he half remembered staggering through on his way here, its street empty not only of people and vehicles, but of any distinguishing marks whatsoever, like a film set, yet to be dressed for shooting. Half a mile beyond it, an agitation in the air signaled that he had reached the perimeters of the loop. He braved its confusions willingly, passing through a place of sickening disorientation in which he was not certain he was even walking, and suddenly he was out the other side, and back in a calm, starlit night. 48 hours later, drunk in an alleyway in Santa Fe, he made 2 momentous decisions. One, that he'd keep the beard he'd grown in the last few weeks as a reminder of his search. 2, that every wit he possessed, every hint of knowledge he'd gained about the occult life of America, every iota of power his astral eyes lent him,
would go to the possessing of the art. Fuck Kissoon, fuck the shoal, and that only when he'd got it would he once again show his face unshaven. Chapter 4. Holding to the promises he'd made himself was not easy. Not when there were so many simple pleasures to be had from the power he'd gained, pleasures he made himself forfeit, for fear of depleting his little strength before he stole his way to greater. His first priority was to locate a fellow quester, someone who could aid him in his search. It was 2 months before his inquiries threw up the name and reputation of a man perfectly suited to that role. That man was Richard Wesley Fletcher, who'd been, until his recent fall from grace, one of the most lauded and revolutionary minds in the field of evolutionary studies, the head of several research programs in Boston and Washington, a theorist whose every remark was scrutinized by his peers for clues to his next breakthrough. But his genius had been flawed by addiction. Mescaline and its derivatives had brought him low, much to the satisfaction of many of his colleagues, who made no bones about their contempt for the man once his guilty secret came out. In article after article, Jaffe found the same smug tone as the academic community rounded on the deposed wunderkind, condemning his theories as ludicrous and his morals as reprehensible. Jaffe couldn't have cared less about Fletcher's moral standing. It was the man's theories that intrigued him, dovetailing as they did with his own ambition. Fletcher's researches had been aimed at isolating and synthesizing in a laboratory the force in living organisms that drove them to evolve. Like Jaffe, he believed heaven could be stolen. It took persistence to find the man, but Jaffe had that in abundance, and found him in Maine. The genius was much the worse for despair, teetering on the brink of complete mental breakdown. Jaffe was cautious. He didn't press his suit at first, but instead ingratiated himself by supplying drugs of a quality Fletcher had long since been too poor to afford. Only when he'd gained the addict's trust did he begin to make oblique reference to Fletcher's studies. Fletcher was less than lucid on the subject at first, but Jaffe gently fanned the embers of his obsession, and in time the fire flared. Once burning, Fletcher had much to tell. He believed he'd twice come close to isolating what he called the nuncio, the messenger. But the final processes had always eluded him. Jaffe offered a few observations of his own on the subject, garnered from his readings in the occult. The two of them, he gently suggested, were fellow seekers, though he, Jaffe, used the vocabulary of the ancients, of alchemists and magicians, and Fletcher the language of science. They had the same desire to nudge evolution's elbow, to advance the flesh, and perhaps the spirit, by artificial means. Fletcher poured scorn on these observations at the outset, but slowly came to value them, finally accepting Jaffe's offer of facilities in which to begin his researches afresh. This time, Jaffe promised, Fletcher wouldn't have to work in an academic hothouse, constantly required to justify his work to hold on to his funding. He guaranteed his dope-fiend genius a place to work that would be well hidden from prying eyes. When the nuncio had been isolated, and its miracle reproduced, Fletcher would reappear from the wilderness and put his vilifiers to flight. It was an offer no obsessive could have resisted. 11 months later, Richard Wesley Fletcher stood on a granite headland on the Pacific coast of the Baja, and cursed himself for succumbing to Jaffe's temptations. Behind him, in the Mission de Santa Catrina, where he'd labored for the best part of a year, the great work, as Jaffe liked to call it, had been achieved. The nuncio was a reality. There were surely few less likely places for labors most of the world would have judged ungodly than an abandoned Jesuit mission, but then, from the outset, this endeavor had been shot through with paradox. For one, the liaison between Jaffe and himself. For another, the intermingling of disciplines that had made the great work possible. And for a third, the fact that now, in what should have been his moment of triumph, he was minutes away from destroying the nuncio before it fell into the hands of the very man who'd funded its creation. As in its making, so in its unmaking. system, obsession, and pain. Fletcher was too well versed in the ambiguities of matter to believe that the total destruction of anything was possible. Things couldn't be undiscovered.
But if the change that he and Raoul wrought on the evidence was thorough enough, it was his belief that nobody would easily reconstruct the experiment he'd conducted here in the wilds of Baja California. He and the boy, it was still difficult to think of Raoul as a boy, had to be like perfect thieves, rifling their own house to remove every last trace of themselves.
When they'd burned all the research notes and trashed all the equipment, it had to be as though the nuncio had never been made. Only then could he take the boy, who was still busy feeding the fires in front of the mission, to this cliff edge, so that hand in hand they could fling themselves off. The fall was steep, and the rocks below plenty sharp enough to kill them. The tide would wash their blood and bodies out into the Pacific. Then, between fire and water, the job would have been done. None of which would prevent some future investigator from finding the nuncio all over again, but the combination of disciplines and circumstances which had made that possible were very particular. For humanity's sake, Fletcher hoped they would not occur again for many years. There was good reason for such hope. Without Jaffe's strange, half-intuitive grasp of occult principles to marry with his own scientific methodology, the miracle would not have been made. And how often did men of science sit down with men of magic, the suitmongers, as Jaffe called them, and attempt a mingling of crafts? It was good they didn't. There was too much dangerous stuff to discover. The occultists whose codes Jaffe had broken knew more about the nature of things than Fletcher would ever have suspected. Beneath their metaphors, their talk of the bath of rebirth and of golden progeny begotten by fathers of lead, they were ambitious for the same solutions he'd sought all his life. Artificial ways to advance the evolutionary urge to take the human beyond itself. Obscurum per obscurius, ignotum per ignatius, they advised. Let the obscure be explained by the more obscure, the unknown by the more unknown. They knew whereof they wrote. Between his science and theirs, Fletcher had solved the problem, synthesized a fluid that would carry evolution's glad tidings through any living system, pressing, so he believed, the humblest cell towards a higher condition. Nuncio, he'd called it, the messenger. Now he knew he'd misnamed it. It was not a messenger of the gods, but the god itself. It had a life of its own. It had energy and ambition. He had to destroy it before it began to rewrite Genesis, beginning with Randolph Jaffe as Adam.
"Father?" Raoul had appeared behind him. Once again the boy had stripped off his clothes.
After years of going naked, he was still unable to get used to their constrictions, and once again he used that damn word. "I'm not your father," Fletcher reminded him. "I never was and never will be. Can't you get that into your head?"
As ever, Raoul listened.
His eyes lacked whites and were difficult to read, but his steady gaze never failed to mellow Fletcher. "What do you want?" he said more softly. "The fires," the boy replied. "What about them?" "The wind, father," he began. It had got up in the last few minutes, coming straight off the ocean.
When Fletcher followed Raoul round to the front of the mission, in the lee of which they'd built the nuncio's pyres, he found the notes being scattered, many of them far from consumed.
"Damn you!" Fletcher said, as much irritated by his own lack of attention to the task as the boys. "I told you, don't put too much paper on at the same time."
He took hold of Raoul's arm, which was covered in silky hair, as was his entire body. There was a distinct smell of singeing where the flames had risen suddenly and caught the boy by surprise. It took, he knew, considerable courage on Raoul's part to overcome his primal fear of fire. He was doing it for his father's sake. He'd have done it for no other. Contrite, Fletcher put his arm around Raoul's shoulder. The boy clung, the way he'd clung in his previous incarnation, burying his face in the smell of the human.
"We'd better just let them go," Fletcher said, watching as another gust of wind took leaves off the fire and scattered them like pages from a calendar, day after day of pain and inspiration.
even if one or two of them were to be found, and that was unlikely along such a barren stretch of coast. Nobody would be able to make any sense of them. It was only his obsessiveness that made him want to wipe the slate completely clean, and shouldn't he know better, when that very obsessiveness had been one of the qualities that had brought this waste and tragedy about? The boy detached himself from around Fletcher and turned back to the fires.
"No, Raoul," he said. "Forget them. Let them go." The boy chose not to hear, a trick he'd always had, even before the changes the nuncio's touch had brought about. How many times had Fletcher summoned the ape Raoul had been, only to have the wretched animal wilfully ignore him? It was in no small measure that very perversity which had encouraged Fletcher to test the great work on him, a whisper of the human in the simian which the nuncio turned into a shout. Raoul wasn't making an attempt to collect the dispersed papers, however.
His small, wide body was tensed, his head tilted up. He was sniffing the air. "What is it?" Fletcher said. "You can smell somebody?"
"Yes."
"Where?" "Coming up the hill."
Fletcher knew better than to question Raoul's observation.
The fact that he, Fletcher, could hear and smell nothing was simply a testament to the decadence of his senses. Nor did he need to ask from which direction their visitor was coming. There was only one route up to the mission. Forging a single road through such inhospitable terrain, then up a steep hill, must have taxed even the masochism of Jesuits. They'd built one road, and the mission, and then, perhaps failing to find God up here, vacated the place. If their ghosts ever drifted through, they'd find a deity now, Fletcher thought, in 3 vials of blue fluid. So would the man coming up the hill. It could only be Jaffe. Nobody else knew of their presence here. "Damn him," Fletcher said. "Why now? Why now?" It was a foolish question. Jaffe had chosen to come now because he knew his great work was being conspired against. He had a way of maintaining a presence in a place where he wasn't, a spying echo of himself. Fletcher didn't know how. One of Jaffe's suits, no doubt. The kind of minor mind tricks Fletcher would have dismissed as trickery once, as he would have dismissed so much else. It would take Jaffe several more minutes to get all the way up the hill, but that wasn't enough time, by any means, for Fletcher and the boy to finish their labors. There were 2 tasks only he might yet complete if he was efficient. Both were vital.
First, the killing and disposal of Raoul, from whose transformed system an educated inquirer might glean the nature of the nuncio.
Second, the destruction of the 3 vials inside the mission. It was there he returned now, through the chaos he had gladly wreaked on the place.
Raoul followed, walking barefoot through the smashed instrumentation and splintered furniture, to the inner sanctum.
This was the only room that had not been invaded by the clutter of the great work. A plain cell that boasted only a desk, a chair, and an antiquated stereo. The chair was set in front of the window, which overlooked the ocean.
Here, in the first days following Raoul's successful transmutation, before the full realization of the nuncio's purpose and consequence had soiled Fletcher's triumph, man and boy had sat and watched the sky and listened to Mozart together.
All the mysteries, Fletcher had said in one of his first lessons, were footnotes to music. Before everything, music. Now there'd be no more sublime Mozart, no more sky-watching, no more loving education. There was only time for a shot. Fletcher took the gun from beside his mescaline in the desk drawer.
"We're going to die?" Raoul said.
He'd known this was coming, but not so soon. "Yes." "We should go outside," the boy said, "to the edge." "No, there isn't time. I've got some work to do before I join you."
"But you said together."
"I know."
"You promised together." "Jesus, Raoul, I said I know. But it can't be helped."
"He's coming. And if he takes you from me, alive or dead, he'll use you. He'll cut you up, find out how the nuncio works in you." His words were intended to scare, and they succeeded.
Raoul let out a sob. His face knotted up with terror. He took a step backwards as Fletcher raised the gun.
"I'll be with you soon," Fletcher said. "I swear it, just as soon as I can." "Please, Father."
"I'm not your father." Once and for all, I'm nobody's father." His outburst broke any hold he had on Raoul. Before Fletcher could take a beat on him, the boy was away through the door.
He still fired wildly, the bullet striking the wall. Then he gave chase, firing a second time. But the boy had simian agility in him. He was across the laboratory and out into the sunlight before a third shot could be fired. Out and away. Fletcher threw the gun aside.
It was a waste of what little time remained to follow Raoul. Better to use those minutes to dispose of the nuncio.
There was precious little of the stuff, but enough to wreak evolutionary havoc in any system that had tainted. He'd plotted against it for days and nights now, working out the safest way to be rid of it. He knew it couldn't simply be poured away. What might it do if it got into the earth? His best hope, he'd decided, indeed his only hope, was to throw it into the Pacific. There was a pleasing neatness about that. The long climb to his species' present rung had begun in the ocean, and it was there, in the myriad configurations of certain marine animals, that he'd first observed the urge things had to become something other than themselves, clues to which the 3 vials of nuncio were the solution. Now he'd give that answer back to the element that had inspired it. The nuncio would literally become drops in the ocean, its powers so diluted as to be negligible. He crossed to the bench where the vials still stood in their rack. God in 3 bottles, milky blue, like a Della Francesca sky. There was movement in the distillation, as though it was stirring up its own internal tides. And if it knew he was approaching, did it also know his intention? He had so little idea of what he'd created. Perhaps it could read his mind. He stopped in his tracks, still too much the man of science not to be fascinated by this phenomenon. He'd known the liquor was powerful, but that it possessed the talent for self-fermentation it was now displaying, even a primitive propulsion, it seemed. It was climbing the walls of the vials. Astonished him. His conviction faltered. Did he really have the right to put this miracle out of the world's sight? Was its appetite really so unhealthy? All it wanted to do was speed the ascent of things, make fur of scales, make flesh of fur, make spirit, perhaps, of flesh. A pretty thought. Then he remembered Randolph Jaffe, of Omaha, Nebraska, sometime butcher and opener of dead letters, collector of other people's secrets. Would such a man use the nuncio well? In the hands of someone sweet-natured and loving, the great work might begin a universal papacy, every living being in touch with the meaning of its creation. But Jaffe wasn't loving, nor sweet-natured. He was a thief of revelations, a magician who didn't care to understand the principles of his craft, only to rise by it. Given that fact, the question was not, did he have the right to dispose of the miracle, but rather, how dare he hesitate? He stepped towards the vials, charged with fresh conviction. The nuncio knew he meant it harm. It responded with a frenzy of activity, climbing the glass walls as best it could, churning against its confines. As Fletcher reached out to snatch the rack up, he realized its true intention. It didn't simply desire escape. It wanted to work its wonders on the very flesh that was plotting its harm. It wanted to recreate its creator. The realization came too late to be acted upon. Before he could withdraw his outstretched hand, or shield himself, one of the vials shattered. Fletcher felt the glass cut his palm and the nuncio splash against him. He staggered away from it, raising his hand in front of his face. There were several cuts there, but one particularly large in the middle of his palm, for all the world as though someone had driven a nail through it. The pain made him giddy, but it lasted only a moment, giddiness and pain. Coming after was another sensation entirely. Not even sensation. That was too trivial a description. It was like mainlining on Mozart, a music that bypassed the ears and went straight to the soul. Hearing it, he would never be the same again. Chapter 5. Randolph had seen the smoke rising from the fires outside the mission as he rounded the first bend in the long hall up the hill, and had confirmed in that sight the suspicion that had been gnawing in him for days, that his hired genius was in revolt. He revved the jeep's engine, cursing the dirt that slid away in powder clouds behind his wheels, slowing his ascent to a laboring crawl. Until today it had suited both him and Fletcher that the great work be accomplished so far from civilization, though it had required a good deal of persuasion on his part to get equipped a laboratory of the sophistication Fletcher had demanded in a setting so remote. But then persuasion was easy nowadays. The trip into the loop had stoked the fires in Jaffe's eyes. What the woman in Illinois, whose name he'd never known, had said, "You've seen something extraordinary, haven't you?" was true now as never before. He'd seen a place out of time, and himself in it, driven beyond sanity by his hunger for the art. People knew all that, though they could never have put words to the thought. They saw it in his look, and either out of fear or awe, simply did as he asked. But Fletcher had been an exception to that rule from the outset. His peccadilloes and his desperation had made him pliable, but the man still had a will of his own. 4 times he'd refused Jaffe's offer to come out of hiding and recommence his experiments, though Jaffe had reminded him on each occasion how difficult it had been to trace the lost genius, and how much he desired that they work together. He'd sweetened each of the 4 offers by bringing mescaline in modest supply, always promising more, and promising, too, that any and every facility Fletcher required would be provided, if he could only be persuaded back to his studies. Jaffe had known from first reading about Fletcher's radical theories that here was the way to cheat the system that stood between him and the art. He didn't doubt that the route to quiddity was thronged with tests and trials, designed by high-minded gurus or lunatic shamans like Kissoon to keep what they judged lower-class minds from approaching the Holy of Holies. Nothing new about that. But with Fletcher's help he could trip the gurus, get to power over their backs. The great work would evolve him beyond the condition of any of the self-elected wise men, and the art would sing in his fingers. At first, having set up the laboratory to Fletcher's specifications, and offered the man some thoughts on the problem he'd gleaned from the dead letters, Jaffe left the maestro alone, dispatching supplies, starfish, sea urchins, mescaline, and ape, as and when they were requested, but visiting only once a month. On each occasion he'd spent 24 hours with Fletcher, drinking and sharing gossip which Jaffe had plucked from the academic grapevine to feed Fletcher's curiosity. After 11 such visits, sensing that the researches of the mission were beginning to move towards some conclusion, he began to make the journey more regularly. He was less welcome each time. On one occasion Fletcher had even attempted to keep Jaffe out of the mission altogether, and there had been a short, mismatched struggle. Fletcher was no fighter. His stooping, undernourished body was that of a man who had been bent at his studies since adolescence. Beaten, he'd been obliged to allow access. Inside, Jaffe had found the ape, transformed by Fletcher's distillation, the nuncio, into an ugly but undeniably human child. Even then, in the midst of this triumph, there had been hints of the breakdown which Jaffe couldn't doubt Fletcher had finally succumbed to. The man had been uneasy about what they'd achieved, but Jaffe had been too damned pleased to take the warning signs seriously. He'd even suggested he'd try the nuncio for himself, there and then. Fletcher had counselled against it, suggesting several months of further study to be undertaken before Jaffe risked such a step. The nuncio was still too volatile, he argued. He wanted to examine the way it worked on the boy's system before any further tests. Suppose it simply proved fatal to the child in a week or a day? That argument was enough to cool Jaffe's ardor for a while. He left Fletcher to undertake the proposed tests, returning on a weekly basis now, becoming more aware of Fletcher's disintegration with each visit, but assuming the man's pride in his own masterwork would prevent him trying to undo it. Now, as flocks of scorched notes flew across the ground towards him, he cursed his trust. He stepped from the jeep and began to make his way through the scattered fires towards the mission. There had always been an apocalyptic air about this spot, the earth so dry and sandy it could sustain little more than a few stunted yucca. The mission perched so close to the cliff edge that one winter the Pacific would inevitably claim it, the boobies and tropic birds making din overhead. Today there were only words on the wing. The mission's walls were stained with smoke where fires had been built close to them. The earth was dusted with ash, even less fertile than sand. Nothing was as it had been. He called Fletcher's name as he stepped through the open door, the anxiety he'd felt coming up the hill now close to fear, not for himself, but for the great work. He was glad he'd come armed. If Fletcher's grasp on sanity had finally slipped, he might be obliged to coerce the formula for the nuncio from him. It would not be the first time he'd gone seeking knowledge with a weapon in his pocket. It was sometimes necessary. The interior was all ruin. Several $100,000 worth of instrumentation, coaxed, bullied, or seduced from academics who'd given him what he asked for just to get Jaffe's eyes off them, destroyed. Tabletops cleared with a sweep of an arm. The windows had all been thrown open, and the Pacific wind blew through the place, hot and salty. Jaffe navigated the wreckage and made his way through to Fletcher's favorite room, the cell he'd once, high on mescaline, called the plug in the hole in his heart. He was there, alive, sitting in his chair in front of the flung window, staring up at the sun, the very act that had blinded him in his right eye. He was dressed in the same shabby shirt and overlarge trousers he always wore. His face presented the same pinched, unshaven profile. The ponytail of graying hair, his only concession to vanity, was in place. Even his posture, hands at his lap, the body sagging, was one Jaffe had seen innumerable times. And yet there was something subtly wrong with the scene, enough to hold Jaffe at the door, refusing to step into the cell. It was as if Fletcher was too much himself. This was too perfect an image of him, the contemplative, staring at the sun, his every pore and pucker demanding the attention of Jaffe's aching retina, as if his portrait had been painted by 1,000 miniaturists, all of whom had been granted an inch of their subject, and with the brushes bearing a single hair, rendered their portion in nauseating detail. The rest of the room, the walls, the window, even the chair in which Fletcher sat, swam out of focus, unable to compete with the too thorough reality of this man. Jaffe closed his eyes against the portrait. It overloaded his senses, made him nauseous. In the darkness he heard Fletcher's voice, as unmusical as ever. "Bad nose," he said very quietly. "Why?" Jaffe said, not opening his eyes. Even with them closed, he knew damn well the prodigy was speaking to him without use of tongue or lips. "Just leave," Fletcher said. "And yes." "Yes, what?" "You're right. I don't need my throat any longer." "I didn't say—" "You don't need to, Jaffe. I'm in your head. It's in there, Jaffe. Worse than I thought. You must leave." The volume faded, though the words still came. Jaffe tried to catch them, but most slipped by. Something about, "Do we become sky?" Was it? Yes, that's what he said. "Do we become sky?" "What are you talking about?" Jaffe said. "Open your eyes," Fletcher replied. "It makes me sick to look at you." "The feeling's mutual. But still, you should open your eyes, see the miracle at work." "What miracle?" "Just look." He did as Fletcher urged. The scene was exactly as it had been when he'd closed them. The wide window, the man sitting before it, the same exactly. "The nuncio's in me," Fletcher announced in Jaffe's head. His face didn't move at all, not a twitch of the lips, not a flicker of an eyelash, just the same terrible finishedness. "You mean you tested it on yourself?" Jaffe said. "After all you told me?" "It changes everything, Jaffe. It's the whip to the back of the world." "You took it! It was supposed to be me!" "I didn't take it. It took me. It's got a life of its own, Jaffe. I wanted to destroy it, but it wouldn't let me." "Why destroy it in the first place? It's the great work." "Because it doesn't operate the way I thought it would. It's not interested in the flesh, Jaffe, except as an afterthought. It's the mind it plays with. It takes thought for its inspiration and runs with that. Makes us what we'd hope to be or fear we are. Or both. Maybe both." "You haven't changed," Jaffe observed. "Still sound the same." "But I'm talking in your head," Fletcher reminded him. "Did I ever do that before?" "So, telepathy's in the future of the species," Jaffe replied. "No surprise there. You've just accelerated the process, leapfrogged a few thousand years.
Will I be sky? Fletcher said again. That's what I want to be.
Then be it, Jaffe said. I've got more ambition than that.
Yes, you have, more's the pity. That was why I tried to keep it out of your hands, stop it using you. But it distracted me. I saw the window open, and I couldn't keep away. The nuncio made me so dreamy, made me sit and wonder. Will I be sky?
It stopped you cheating me, Jaffe said. It wants to be used, that's all. So where's the rest? You didn't take it all.
No, Fletcher said. The power to deceive had been sluiced from him. But please don't.
Where? Jaffe said, advancing into the room now. You've got it on you?
He felt myriad tiny brushes against his skin as he stepped forward, as though he'd walked into a dense cloud of invisible gnats. The sensation should have warned him against tackling Fletcher, but he was too eager for the nuncio to take notice. He put his fingers on the man's shoulder. Upon contact, the figure seemed to fly apart, a cloud of motes, grey, white, and red, breaking against him like a pollen storm. In his head he heard the genius begin to laugh, not, Jaffe knew, at his expense, but at the sheer liberation of shrugging off this skin of dulling dust which had begun to gather upon him at birth, accruing steadily until all but the brightest hints of brightness were stopped. Now, when the dust blew away, Fletcher was still sitting in the chair as he had been, but now he was incandescent.
"I am too bright?" he said. "I'm sorry."
He turned down his flame.
"I want this, too," Jaffe said. "I want it now."
"I know," Fletcher replied. "I can taste your need. Messy, Jaffe, messy. You're dangerous. I don't think I ever really knew till now how dangerous you are. I can see you inside out. Read your past."
He stopped for a moment, then let out a long, pained moan.
"You killed a man," he said.
"He deserved it."
"Stood in your way. And this other I'm seeing. Kissoon, is it? Did he die too?"
"No."
"But you'd like to have done it? I can taste hatred in you."
"Yes, I'd have killed him if I'd had the chance." He smiled.
"And me as well, I think," Fletcher said. "Is that a knife in your pocket?" he asked. "Or are you just pleased to see me?"
"I want the nuncio," Jaffe said. "I want it, and it wants me."
He turned away. Fletcher called after him.
"It works on the mind, Jaffe. Maybe on the soul. Don't you understand? Nothing outside that doesn't begin inside. Nothing real that isn't dreamed first. Me, I never wanted my body except as a vehicle. Never really wanted anything at all except to be sky. But you, Jaffe, your mind's full of shit. Think of that. Think what the nuncio's going to magnify. I beg you."
The entreaty breathed in his skull made Jaffe halt a moment and look back at the portrait. It had risen from its chair, though by the expression on Fletcher's face it was a torment to tear himself away from the view.
"I beg you,"
he said again.
"Don't let it use you."
Fletcher extended a hand toward Jaffe's shoulder, but he retreated out of touching range, stepping through into the laboratory. His eyes almost instantly came to rest on the bench and the 2 vials left in the rack, their contents boiling up against the glass.
"Beautiful," Jaffe said, and stepped towards them, the nuncio leaping up in the vials at his approach like a dog wanting to lick its master's face.
Its fawning made a lie of Fletcher's fears. He, Randolph Jaffe, was the user in this exchange. The nuncio, the used. In his head, Fletcher continued to issue his warning.
"Every cruelty in you, Jaffe, every fear, every stupidity, every cowardice, all making you over. Are you prepared for that? I don't think so. It'll show you too much.
No such thing as too much, Jaffe said, tuning the protests out and reaching for the nearest of the vials. The nuncio couldn't wait. It broke the glass, its contents jumping to meet his skin. His knowledge and his terror were instantaneous, the nuncio communicating its message on contact. The moment Jaffe realized Fletcher was right was the same moment he became powerless to correct the error. The nuncio had little or no interest in changing the order of his cells. If that happened, it would only be as a consequence of a profounder alteration. It viewed his anatomy as a cul-de-sac. What minor improvements it could make in the system were beneath its notice. It wasn't going to waste time sophisticating finger joints or taking the kinks out of the lower bowel. It was an evangelist, not a beautician. Mind was its target. Mind which used body for its gratification, even when that gratification harmed the vehicle. Mind which was the source of the hunger for transformation and its most ardent and creative agent. Jaffe wanted to beg for help, but the nuncio had already taken control of his cortex, and he was prevented from uttering a word. Prayer was no more plausible. The nuncio was God, once in a bottle, now in his body. He couldn't even die, though his system shook so violently it seemed ready to throw itself apart. The nuncio forbade everything but its work, its awesome, perfecting work. Its first act was to throw his memory into reverse, shooting him back through his life from the moment it touched him, piercing each event until he struck the waters of his mother's womb. He was granted a moment of agonizing nostalgia for that place, its calm, its safety, before his life came to drag him out again and began the return journey, revisiting his little life in Omaha. From the beginning of his conscious life there had been so much rage against the petty and the politic, against the achievers and the seducers, the ones who made the girls and the grades. He felt it all over again, but intensified, like a cancer cell getting fat in the flick of an eye, distorting him. He saw his parents fading away, and him unable to hold on to them, or, when they'd gone, to mourn them, but raged, nevertheless, not knowing why they'd lived or bothered to bring him into the world. He fell in love again, twice, was rejected again, twice, nurtured the hurt, decorated the scars, let the rage grow fatter and fatter, and between those notable lows, the perpetual grind of jobs that he couldn't hold, and people who forgot his name day after day, and Christmases coming on Christmases, and only age to mark them, never getting closer to understanding why he'd been made, why anyone was made, when everything was a cheat and a sham and went to nothing anyway. Then the room at the crossroads, filled with dead letters, and suddenly his rage had echoes from coast to coast, wild, bewildered people like him stabbing at their confusion and hoping to see sense when it bled. Some of them had. They'd tumbled mysteries, albeit fleetingly. And he had the evidence, signs and codes, the medallion of the shoal falling into his hands. A moment later he had his knife buried in Homer's head, and he was away, with only a parcel of clues, on a trip that had taken him, growing more powerful with every step, to Los Alamos and the Loop, and finally to the Mission de Santa Catrina. And still he didn't know why he'd been made, but he'd accrued enough in his 4 decades for the nuncio to give him a temporary answer. For rage's sake, for revenge's sake, for the having of power and the using of power. Momentarily he hovered over the scene and saw himself on the floor below, curled round in a litter of glass, clutching at his skull as though to keep it from splitting. Fletcher moved into view. He seemed to be haranguing the body, but Jaffe couldn't hear the words. Some self-righteous speech, no doubt, on the frailty of human endeavor. Suddenly he rushed at the body, his arms raised, and brought his fists down upon it. It came apart like the portrait at the window. Jaffe howled as his dislocated spirit was claimed for the substance on the floor, drawn down into his nunciate anatomy. He opened his eyes and looked up at the man who'd struck off his crust, seeing Fletcher with new comprehension. From the beginning, they'd been an uneasy partnership, the fundamental principles of which had confounded both. But now Jaffe saw the mechanism clearly. Each was the other's nemesis. No two entities on earth were so perfectly opposed. Fletcher, loving light as only a man in terror of ignorance could, one eye gone from looking at the sun's face. He was no longer Randolph Jaffe, but the Jaffe, the one and only, in love with the dark, where his rage had found its sustenance and its expression. The dark where sleep came, and the trip to the dream sea beyond sleep began. Painful as the nuncio's education had been, it was good to be reminded of what he was. More than reminded, magnified through the glass of his own history. Not in the dark now, but of it, capable of using the art. His hand already itched to do so, and with the itch came a grasp of how to snatch the veil aside and enter quiddity. He didn't need ritual. He didn't need suits or sacrifices. He was an evolved soul. His need could not be denied, and he had need in abundance. But in reaching this new self, he had accidentally created a force that would, if he didn't stop here and now, oppose him every step of the way. He got to his feet, not needing to hear a challenge from Fletcher's lips to know that the enmity between them was perfectly understood. He read the revulsion in the flame that flared behind his enemy's eye. The genius sauvage, the dope fiend, and Pollyanna Fletcher had been dissolved and reconstructed, joyless, dreamy, and bright. Minutes ago he'd been ready to sit by the window, longing to be sky, until longing or death did its work. But not now. "I see the whole thing," he announced, choosing to use his voice-box now that they were equal and opposite. "You tempted me to raise you up so you could steal your way to revelation." "And I will," the Jaffe replied. "I'm halfway there already." "Quiddity won't open to the likes of you." "It'll have no choice," the Jaffe replied. "I'm inevitable now." He raised his hand. Beads of power like tiny ball bearings came sweating from it. "You see," he said, "I'm an artist." "Not till you use the art, you're not." "And who's going to stop me?" "You." "I've got no choice. I'm responsible." "How? I beat you to a pulp once. I'll do it again." "I'll raise visions to oppose you." "You can try." A question came into the Jaffe mind as he spoke, which Fletcher had begun to answer before the other had even voiced it. "Why did I touch your body?" "I don't know. It demanded I did. I kept trying to shout it down, but it called." He paused, then said, "Maybe opposites attract even in our condition." "Then the sooner you're dead, the better," the Jaffe said, and reached to tear out his enemy's throat. In the darkness that was creeping over the mission from the Pacific, Raoul heard the first din of battle begin. He knew from echoes in his own nunciate system that the distillation had been at work behind the walls. His father, Fletcher, had gone out of his own life and into something new. So had the other man, the one he'd always distrusted, even when words like evil were just sounds from a human palate. He understood them now, or at least put them together with his animal response to Jaffe. Revulsion. The man was sick to his core, like fruit full of rot. To judge by the sound of violence from inside, Fletcher had decided to fight that corruption. The brief, sweet time he'd had with his father was over. There'd be no more lessons in civility, no more sitting together by the window listening to the sublime Mozart and watching the clouds change shape. As the first stars appeared, the sounds from the mission ceased. Raoul waited, hoping that Jaffe had been destroyed, but fearing his father had gone too. After an hour in the cold, he decided to venture inside. Wherever they'd gone, heaven or hell, he couldn't follow. The best he could do was put on his clothes, which he'd always despised wearing. They chafed and caged, but which were now a reminder of his master's tuition. He'd wear them always, so as not to forget the good man Fletcher. Reaching the door, he realized that the mission had not been vacated. Fletcher was still there. So was his enemy. Both men still possessed bodies that resembled their former selves, but there was a change in them. Shapes hovered over each, a huge-headed infant, the color of smoke over Jaffe, a cloud, with the sun somewhere in its cushion over Fletcher. The men had their hands at each other's throats and eyes. Their subtle bodies were similarly intertwined. Perfectly matched, neither could gain victory.
Raoul's entrance broke the impasse. Fletcher turned, his one good eye focusing on the boy, and in that instant the Jaffe took his advantage, flinging his enemy back across the room. "Out!" Fletcher yelled to Raoul. "Get out!" Raoul did as he was ordered, darting between the dying fires as he raced from the mission, the ground trembling beneath his bare soles as new furies were unleashed behind him. He had 3 seconds' grace to fling himself a little way down the slope before the leeway side of the mission, walls which had been built to survive until the end of faith, shattered before an eruption of energy.
He didn't cover his eyes against it. Instead, he watched, glimpsing the forms of Jaffe and the good man Fletcher, twin powers locked together in the same wind, fly out from the center of the blast over his head and away into the night. The force of the explosion had scattered the bonfires. Hundreds of smaller fires now burned around the mission. The roof had been almost entirely blown off. The walls bore gaping wounds.
Lonely already, Raoul limped back towards his only refuge.
Chapter 6. There was a war waged in America that year, perhaps the bitterest and certainly the strangest ever fought on, in or above its soil. For the most part it went unreported, because it went unnoticed. Or rather its consequences, which were many and often traumatic, seemed so unlike the effects of battle, they were consistently misinterpreted. But then this was a war without precedent. Even the most crackpot prophets, the kind who annually predicted Armageddon, didn't know how to interpret the shaking of America's entrails. They knew something of consequence was afoot, and had Jaffe still been in the dead letter room in the Omaha post office, he would have discovered countless letters flying back and forth filled with theories and suppositions. None, however, even from correspondents who'd known in some oblique fashion about the shoal and the art, came close to the truth. Not only was the combat without precedent, but its nature developed as the weeks went by. The combatants had left the Mission de Santa Catrina with only a rudimentary understanding of their new condition and the powers that went with it. They soon explored and learned to exploit those powers, however, as the necessity of conflict threw their invention into overdrive. As he'd sworn, Fletcher willed an army from the fantasy lives of the ordinary men and women he met as he pursued Jaffe across the country, never giving him time to concentrate his will and use the art he had access to. He dubbed these visionary soldiers hallucigenia, after an enigmatic species whose fossil remains recorded their existence 530 million years previously. A family which, like the fantasies now named for them, bore no antecedents. These soldiers had lives barely longer than that of butterflies. They soon lost their particularity, becoming smoky and vague. But, gossamer as they were, they several times carried the day against the Jaffe and his legions, the Tirata, primal fears which Randolph now had the power to call forth from his victims and make solid for a time. The Tirata were no less fleeting than the battalions shaped against them. In that, as in everything else, the Jaffe and Goodman Fletcher were equally matched. So it proceeded, in feints and counterfeints, pincer movements and sweeps, the intention of each army to slaughter the leader of the other. It was not a war the natural world took kindly to. Fears and fantasies were not supposed to take physical form. Their arena was the mind. Now they were solid, their combat raging across Arizona and Colorado and into Kansas and Illinois. The order of things undone in countless ways by its passage. Crops were slow to show their shoots, preferring to stay in the earth rather than risk their tender heads when creatures in defiance of all natural law were abroad. Flocks of migrating birds, avoiding the paths of haunted thunderheads, came late to their resting grounds or lost their way entirely and perished. There was in every state a trail of stampedes and gorings, the panicked response of animals who sensed the scale of the conflict being waged to extinction around them. Stallions set their sights on cattle and boulders, and gutted themselves mounting cars. Dogs and cats turned savage overnight, and were shot or gassed for the crime. Fish in quiet rivers tried to take to the land, knowing there was ambition in the air, and perished aspiring. Fear in front and bedlam behind, the conflict ground to a halt in Wyoming, where the armies, too equally matched for anything but a war of attrition, fought each other to a complete standstill. It was the end of the beginning, or near it. The sheer scale of the energies required by Goodman Fletcher and the Jaffe to create and lead these armies, no warlords these, by any stretch of the definition, they were merely men in hate with each other, had taken a terrible toll. Weakened to the point of near collapse, they punched on like boxers who'd been battered into a stupor, but who fought because they knew no other sport. Neither would be satisfied until the other was dead. On the night of July 16th, the Jaffe broke from the field of battle, shedding the remnants of his army as he made a dash for the southwest. His intended destination was the Baja. Knowing that the war against Fletcher could not be won under present conditions, he wanted access to the third vial of the Nuncio, with which he might reinvest his much diminished power. Ravaged as he was, Fletcher gave chase. 2 nights later, with a spurt of agility that would have impressed his much-missed Raoul, he overtook the Jaffe in Utah. There they met, in a confrontation as brutal as it was inconclusive. Fueled by a passion for each other's destruction which had long ago escalated beyond the issue of the art and its possessing, and was now as devoted and as intimate as love, they fought for 5 nights. Again, neither triumphed. They beat and tore at each other, dark matched with bright, until they were barely coherent. When the wind took them, they lacked all power to resist it. What little strength remained they used to prevent one another from making a break for the mission, and the sustenance there. The wind carried them over the border into California, dropping them closer to the earth with every mile they covered. South-southeast over Fresno and towards Bakersfield they traveled until, on Friday, July 27th, 1971, their powers so depleted they could no longer keep themselves aloft, they fell in Ventura County, on the wooded edge of a town called Palomo Grove, during a minor electrical storm which brought not so much as a flicker to the roving searchlights and illuminated billboards of nearby Hollywood. Part 2. The League of Virgins. Chapter 1. 1. The girls went down to the water twice. The first time was the day after the rainstorm that had broken over Ventura County, shedding more water on the small town of Palomo Grove in a single night than its inhabitants might have reasonably expected in a year. The downpour, however monsoonal, had not mellowed the heat. With what little wind there was coming off the desert, the town baked in the high 90s. Children who'd exhausted themselves playing in the heat through the morning wailed away the afternoon indoors. Dogs cursed their coats. Birds declined to make music. Old folks took to their beds. Adulterers did the same, dressed in sweat. Those unfortunates with tasks to perform that couldn't be delayed until evening, when, God willing, the temperature dropped, went about their labors with their eyes to the shimmering sidewalks, every step a trial, every breath sticky in their lungs. But the 4 girls were used to heat. It was, at their age, the condition of the blood. Between them they had 70 years' life on the planet, though when Arlene turned 19 the following Tuesday it would be 71. Today she felt her age, that vital few months that separated her from her closest friend Joyce, and even further from Carolyn and Trudy, whose mere 17 was an age away for a mature woman like herself. She had much to tell on the subject of experience that day, as they sauntered through the empty streets of Palomo Grove. It was good to be out on a day like this, without being ogled by the men in the town, they knew them all by name, whose wives had taken to sleeping in the spare room, or their sexual banter being overheard by one of their mother's friends. They wandered, like Amazons in shorts, through a town taken by some invisible fire which blistered the air and turned brick into mirage, but did not kill. It merely laid the inhabitants stricken beside their open fridges. "Is it love?" Joyce asked Arlene. The older girl had a swift answer. "Hell no," she said. "You are so dumb sometimes. I just thought, with you talking about him that way—" "What do you mean, that way?" "Talking about his eyes and stuff." "Randy's got nice eyes," Arlene conceded. "But so's Marty, and Jim, and Adam." "Oh, stop," said Trudy, with more than a trace of irritation. "You're such a slut. I am not. So stop it with the names. We all know that boys like you, and we all know why." Arline threw her a look which went unread, given that all but Caroline were wearing sunglasses. They walked on a few yards in silence.
"Anyone want a Coke?"
Caroline said.
"Or ice cream?"
They'd come to the bottom of the hill. The mall was ahead, its air-conditioned stores tempting.
"Sure," said Trudy. "I'll come with you."
She turned to Arline.
"You want something?"
"Nope."
"Are you sulking?"
"Nope."
"Good," said Trudy, "'cause it's too hot to argue."
The two girls headed into Marvin's Food and Drug, leaving Arline and Joyce on the street corner.
"I'm sorry,"
Joyce said.
"What about?" "Asking you about Randy. I thought maybe you know, maybe it was serious."
"There's no one in the Grove that's worth 2 cents," Arline murmured. "I can't wait to get out."
"Where will you go? Los Angeles?"
Arline pulled her sunglasses down her nose and peered at Joyce.
"Why would I want to do that?" she said. "I've got more sense than to join the line there. No, I'm going to New York. It's better to study there, then work on Broadway. If they want me, they can come and get me."
"Who can?"
"Joyce,"
Arline said, mock-exasperated.
"Hollywood."
"Oh, yeah.
Hollywood."
She nodded appreciatively at the completedness of Arline's plan. She had nothing in her own head anywhere near so coherent. But it was easy for Arline. She was California beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed, and the envied possessor of a smile that brought the opposite sex to their knees. If that weren't advantage enough, she had a mother who'd been an actress, and already treated her daughter like a star. Joyce had no such blessings. No mother to pave the way, no glamour to get her through the bad times. She couldn't even drink a Coke without getting acne. Sensitive skin, Dr. Briskman kept saying. You'll grow out of it. But the promised transformation was like the end of the world that the Reverend talked about on a Sunday, delayed and delayed. With my luck, Joyce thought, the day I lose my zits and get my tits is the day the Reverend's right. I'll wake up perfect, open the curtains, and the Grove will be gone. I'll never get to kiss Randy Krentzman. There, of course, lay the real reason behind her close questioning of Arline. Randy was in Joyce's every thought, or every other, though she'd only met him 3 times and spoken to him twice. She'd been with Arline during the first encounter, and Randy had scarcely looked her way when she was introduced, so she'd said nothing. The second occasion she'd not had any competition, but her friendly hello had been greeted with an offhand, "Who are you?" She'd persisted, reminded him, even told him where she lived. On the third meeting, "Hello again," she'd said. "Do I know you?" he'd replied. She'd recited all her personal details shamelessly, even asked him in a sudden rush of optimism if he was a Mormon. That, she'd later decided, had been a tactical error. Next time she'd use Arline's approach and treat the boy as though his presence was barely endurable. Never look at him, only smile if it was absolutely necessary. Then, when you were about to saunter away, look straight into his eyes and purr something vaguely dirty. The law of mixed messages. It worked for Arline, why not for her? And now that the great beauty had publicly announced her indifference to Joyce's idol, she had some sliver of hope. If Arline had been seriously interested in Randy's affections, then Joyce might have gone right around to the Reverend Muse and asked him if he could hurry the apocalypse up a little. She took off her glasses and squinted up at the white, hot sky, vaguely wondering if it was already on its way. The day was strange.
"Shouldn't do that," Caroline said, emerging from Marvin's Food and Drug with Trudy following. "The sun'll burn out your eyes." "It will not."
"It will so," Caroline, ever the source of unwanted information, replied.
"Your retina's a lens, like in a camera. It focuses—"
"All right," Joyce said, returning her gaze to solid ground.
"I believe you."
Colors cavorted behind her eyes for a few moments, disorienting her.
"Where now?"
said Trudy. "I'm going back home," Arline said. "I'm tired."
"I'm not," Trudy said brightly. "I'm not going home either. It's boring." "Well, it's no use standing in the middle of the mall," Caroline said. "That's as boring as being at home. And we'll cook in the sun."
She looked roasted already. The heaviest of the 4 by 20 pounds or more, and a redhead, the combination of her weight and skin that never tanned, should have driven her indoors. But she seemed indifferent to the discomfort, as she was to every other physical stimulus but that of taste. The previous November, the entire Hotchkiss family had been involved in a freeway pileup. Carolyn had crawled free of the wreckage, slightly concussed, and had subsequently been found by the police some way down the freeway, with half-chewed Hershey bars in both hands. There was more chocolate on her face than blood, and she'd screamed blue murder, or so rumor went, when one of the cops attempted to dissuade her from her snack. Only later was it discovered that she'd sustained half a dozen cracked ribs.
"So where?" said Trudy, returning to the burning issue of the day. "In this heat? Where?" "We'll just walk," said Joyce. "Maybe down to the woods. It'll be cooler there." She glanced at Arline. "Are you coming?"
Arline made her companions hang on her silence for 10 seconds. Finally she agreed. "Nowhere better to go," she said. 2. Most towns, however small, make themselves after the pattern of a city. That is, they divide. White from black, straight from gay, wealthy from less wealthy from poor. Palomo Grove, the population of which was in that year, 1971, a mere 1,200, was no exception. Built on the flanks of a gently sloping hillside, the town had been designed as an embodiment of democratic principles, in which every occupant was intended to have equal access to the center of power in the town, the mall. It lay at the bottom of Sunrise Hill, known simply as the Hill, with 4 villages, Stillbrook, Deerdell, Laureltree, and Windbluff, radiating from its hub, their feed thoroughfares aligned with the compass points. But that was as far as the planner's idealism went. Thereafter, the subtle differences in the geography of the villages made each quite different in character. Windbluff, which lay on the southwest flank of the hill, commanded the best views, and its properties the highest prices. The top third of the hill was dominated by half a dozen grand residences, their roofs barely visible behind lush foliage. On the lower slopes of this Olympus were the 5 crescents, streets bowed upon themselves, which were, if you couldn't afford a house at the very top, the next most desirable places to live. By contrast, Deerdell, built on flat ground and flanked on 2 sides by undeveloped woodland, this quadrant of the grove had rapidly gone downhill. Here the houses lacked pools and needed paint. For some, the locale was a hip retreat. There were, even in 1971, a few artists living in Deerdell. That community would steadily grow. But if there was anywhere in the grove where people went in fear for their automobiles' paintwork, it was here. Between these 2 extremes, socially and geographically, lay Stillbrook and Laureltree, the latter thought marginally more upscale because several of its streets were built on the second flank of the hill, their scale and their prices less modest with every bend the streets took as they climbed. None of the quartet were residents of Deerdell. Arline lived on Emerson, the second highest of the crescents. Joyce and Carolyn within a block of each other on Steeplechase Drive in Stillbrook Village, and Trudy in Laureltree. So there was a certain adventure in treading the streets of the East Grove, where their parents had seldom if ever ventured. Even if they had strayed down here, they'd certainly never gone where the girls now went, into the woods. "It's no cooler," Arline complained when they'd been wandering a few minutes. "In fact, it's worse." She was right. Though the foliage kept the stare of the sun off their heads, the heat still found its way between the branches. Trapped, it made the damp air steamy. "I haven't been here for years," Trudy said, whipping a switch of stripped twig back and forth through a cloud of gnats. "I used to come with my brother." "How is he?" Joyce inquired. "Still in the hospital. He's never going to come out. All the family knows that, but nobody ever says it. Makes me sick." Sam Katz had been drafted and gone to Vietnam, fit in mind and body. In the 3rd month of his tour of duty, all that had been undone by a landmine, which had killed 2 of his comrades and badly injured him. There'd been a squirmingly uneasy homecoming, the Grove's little mighty lined up to greet the crippled hero. What followed was much talk of heroism and sacrifice, much drinking, some hidden tears. Through it all, Sam Katz had sat stony-featured, not setting his face against the celebrations, but detached from them, as though his mind was still rehearsing the moment when his youth had been blown to smithereens. A few weeks later he'd been taken back to the hospital. Though his mother had told inquirers it was for corrective surgery to his spine, The months dragged on until they became years, and Sam didn't reappear. Everyone guessed the reason, though it went unadmitted. Sam's physical wounds had healed adequately well, but his mind had not proved so resilient. The detachment he'd evidenced at his homecoming party had deepened into catatonia. All the other girls had known Sam, though the age difference between Joyce and her brother had been sufficient for them to have looked upon him almost as another species. Not simply male, which was strange enough, but old, too. Once past puberty, however, the roller-coaster ride began to speed. They could see 25 up ahead, a little way yet, but visible, and the waste of Sam's life began to make sense to them the way it could never have made sense to an 11-year-old. Fond, sad memories of him silenced them for a while. They walked on through the heat, their bodies side by side, arms occasionally brushing arms, their minds diverging. Trudy's thoughts were of those childhood games played with Sam in these thickets. He'd been an indulgent older brother, allowing her to tag along when she was 7 or 8, and he 13. A year later, when his juices started telling him girls and sisters weren't the same animal, the invitations to play war had ceased. She'd mourned the loss of him, a rehearsal for the mourning she'd felt more acutely later. She saw his face in her mind now, a weird melding of the boy he'd been and the man he was, of the life he'd had and the death he lived. It made her hurt. For Caroline there were few hurts, at least in her waking life, and today, barring her wishing she'd bought a second ice cream, none. Night was quite a different matter. She had bad dreams, of earthquakes. In them Palomo Grove would fold up like a canvas chair and disappear into the earth. That was the penalty for knowing too much, her father had told her. She'd inherited his fierce curiosity, and had applied it, from first hearing of the San Andreas fault to a study of the earth they walked upon. Its solidity could not be trusted. Beneath their feet, she knew, the ground was riddled with fissures which might at any moment gape as they would gape beneath Santa Barbara and Los Angeles, all the way up and down the West Coast, swallowing the lot. She kept her anxieties at bay with swallowings of her own, a sort of sympathetic magic. She was fat because the earth's crust was thin, an irrefutable excuse for gluttony. Arline cast a glance over at the fat girl. It never hurt, her mother had once instructed her, to keep the company of the less attractive. Though no longer in the public eye, the sometime star, Kate Farrell, still surrounded herself with dowdy women, in whose company her looks were twice as compelling. But for Arline, especially on days like today, it seemed too high a price. Though they flattered her looks, she didn't really like her companions. Once she'd have counted them her dearest friends. Now they were reminders of a life from which she could not escape quickly enough. But how else was she going to spend the time till her parole came through? Even the joys of sitting in front of the mirror palled after a time. The sooner I'm out of here, she thought, the sooner I'm happy. Had she been able to read Arline's mind, Joyce would have applauded the urgency, but she was lost in thoughts of how best to arrange an accidental encounter with Randy. If she made a casual inquiry about his routines, Arline would guess her purpose, and she might be selfish enough to spike Joyce's chances, even though she had no interest in the boy herself. Joyce was a fine reader of character, and knew it was quite within Arline's capabilities to be so perverse. But then, who was she to condemn perversity? She was pursuing a male who'd 3 times made his indifference to her perfectly plain. Why couldn't she just forget him, and save herself the grief of rejection? Because love wasn't like that. It made you fly in the face of the evidence, however compelling. She sighed audibly. "Something wrong?" Caroline wanted to know. "Just hot," Joyce replied. "Anyone we know?" Trudy said. Before Joyce could muster an adequately disparaging reply, she caught sight of something glittering through the trees ahead. "Water," she said. Caroline had seen it too. Its brightness made her squint. "Lots of it," she said. "I didn't know there was a lake down here," Joyce remarked, turning to Trudy. "There wasn't," came the reply. "Not that I remember." "Well, there is now," said Caroline. She was already forging ahead through the foliage, not caring to take the less thronged route. Her blundering passage cleared a way for the others.
"Looks like we're going to get cool after all," Trudy said, and went after her at a run.
It was indeed a lake, maybe 50 feet wide, its placid surface broken by half-submerged trees and islands of shrubbery.
"Floodwater," Carolyn said. "We're right at the bottom of the hill here. It must have gathered after the storm." "There's a lot of water," Joyce said. "Did this all fall last night?"
"If it didn't, where did it come from?" Carolyn said.
"Who cares?" said Trudy. "It looks cool."
She moved past Carolyn to the very edge of the water. The ground became more swampy underfoot with every step, mud rising up over her sandals. But the water, when she reached it, was as good as its promise, refreshingly cold. She crouched down and put her hand in the lake, bringing a palmful of it up to splash her face. "I wouldn't do that," Carolyn cautioned. "It's probably full of chemicals."
"It's only rainwater," Trudy replied. "What's cleaner than that?"
Carolyn shrugged. "Please yourself," she said.
"I wonder how deep it is," Joyce mused. "Deep enough to swim, do you think?"
"Shouldn't have thought so," Carolyn commented.
"Don't know till we try,"
Trudy said, and began to wade out into the lake. She could see grass and flowers beneath her feet, drowned now. The earth itself was soft, and her steps stirred up clouds of mud, but she advanced until she was in deep enough for the hem of her shorts to be soaked. The water was cold. It brought gooseflesh, but that was preferable to the sweat that had stuck her blouse to her breasts and spine. She looked back towards the shore.
"Feels great," she said. "I'm going in."
"Like that?" Arline said.
"Of course not."
Trudy waded back towards the trio, pulling her blouse out of her shorts as she went. The air rising from the water tingled against her skin, its frisson welcome. She wore nothing beneath, and would normally have been more modest, even in front of her friends, but the lake's invitation was not to be postponed.
"Anybody going to join me?"
she asked as she stepped back among the others.
"I am,"
Joyce said, already unknotting her sneakers.
"I think we should keep our shoes on," Trudy said. "We don't know what's underfoot."
"It's only grass," said Joyce. She sat down and worked on the knots, grinning.
"This is great," she said.
Arline was watching her whooping enthusiasm with disdain.
"You two not joining us?"
Trudy said.
"No,"
Arline said.
"Afraid your mascara'll run?"
Joyce replied, her grin widening.
"Nobody's going to see,"
said Trudy, before a rift developed.
"Carolyn, what about you?"
The girl shrugged. "Can't swim," she said.
"It's not deep enough to swim in."
"You don't know that," Carolyn observed. "You only waded out a few yards.
So stay close to the shore. You'll be safe there."
"Maybe," Carolyn said, far from convinced.
"Trudy's right,"
Joyce said, sensing Carolyn's reluctance was as much to do with uncovering her fat as with swimming.
"Who's going to see us?"
As she stripped off her shorts, it occurred to her that any number of peepers might be hidden among the trees. But what the heck? Wasn't the Reverend forever saying life was short? Best not to waste it, then. She stepped out of her underwear and started into the water. William Witt knew each one of the bathers' names. In fact, he knew the names of every woman in the grove under 40, and where they lived, and which was their bedroom window, a feat of memory which he declined to boast of to any of his schoolmates for fear they spread it around. Though he could see nothing wrong with looking through windows, he knew enough to know it was frowned upon. And yet he'd been born with eyes, hadn't he? Why shouldn't he use them? Where was the harm in watching? It wasn't like stealing or lying or killing people. It was just doing what God had created eyes to do, and he couldn't see what was criminal in that. He crouched, hidden by trees, 6 yards from the edge of the water, and twice that distance from the girls, watching them undress. Arline Farrell was hanging back, he saw, which frustrated him. To see her naked would be an achievement even he'd not be able to keep to himself. She was the most beautiful girl in Paloma Grove, sleek and blonde and snooty, the way movie stars were supposed to be. The other two, Trudy Katz and Joyce McGuire, were already in the water, so he turned his attentions to Carolyn Hotchkiss, who was even now taking off her bra. Her breasts were heavy and pink, and the sight of them made him hard in his trousers. Though she stripped off her shorts and panties, he kept staring at her breasts. He couldn't understand the fascination some of the other boys—he was 10— had with that lower part. It seemed so much less exciting than the bosom, which was as different from girl to girl as her nose or hips. The other, the part he didn't like any of the words for, seemed to him quite uninteresting. A patch of hair with a slit buried in the middle. What was the big deal about that? He watched as Caroline stepped into the water, only just suppressing a giggle of pleasure when she responded to the cold water with a half-step backwards, which set her flesh jiggling like jello. "Come on, it's wonderful," the Cat's girl was coaxing her. Plucking up her courage, Caroline advanced a few more steps. And now, William could scarcely believe his luck. Arline was taking off her hat and unbuttoning her halter top. She was joining them after all. He forgot the others and fixed his gaze on Miss Leake. As soon as he'd realized what the girls, whom he'd been following for an hour, unsuspected, were planning to do, his heart had started thumping so hard he thought he'd be ill. Now that thump redoubled as the prospect of Arline's breasts came before him. Nothing, not even fear of death, would have made him look away. He set himself the challenge of memorizing every tiny motion, so as to add veracity to his account when he told it to disbelievers. She went slowly about it. If he'd not known better, he'd have suspected she knew she had an audience, the way she teased and paraded. Her bosom was a disappointment. Not as large as Caroline's, nor boasting large dark nipples like Joyce's. But the overall impression, when she stepped from her cut-off jeans and slid down her panties, was wonderful. It made him feel almost panicky to see her. His teeth chattered like he had the flu. His face got hot. His innards seemed to rattle. Later in life, William would tell his analyst that this was the first moment he realized that he was going to die. In fact, that was hindsight speaking. Death was very far from his mind now. And yet the sight of Arline's nakedness and his invisibility as he witnessed it did mark this moment as one which he would never quite outgrow. Events were about to occur that would temporarily make him wish he'd never come peeping. He'd live in fear of the memory, in fact. But when, after several years, the terror mellowed, he returned to the image of Arline Farrell stepping into the waters of this sudden lake as to an icon. It was not the moment that he first knew he was going to die, but it was perhaps the first time he understood that ceasing would not be so bad, if beauty was there to escort him on his way. The lake was seductive, its embrace cool but reassuring. There was no undertow, as at the beach, no surf beating against your back, nor salt stinging your eyes. It was like a swimming pool created for the four of them only, an idol that no one else in the grove had access to. Trudy was the strongest swimmer of the quartet, and it was she who headed from the shore with the greatest vigor, discovering as she went that, contrary to expectation, the water was getting deeper all the time. It must have gathered where the ground dipped naturally, she reasoned, perhaps even in a place where there'd once been a small lake, though she could remember no such spot from her ramblings with Sam. The grass had now gone from beneath her toes, which brushed instead bare rock. "Don't go too far," Joyce called to her. She turned. The shore was further than she'd estimated, the glaze of water in her eyes reducing her friends to three pink blurs, one blonde, two brunettes, half submerged in the same sweet-tasting element as she. It would be impossible to keep this fragment of Eden to themselves, unfortunately. Arline would be bound to talk about it. By evening the secret would be out. By tomorrow, thronged. They'd better make the most of their privacy. So thinking, she struck out for the middle of the lake. 10 yards closer to shore, sculling along on her back in water no more than navel-deep, Joyce watched Arline at the lake's edge, stooping to splash her belly and breasts. A spasm of envy for her friend's beauty went through her. No wonder the Randy Krentzmans of the world went gaga at the sight of her. She found herself wondering what it would be like to stroke Arline's hair the way a boy would, or kiss her breasts or her lips. The idea possessed her so suddenly and so forcibly she lost her balance in the water, and swallowed a mouthful as she tried to right herself. Once she had, she turned her back on Arline, and with a splashing stroke headed into deeper waters. Up ahead, Trudy was shouting something to her. "What did you say?" Joyce yelled back, subduing her stroke so as to hear better. Trudy was laughing. "Warm," she said, splashing around. "It's warm out here." "Are you kidding? Come and feel," Trudy replied. Joyce began to swim out to where Trudy was treading water, but her friend was already turning from her to follow the call of the warmth. Joyce could not resist glancing back at Arline. She had finally deigned to join the swimming party, immersing herself till her long hair spread around her neck like a golden collar, then starting an even-paced stroke towards the center of the lake. Joyce felt something close to fear at the thought of Arline's proximity. She wanted some leavening company. "Carolyn," she called, "are you coming?" Carolyn shook her head. "It's warmer out here," Joyce promised. "I don't believe you." "Really, it is," Trudy shouted. "It's beautiful." Carolyn seemed to relent and began to splash her way in Trudy's wake. Trudy swam on a few more yards. The water was not getting any warmer, but it was becoming more agitated, bubbling up around her like a jacuzzi. Suddenly, unnerved, she tried to touch bottom, but the ground had gone from beneath her. Mere yards behind her the water had been at most 4.5 feet deep. Now her toes didn't even graze solid earth. The ground must have slid away violently, at almost the same spot that the warm current had appeared. Taking courage from the fact that 3 strokes would take her back to safety, she ducked her head below the water. Though her eyes were bad at a distance, her short-range sight was good, and the water was clear. She could see down the length of her body to her pedaling feet. Beyond them, solid darkness. The ground had simply vanished. Shock made her gasp. She breathed water in through her nose. Spluttering and flailing, she threw her head up to snatch some air. Joyce was yelling to her. "Trudy! What's wrong? Trudy?" She tried to form some words of warning, but a primal terror had seized her. All she could do was throw herself in the direction of the shore, her panic merely churning the water to fresh and choking frenzy. Darkness below, and something warm there waiting to pull me down. In his hiding place on the shore, William Witt saw the girl struggling. Her panic made him lose his erection. Something odd was happening out on the lake. He could see darts on the water's surface, circling Trudy Katz, like fish that were only just submerged. Some were breaking off and sliding towards the other girls. He didn't dare cry out. If he did, they'd know he'd been spying on them. All he could do was watch with mounting trepidation as the events in the lake unfolded. Joyce felt the warmth next. It ran over her skin and inside her, too, like a swallow of Christmas brandy coating her innards. The sensation distracted her from Trudy's splashing and indeed from her own jeopardy. She watched the darting water, and the bubbles breaking the surface all around her, popping like lava, slow and thick with an odd detachment. Even when she tried to touch bottom and couldn't, the thought that she might drown was a casual one. There were more important feelings. One, that the air breaking from the bubbles around her was the lake's breath, and breathing it was like kissing the lake. 2, that Arline would be swimming this way very soon, the golden collar of hair floating in the water behind her. Seduced by the pleasure of the warm water, she didn't forbid herself the thoughts she'd turned her back on mere moments before. Here they were, she and Arline, buoyed up in the same body of sweet water, getting closer and closer to each other, while the element between them carried the echoes of their every motion back and forth. Perhaps they would dissolve in the water, their bodies become fluid, until they mingled in the lake. She and Arline, one mixture, released from any need for shame, beyond sex, into blissful singularity. The possibility was too exquisite to be postponed a moment longer. She threw her arms above her head and let herself sink. The spell of the lake, however powerful as it was, couldn't quite discipline the animal panic that rose in her as the water closed over her head. Without her willing it, her body began to resist the pact she'd made with the water. She began to struggle wildly, reaching up to the surface as if to snatch a handhold of air. Both Arline and Trudy saw Joyce go under. Arline instantly went to her aid, shouting as she swam. Her agitation was matched by the water around her. Bubbles rose on all sides. She felt their passage, like hands brushing her belly, her breasts, and between her legs. At their caress, the same dreaminess that had caught Joyce, and had now subdued Trudy's panic, took hold of her. There was no specific object of desire to carry her under, however. Joyce was conjuring the image of Randy Krentzman, who else? But for Arline, her seducer was a crazy quilt of famous faces. Dean's cheekbones, Sinatra's eyes, Brando's sneer. She succumbed to this patchwork the same way Joyce, and a few yards from her, Trudy, had. She threw up her arms and let the waters take her. From the safety of the shallows, Caroline watched the behavior of her friends, appalled. Seeing Joyce go under, she'd assumed there was something in the water dragging her down, but the behavior of Arline and Trudy gave the lie to that. She witnessed them plainly giving up. Nor was this simple suicide. She'd been close enough to Arline to observe a look of pleasure crossing that beautiful face before it sank. She'd even smiled. Smiled, then let herself go. These three girls were Caroline's only friends in the world. She could not simply watch them drown. Though the water where they disappeared was becoming more frenzied by the moment, she struck out for the place using the only stroke she was faintly proficient in, an ungainly mixture of doggy paddle and crawl. Natural laws, she knew, were on her side. Fat floated. But that was little comfort, as she saw the ground falling away beneath her feet. The bottom of the lake had vanished. She was swimming over a fissure, which was somehow claiming the other girls. Ahead of her, an arm broke surface. In desperation, she reached for it. Reached, snatched, connected. As she took hold, however, the water around her began to churn with fresh fury. She made a cry of horror. Then the hand she'd grasped took fierce hold of her and dragged her down. The world went out like a pinched flame. Her senses deserted her. If she was still holding somebody's fingers, she couldn't feel them. Nor, though her eyes were open, could she see anything in the murk. Vaguely, distantly, she was aware that her body was drowning, that her lungs were filling with water through her gaping mouth, her last breath leaving her. But her mind had forsaken its casing and was drifting away from the flesh it had been hostage to. She saw that flesh now, not with her physical eyes, they were still in her head, rolling wildly, but with her mind's sight. A barrel of fat rolling and pitching as it sank. She felt nothing for its demise, except perhaps disgust at the rolls of blubber and the absurd inelegance of her distress. In the water beyond her body the other girls still resisted. Their thrashings were also, she presumed, merely instinctual. Their minds, like hers, had probably floated out of their heads and were watching the spectacle with the same dispassion. True, their bodies were more attractive than hers, and thus perhaps more painful in the losing, but resistance was, in the end, a waste of effort. They were all going to die very soon, here in the middle of this midsummer lake. Why? As she asked the question, her eyeless gaze offered the answer. There was something in the darkness below her floating mind. She could not see it, but she felt it. A power, no, two powers, whose breaths were the bubbles that had broken around them, and whose arms the eddies that beckoned them to be corpses. She looked back at her body, which still struggled for air. Her legs were pedaling the water madly. Between them, her virgin cunt. Momentarily she felt a pang for pleasures that she'd never risked pursuing, and would never now have. Damn fool that she was to have valued pride over sensation. Mere ego seemed a nonsense now. She should have asked for the act from every man who'd looked at her twice, and not been content till one had said yes. All that system of nerves and tubes and eggs going to death unused, the waste of it was the only thing here that smacked of tragedy. Her gaze returned to the darkness of the fissure. The twin forces she'd sensed there were still approaching. She could see them now, vague forms like stains in the water. One was bright, or at least brighter than the other, but that was the only distinction she could make. If either had features, they were too blurred to be seen, and the rest, limbs and torso, were lost in the shoals of dark bubbles that rose with them. They could not disguise their purpose, however. Her mind grasped that all too easily. They were emerging from the fissure to claim the flesh from which her thoughts were now mercifully disconnected. Let them have their bounty, she thought. It had been a burden, that body, and she was glad to be rid of it. The rising powers had no jurisdiction over her thoughts, nor sought any. Flesh was their ambition, and they each wanted the entire quartet. Why else were they struggling with each other, stains light and dark interwoven like a barber's pole, as they rose to snatch the bodies down? She had assumed herself free prematurely. As the first tendrils of mingled spirit touched her foot, the precious moments of liberation ceased. She was called back into her cranium, the door of her skull slamming behind her with a crack. Eyesight replaced mind-sight. Pain and panic, that sweet detachment. She saw the warring spirits wrap themselves around her. She was a morsel pulled back and forth between them as they each fought to possess her. The why of it beyond her. She would be dead in seconds. It mattered not at all to her which claimed the corpse, the bright or the less than bright. Both, if they wanted her sex. She felt their investigations there, even at the last, would have no joy back from her nor from any of them. They were gone, the four of them. Even as she relinquished the last bubble of breath from her throat, a gleam of sunlight hit her eyes. Could it be she was rising again? Had they dismissed her body as redundant to their purpose, and let the fat float? She snatched the chance, however small it was, pushing up towards the surface. A new shoal of bubbles rose with her that almost seemed to bear her up towards the air. It was closer by the instant. If she could hold on to consciousness a heartbeat longer, she might yet survive. God loved her. She broke the surface, face first, puking water, then drinking air. Her limbs were numb, but the very forces that had been so intent on drowning her now kept her afloat. After 3 or 4 breaths, she realized the others had also been released. They choked and splashed around her. Joyce was already making towards the shore, pulling Trudy after her. Arline now began to follow. Solid ground was only a few yards away. Even with legs and arms barely functional, Carolyn covered the distance until all 4 of them could stand up. Bodies racked with sobs, they staggered towards dry land. Even now they cast backward glances, for fear whatever had assaulted them decided to pursue them into the shallows. But the spot in the middle of the lake was completely placid. Before they reached the shore, hysteria took hold of Arline. She began to wail and shudder. Nobody went to comfort her. They had barely sufficient energy to advance 1 foot in front of the other, never mind waste breath in trying to calm the girl. She overtook Trudy and Joyce to reach the grass first, dropping down on the ground where she'd left her clothes and attempting to drag on her blouse, her sobs redoubling as she struggled, failing to find the armholes. A yard from the shore, Trudy fell to her knees and threw up. Carolyn trudged downwind of her, knowing that if she caught a whiff of vomit, she'd end up doing the same. It was a wasted maneuver. The gagging sound was sufficient cue. She felt her stomach flip. Then she was painting the grass in bile and ice cream. Even now, though the scene he was watching had moved from the erotic to the terrifying to the nauseating, William Witt could not take his eyes off it. To the end of his life he'd remember the sight of the girls rising from the depths where he was certain they must have drowned, their efforts or pressure from below shoving them up into the air so high he saw their breasts bob. Now the waters that had almost claimed them were still. Not a ripple moved, not a bubble broke. And yet, could he doubt that something other than an accident had occurred in front of him? There was something alive in the lake. The fact that he'd seen only its consequences, the flailings, the screams, rather than the thing itself, shook him to the gut. Nor would he ever be able to quiz the girls as to their assailant's nature. He was alone with what he'd seen. For the first time in his life, his self-elected role as voyeur weighed heavily upon him. He swore to himself he'd never spy on anyone again. It was an oath he kept for a day, before breaking. As to this event, he'd had enough of it. All he could see of the girls now were the outlines of their hips and buttocks as they lay in the grass. All he could hear, with the vomiting over, was weeping. As quietly as he could, he slipped away. Joyce heard him go. She sat up in the grass. "Somebody's watching us," she said. She studied the patch of sunlit foliage, and again it moved. Just the wind, catching the leaves. Arline had finally found her way into her blouse. She sat with her arms wrapped around her. "I want to die," she said. "No, you don't," Trudy told her. "We just escaped that." Joyce put her hands back to her face. The tears she thought she'd bettered came again in a wave. "What in Christ's name happened?" she said. "I thought it was just flood water." It was Carolyn who supplied the answer, her voice without inflection, but shaking. "There are caves under the whole town," she said. "They must have filled with water during the storm. We swam out over the mouth of one of them." "It was so dark," Trudy said. "Did you look down?" "There was something else. Arline said, "besides the darkness. Something in the water." Joyce's sobs intensified in response to this. "I didn't see anything," Carolyn said, "but I felt it." She looked at Trudy. "We all felt the same, didn't we?" "No," Trudy replied, shaking her head. "It was currents out of the caves." "It tried to drown me," Arline said. "Just currents," Trudy reiterated. "It's happened to me before, at the beach, undertow. Pulled the legs from under me." "You don't believe that," Arline said flatly. "Why bother to lie? We all know what we felt." Trudy stared hard at her. "And what was that?" she said. "Exactly?" Arline shook her head. With her hair plastered to her scalp and mascara smeared across her cheeks, she looked anything but the prom queen beauty of 10 minutes before. "All I know is it wasn't undertow," she said. "I saw shapes. 2 shapes, not fishes. Nothing like fishes." She looked away from Trudy, down between her legs. "I felt them touch me," she said, shuddering. "Touch me inside." "Shut up!" Joyce suddenly erupted. "Don't say it!" "It's true, isn't it?" Arline replied. "Isn't it?" She looked up again, first at Joyce, then at Carolyn, finally at Trudy, who nodded. "Whatever's out there wanted us because we're women." Joyce's sobs climbed to a fresh plateau. "Keep quiet!" Trudy snapped. "We've got to think about this." "What's to think?" Carolyn said. "What we're going to say, for one thing," Trudy replied. "We say we went swimming," Carolyn began. "Then what?" "We went swimming and something attacked us, tried to get inside us, something not human." "Yes," said Carolyn. "It's the truth." "Don't be so stupid," Trudy said. "They'll laugh at us." "But it's still true," Carolyn insisted. "You think that makes any difference? They'll say we were idiots to go swimming in the first place. Then they'll say we got the cramps or something." "She's right," said Arline. But Carolyn clung to her convictions. "Suppose somebody else comes here," she said, "and the same thing happens, or they drown. Suppose they drown, then we'd be responsible." "If this is just flood water, it'll be gone in a few days," Arline said. "If we say anything, everyone in town will talk about us. We'll never live it down. It'll spoil the rest of our lives." "Don't be such an actress," Trudy said. "We're none of us going to do anything we don't all agree on, right?" "Right, Joyce?" There was a stifled sob of acknowledgment from Joyce. "Carolyn?" "I suppose so," came the reply. "We just have to agree on a story." "We say nothing," Arline replied. "Nothing," said Joyce. "Look at us." "Never explain, never apologize," Trudy murmured. "Huh?" "It's what my daddy says all the time." The thought of this being a family philosophy seemed to brighten her. "Never explain." "We heard," said Carolyn. "So it's agreed," Arline went on. She stood up, gathering the rest of her clothes from the ground. "We all keep quiet about it." There was no further sound of argument from any source. Taking their cue from Arline, they all proceeded to dress, then headed back towards the road, leaving the lake to its secrets and its silences. Chapter 2 1. At first nothing happened. There were not even nightmares. Only a pleasant languor affecting all 4 of them, which was perhaps the afterglow of coming so close to death and walking away from it. They concealed their bruises from view, and went about being themselves, and keeping their secret. In a sense, it kept itself. Even Arline, who had been the first to voice her horror at the intimate assault they'd all suffered, rapidly came to take a strange pleasure in the memory, which she didn't dare confess, even to the other 3. In fact, they spoke to each other scarcely at all. They didn't need to. The same strange conviction moved in all of them, that they were, in some extraordinary fashion, the chosen. Only Trudy, who'd always had a love of the messianic, would have put such a word to what she felt. For Arline, the feeling was simply a reinforcing of what she'd always known about herself, that she was a uniquely glamorous creature, for whom the rules by which the rest of the world was run did not apply. For Caroline it meant a new confidence in herself, which was a dim echo of that revelation she'd had when death had seemed imminent, that every hour without appetites fulfilled was wasted. For Joyce the feeling was simpler still. She had been saved from death for Randy Krentzman. She wasted no time in making her passion known. The very day after the events at the lake, she went directly to the Krentzman house in Stillbrook and told him in the plainest possible terms that she loved him and intended to sleep with him. He didn't laugh. He simply looked at her with bewilderment, then asked her, somewhat shamefaced, whether they knew each other. On previous occasions his forgetting her had practically broken her heart. But something had changed in her. She was no longer so fragile. "Yes," she told him, "you do know me. We've met several times before, but I don't care if you remember me or not. I love you, and I want you to make love to me." He went on staring at her through this speech, then said, "This is some joke, right?" To which she replied that it absolutely was not a joke, that she meant every word she said, and given that the day was warm and the house empty but for the two of them, was there any time better than the present? Bewilderment had not undone the Krentzman libido. Though he didn't understand why this girl was offering herself gratis, an opportunity like this came along too infrequently to be despised. Thus, attempting the tone of one to whom such proposals come daily, he accepted. They spent the afternoon together, performing the act not once but 3 times. She left the house around 6:15 and wended her way home through the grove with a sense of some imperative satisfied. It was not love. He was dim, self-centered, and a sloppy lover. But he had perhaps put life into her that afternoon, or at least offered his teaspoonful of stuff to the alchemy, and that was all she'd really wanted from him. This change of priorities went unquestioned. Her mind was crystal clear on the need for fecundity. On the rest of life, past, future, and present, it was a blur. Early the next morning, having slept more deeply than she had for years, she called him up and suggested a second liaison that very afternoon. Was I that good? He inquired. She told him he was better than good. He was a bull, his Dick the world's 8th wonder. He readily agreed, both to the flattery and the liaison. Of the quartet, she turned out to be perhaps the luckiest in her choice of mates. Vain and empty-headed though Krentzman was, he was also harmless, and in his inept way tender. The urge that took Joyce to his bed, working with equal vigor upon Arline, Trudy, and Caroline, drove the others into less conventional embraces. Caroline made overtures to one Edgar Lott, a man in his mid-50s, who had moved down the street from her parents' house the year before. None of the neighbors had become friendly with him. He was a loner, his only company 2 dachshunds. These, the absence of female visitors, and most particularly his penchant for color coordination in his dress, handkerchief, necktie, and socks always in matching pastel, led all to assume he was homosexual. But naive as Caroline was in the particularities of intercourse, she knew Lott better than her elders. She'd caught his eye several times, and hindsight told her his looks had meant more than hello. Intercepting him as he took the dachshunds for their morning constitutional, she got to talking with him, then asked, when the dogs had marked their territory for the day, if maybe she could come home with him. Later he would tell her that his intentions had been perfectly honorable, and if she hadn't thrown herself upon him, demanding his devotion on the kitchen table, he would not have laid a finger on her. But with the offer there, how could he refuse? Mismatched in years and anatomy, they nevertheless coupled with a rare fury. The dachshunds sent into a frenzy of jealousy as they did so, yapping and chasing their tails till they exhausted themselves. After the first bout, he told her he hadn't touched a woman in the 6 years since his wife's death, which had driven him to alcohol. She, too, he said, had been a substantial creature. Talk of her girth made him hard again. They set to. This time the dogs just slept. At first the match worked well. Neither was the least judgmental when it came to the removal of clothes. Neither wasted time with declarations on the other's beauty, which would have sounded ridiculous. Neither pretended this was forever. They were together to do what nature had designed their bodies to do, careless of the frills. Not for them the candle-lit romance. Day in, day out, she went visiting Mr. Lot, as she referred to him in her parents' company, only to have his face between her breasts seconds after the door was closed. Edgar could hardly believe his luck. That she'd seduced him was extraordinary enough. Even in his youth no woman had ever paid him that compliment. That she came back, and back again, unable to keep her hands off him until the act was thoroughly performed, verged on the miraculous. He was not surprised, therefore, when after 2 weeks and 4 days she stopped visiting. A little saddened, but not surprised. After a week of her absence he saw her on the street, and he asked her politely if, quote-unquote, we could resume our hanky-panky. She looked at him strangely, then told him no. He hadn't sought an explanation, but she offered one anyway. I don't need you any more, she told him lightly, and tapped her stomach. Only later, sitting in his stale house with his third bourbon in his hand, did he realize what the words and the gesture meant. It drove him to a fourth and a fifth. A return to his old ways all too rapidly followed. Though he had tried very hard to keep sentiment out of the exchange, now, with the fat girl gone, he realized she had broken his heart. Arline had no such problems. The path she chose, pressed by the same unspoken dictate as the rest, took her into the kind of company which wore their hearts not on their sleeves, but on their forearms, in Prussian blue ink. It had begun for her, as it had for Joyce, the day after their near drowning. She dressed up in her finest clothes, got in her mother's car, and taken herself off down to Eclipse Point, a small stretch of beach north of Zuma, notorious for its bars and its bikers. The occupants of the area were not at all that surprised to see a rich girl in their midst. Such types regularly drove down from their fancy houses to taste the lowlife, or have the lowlife taste them. A couple of hours was usually enough before they beat a retreat, back to where the closest they got to rough trade was the chauffeur. In its time, the Point had seen some famous faces come, incognito, looking to suck on its underbelly a while. Jimmy Dean had been a regular in his wildest times, seeking a smoker who wanted a human ashtray. One of the bars had a pool table sacred to the memory of Jane Mansfield, who had reputedly performed on it an act even now spoken of only in reverential whispers. Another had carved in the boards of its floor the outline of a woman who had claimed to be Veronica Lake, and had passed out dead drunk on that spot. Arline, therefore, followed a well-trodden path from luxury's lap to the squalor of a bar she chose for no better reason than its name, the Slick. Unlike many who had preceded her, however, she didn't need a drink to give her an excuse for licentiousness. She simply offered herself. There were any number of takers, among whom she made no distinction whatsoever. Nobody who came seeking failed to find. The next night she came back for more, and for more the night after, her eyes fixing on her paramours as though she were addicted to them. Not all took advantage. Some, after that first night, viewed her warily, suspecting that such largesse was only offered by the mad or the diseased. Others found a streak of gallantry in them they'd not suspected, and tried to coax her up off the floor before the line had reached the runts of the pack. But she protested loudly and ripely at any such intervention, told them to leave her be. They withdrew. Some even joined the line again. While Carolyn and Joyce were able to keep their affairs to themselves, Arline's behavior could not go unnoticed indefinitely. After a week of her disappearing from the house in the middle of the evening and returning as dawn came up, a week in which her only reply to questions about where she was going was a quizzical look, almost as though she herself wasn't sure, her father, Lawrence Farrell, decided to follow her. He considered himself a liberal parent, but if his princess was falling in with a bad crowd, footballers maybe, or hippies, then he might be obliged to give her some advice. Once out of the grove, she drove like one demented, and he had to put his foot down just to keep a discreet distance. A mile or two shy of the beach, he lost her. It took him an hour of scouring the parking lots before he found the car parked outside the Slick. The bar's reputation had reached even his liberally plugged ears. He entered, fearing for his jacket and his wallet. There was great commotion inside. A howling ring of men, beer-gutted animals with hair to the middle of their backs, gathered around some floor show at the far end of the bar. There was no sign of Arline. Satisfied that he'd made a mistake, she was probably simply walking the beach, watching the surf, he was about to leave when somebody began chanting his princess's name. "Arline! Arline!" He turned back. Was she watching the floor show, too? He dug through the crowd of onlookers. There, at the center, he found his beautiful child. Somebody was pouring beer into her mouth while another performed with her that deed he, like all fathers, hated to think of his daughter performing, except in dreams, with him. She looked like her mother lying beneath this man, or rather as her mother had looked that long ago when she'd still been capable of arousal, thrashing and grinning, mad for the man on top of her. Lawrence yelled Arlene's name and stepped forward to pull the brute from his labor. Somebody told him to wait his turn. He hit the man on the jaw, a blow which sent the slob staggering back into the crowd, many of whom were already unzipped and primed. The fellow spat out a wad of blood and launched himself at Lawrence, who complained as he was beaten to his knees that this was his daughter, my God, his daughter. He didn't give up his protests till his mouth was no longer capable of making the words. Even then he tried to crawl to where Arline was lying and slap her into recognition of what she was doing, but her admirers simply dragged him out and dumped him on the edge of the highway. There he lay for a while until he could muster the energy to get to his feet. He staggered back to the car and waited several hours, crying sometimes, until Arline emerged. She seemed quite unmoved by his bruises and his bloody shirt. When he told her he'd seen what she'd done, she cocked her head slightly, as though she wasn't entirely certain what he was talking about. He ordered her into his car. She went without protest. They drove home in silence. Nothing was said that day. She stayed in her room and played the radio, while Lawrence spoke to his lawyer about closing down the slick, to the cops about bringing his assailants to justice, and his analyst about where he'd failed. That night she left again, in the early evening, or at least tried to. He intercepted her in the driveway, however, and the round of recriminations postponed from the previous night erupted. All the time she just stared at him, glassy-eyed. Her indifference inflamed him. She wouldn't come inside when he asked her, nor would she tell why she was doing what she was doing. His concern became fury, his voice rising in decibels and his vocabulary in venom, until he was calling her a whore at the top of his voice, and there were drapes being twitched aside all around the crescent. Eventually, blinded by tears of sheer incomprehension, he struck her, and might have done further damage had Kate not intervened. Arline didn't wait. With her raging father in her mother's custody, she ran off and found herself a ride down to the beach. The slick was raided that night. There were 21 arrests, mostly for minor drug offenses, and the bar was closed down. When the officers arrived, Lawrence Farrell's princess was performing the same bump-and-grind number she'd been performing nightly for over a week. It was a story not even Lawrence's crude attempts at bribery could keep out of the newspapers. It became prime reading material up and down the coast. Arline was put into the hospital for a full medical check-up. She was found to have 2 sexually transmitted diseases, plus an infestation of crabs, and was suffering the kind of wear and tear her exploits had been bound to induce. But at least she wasn't pregnant. Lawrence and Kathleen Farrell thanked the Lord for that small mercy. The revelations about Arlene's forays to the slick brought a severe tightening of parental controls around the town. Even in the East Grove there were noticeably fewer kids wandering the streets after dark. Illicit romance became tough to come by. Even Trudy, the last of the 4, would soon be obliged to give up her partner, though she'd found a near-perfect cover for her activities. Religion. She'd had the wit to seduce one Ralph Contreras, a man of mixed blood who worked as a gardener for the Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Laurel Tree, and had a stammer of such proportions it, to all intents and purposes, left him speechless. She liked him that way. He provided the service she required, and kept his mouth shut about it. All in all, the perfect lover. Not that she cared much about his technique, as he valiantly played the male for her. He was simply a functionary. When he had completed his duties, and her body would tell her when that moment came, she would not think of him again. At least, so she told herself. As it was, the affairs they were all having, Trudy's included, were, because of Arlene's indiscretions, quickly to become public knowledge. Though she might have found it easy to forget her trysts with Ralph the Silent, Paloma Grove would not. 2. The newspaper reports about the scandalous secret life of small-town beauty Arlene Farrell were as explicit as the legal departments of those journals would permit, but the details had to be left for rumor to supply. A small black market in what were claimed to be photographs of the orgy proved lucrative, though the pictures were so dingy it was difficult to be sure they were of the real thing. The family itself, Lawrence, Kate, sister Jocelyn, and brother Craig, had a brighter light thrown upon them. Folks living on the other side of the grove rerouted their shopping trips so as to come along the crescent past the house of infamy. Craig had to be taken out of school because his peers bullied him unmercifully for the dirt on his big sister. Kate upped her tranquilizer intake until she was slurring any word of more than 2 syllables. But there was worse to come. 3 days after Arlene had been snatched back from the biker's den, an interview purporting to be with one of Arlene's nurses appeared in the Chronicle. It said that the Farrell girl spent most of her time in a sexual frenzy, her talk one obscenity after another, interrupted only by tears of frustration. This in itself was newsworthy enough, but the report went on. The patient's sickness went beyond that of an overheated libido. Arlene Farrell believed herself possessed. The tale she told was elaborate and bizarre. She, plus 3 of her friends, had gone swimming in a lake close to Paloma Grove and been attacked by something that had entered them all. What this occupying entity had demanded of Arlene, and, presumably, of her fellow bathers, was that she get herself with child by whomever was available to provide the service. Hence her adventures at the Slick. The devil in her womb had simply been looking for a surrogate father amid that rank company. The article was presented with no trace of irony. The text of Arlene's so-called confession was quite absurd enough without requiring editorial gilding. Only those in the grove, blind or illiterate, failed to read the revelations brought on by drugs and beauty. No one considered there to be an iota of truth in her claims, of course, except the families of the friends Arlene had been out with on Saturday, July 28th. Though she didn't name Joyce, Carolyn, or Trudy, the quartet were known to be fast friends. There could be no doubt in the minds of any who had a passing acquaintance with Arlene whom she'd written into her satanic fantasies. It rapidly became apparent that the girls would have to be shielded from the fallout following Arlene's preposterous claims. In the Maguire, Katz, and Hotchkiss households, the same exchange, give or take an endearment, took place. The parent asked, "Do you want to leave the grove for a while until the worst of this blows over?" To which the child replied, "No, I'm fine. Never better." "Are you sure it's not upsetting you, sweetheart?" "Do I look upset?" "No." "Then I'm not upset." Such well-balanced children, the parents thought, to face the tragedy of a friend's lunacy with this show of calm, aren't they a credit to us? For a few weeks they were just that, model daughters, bearing the stress of their situation with admirable aplomb. Then the perfect picture began to deteriorate, as oddities in their behavior patterns made themselves apparent. It was a subtle process, one which might well have gone unnoticed for longer had the parents not been watching over their babies with such fastidiousness. First, the parents noticed their offspring keeping odd hours, sleeping at noon, and pacing at midnight. Food fads appeared. Even Carolyn, who had never been known to refuse the edible, took a near pathological dislike to certain items, seafood in particular. The girl's air of serenity disappeared. In its place came moods that swung from the monosyllabic to the garrulous, the glacial to the crazed. It was Betty Katz who first suggested her daughter see the family doctor. Trudy didn't object, nor did she seem in the slightest surprised when Dr. Gottlieb pronounced her healthy in every respect, and pregnant. Carolyn's parents were the next to fear that the mystery of their offspring's behavior merited medical investigation. The news was the same. with the added rider that if their daughter intended to carry her child to full term, then it would be advisable if the mother-to-be lost 30 pounds. If there had been any hope of denying a pattern in these diagnoses, that hope was undone by the third and final proof. Joyce Maguire's parents had been the most reluctant to concede their child's complicity in this scandal, but finally they too sought examination of their daughter. She, like Caroline and Trudy, was in good health. She, too, was pregnant. The news called for a reassessment of Arlene Farrell's story. Was it possible that lurking beneath her insane ramblings was a shred of truth? The parents met and talked together. Between them they beat out the only scenario that made any sense. There had clearly been a pact of some kind made between the girls. They'd decided, for some reason known only to them, to become pregnant. 3 of them had succeeded. Arlene had failed, and it had pitched what had always been a highly strung girl into the throes of a nervous breakdown. The problems that now had to be addressed were threefold. First, to locate the would-be fathers, and then prosecute them for their sexual opportunism. Second, to terminate the pregnancies as quickly and safely as possible. Thirdly, to keep the whole business quiet so that the reputations of the 3 families would not suffer the same fate as that of the Farrells, whom the righteous inhabitants of the grove now treated as pariahs. In all 3 they failed. In the matter of the fathers, simply because none of the girls, even under parental duress, would name the culprits. In the issue of aborting the babies, because again the children steadfastly refused to be browbeaten into giving up what they'd wasted no little sweat procuring. And finally, in their attempts to keep the whole sorry business under wraps, because scandal likes the light. And it only took one indiscreet doctor's receptionist to begin the journalists sniffing after fresh evidence of delinquency. The story broke 2 days after the parents' meeting, and Paloma Grove, which had been rocked by Arlene's disclosures, but not overturned, sustained an almost mortal blow. The mad girl's tale had made interesting reading for the UFO sighting and cancer cure crowd, but it was essentially a bust. These new developments, however, touched a much more sensitive nerve. Here were 4 families whose solid, well-heeled lives had been shattered by a pact made by their own daughters. Was there some kind of cult involved, the press demanded to know? Was the anonymous father conceivably the same man, a seducer of young women whose very namelessness left endless room for speculation? And what of the Farrell child, who'd first blown the whistle on what was being called the League of Virgins? Had she been driven to more extreme behavior than her friends because, as the Chronicle was the first to report, she was actually infertile? Or had the others yet to unburden themselves of their true excesses? This was a story that would run and run. It had everything: sex, possession, families in chaos, small-town bitchery, sex, insanity, and sex. What was more, it could only get better from here. As the pregnancies advanced, the press could follow the progress, and with luck there'd be some startling payoff. The children would be all triplets, or black, or born dead. Oh, the possibilities. Chapter 3. It was hushed at the center of the storm, hushed and still. The girls heard the howls and accusations heaped on them from parents, press, and peers alike, but weren't much touched by them. The process that had begun in the lake continued on its own inevitable way, and they let it shape their minds as it had and did their bodies. They were calm as the lake was calm. Their surface was so placid, the most violent attack upon it left not so much as a ripple. Nor did they seek each other out during this time. Their interest in each other, and indeed in the outside world, dwindled to 0. All they cared to do was sit at home, growing fuller, while controversy raged around them. That, too, despite its early promise, dwindled as the months went by and new scandals claimed the public's attention. But the damage to the Grove's equilibrium had been done. The League of Virgins had put the town on the Ventura County map in a fashion it would never have wished upon itself, but given the fact, was determined to profit by. The Grove had more visitors that autumn than it had enjoyed since its creation, people determined to be able to boast that they'd visited that place, Crazyville, the place where girls made eyes at anything that moved, if the devil told them to. There were other changes in the town which were not so observable as the full bars and the bustling mall. Behind closed doors the children of the Grove had to fight more vehemently for their privileges, as their parents, particularly the fathers of daughters, withdrew freedoms previously taken for granted. These domestic frays cracked several families, and broke some entirely. The alcohol intakes went up correspondingly. Marvin's Food and Drug did exceptional business in hard liquor during October and November, the demand taking off into the stratosphere over the Christmas period, when, in addition to the usual festivities, incidents of drunkenness, adultery, wife-beating, and exhibitionism turned Paloma Grove into a sinner's paradise. With the public holidays and their private woundings over, several families decided to move out of the Grove altogether, and a subtle reorganization of the town's social structure began as properties thought desirable, such as those in the Crescents, now marred by the Farrells' presence, fell in value and were bought up by individuals who could never have dreamt of living in that neighborhood the summer before. So many consequences from a battle in troubled waters. That battle had not gone unwitnessed, of course. What William Witt had learned of secrecy in his short life as a voyeur proved invaluable as subsequent events unfolded. More than once he came close to telling somebody what he'd seen at the lake, but he resisted the temptation, knowing that the brief stardom he'd earned from it would have to be set against suspicion and possible punishment. Not only that, there was every chance he'd not even be believed. He kept the memory alive in his own head, however, by going back to where it had happened on a regular basis. In fact, he'd returned there the day after it had all happened to see if he could spot the occupants of the lake. But the water was already retreating. It had shrunk by perhaps a third overnight. After a week it had gone entirely, revealing a fissure in the ground which was evidently a point of access to the caves that ran beneath the town. He wasn't the only visitor to the spot. Once Arline had unburdened herself of what had happened there that afternoon, countless sightseers came looking for the spot. The more perceptive among them quickly recognized it. The water had left the grass yellowed and dusted with dried silt. One or two even attempted to gain access to the caves, but the fissure presented a virtually straight drop with no ready means of descent. After a few days of fame, the spot was left to itself, and to William's solitary visits. It gave him a strange satisfaction going there, despite the fear he felt. A sense of complicity with the caves and their secret, not to mention the erotic frisson that came when he stood where he'd stood that day, and imagined again the nakedness of the bathers. The fate of the girls didn't much interest him. He read about them once in a while and heard them talked about, but out of sight for William was pretty much out of mind. There were better things to watch. With the town in disarray, he had much to spy on: casual seductions and abject slavery, furies, beatings, bloody-nosed farewells. One day, he thought, I'll write all of this down. It'll be called Witt's Book, and everyone in it will know when it's published that their secrets all belong to me. When, on the infrequent occasions he did think of the girl's present condition, it was thoughts of Arline he favored, simply because she was in a hospital, where he couldn't see her even if he wanted to, and his powerlessness, as for every voyeur, was a spur. She was sick in the head, he'd heard, and nobody quite knew why. She wanted men to come to her all the time, she wanted babies the way the others had babies, but she couldn't, and that was why she was sick. His curiosity concerning her died, however, when he overheard somebody report that the girl had lost all trace of her glamour. "She looks half dead," was the way he'd heard it put, drugged and dead. After that, it was as if Arline Farrell no longer existed, except as a beautiful vision, shedding her clothes on the edge of a silver lake. Of what that lake had done to her, he cleansed his mind thoroughly. Unfortunately, the wombs of the quartet's remaining members could not cast the experience and its consequence out, except as a bawling reality, which new stage in the humiliation of Paloma Grove began on April 2nd, when the first of the League of Virgins gave birth. Howard Ralph Katz was born to his 18-year-old mother Trudy at 3:46 a.m.
by caesarean section. He was frail, weighing a mere 4 pounds and 2 ounces when he first saw the light of the delivery-room. A child, it was agreed, who resembled his mother, for which his grandparents were duly grateful, given that they had no clue as to the father. Howard had Trudy's dark, deep-set eyes and a spiral skull-cap of brown hair even at birth. Like his mother, who had also been premature, he had to fight for every breath during the first 6 days of his life, after which he strengthened quickly. On April 19th, Trudy brought her son back to Paloma Grove, to nurse him in the place she knew best. 2 weeks after Howard Katz saw the light, the second of the League of Virgins gave birth. This time there was something more for the press to elaborate on than the production of a sickly baby boy. Joyce McGuire gave birth to twins, one of each, born within a minute of each other in a perfectly uncomplicated fashion. She named them Jo Beth and Tommy Ray, names she'd chosen, though she would never admit this, not to the end of her days, because they had 2 fathers, one in Randy Krentzman, one in the lake. 3 if she counted their father in heaven, though she feared he'd long passed her over in favor of more compatible souls. Just over a week after the birth of the McGuire twins, Carolyn also produced twins, boy and girl, but the boy was delivered dead. The girl, who was big-boned and strong, was named Linda. With her birth, the saga of the League of Virgins seemed to have reached its natural conclusion. The funeral of Carolyn's other child drew a small audience, but otherwise the 4 families were left alone. Too much alone, in fact. Friends ceased to call, acquaintances denied ever having known them. The story of the League of Virgins had besmirched Paloma Grove's good name, and, despite the profit the town had earned from the scandal, there was now a general desire to forget that the incident had ever occurred. Pained by the rejection they sensed from every side, the Katz family made plans to leave the Grove and return to Alan Katz's home city, Chicago. They sold their home in late June to an out-of-towner who got a bargain, a fine property, and a reputation in one fell swoop. The Katz family were gone 2 weeks later. It proved to be good timing. Had they delayed their departure by a few more days, they would have been caught up in the last tragedy of the League story. On the evening of July 26th, the Hotchkiss family went out for a short while, leaving Carolyn at home with baby Linda. They stayed out longer than they intended, and it was well after midnight, and therefore the 27th, when they got back. Carolyn had celebrated the anniversary of her swim by smothering her daughter and taking her own life. She had left a suicide note, which explained, with the same chilling detachment the girl had used to talk of the San Andreas fault, that Arlene Farrell's story had been true all along. They had gone swimming. They had been attacked. To this day she did not know what by, but she had sensed its presence in her, and in the child ever since, and it was evil. That was why she had smothered Linda. That was why she was now going to slit her wrists. "Don't judge me too harshly," she asked. "I never wanted to hurt anybody in my life." The letter was interpreted by the parents thus: that the girls had indeed been attacked and raped by somebody, and for reasons of their own had kept the identity of the culprit, or culprits, to themselves. With Carolyn dead, Arlene insane, and Trudy gone to Chicago, it fell upon Joyce McGuire to tell the whole truth, without excision or addition, and to lay the story of the League of Virgins to rest. At first she refused. She couldn't remember anything about that day, she claimed. The trauma had wiped the memory from her mind. Neither Hotchkiss or Farrell were content with that, however. They kept applying the pressure through Joyce's father. Dick McGuire was not a strong man either in spirit or body, and his church was wholly unsupportive in the matter, siding with the non-Mormons against the girl. The truth had to be told. At last, to keep the browbeaters from doing any more damage to her father than they already had, Joyce told. It made a strange scene. The 6 parents, plus Pastor John, who was the spiritual leader of the Mormon community in the Grove and its surroundings, were sitting in the McGuires' dining room, listening to the pale, thin girl whose hands went first to one cradle, then to the other as she rocked her children to sleep, telling, as she rocked, of their conception. First, she warned her audience that they weren't going to like what she was about to tell. Then she justified her warning
with the telling. She gave them the whole story, the walk, the lake, the swim, the things that had fought over their bodies in the water, their escape, her passion for Randy Krentzman, whose family had been one of those to leave the grove months before, presumably because he'd made a quiet confession of his own, the desire she'd shared with all the girls to get pregnant as efficiently as possible. "So Randy Krentzman was responsible for them all?" Carolyn's father said. "Him?" she said. "He wasn't capable." "So who was?" "You promised to tell the whole story," the pastor reminded her. "So I am," she replied, "as far as I know it. Randy Krentzman was my choice. We all know how Arlene went about it. I'm sure Carolyn found somebody different, and Trudy too. The fathers weren't important, you see. They were just men." "Are you saying the devil is in you, child?" the pastor asked. "No." "The children, then?" "No, no." She rocked both cradles now, one with each hand. "Jo Beth and Tommy Ray aren't possessed, at least not the way you mean. They just aren't Randy's children. Maybe they've got some of his good looks." She allowed herself a tiny smile. "I'd like that," she said, "because he was so very handsome. But the spirit that made them is in the lake." "There is no lake," Arlene's father pointed out. "There was that day. And maybe there will be again, if it rains hard enough." "Not if I can help it." Whether he entirely believed Joyce's story or not, Farrell was as good as his word. He and Hotchkiss rapidly raised sufficient donations from around town to have the entrance to the caves sealed up. Most of the contributors signed a check simply to get Farrell off their doorstep. Since his princess had lost her mind, he had all the conversational skill of a ticking bomb. In October, a few days short of 15 months after the girls had first gone down to the water, the fissure was blocked with concrete. They would go there again, but not for many years. Until then, the children of Paloma Grove could play in peace. Part 3. Free Spirits. Chapter 1. Of the hundreds of erotic magazines and films which William Witt purchased as he grew to manhood over the next 17 years, first by mail order, then later taking trips into Los Angeles for that express purpose, his favorites were always those in which he was able to glimpse a life behind the camera. Sometimes the photographer, equipment and all, could be seen reflected in a mirror behind the performers. Sometimes the hand of a technician or a fluffer, someone hired to keep the stars aroused between shots, would be caught on the edge of the frame like the limb of a lover just exiled from the bed. Such obvious errors were relatively rare. More frequent, and to William's mind far more telling, were subtler signs of the reality behind the scene he was witnessing. The times when a performer, offered a multitude of sins and not certain which hole to pleasure next, glanced off camera for instruction, or when a leg was speedily shifted because the power behind the lens had yelled that it obscured the field of action. At such times, when the fiction he was aroused by, which was not quite a fiction because hard was hard and could not be faked, William felt he understood Paloma Grove better. Something lived behind the life of the town, directing its daily processes with such selflessness no one but he knew it was there. And even he would forget. Months would go by, and he'd go about his business, which was real estate, forgetting the hidden hand. Then, like in the porno, he'd glimpse something. Maybe a look in the eye of one of the older residents, or a crack in the street, or water running down the hill from an oversprinkled lawn. Any of these were enough to make him remember the lake and the league, and know that all the town seemed to be was a fiction, not quite a fiction, because flesh was flesh and could not be faked, and he was one of the performers in its strange story. That story had proceeded without a drama to equal that of the League in the years since the sealing of the caves. Marked town though it was, the Grove prospered, and wit with it. As Los Angeles grew in size and affluence, towns out in the Simi Valley, the Grove among them, became dormitories for the metropolis. The price of the town's real estate rose steeply in the late 70s, just about the time when William entered the business, it rose again, particularly in Wind Bluff, when several minor stars elected to take houses on the hill, conferring on the locale a chic it had hitherto lacked. The biggest of the houses, a palatial residence with a panoramic view of the town and the valley beyond, was bought by the comedian Buddy Vance, who at the time had the highest-rated TV show on any of the networks. A little lower down the hill, the cowboy actor Raymond Cobb demolished a house and built on the spot his own sprawling ranch, complete with a pool in the shape of a sheriff's badge. Between Vance's house and Cobb's lay a house entirely concealed by trees, occupied by the silent star Helena Davis, who in her day had been the most gossiped-about actress in Hollywood. Now, in her late 70s, she was a complete recluse, which only fueled rumors in the Grove whenever a young man appeared in town, always 6 foot, always blond, and declared himself a friend of Miss Davis. Their presence earned the house its nickname, Iniquity's Den. There were other imports from Los Angeles. A health club opened up in the mall and was quickly oversubscribed. The craze for Szechuan restaurants brought 2 such establishments, both sufficiently patronized to survive the competition. Style stores flourished, offering deco, American naive, and simple kitsch. The demand for space was so heavy the mall gained a 2nd floor. Businesses which the Grove would never have supported in its early days were now indispensable. The pool supply store, the nail sculpture and tanning service, the karate school. Once in a while, sitting waiting for a pedicure, or in the pet shop while the kids chose between 3 kinds of chinchilla, a newcomer might mention a rumor they'd heard about the town. Hadn't something happened here way back when? If there was a long-standing Grover in the vicinity, the conversation would very quickly be steered into less controversial territory. Although a generation had grown up in the intervening years, there was still a sense among the natives, as they liked to call themselves, that the League of Virgins was better forgotten. There were some in the town, however, who would never be able to forget. William was one, of course. The others he still followed as they went about their lives. Joyce McGuire, a quiet, intensely religious woman who had brought up Tommy Ray and Joe Beth without the benefit of a husband. Her folks had moved to Florida some years back, leaving the house to their daughter and grandchildren. She was now virtually unseen beyond its walls. Hotchkiss, who had lost his wife to a lawyer from San Diego 17 years her senior, and seemed never quite to have recovered from her desertion. The Farrell family, who had moved out of town to Thousand Oaks only to find that their reputations had followed them. They'd eventually relocated to Louisiana, taking Arlene with them. She had never fully recovered. It was, William had heard, a good week if she strung more than 10 words together. Jocelyn Farrell, her younger sister, had married and come back to live in Blue Spruce. He saw her on occasion, when she came to visit friends in town. The families were still very much part of the Grove's history. Yet though William was on nodding acquaintance with them all, the McGuires, Jim Hotchkiss, even Jocelyn Farrell, there was never a word exchanged between them. There didn't need to be. They all knew what they knew. And knowing, lived in expectation. Chapter 2 1. The young man was virtually monochrome. His shoulder-length hair, which curled at his neck, black, his eyes as dark behind his round spectacles, his skin too white to be that of a Californian. His teeth were whiter still, though he seldom smiled. Didn't do much speaking either, come to that. In company, he stammered. Even the Pontiac convertible he parked in the mall was white, though its bodywork had been rusted by snow and salt from a dozen Chicago winters. It had got him across country, but there'd been a few close calls along the way. The time was coming when he was going to have to take it out into a field and shoot it. Meanwhile, if anyone needed evidence of a stranger in Paloma Grove, they only had to cast their eye along the row of automobiles. Or indeed over him. He felt hopelessly out of place in his corduroys and his shabby jacket, too long in the arms, too tight across the chest, like every jacket he'd ever bought. This was a town where they measured your worth by the name on your sneakers. He didn't wear sneakers. He wore black leather high-tops that he'd use day in, day out, until they fell apart, whereupon he'd buy an identical pair. Out of place or not, he was here for a good reason, and the sooner he got started, the better he'd start feeling. First, he needed directions. He selected a frozen yogurt store as the emptiest along the row and sauntered in. The welcome that met him from the other side of the counter was so warm he almost thought he'd been recognized. "Hi, how can I help you?" "I'm new," he said. Dumb remark, he thought. "What I mean is there any place I can buy a map?" "You mean of California?" "No, Paloma Grove," he said, keeping the sentences short. That way he stammered less. The grin on the far side of the counter broadened. "Don't need a map," it said. "The town's not that big." "Okay. How about a hotel?" "Sure, easy. There's one real close, or else there's a new place up in Stillbrook Village." "Which is the cheapest?" "The Terrace. It's just 2 minutes' drive round the back of the mall." "Sounds perfect." The smile he got in return said, "Everything's perfect here." He could almost believe it, too. The polished cars shone in the lot. The signs pointing him round to the back of the shopping center gleamed. The motel facade, with another sign, "Welcome to Paloma Grove, the prosperous haven," was as brightly painted as a Saturday morning cartoon. He was glad when he'd secured a room to pull down the blind against the daylight and lurk a little. The last stretch of the drive had left him weary, so he decided to perk his system up with some exercises and a shower. The machine, as he referred to his body, had been in a driver's seat too long. It needed a working over.
He warmed up with 10 minutes of shadow sparrings, a combination of kicks and punches followed by a favorite cocktail of specialized kicks, axe, jump crescent, spinning hook, and jump spinning back kicks.
As usual, what warmed up his muscles heated his mind. By the time he got to his leg lifts and sit-ups, he was ready to take on half of Paloma Grove to get an answer to the question he'd come here asking. Which was, who is Howard Katz? Me wasn't a good enough answer anymore. Me was just the machine. He needed more information than that. It was Wendy who'd asked the question in that long night of debate which had ended in her leaving him. "I like you, Howie," she'd said, "but I can't love you, and you know why? Because I don't know you." "You know what I am?" Howie had replied. "A man with a hole in his middle." "That's a weird way to put it." "It's a weird way to feel." Weird but true. Where others had some sense of themselves as people, ambition, opinion, religion, he just had this pitiful unfixedness. Those who liked him, Wendy, Richie, Lem, were patient with him. They waited through his stumblings and stammerings to hear what he had to say, and seemed to find some value in his comments. "You're my holy fool," Lem had once told Howie, a remark which Howie was still pondering. But to the rest of the world he was Katz the Klutz. They didn't bait him openly. He was too fit to be taken on hand to hand, even by heavyweights. But he knew what they said behind his back, and it always amounted to the same thing. Katz had a piece missing. That Wendy had finally given up on him was too much to bear. Too hurt to show his face, he'd brooded on the conversation for the best part of a week. Suddenly the solution came clear. If there was any place on earth he'd understand the how and why of himself, it was surely the town where he'd been born. He raised the blind and looked out at the light. It was pearly, the air sweet-smelling. He couldn't imagine why his mother would ever have left this pretty place for the bitter winter winds and smothering summers of Chicago. Now that she was dead, suddenly in her sleep, he would have to solve that mystery for himself, and perhaps in its solving fill the hole that haunted the machine. Just as she reached the front room, Mama called down from her room, her timing as faultless as ever.
"JoBeth, are you there? JoBeth?"
Always the same falling note in the voice that seemed to warn, "Be loving to me now, because I may not be here tomorrow. Perhaps not even the next hour."
"Honey, are you still there? You know I am, Mama. Can I have a word? I'm late for work. Just a minute, please. What's a minute? I'm coming. Don't get upset. I'm coming."
JoBeth started upstairs. How many times a day did she cover this route? Her life was being counted out in stairs climbed and descended, climbed and descended. "What is it, Mama?" Joyce Maguire lay in her usual position, on the sofa, beside the open window, a pillow beneath her head. She didn't look sick, but most of the time she was. The specialists came and looked and charged their fees and left again shrugging. Nothing wrong physically, they said. Sound heart, sound lungs, sound spine. It's between her ears. She's not so well. But that was news Mamma didn't want to hear. Mamma had once known a girl who'd gone mad and been hospitalized and never come out again. That made her more afraid of madness than of anything. She wouldn't have the word spoken in the house. "Will you have the pastor call me?" Joyce said. "Maybe he'll come over tonight." "He's a very busy man, Mamma." "Not too busy for me," Joyce said. She was in her 39th year, but she behaved like a woman twice that age. The slow way she raised her head from the pillow, as if every inch was a triumph over gravity. The fluttering hands and eyelids. That perpetual sigh in her voice. She had cast herself as a movie consumptive, and would not be dissuaded from the role by mere medical opinion. She dressed for the role, in sick-room pastels. She let her hair, which was a rich brunette, grow long, not caring to fashion it or pin it up. She wore no trace of makeup, which further enhanced the impression of a woman tottering on the tip of the abyss. All in all, Jo Beth was glad Mamma no longer went out in public. People would talk. But that left her here, in the house, calling her daughter up and down the stairs, up and down, up and down. When, as now, Jo Beth's irritation reached screaming pitch, she reminded herself that her mother had her reasons for this withdrawal. Life hadn't been easy for an unmarried woman bringing up her children in a town as judgmental as the Grove. She'd earned her malady in censure and humiliation. "I'll get Pastor John to call," Jo Beth said. "Now listen, Mamma, I've got to go." "I know, honey, I know." Jo Beth returned to the door, but Joyce called after her. "No kiss," she said. "Mamma, you never miss kissing me." Dutifully, Jo Beth went back to the window and kissed her mother on the cheek. "You take care," Joyce said. "I'm fine." "I don't like you working late." "This is not New York, Mamma." Joyce's eyes flickered towards the window, from which she watched the world go by. "Makes no difference," she said, the lightness going from her voice. "There's no place safe." It was a familiar speech. Jo Beth had been hearing it, in one version or another, since childhood. Talk of the world as a valley of death, haunted by faces capable of unspeakable malice. That was the chief comfort Pastor John gave Mamma. They agreed on the presence of the devil in the world, in Paloma Grove. "I'll see you in the morning," Jo Beth said. "I love you, honey." "I love you too, Mamma." Jo Beth closed the door and started downstairs. "Is she asleep?" Tommy Ray was at the foot of the flight. "No, she's not." "Damn." "You should go in and see her." "I know I should. Only she's going to give me a hard time about Wednesday." "You were drunk," she said. "Hard liquor," she kept saying. "True? What do you think? If we'd been brought up like normal kids with liquor around the house, it wouldn't go to my head." "So it's her fault you got drunk." "You've got something against me, too, haven't you?" "Shit. Everybody's got something against me." Jo Beth smiled and put her arms around her brother. "No, Tommy, they haven't. They all think you're wonderful, and you know it." "You too?" "Me too." She kissed him lightly, then went to the mirror to check her appearance. "Pretty as a picture," he said, coming to stand beside her. "Both of us." "Your ego," she said. "It's getting worse." "That's why you love me," he said, gazing at their twin reflections. "Am I growing more like you, or you like me?" "Neither." "Ever seen two faces more alike?" She smiled. There was an extraordinary resemblance between them. A delicacy in Tommy Ray's bones matched by clarity in hers, which had both of them idolized. She liked nothing better than to walk out hand in hand with her brother, knowing she had beside her a companion as attractive as any girl could wish, and knowing he felt the same. Even among the forced beauties of the Venice boardwalk, they turned heads. But in the last few months they hadn't gone out together. She'd been working long hours at the steakhouse, and he'd been out with his pals among the beach crowd, Sean, Andy, and the rest. She missed the contact. "Have you been feeling weird?" these last couple of days?" he asked, out of nowhere.
"What kind of funny?"
"I don't know. Probably just me. Only I feel like everything's coming to an end.
It's almost summer. Everything's just beginning."
"Yeah, I know. But Andy's going off to college, so fuck him. Sean's got this girl in L.A., and he's real private with her. I don't know. I'm left here waiting, and I don't know what for.
So don't.
Don't what?
Wait. Take off somewhere."
"I want to, but—" He studied her face in the mirror. "Is it true? You don't feel strange?" She returned his look, not certain she wanted to admit to the dreams she'd been having, in which she was being carried by the tide and all her life was waving to her from the shore. But if not to Tommy, whom she loved and trusted more than any creature alive, to whom?
"Okay, I admit it," she said. "I do feel something."
"What?"
She shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe I'm waiting, too."
"Do you know what for?"
"Nope."
"Neither do I."
"Don't we make a pair?"
She reran the conversation with Tommy as she drove down to the mall. He had, as usual, articulated their shared feelings. The last few weeks had been charged with anticipation. Something was going to happen soon. Her dreams knew it, her bones knew it. She only hoped it was not delayed because she was coming to the point with Mama and the Grove and the job at the steakhouse, when she would lose her cool completely. It was a race now between the fuse on her patience and the something on the horizon. If it hadn't come by summer, she thought, whatever it was, however unlikely, then she'd up and go looking for it. 2. Nobody seemed to walk much in this town, Howie noticed. On his three-quarter-hour stroll up and back down the hill, he encountered only 5 pedestrians, and they all had children or dogs in tow to justify their waywardness. Short though this initial journey was, it took him to a fair vantage point from which to grasp something of the town's layout. It also sharpened his appetite. Beef for the desperado, he thought, and selected Buttrick's Steakhouse from the eating places available in the mall. It was not large, and not more than half full.
He took a table at the window, opened the tattered copy of Hesse's Siddhartha, and continued his struggle with the text, which was in the original German.
The book had belonged to his mother, who had read and reread it many times, though he could not remember her so much as uttering a word of the language she was apparently fluent in. He was not. Reading the book was like an interior stuttering. He fought for the sense, catching it, only to lose it again.
"Something to drink?"
the waitress asked him. He was about to say Coke, when his life changed. Jo Beth stepped over the threshold of Buttrick's the way she had 3 nights a week for the last 7 months, but tonight it was as if every other time had been a rehearsal for this stepping, this turning, this meeting of eyes with the young man sitting at table 5. She took him in with a glance. His mouth was half open. He wore gold-rimmed spectacles. There was a book in his hand. Its owner's name she didn't know, couldn't know. She'd never set eyes on him before. Yet he watched her with the same recognition she knew was on her own face. It was like being born, he thought, seeing this face, like coming out of a safe place into an adventure that would take his breath away. There was nothing more beautiful in all the world than the soft curve of her lips as she smiled at him. And smiling now like a perfect flirt. "Stop it," she told herself. "Look away. He'll think you're out of your mind, staring." But then, he's staring too, isn't he? I'll keep looking, as long as she keeps looking. As long as he keeps looking. "Jo Beth!" The summons came from the kitchen. She blinked.
"Did you say a Coke?" the waitress asked him.
Jo Beth glanced towards the kitchen. Murray was calling her. She had to go. Then back at the boy with the book. He still had his eyes fixed on her. "Yes," she saw him say. The word was for her, she knew. "Yes, go," he said. "I'll still be here." She nodded and went. The whole encounter occupied maybe 5 seconds, but it left them both trembling. In the kitchen, Murray was his usual martyred self. "Where have you been?" "2 minutes late, Murray." "I make it 10. There's a party of 3 in the corner. It's your table." "I'm putting my apron on." "Hurry."
Howie watched the kitchen door for her re-emergence. Siddhartha forgotten.
When she appeared, she didn't look his way, but went to serve a table on the far side of the restaurant. He wasn't distressed that she failed to look. An understanding had been reached between them in that first exchange of gazes. He would wait all night if need be, and all through tomorrow if that was what it took, until she had finished her work and looked at him again. In the darkness below Paloma Grove, the inspirers of these children still held on to each other as they had when they'd first fallen to earth, neither willing to risk the other's freedom. Even when they'd risen to touch the bathers, they'd gone together like twins joined at the hip. Fletcher had been slow comprehending the Jaffe's intention that day. He'd thought the man planned to draw his wretched Tarata out of the girls, but his mischief had been more ambitious than that. It was the making of children he was about, and, squalid as it was, Fletcher had been obliged to do the same. He was not proud of his assault. As news of its consequences had reached them, his shame had deepened. Once, sitting by a window with Rowell, he had dreamed of being Skye. Instead, his war with the Jaffe had reduced him to a spoiler of innocence, whose futures they had blighted with touch. The Jaffe had taken no little pleasure in Fletcher's distress. Many times, as the years in darkness passed, Fletcher would sense his enemy's thoughts turning to the children they'd made, and wondering which would come first to save their true father. Time did not mean to them what it had meant before the nuncio. They didn't hunger, nor did they sleep. Buried together like lovers, they waited in the rock. Sometimes they could hear voices from the overground, echoing down passages opened by the subtle but perpetual grinding of the earth, but these snatches offered no clue to the progress of their children, with whom their mental links were at best tenuous, or at least had been until tonight. Tonight their offspring had met, and contact was suddenly clear, as though their children had understood something of their own natures, seeing their perfect opposites, and had unwittingly opened their minds to the creators. Fletcher found himself in the head of a youth called Howard, the son of Trudy Katz. Through the boy's eyes he saw his enemy's child, just as the Jaffe saw Howie from his daughter's head. This was the moment they'd waited for. The war they'd fought halfway across America had exhausted them both, but their children were in the world to fight for them now, to finish the battle that had been left unresolved for 2 decades. This time it would be to the death. Or so they'd expected. Now, for the first time in their lives, Fletcher and the Jaffe shared the same pain, like a single spike thrust through both their souls. This was not war, damn it. This was nothing like war. "Lost your appetite?" the waitress wanted to know. "Guess I have," Howie replied. "You want me to take it away?" "Yeah." "You want coffee? Dessert?" "Another Coke." "1 Coke." Jo Beth was in the kitchen when Beverly came through with the plate. "Waste of good steak," Beverly said. "What's his name?" Jo Beth wanted to know. "What am I, a dating service? I didn't ask." "Go ask." "You ask. He wants another Coke." "Thanks. Will you look after my table?" "Just call me Cupid." Jo Beth had managed to keep her mind on her job and her eyes off the boy for half an hour. Enough was enough. She poured a Coke and took it out. To her horror, the table was empty. She almost dropped the glass. The sight of the empty chair made her feel physically sick. Then, out of the corner of her eye, the sight of him emerging from the restroom and returning to the table. He saw her and smiled. She crossed to the table, ignoring 2 calls for service en route. She already knew the question she was going to ask first. It had been on her mind from the start. But he was there with the same inquiry before her. "Do we know each other?" And of course she knew the answer. "No," she said. "Only when you... He was stumbling over the word, the muscles in his jaw working like he was chewing gum. "You," he kept saying, "you—" "I thought the same," she said, hoping her finishing his thought wouldn't offend. It seemed not to. He gave a smile, his face relaxing.
"It's strange," she said. "You're not from the Grove, are you?"
"No. Chicago."
"That's a ways to come."
"I was born here, though."
"You were?"
"My name's Howard Katz. Howie."
"I'm Jo Beth."
"What time do you finish here?"
"Around 11. It's good you came in tonight. I'm only here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you'd come in tomorrow, you would have missed me."
"We'd have found each other," he said, and the certainty in his statement made her want to cry.
"I have to go back to work," she told him.
"I'll wait," he replied. At 11:10 they stepped out of Buttrick's together. The night was warm, not a pleasant, breezy warmth, but humid.
"Why did you come to the Grove?"
she asked him as they walked to her car. "To meet you." She laughed. "Why not?" he said.
"All right. So why did you leave in the first place?"
"My mother moved us to Chicago when I was only a few weeks old. She never really spoke much about the old hometown. When she did, it was like she was talking about hell. I suppose I wanted to see for myself, maybe understand her and me a bit better."
"Is she still in Chicago?"
"She's dead. Died 2 years ago."
"That's sad. What about your father?"
"I don't have one. Well, I mean, is... He started to stumble, fought it, and won. "I never knew him," he said.
"This gets weirder."
"Why?"
"It's the same for me. I don't know who my father is either."
"Doesn't matter much, does it?"
"It used to. Less now. I've got a twin, see? Tommy Ray. He's always been there for me. You must meet Tommy. You'll love him. Everybody does."
"And you. I bet everybody loves you, too."
"Meaning?"
"You're beautiful. I'm going to be competing with half the guys in Ventura County, right?"
"Nope."
"Don't believe you."
"Oh, they look, but they don't touch."
"Me included?" She stopped walking.
"I don't know you, Howie. At least, I do and I don't. Like when I saw you in the steakhouse, I recognized you from somewhere, except that I've never been to Chicago, and you've not been in the Grove since—"
She suddenly frowned.
"How old are you?"
she said. 18 last April." Her frown deepened. "What?" he said.
"Me too."
"Huh?"
18 last April, the 14th.
"I'm on the 2nd.
This is getting very strange, don't you think? Me thinking I knew you, you thinking the same."
"It makes you uneasy."
"Am I that obvious?"
"Yes. I never saw a face so transparent. Makes me want to kiss it." In the rock, the spirits writhed. Every word of seduction they'd heard had been a twisting of the blade, but they were powerless to prevent the exchange. All they could do was sit in their children's heads and listen.
"Kiss me,"
she said. They shuddered. Howie put his hand on her face, and they shuddered till the ground around them shook. She took a half-step towards him and put her smiling lips on his, till cracks opened up in the concrete that 18 years before had sealed them up. "Enough!" they screamed in their children's ears. "Enough! Enough!" "Did you feel something?" he said. She laughed.
"Yes,"
she said.
"I think the earth moved."
Chapter 3. 1. The girls went down to the water twice. The second time was the morning after the night on which Howard Ralph Katz met Jo Beth McGuire. A bright morning, the muggy air of the evening before blown away on a wind that promised cool gusts to mellow the heat of the afternoon. Buddy Vance had slept alone again, up in that bed he'd had built for three. 3 in a bed, he'd said, and unfortunately been quoted saying, was hog heaven.
2 was marriage and hell. He'd had enough of that to be certain it didn't suit him, but it would have made a morning as fine as this finer still to have known there was a woman waiting at the end of it, even if she was a wife. His affair with Ellen had proved too perverse to last. he would have to dismiss her from his employ very soon.
Meanwhile, his empty bed made this new early morning regime a little easier. With nothing to seduce him back to the mattress, it wasn't so difficult to put on his jogging gear and take the road down the hill. Buddy was 54. Jogging made him feel twice that, but too many of his contemporaries had died on him of late, his sometime agent Stanley Goldhammer being the most recent departure, and they'd all died of the same excesses that he was still thoroughly addicted to. The cigars, the booze, the dope. Of all his vices, women were the healthiest, but even they were a pleasure to be taken in moderation these days. He couldn't make love through the night the way he'd been able to in his 30s. On a few traumatic occasions recently, he hadn't been able to perform at all. It had been that failure which had sent him to his doctor, demanding a panacea, whatever the price. "There isn't one," Tharp had said. He'd been treating Buddy since the TV years, when the Buddy Vance show had topped the ratings every week, and a joke he told at 8 at night would be on the lips of every American the following morning. Tharp knew the man once billed as the funniest man in the world, inside out. "You're doing your body harm, Buddy, every damn day, and you say you don't want to die? You still want to be playing Vegas at 100? Right. On present progress, I give you another 10 years. That's if you're lucky. You're overweight, you're overstressed. I've seen healthier corpses." "I do the gags, Lou." "Yeah, and I fill in the death certificates. So start taking care of yourself, for Christ's sake, or you're going to go the way Stanley went." "You think I don't think about that?" "I know you do, Bud, I know." Tharp stood up and walked round to Buddy's side of the desk. On the wall were signed photographs of the stars whom he'd advised and treated. So many great names, most of them dead, too many of them prematurely. Fame had its price. "I'm glad you're coming to your senses, if you're really serious about this." "I'm here, aren't I? How much more fucking serious do I have to get? You know how I hate talking about this shit. I never did a death gag in my life, Lou, you know that. Not once. Anything else, anything. But not that." "It's got to be faced sooner or later." "I'll take later." "Okay. So I'll have a health plan drawn up for you. Diet, exercise, the works. But I'm telling you now, Buddy, it won't make pleasant reading." "I heard somewhere, laughter makes you live longer." "Show me where it says comedians live forever. I'll show you a tomb with a quip on it." "Yeah. So when do I begin?" "Start today. Throw out the malts and the nose candy, and try using that pool of yours once in a while." "It needs cleaning." "So get it cleaned." That was the easy part. Buddy had Ellen call the pool service as soon as he got home, and they sent somebody up the following day. The health plan, as Tharp had warned, was a tougher call, but whenever his will faltered, he thought of the way he looked in the mirror some mornings, and the fact that his dick was only visible if he held his gut in so hard it ached. When vanity failed, he thought of death, but only as a last resort. He'd always been an early riser, so getting up for a morning run wasn't a great chore. The sidewalks were empty, and often, as today, he'd make his way down the hill and through the East Grove to the woods, where the ground didn't bruise the soles the same way the concrete did, and his panting was set to birdsong. On such days the run was strictly a one-way journey. He'd have Jose Luis bring the limo down the hill and meet him when he emerged from the woods, the car stocked with towels and iced tea. Then they'd head back up to Coney Eye, as he'd dubbed the estate, the easy way on wheels. Health was one thing, masochism, at least in public, quite another. The run had other benefits besides firming up his belly. He had an hour or so alone to get to grips with anything that was troubling him. Today, inevitably, his thoughts were of Rochelle. The divorce settlement would be finalized this week, and his 6th marriage would be history. It would be the second shortest of the 6. His 42 days with Shashi had been the fastest, ending with a shot that had come so close to blowing off his balls his sweat ran cold whenever he thought of it. Not that he'd spent more than a month with Rochelle in the year they'd been married. After the honeymoon and its little surprises, she'd taken herself back to Fort Worth to calculate her alimony. It had been a mismatch from the beginning. He should have realized that, the first time she failed to laugh at his routine, which was, coincidentally, the first time she heard his routine. But of all his wives, including Elizabeth, she was the most physically alluring. Stone-faced she'd been, but the sculptor had genius. He was thinking of her face as he came off the sidewalk and hit the woods. Maybe he should call her, ask her to come back to Coney for one final try. He'd done it before with Diane, and they'd had the best 2 months of their years together, before the old resentments had set in afresh. But that had been Diane. This was Rochelle. It was useless attempting to project behavior patterns from one woman to the next. They were all so gloriously different. Men were a dull bunch by comparison, dowdy and mono-minded. Next time around he wanted to be born a lesbian. Off in the distance he heard laughter, the unmistakable giggling of young girls. A strange sound to hear so early in the morning. He stopped running and listened for it again, but the air was suddenly empty of all other sounds, even birdsong. The only noises he could hear were internal, the laborings of his system. Had he imagined the laughter? It was perfectly possible, his thoughts being as full of women as they were. But as he prepared to about-face and leave the thicket to its songlessness, the giggling came again, and with it an odd, almost hallucinatory, change in the scene around him. The sound seemed to animate the entire wood. It brought movement to the leaves, it brightened the sunlight. More than that, it changed the very direction of the sun. In the silence the light had been pallid, its source still low in the east. On the cue of laughter it became noonday bright, pouring down on the upturned faces of the leaves. Buddy neither believed nor disbelieved his eyes. He simply stood before the experience as before feminine beauty, mesmerized. Only when the third round of laughter began did he grasp its direction and start off at a run towards it, the light still vacillating. A few yards on he saw movement ahead of him through the trees. Bare skin. A girl stripping off her underwear. Beyond her was another girl, this one blonde and strikingly attractive, beginning to do the same. He knew instinctively they weren't quite real, but he still advanced cautiously, for fear of startling them. Could illusions be startled? He didn't want to risk it, not with such pretty sights to see. The blonde girl was the last one undressed. There were 3 others, he counted, already wading out into a lake that flickered on the rim of solidity. Its ripples threw light up onto the blonde's face. Arline, they named her, as they shouted back to the shore. Advancing from tree to tree, he got to within 10 feet of the lake's edge. Arline was in up to her thighs now. Though she bent to cup water in her hands and splash it on her body, it was virtually invisible. The girls who were in deeper than she, and swimming, seemed to be floating in mid-air. Ghosts, he half thought. These are ghosts. I'm spying on the past, being rerun in front of me. The thought propelled him from hiding. If his assumption was correct, then they might vanish at any moment, and he wanted to drink their glory down in gulps before they did. There was no trace of the clothes they'd shed in the grass where he stood, nor any sign, when one or the other of them glanced back towards the shore, that they saw him there. "Don't go too far," one of the quartet yelled to her companion. The advice was ignored. The girl was moving further from the shore, her legs spreading and closing as she swam. Not since the first wet dreams of his adolescence could he remember an experience as erotic as this, watching these creatures suspended in the gleaming air, their lower bodies subtly blurred by the element that bore them up, but not so much he could not enjoy their every detail. "Warm!" yelled the adventurer, who was treading water a good distance from him. "It's warm out here. Are you kidding? Come and feel." Her words inspired further ambition in Buddy. He'd seen so much. Dare he now touch? If they couldn't see him, and they plainly couldn't, where was the harm in getting so close he could run his fingertips along their spines? The water made no sound as he stepped into the lake, nor did he feel so much as a touch against his ankles and shins as he waded deeper. It buoyed Arline up well enough, however. She was floating on the lake's surface, her hair spread around her head, her gentle strokes taking her further from him. He hurried in pursuit, the water no break upon him, halving the distance between himself and the girl in seconds. His arms were extended, his eyes fixed upon the pinkness of her labia as she kicked away from him. The adventurer had begun to shout something, but he ignored her agitation. To touch Arline was all he could think about. To put his hand upon her, and she not protest, but go on swimming while he had his way. In his haste, his foot snagged on something. Arms still reaching for the girl, he fell, face down. The jolt brought him to his senses enough to interpret the shouts from the deeper water. They were no longer cries of pleasure, but of alarm. He raised his head from the ground. The two furthest swimmers were struggling in mid-air, turning their faces up to the sky. "Oh, my lord," he said. They were drowning. Ghosts he'd called them moments ago, not really thinking about what that name implied. Here was the sickening truth. The swimming party had come to grief in these phantom waters. He'd been ogling the dead. Revolted with himself, he wanted to retreat, but a perverse obligation to this tragedy kept him watching. All four of them were caught up in the same turmoil now, thrashing in the air, their faces darkening as they fought for breath. How was it possible? They looked to be drowning in 4 or 5 feet of water. Had some current taken hold of them? It seemed unlikely in water so shallow and so apparently placid. "Help them," he found himself saying. "Why doesn't somebody help them?" As though he might lend aid himself, he started towards them. Arline was closest to him. All the beauty had gone from her face. It was contorted by desperation and terror. Suddenly her wide eyes seemed to see something in the water beneath her feet. Her struggling ceased, and a look of utter surrender took its place. She was giving up life. "Don't," Buddy murmured, reaching for her as if his arms might lift her up out of the past and carry her back to life. At the very moment his flesh met that of the girl, he knew this was fatal business for them both. He was too late in his regrets, however. The ground beneath them trembled. He looked down. There was only a thin cover of earth there, he saw, sustaining a meagre crop of grass. Beneath the earth, grey rock. Or was it concrete? Yes, concrete. A hole in the ground had been plugged here, but the seal was fracturing in front of him, cracks widening in the concrete. He looked back towards the edge of the lake and solid ground, but a rift had already opened between him and safety, a slab of concrete sliding into it a yard from his toes. Icy air rose from underground. He looked back towards the swimmers, but the mirage was receding. As it went, he caught the same look on all the 4 faces, eyes rolled up so they showed solid white, mouths open to drink death down. They hadn't perished in shallow water, he now understood. This had been a pit when they'd come swimming here, and it had claimed them as it was now claiming him, them with water, him with wraiths. He started to howl for help as the violence in the ground mounted, the concrete grinding itself to dust between his feet. Perhaps some other early morning jogger would hear him and come to his aid, but quickly, it had to be quickly. Who was he kidding? And he a kidder? Nobody was going to come. He was going to die. For fuck's sake, he was going to die. The rift between him and good ground had widened considerably, but leaping it was his only hope for salvation. He had to be fast before the concrete beneath him slid into the pit, taking him with it. It was now or never. He jumped. It was a good jump, too. Another few inches, and he'd have made it to safety. But a few were everything. He snatched at the air, short of his target, and fell. One moment the sun was still shining on the top of his head. The next, darkness, icy darkness, and he was plummeting through it with cobs of concrete hurtling past him on the same downward journey. He heard them crack against the face of the rock as they went, then realized it was he who was making the noise. It was the breaking of his bones and back he could hear as he fell and fell and fell. 2. The day began earlier for Howie than he'd ordinarily have welcomed after sleeping so little. But once he was up and exercising, he felt good about being awake. It was a crime to lie in bed on a morning so fine. He bought himself a soda from the machine and sat at the window, gazing at the sky and musing on what the day might bring. Liar. Not of the day at all. Of JoBeth. Only of JoBeth. Her eyes, her smile, her voice, her skin, her scent, her secrets. He watched the sky and saw her, and was obsessed. This was a first for him. He'd never felt an emotion as strong as that possessing him now. Twice in the night he'd woken in a sudden sweat. He couldn't remember the dreams that had brought it on, but she was in them for certain. How could she not be? He had to go find her. Every hour he spent out of her company was a wasted hour. Every moment not seeing her, he was blind. Every moment not touching her, numb. She'd told him, as they departed the previous night, that she worked at Buttrick's during the evening and at a bookstore during the day. Given the size of the mall, it wouldn't be too difficult to locate her workplace. He picked up a bag of doughnuts to fill the hole not eating the previous night had left. That other hole, the one he'd come here to heal, was very far from his thoughts. He wandered along the rows of businesses looking for her store. He found it, between a dog-grooming service and a real estate office. Like many of the stores, it was still closed, opening time, according to the sign on the door, still 3/4 of an hour off. He sat down in the steadily warming sun, and ate, and waited. Her instinct, from the moment she'd opened her eyes, was to forget about work today and go find Howie. The events of the previous night had run and rerun in her dreams, changed each time in some subtle way, as though they might be alternative realities, a few of an infinite selection born from the same encounter. But among such possibilities she could conceive of none that did not contain him. He had been there, waiting for her, from her first breath. Her cells was certain of it. In some imponderable way, she and Howie belonged together. She knew very well that if any of her friends had confessed such sentiments, she'd have politely dismissed them as ludicrous. That was not to say she'd not moped over a few faces, of course, turned up the radio when a particular love song was played. But even as she'd listened, she'd known it was all a distraction from an unmelodious reality. She saw a perfect victim of that reality every day of her life, her mother, living like a prisoner, both of the house and of the past, talking, on those days when she could muster the will to talk, of hopes she'd had and the friends she'd shared them with. Until now, that sad sight had kept Jo Beth's romantic ambitions, indeed any ambition, in check. But what had happened between herself and the Chicago boy would not end the way her mother's one great affair had ended, with her deserted and the man in question so despised she could not bring herself to name him. If all the Sunday teachings she'd dutifully attended had instructed her in anything, it was that revelation came when and where least expected. To Joseph Smith, on a farm in Palmyra, New York, news of the Book of Mormon revealed to him by an angel. Why not to her, then, in circumstances no more promising? Stepping into Buttrick's steakhouse, standing in a parking lot with a man she knew from everywhere and nowhere? Tommy Ray was in the kitchen, his perusal as sharp as the scent of the coffee he was brewing. He looked like he'd slept in his clothes. "Late night?" she said. "For both of us." "Not particularly," she said. "I was home before midnight." "You didn't sleep, though." "On and off." "You stayed awake, I heard you." That was unlikely, she knew. Their bedrooms were at opposite ends of the house, and his route to the bathroom didn't take him within earshot of her. "So?" he said. "So what?" "Talk to me." "Tommy?" There was an agitation in his demeanor that unnerved her. "What's wrong with you?" "I heard you," he said again. "I kept hearing you all through the night. Something happened to you last night, didn't it?" He couldn't know about Howie. Only Beverly had any clue as to what had gone on at the steakhouse, and she wouldn't have had time to spread rumors, even if she'd had a mind to, which was doubtful. She had enough secrets of her own to keep from the vine. Besides, what was there to tell? That she'd made eyes at a diner, kissed him in the parking lot? What did any of that matter to Tommy Ray? "Something happened last night," he was still saying. "I felt some kind of change, but whatever we were waiting for, it didn't come to me. So it must have come to you, Jo Beth. Whatever it is, it came to you." "Want to pour me some of that coffee?" "Answer me." "What's to answer?" "What happened?"
"Nothing."
"You're lying," he remarked, with more bafflement than accusation. "Why are you lying to me?" It was a reasonable question. She wasn't ashamed of Howie or what she felt for him. She'd shared every victory and defeat of her 18 years with Tommy Ray. He wouldn't go blabbing this secret to Mama or Pastor John. but the looks he kept giving her were odd. She couldn't read them. And there was that talk of hearing her through the night. Had he been listening at her door? "I have to get down to the store," she said, "or I'll be real late." "I'll come with you," he said. "What for?" "The ride." "Tommy," he smiled at her. "What's wrong with giving your brother a ride?" he said. She was almost taken in by the performance until she nodded her acquiescence and caught the smile dropping from his lips. "We have to trust each other," he said, once they were in the car and moving, "like we always have." "I know that." "Because we're strong together, right?" He was staring through the window glassy-eyed. "And right now I need to feel strong." "You need to get some sleep. Why don't you let me drive you back? It doesn't matter if I'm late." He shook his head. "Hate that house," he said. "What a thing to say!" "It's true, we both hate it. It gives me bad dreams." "It's not the house, Tommy." "Yes, it is. The house and Mama and being in this fucking town. Look at it!" Suddenly out of nowhere he was raging. "Look at this shit! Don't you want to tear the whole fucking place apart?" His volume was nerve-shredding in the confines of the car. "I know you do," he said, staring at her, eyes now wild and wide. "Don't lie to me, little sister." "I'm not your little sister, Tommy," she said. "I'm 35 seconds older," he said. This had always been a joke between them. Suddenly it was power play. 35 seconds more in this shithole. "Stop talking stupid," she said, bringing the car to a sudden halt. "I'm not listening to this. You can get out and walk." "You want me shouting in the street?" he said. "I'll do it. Don't think I won't. I'll scream till their fucking houses fall down." "You're behaving like an asshole," she said. "Well, there's a word I don't hear from my little sister's lips too often," he said with smug satisfaction. "Something's got into both of us this morning." He was right. She found his rage igniting her in a way she'd never allowed it to before. Twins they were, and in so many ways similar, but he had always been the more openly rebellious of the two. She had played the quiescent daughter, concealing the contempt she'd felt for the Grove's hypocrisies because Mama, so much its victim, still needed its approval. But there were times when she'd envied Tommy Ray's open contempt and longed to spit in the eye of propriety the way he had, knowing he'd be forgiven his trespasses upon payment of a smile. He'd had it easy all those years. His tirade against the town was narcissism. He was in love with himself as rebel. And it was spoiling a morning she'd wanted to luxuriate in. "We'll talk tonight, Tommy," she said. "Will we?" "I just said we would." "We have to help each other." "I know. Especially now." He was suddenly hushed, as though all the rage had gone from him in a single breath, and with it all his energy. "I'm afraid," he said very quietly. "There's nothing to be afraid of, Tommy. You're just tired. You should go home and sleep." "Yeah." They were at the mall. She didn't bother to park the car. "Take it home," she said. "Lois will run me back this evening." As she went to get out of the car, he took hold of her arm, his fingers gripping her so hard it hurt. "Tommy!" she said. "You really mean it?" he said. "There's nothing to be afraid of?" "No," she said. He leaned over to kiss her. "I trust you," he said, his lips very close to hers. His face filled her sight, his hand held her arm as though he possessed her. "Enough, Tommy," she said, pulling her arm free. "Go home." She got out, slamming rather than closing the car door, deliberately, not looking back at him. "JoBeth!" Ahead of her, Howie. Her stomach flipped at the sight of him. Behind her she heard a car horn blare and glanced back to see that Tommy Ray had not taken the wheel of the car, which was blocking access for several other vehicles. He was staring at her, reaching for the handle of the door, getting out. The horns multiplied. Somebody began to shout at him to get out of the way, but he ignored them. His attention was fixed upon JoBeth. It was too late for her to signal Howie away. The look on Tommy Ray's face made it plain he'd understood the whole story from the smile of welcome on Howie's face. She looked back at Howie, feeling an ashen despair. "Well, looky here," she heard Tommy Ray say behind her. It was more than despair. It was fear. "Howie," she began. "Christ, was I dumb," Tommy Ray went on. She tried to smile as she turned back to him. "Tommy," she said, "I want you to meet Howie." She had never seen a look on Tommy Ray's face like the look she was witnessing now. Hadn't known those idolized features capable of such malice. "Howie?" he said. "As in Howard?" She nodded, glancing back at Howie. "I'd like you to meet my brother," she said. "My twin brother. Howie, this is Tommy Ray." Both men stepped forward to shake hands, bringing them into her vision at the same time. The sun shone with equal strength on both, but it didn't flatter Tommy Ray despite his tan. He looked sickly beneath the veneer of health he wore, his eyes sunk without a gleam, his skin too tightly drawn over his cheeks and temples. "He looks dead," she found herself thinking. "Tommy Ray looks dead." Though Howie extended his hand to be shaken, Tommy Ray ignored it, suddenly turning to his sister. "Later," he said so softly. His murmur was almost drowned out by the din of complaints from behind him, but she caught its menace clearly enough. Having spoken, he turned his back and returned to the car. She couldn't see the mollifying smile he was putting on, but she could imagine it. Mr. Golden raising his arms in mock surrender, knowing his captors didn't have a hope. "What was that about?" Howie said. "I don't exactly know. He's been odd since—" She was going to say since yesterday, but she'd seen a canker in his beauty moments ago that must have been there always, except that she, like the rest of the world, had been too dazzled to recognize it. "Does he need help?" Howie asked. "I think it's better we let him go." "Joe Beth," somebody called. A middle-aged woman was striding towards them, both dress and features plain to the point of severity. "Was that Tommy Ray?" she said as she approached. "Yes, it was." "He never stops by any longer." She had come to a halt a yard from Howie, staring at him with a look of mild puzzlement on her face. "Are you coming to the store, Joe Beth?" she said, not looking away from Howie. "We're already late opening." "I'm coming." "Is your friend coming too?" the woman asked pointedly. "Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Howie, this is Lois Knapp." "Mrs." the woman put in, as though her marital status were a talisman against strange young men. "Lois, this is Howie Katz." "Katz," Mrs. Knapp replied. "Katz." She removed her gaze from Howie and studied her watch. 5 minutes late," she said. "It's no problem," Joe Beth said. "We never get anyone in before noon." Mrs. Knapp looked shocked at this indiscretion. "The Lord's work is not to be taken lightly," she remarked. "Please be quick." Then she stalked off. "Fun lady," Howie commented. "She's not as bad as she looks." "That'd be difficult." "I'd better go." "Why?" Howie said. "It's a beautiful day. We could go someplace. Make the most of the weather." "It'll be a beautiful day tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. This is California, Howie." "Come with me anyway." "Let me try to make my peace with Lois first. I don't want to be on everyone's shit list. It'll upset Mama." "So when?"
"When what?"
"When will you be free?"
"You don't give up, do you?"
"Nope."
"I'll tell Lois I'm going back home to look after Tommy Ray this afternoon. Tell her he's sick. It's only half a lie. Then I'll come by the motel. How's that?"
"Promise?"
"Promise."
She began to move away, then said,
"What's wrong?"
"Don't want to kiss me in public, huh?"
"Certainly not."
"How about in private?" She half-heartedly shushed him as she backed away. "Just say yes."
"Howie."
"Just say yes."
"Yes."
"See? It's real easy." In the late morning, as she and Lois sat sipping ice water in the otherwise deserted store, the older woman said, "Howard Katz."
"What about him?"
Jo Beth said, preparing herself for a lecture on behavior with the opposite sex.
"I couldn't think where I knew the name from." "And now you remember?"
"A woman who lived in the Grove. Way back," she said, then turned her attention to wiping a ring of water from the counter with her napkin. Her silence, and the effort she gave to this minor mopping, suggested she was happy to let the subject drop, if Jo Beth chose not to pursue it. Yet she'd felt obliged to raise the issue. Why?
Was she a friend of yours?
Jo Beth asked. Not of mine.
Of Mamma's?
Yes, Lois said, still mopping, though the counter was dry. Yes, she was one of your Mamma's friends. Suddenly it came clear.
One of the 4, Jo Beth said. She was one of the 4.
I believe she was.
And she had children?
You know, I don't remember. This was the closest a woman of Lois's scrupulousness came to lying. Jo Beth called her on it.
You remember, she said. Please tell me.
Yes, I guess I do remember.
She had a boy. Howard.
Lois nodded.
You're sure?
Jo Beth said. Yes, I'm sure. Now it was Jo Beth who kept her silence, while in her head she'd tried to re-evaluate the events of recent days in the light of this discovery. What did her dreams and Howie's appearance, and Tommy Ray's sickness, have to do with each other, and with the story she'd heard in 10 different versions of the bathing party that had ended in death, insanity, and children? Perhaps Mamma knew. 3. Buddy Vance's driver, Jose Luis, waited at their agreed rendezvous for 50 minutes before deciding that his boss must have made his way up the hill under his own power. He called Coney on the car phone. Ellen was at the house, but the boss wasn't. They debated what was best to do, and agreed he'd wait with the car the full hour, then drive back via the route the boss would be likeliest to take. He was nowhere along that route, nor had he got home ahead of his ride. Again they debated the options, Jose Luis tactfully avoiding mention of the likeliest, that somewhere along the way he'd encountered female company. After 16 years in Mr. Vance's employ, he knew his boss's skill with the ladies verged on the supernatural. He would come home when he'd performed his magic. For Buddy, there was no pain. He was thankful for the fact, but not so self-deceiving as to ignore its significance. His body was surely so messed up, his brain had simply overloaded on agony and pulled the plugs. The darkness that enclosed him was without qualification, expert only in blinding him. Or perhaps his eyes were out, dashed from his head on the way down. Whatever the reason, detached from sight and feeling, he floated, and while he floated, he calculated. First, the time it would take for Jose Luis to realize his boss wasn't coming home. 2 hours at the outside. His route through the woods would not be difficult to follow, and once they reached the fissure, his peril would be self-evident. They'd be down after him by noon, on the surface and having his bones mended by the middle of the afternoon. Perhaps it was almost midday already. The only means he had of calculating time's passing was his heartbeat, which he could hear in his head. He began to count. If he could get some sense of how long a minute lasted, he'd be able to hold on to that span of time, and after 60, know he'd lived an hour. But no sooner had he started counting than his head started a different calculation altogether. How long have I lived? He thought. Not breathed, not existed, but actually lived. 54 years since birth. How many weeks was that? How many hours? Better think of it year by year. It was easier. 1 year was 360 days, give or take a few. Say he slept a third of that. 120 days in slumberland. Oh, Lord, already the moments dwindled. Half an hour a day on the John, or emptying his bladder, that was another 7.5 days a year, just doing the dirt. And shaving and showering another 10 days, and eating another 30 or 40. And all of this multiplied by 54 years. He began to sob. "Get me out of here," he murmured. "Please, God, get me out of here, and I'll live like I had never lived. I'll make every hour, every minute, even sleeping, even shitting, a minute spent trying to understand, so that when the next darkness comes along, I won't be so lost." At 11, Jose Luis got in the car and drove back down the hill to see if he could spot the boss somewhere on the street. Drawing a blank there, he called into the food stop in the mall, where they'd named a sandwich in honor of Mr. Vance's patronage. Flatteringly, it was mostly meat. Then at the record store, where the boss would frequently purchase $1,000 worth of stock. While quizzing Ryder, who owned the place, a customer came and announced to any who were interested that there was some serious shit going down in the East Grove, and did somebody get shot? The road down to the woods was closed by the time Jose Luis arrived, a solitary cop directing traffic to turn around. "No way through," he told Jose Luis. "The road's closed."
"What happened? Who got shot?"
Nobody got shot. It's just a crack in the road.
Jose Luis was out of the car now, staring past the cop to the woods. "My boss," he said, knowing he needn't name the owner of the limo. "He was running down here this morning." "So?"
"He hasn't come back yet."
"Oh, shit. You'd better follow me." They made their way through the trees in a silence broken only by barely coherent messages coming through on the cop's radio, all of which he ignored, until the thicket opened into a clearing. Several uniformed police were setting up barriers at its fringes to prevent anyone straying where Jose Luis was now led. The ground beneath his feet was cracked, and the cracks widened as the cop led him to where his chief was standing, staring at the earth. Long before he came near the spot, Jose Luis knew what lay ahead. The crack in the street and those he'd stepped over to reach this place were the consequence of a larger disturbance, a crevice fully 10 feet across, opening into a devouring darkness. "What's he want?" the chief demanded, jabbing his finger in Jose Luis's direction. "We're keeping this under wraps." "Buddy Vance," the cop said. "What about him?"
"He's missing,"
Jose Luis said. "He went running," the cop explained. "Let him tell it," the chief said.
"This is where he goes running every morning. Only today he hasn't come back."
"Buddy Vance?" the chief said. "The comedian?"
"Yeah."
The chief's gaze left Jose Luis and returned to the hole. "Oh, my lord," he said.
"How deep is it?"
Jose Luis asked. "Huh?"
"The crack."
"It's not a crack, it's a fucking abyss. I dropped a stone down a minute ago. I'm still waiting for it to hit bottom." The realization that he was alone came to Buddy slowly, like a memory stirred up from the silt at the bottom of his brain. Indeed, at first he thought it was a memory of a sandstorm he'd been caught in once, on his 3rd honeymoon in Egypt. But he was lost and guideless in this maelstrom, as he'd not been then. And it was not sand that stung his eyes back into sight, nor wind that beat his ears into hearing. It was another power entirely, less natural than a storm, and trapped as no storm had ever been here in a chimney of stone. He saw the hole he'd fallen down for the first time, stretching above him to a sunlit sky so far from him no hint of its reassurance touched him. Whatever ghosts haunted this place, spinning themselves into creation in front of him, they surely came from a time before his species was a gleam in evolution's eye. Things awesomely simple, powers of fire and ice. He was not so wrong, and yet completely. The forms emerging from the darkness a short distance from where he lay seemed in one moment to resemble men like himself, and in the next unalloyed energies, wrapped around each other like champions in a war of snakes, sent from their tribes to strangle the life from each other. The vision ignited his nerves as well as his senses. The pain he'd been spared seeped into his consciousness, the trickle becoming first a stream and then a flood. He felt as though he was laid on knives, their points slicing between his vertebrae, puncturing his innards. Too weak even to moan, all he could be was a mute, suffering witness of the spectacle in front of him, and hope that salvation or death came quickly to put him out of this agony. Best, death, he thought. A godless son of a bitch like him had no hope of redemption, unless the holy books were wrong, and fornicators, drunkards, and blasphemers were fit for paradise. Better death, and be done with it. The joke ended here. "I want to die," he thought. As he formed the intention, one of the entities battling in front of him turned his way. He saw a face in the storm, It was bearded, its flesh so swelled with emotion it seemed to dwarf the body it was set upon, like that of a fetus, skull-domed, eyes vast. The terror he felt when it laid its gaze on him was nothing to that which he felt when its arms reached for him. He wanted to crawl away into some niche and escape the touch of the spirit's fingers, but his body was beyond coaxing or bullying. "I am the Jaffe," he heard the bearded spirit say. "Give me your mind. I want Tarata." As the fingertips grazed Buddy's face, he felt a spurt of power, white like lightning, cocaine, or semen, run through his head and down into his anatomy. With it, the recognition that he'd made an error. The split flesh and broken bone was not all he was. Despite his immoralities, there was something in him the Jaffe coveted, a corner of his being which this occupying force could profit by. He'd called it Tarata. But he had no idea what that word meant, but he understood all too clearly the terror when that spirit entered him. The touch was lightning, burning a path into his essential self, and a drug, too, making images of that invasion cavort in his mind's eye. And jism? That as well. Or else why did a life he'd never had before, a creature born in his pith from the Jaffe's rape, leap out of him now? He glimpsed it as it went. It was pale and primitive, no face, but legs by the scrabbling dozen, no mind either, except to do the Jaffe's will. The bearded face laughed to see it. Withdrawing his fingers from Buddy, the spirit let his other arm drop from the neck of his enemy, and riding the Tarata, headed up the rock chimney towards the sun. The remaining combatant fell back against the cavern wall. From where he lay, Buddy caught a glimpse of the man. He looked much less the warrior than his opponent, and consequently more brutalized by their exchange. His body was wasted, his expression one of weary distraction. He stared up the rock chimney. "Jaffe!" he called, his shout shaking dust from the shelves Buddy had struck on his way down. There was no answer from the shaft. The man looked down towards Buddy, narrowing his eyes. "I'm Fletcher," he said, his voice mellifluous. He moved towards Buddy, trailing a subtle light. "Forget your pain." Buddy tried his damnedest to say, "Help me," but he didn't need to. Fletcher's very proximity soothed the agonies he felt. "Imagine with me," Fletcher said, "your fondest wish." To die, Buddy thought. The spirit heard the unspoken reply. "No," he said, "don't imagine death. Please don't imagine death. I can't arm myself with that." "Arm yourself?" Buddy thought. "Against the Jaffe." "Who are you?" "Men once, spirits now, enemies forever. You have to help me. I need the last squeezings of your mind, or I go to war with him naked." "Sorry I already gave," Buddy thought. "You saw him do the taking. And by the way, what was that thing?" "The Tarata. Your primal fears made solid. He's riding to the world on it." Fletcher looked up the chimney again. "But he won't break surface yet. The day's too bright for him." "Is it still day?" "Yes." "How do you know?" "The process of the sun still moves me even here. I wanted to be sky, Vance. Instead, 2 decades I've lived in darkness with a Jaffe at my throat. Now he's taking the war overground, and I need arms against him plucked out of your head." "There's nothing left," Buddy said. "I'm finished." "Quiddity must be preserved," Fletcher said. "Quiddity?" "The dream sea. You might even see its island as you die. It's wonderful. I envy you the freedom to leave this world." "Heaven, you mean?" Buddy thought. "Is it heaven, you mean? If so, I haven't got a chance." "Heaven's only one of many stories told on the shores of Ephemeris. There are hundreds, and you'll know them all. So don't be afraid. Only give me a little of your mind so that quiddity may be preserved." "Who from?" "The Jaffe. Who else?" Buddy had never been much of a dreamer. His sleep, when it wasn't drugged or drunk, was that of a man who lived himself to exhaustion daily. After a gig or a fuck or both, he would give himself to sleep as to a rehearsal for the final oblivion that called him now. With a fear of nullity a rod to his broken back, he scrabbled to make sense of Fletcher's words. A sea, a shore, a place of stories, in which heaven was just one of many possibilities? How could he have lived his life and never known this place? "You've known it," Fletcher told him. "You've swum quiddity twice in your life. The night you were born, and the night you first slept beside the one you loved most in your life. Who was that, buddy? There've been so many women, right? Which one of them meant most to you?" "Oh, but of course. In the end there was only one. Am I right? Your mother." "How the hell did you know that?" "Put it down to a lucky guess." "Liar." "Okay, so I'm digging around in your thoughts a little. Forgive me the trespass. I need help, buddy, or the Jaffe has me beaten. You don't want that?" "No, I don't." "Imagine for me. Give me something more than regret to make an ally of. Who are your heroes?" "Heroes? Picture them for me." "Comedians, all of them." "An army of comedians? Why not?" The thought of it made Buddy smile. Why not, indeed? Hadn't there been a time when he'd thought his art could cleanse the world of malice? Perhaps an army of holy fools could succeed, with laughter, where bombs had failed. A sweet, ridiculous vision. Comedians on the battlefields, bearing their asses to the guns, and beating the generals over the head with rubber chickens, grinning cannon fodder, confounding the politicians with puns, and signing the peace treaties in polka-dotted ink. His smile became laughter. "Hold that thought," Fletcher said, reaching into Buddy's mind. The laughter hurt. Even Fletcher's touch could not mellow the fresh spasms it initiated in Buddy's system. "Don't die," he heard Fletcher say. "Not yet. For quiddity's sake, not yet." But it was no use, his hollering. The laughter and the pain had hold of Buddy head to toe. He looked at the hovering spirit with tears pouring down his face. "Sorry," he thought. "Can't seem to hold on. Don't want to." Laughter racked him. "You shouldn't have asked to remember." "A moment," said Fletcher. "That's all I need." Too late. The life went out of him, leaving Fletcher with vapors in his hands too frail to be set against the Jaffe. "Damn you!" Fletcher said, yelling at the corpse as he'd once, so long ago, stood and shouted at Jaffe as he lay on the floor of the Mission de Santa Catrina. This time there was no life to be bullied from the corpse. Buddy was gone. On his face sat an expression both tragic and comical, which was only right. He'd lived his life that way. And in dying, he'd assured Paloma Grove of a future burgeoning with such contradictions. 4. Time in the Grove would play countless tricks in the next few days, but none surely as frustrating to its victim as the stretch between Howie's parting from JoBeth and the time when he would see her again. The minutes lengthened to the scale of hours. The hours seemed long enough to produce a generation. He distracted himself as best he could by going to look for his mother's house. That, after all, had been his ambition here, to learn his nature better by grasping his family tree closer to the root. So far, of course, he'd merely succeeded in adding confusion to confusion. He'd not known himself capable of what he'd felt last night, and felt now even more strongly. This soaring, unreasoning belief that all was well with the world, and could never be made unwell again. The fact of time unraveling the way it was could not best his optimism. It was just a game reality was playing with him, to confirm the absolute authority of what he was feeling. And to that trick was added another, more subtle still. When he came to the house where his mother had lived, it was almost supernaturally unchanged, exactly as in the photographs he'd seen of the place. He stood in the middle of the street and stared at it. There was no traffic in either direction, nor any pedestrians. This corner of the Grove floated in mid-morning languor, and he felt almost as though his mother might appear at the window, a child again, and gaze out at him. That notion would not have occurred to him but for the events of the previous night. The miraculous recognition in that locking of eyes, the sense he'd had, still had, that his encounter with JoBeth had been a joy in waiting somewhere, led his mind to make patterns it had never dared before. And this possibility, a place from which a deeper self had drawn knowledge of Jo Beth and known her imminence, would have been beyond him 24 hours before. Again a loop. The mysteries of their meeting had taken him into realms of supposition which led from love to physics to philosophy and back to love again, in such a way that art and science could no longer be distinguished. Nor, indeed, could the sense of mystery he felt, standing here in front of his mother's house, be separated from the mystery of the girl. House, mother, and meeting were one whole extraordinary story. He, the common factor. He decided against knocking on the door. After all, how much more could he learn from the place? And was about to retrace his steps when some instinct checked him, and instead he continued up the gentle gradient of the hill to its summit. There he was startled to find himself presented with a panoramic view of the grove, looking east over the mall to where the far fringes of the town gave way to solid foliage. Or nearly solid. Here and there the canopy broke, and in one of the gaps quite a crowd appeared to have gathered. Arc lamps had been erected in a ring, bearing down on some sight too far off for him to see. Were they making a movie down there? He'd spent so much of the morning in a daze he'd noticed almost nothing on his way up here. He could have passed all the stars who'd ever won an Oscar walking these streets and not registered the fact. While he stood watching, he heard something whispered to him. He looked around. The street behind him was empty. There was no breeze, even here on the brow of his mother's hill, to carry the sound to him. Yet it came again. A sound so close to his ear it was almost inside his head. The voice was soft. It spoke 2 syllables only, joined into a necklace of sound. How. It didn't take a degree in logic to associate this mystery with whatever was going on in the woods below. He couldn't pretend to understand the processes at work upon and around him. The grove was clearly a law unto itself, and he'd profited by its enigmas too much to turn his back on future adventures. If pursuit of a stake could bring him the love of his life, what might following a whisper bring? It wasn't difficult to find his way down to the trees. He had the oddest sense, making the descent, that the whole town led that way, that the hillside was a tipped plate, the contents of which might at any moment slide away into the maw of the earth. That image was reinforced when he finally reached the woods and asked what was going on. Nobody seemed much interested in telling him until a kid piped up. "There's a hole in the ground, and it swallowed him whole." Swallowed who? Howie wanted to know. It wasn't the boy who replied, but the woman with him. "Body vents," she said. Howie was none the wiser, and his ignorance must have registered, because the woman offered supplementary information. "He used to be a TV star," she said. "Funny guy. My husband loves him." "Have they brought him up?" he asked. "Not yet." "Doesn't matter," the boy chipped in. "He's dead anyhow." "Is that right?" Howie said. "Sure," came the woman's reply. The scene suddenly took on a fresh perspective. This crowd wasn't here to watch a man being snatched from death's door. They were here to claim a glimpse of the body as it was put in the back of an ambulance. All they wanted was to say, "I was there when they brought him up. I saw him under a sheet." Their morbidity, especially on a day so full of possibilities, revolted him. Whoever had called his name was calling it no longer, or if he was, the crowd's lowering presence blocked it. There was no purpose in his staying, when he had eyes to gaze into and lips to kiss. Turning his back on the trees and his summoner, he headed back to the motel to wait for Jo Beth's arrival. Chapter 4. Only Abernethy ever called Grillo by his first name. To Sarah Lynn, from the day they'd met to the night they'd parted, he was always Grillo. To every one of his colleagues and friends the same. To his enemies, and what journalist, particularly a disgraced one, did not court enemies, he was sometimes that fuckhead Grillo, or Grillo the Righteous, but always Grillo. Only Abernethy ever dared. "Nathan? What do you want?" Grillo had just stepped out of a shower by the very sound of Abernethy's voice, and he was ready to scrub himself down again. "What are you doing at home?" "I'm working," Grillo lied. It had been a late night. "The pollution piece, remember?" "Forget it. Something's come up, and I want you there."
Buddy Vance, the comedian, he turned up missing."
"When?" "This morning." "Where?"
"Palomo Grove, you know it?"
"It's a name on a freeway sign."
"They're trying to dig him out. It's noon now. How long before you can get there?"
"An hour, maybe 90 minutes. What's the big interest?"
"You're too young to remember the Buddy Vance show."
"I caught the reruns."
"Let me tell you something, Nathan, my boy." Of all Abernethy's modes, Grillo hated the avuncular most. "There was a time the Buddy Vance show emptied the bars. He was a great man and a great American."
"So you want a sob piece?"
"Shit, no. I want the news on his wives, the alcohol, and how come he ended up in Ventura County when he used to swan around Burbank in a limo 3 fucking blocks long."
"The dirt, in other words."
"There were drugs involved, Nathan," Abernethy said. Grillo could picture the look of mock sincerity on the man's face. "And our readers need to know."
"They want the dirt, and so do you," Grillo said.
"So sue me," Abernethy said. "Just get your ass out there."
"So we don't even know where he is? Suppose he just took off somewhere?"
"Oh, they know where he is," Abernethy said. "They're trying to bring the body up in the next few hours."
"Bring it up? You mean he drowned?"
"I mean he fell down a hole."
Comedians, Grillo thought. Anything for a laugh.
Except that it wasn't funny. When he had first joined Abernethy's happy band after the debacle in Boston, it had been a vacation from the heavy-duty investigative journalism in which he'd made his name, and at which, finally, he'd been outmaneuvered. The notion of working for a small circulation scandal sheet like the County Reporter had seemed light relief. Abernethy was a hypocritical buffoon, a born-again Christian to whom forgiveness was a 4-letter word. The stories he told Grillo to cover were easy in the gathering and easier still in the telling, given that the Reporter's readers liked their news to perform one function only, the ameliorating of envy. They wanted tales of pain among the high rollers, the flip side of fame. Abernethy knew his congregation well. He'd even brought his biography into the act, making much in his editorials of his conversion from alcoholic to fundamentalist. Dry and high on the Lord was how he liked to describe himself. This holy sanction allowed him to peddle the muck he edited with a beatific smile, and allowed his readers to wallow in it without guilt. They were reading stories of the wages of sin. What could be more Christian? For Grillo, the joke had long since soured. If he'd thought of telling Abernethy to fuck off once, he'd thought of it 100 times. But where was he going to get a job? Hot-shot reporter turned dupe that he was, except with a small operation like the Reporter. He'd contemplated other professions, but he had neither the desire nor aptitude to pursue any other. He had wanted to report the world to itself for as long as he could remember. There was something essential about that function. He could imagine himself performing no other. The world knew itself indifferently well. It needed people to tell it the story of its life daily, or else how could it learn by its mistakes? He had been making headlines of one such mistake, an act of corruption in the Senate, when he discovered, his gut still turned, recalling that moment, that he had been set up by his target's opponents, his position as press prosecutor used to besmirch innocent parties. He had apologized, groveled, and resigned. The matter had been forgotten quickly, as a fresh slew of headlines replaced those that he'd created. Politicians, like scorpions and cockroaches, would be there when the warheads had leveled civilization. But journalists were frail. One miscalculation and their credibility was dust. He had fled west until he met the Pacific. He'd considered throwing himself in, but had instead chosen to work for Abernethy. More and more that seemed like an error. "Look on the bright side," he told himself every day. "There's no direction from here but up." The Grove surprised him. It had all the distinguishing marks of a town created on paper, the central mall, the Cardinal Point villages, the sheer order of the streets. But there was a welcome diversity in the styles of the houses, and, perhaps because it was in part built on a hill, a sense that it might have secret reaches.
If the woods had any secrets of their own, they'd been trampled down by the sightseers who'd come to see the exhumation. Grillo flashed his credentials and asked a few questions of one of the cops at the barrier. No, there was no likelihood that the corpse would be raised soon. It had yet to be located. Nor could Grillo speak with any of those in charge of the operation. Come back later, was the suggestion. It looked like good advice. There was very little activity around the fissure. Despite there being tackle of various kinds on the ground, nobody seemed to be putting it to use. He decided to risk leaving the scene to make a few calls. He found his way to the mall and to a public telephone. His first call was to Abernethy, to report that he'd arrived and to inquire whether a photographer had been sent down. Abernethy was away from his desk. Grillo left a message. He had more luck with a second call. The answering machine began playing its familiar message. "Hi, this is Tesla and Butch. If you want to speak to the dog, I'm out. If it's Butch you need—" only to be interrupted by Tesla. "Hello." "It's Grillo." "Grillo? Shut the fuck up, Butch." "Sorry, Grillo. He's trying to—" The phone was dropped, and there was a good deal of commotion, followed by Tesla's breathless return to the receiver. "That animal! Why did I take him, Grillo?" "He was the only male who'd lived with you." "Fuck you." "Your words." "I said that." "You said that." "Out of my mind." "I got good news, Grillo. I got a development deal for one of the screenplays. That Castaway picture I wrote last year. They want it rewritten. In space." "You're going to do it." "Why not? I need something produced. Nobody's going to do any of the heavy-duty stuff till I have a hit. So fuck art. I'm going to be so crass they'll be coming in their pants. And before you say it, don't give me any of that artistic integrity shit. A girl's got to feed herself." I know. "So," she said, "what's new?" There were a lot of answers to that, a litany. He could tell her about how his hairdresser, with a palmful of straw-blonde clippings, had smilingly informed Grillo that he had a bald patch at his crown, or how this morning, meeting himself in the mirror, he'd decided his long, anemic features, which he'd always hoped would mature into an heroic melancholia, were simply looking doleful, or that he kept having those damn elevator dreams, trapped between floors with Abernethy and a goat Abernethy kept wanting Grillo to kiss. But he kept the biography to himself, and just said, "I need help." "It figures." "What do you know about Buddy Vance?" "He's down a hole. It's been on the TV." "What's his life story?" "This is for Abernethy, right?" "Right." "So it's just the dirt." "Got it in one." "Well, comedians aren't my strongest point. I majored in sex goddesses. But I looked him up when I heard the news. Married 6 times, once to a 17-year-old. That lasted 42 days. His second wife died of an overdose." As Grillo had hoped, Tesla had chapter and verse on the life and sordid times of Buddy Vance, nay, of all things, Valentino. The addictions to women, controlled substances, and fame. The TV series, the films, the fall from grace. "You can write about that with feeling, Grillo." "Thanks for nothing." "I only love you because I hurt you." "Or do I mean the other way around?" "Very funny. Speaking of which, was he—" "Was he what?" "Funny." "Vance?" "I suppose, in his way. You never saw him?" "I must have, I suppose. I don't remember the act." "He had this rubber face. You looked at him, you laughed. And this weird persona, half idiot, half slimeball." "So how come he was so successful with women?" "The dirt?" "Of course." "The enormous appendage." "Are you kidding me?" "The biggest dick in television. I got that from an unimpeachable source." "Who was that?" "Please, Grillo," Tesla said aghast. "Do I sound like a girl who'd gossip?" Grillo laughed. "Thanks for the information. I owe you dinner." "Sold. Tonight." "I'll still be here, looks like."
"So I'll come find you."
"Maybe tomorrow, if I'm still here. I'll call you."
"If you don't, you're dead."
"I said I'll call. Go back to Castaways in Space."
"Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And Grillo—"
"What?" Before answering, she put the phone down, winning for the 3rd consecutive time the game of who hangs up first they'd been playing since Grillo, in a maudlin stupor one night, had confessed he'd hated goodbyes. Chapter 5. 1.
"Mama?"
She was sitting by the window as usual.
Pastor John didn't come last night, JoBeth. You did call him like you promised?"
She read the look on her daughter's face.
"You didn't," she said. "How could you forget a thing like that?"
"I'm sorry, Mama."
"You know how I rely upon him. I've got good reason, JoBeth. I know you don't think so, but I do."
"No, I believe you. I'll call him later. First, I have to speak to you."
"Shouldn't you be at the store?" Joyce said.
"Did you come home sick? I heard Tommy Ray—" "Mama, listen to me. I have to ask you something very important."
Joyce looked troubled already.
"I can't talk now," she said. "I want the pastor."
"He'll come later. First, I have to know about a friend of yours."
Joyce said nothing, but her face was all frailty. JoBeth had seen her turn that expression on too often to be cowed by it.
"I met a man last night, Mama,"
she said, determined to be plain in her telling.
"His name is Howard Katz. His mother was Trudy Katz."
Joyce's face lost its mask of delicacy. Beneath was a look eerily like satisfaction.
"Didn't I say?"
she murmured to herself, turning her head back towards the window.
"Didn't you say what?"
"How could it be over? How could it ever be over?"
"Mama, explain."
"It wasn't an accident. We all knew it wasn't an accident. They had reasons."
"Who had reasons?"
"I need the pastor."
"Mama, who had reasons?"
Without replying, Joyce stood up.
"Where is he?"
she said, her voice suddenly loud. She started towards the door.
"I have to see him."
"All right, Mama, all right. Calm down."
At the door she turned back to JoBeth. Tears welled in her eyes.
"You mustn't go near Trudy's boy," she said. "You hear me? You mustn't see him, speak to him, even think of him. Promise me."
"I can't promise that. It's stupid."
"You haven't done anything with him, have you?"
"What do you mean?"
"Oh, my Lord, you have."
"I've done nothing."
"Don't lie to me," Mama demanded, her hands clutched into bony fists. "You must pray, JoBeth."
"I don't want to pray. I came wanting help from you, that's all. I don't need prayers."
"He's got into you already. You never spoke this way before."
"I never felt this way before,"
she replied. Tears were perilously close. Anger and fear all muddled up. It was no use listening to Mama. She wasn't going to provide anything but calls to prayer. JoBeth crossed to the door, her momentum enough to warn Mama that she wouldn't be prevented from leaving. There was no resistance. Mama stepped aside and let her go. But as she headed down the stairs, called after her,
"JoBeth, come back. I'm sick, JoBeth. JoBeth. JoBeth."
Howie opened the door to his beauty in tears. "What's wrong?" he said, ushering her in. She put her hands to her face and sobbed. He wrapped his arms around her. "It's okay," he said. "Nothing's that bad." The sobs diminished steadily until she disengaged herself from him and stood forlornly in the middle of the room, wiping the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand.
"I'm sorry,"
she said. "What happened?"
"It's a long story. It goes way back to your mother and mine."
"They knew each other?" She nodded.
"They were best friends."
"So this was in the stars," he said, smiling.
"I don't think that's the way Mama sees it."
"Why not? Son of her best friend?"
"Did your mother ever tell you why she left the Grove?"
"She was unmarried."
"So's Mama."
"Maybe she's tougher than my—"
"No, what I mean is, maybe that's more than a coincidence. All my life there's been rumors about what happened before I was born, about Mama and her friends."
"I know nothing about this."
"I only know bits and pieces. There were 4 of them. Your mother, mine, a girl called Carolyn Hotchkiss, whose father still lives in the Grove, and another. I forget her name, Arlene something. They were attacked. Raped, I think."
Howie's smile had long since disappeared. "Mother?" he said softly. "Why did she never say anything?"
"Who's going to tell their kid they were conceived that way?"
"Oh, my God," Howie said.
"Raped. Maybe I'm wrong,"
JoBeth said, looking up at Howie. His face was knotted up as though he'd just been slapped.
"I've lived with these rumors all my life, Howie. I've seen Mama driven half-mad by them, talking about the devil all the time. It used to scare me so much when she started talking about Satan having his eye on me. I used to pray to be invisible so he couldn't see me."
Howie took his spectacles off and threw them onto the bed. "I never really told you why I came here, did I?" he said. "I think it's time I did. I came because I don't have the first clue as to who or what I am. I wanted to find out about the grove and why it drove my mother out." "Now you wish you'd never come." "No. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have met you. Wouldn't have
fallen in love. With someone who's probably your own sister?"
The slapped look slackened. "No," he said. "I can't believe that."
"I recognized you the moment I stepped into Buttrick's. You recognized me. Why?"
"Love at first sight."
"I wish."
"That's what I feel."
"It's what you feel, too. I know it is. You said it is." "That was before."
"I love you, JoBeth."
"You can't. You don't know me."
"I do, and I'm not going to give up on that because of gossip. We don't even know if any of this is true." In his vehemence, all trace of his stammer had disappeared.
"This could be all lies, right?" "It could," she conceded. "But why would anybody invent a story like that? Why did neither your mother nor mine ever tell us who our fathers were?"
"We'll find out."
"Who from?"
"Ask your mama."
"I already tried."
"And?"
"She told me not to go near you, not to even think of you."
Her tears had dried as she told the story. Now, thinking of Mama again, they began to flow.
"But I can't stop that, can I?"
she said, appealing for help from the very source she'd been forbidden. Watching her, Howie longed to be the holy fool Lem had always called him, to have the freedom from censure only idiots, animals, and babes in arms were granted, to lick and lap at her and not be slapped away. There was no denying the possibility that she was indeed his sister, but his libido vaulted taboo.
"I think maybe I should go,"
she said, as though sensing his heat.
"Mama wants the pastor."
"Say a few prayers and maybe I'll go away, you mean?"
"That's not fair."
"Stay a while, please," he coaxed. "We don't have to talk. We don't have to do anything. Just stay."
"I'm tired."
"So we'll sleep." He reached and touched her face very lightly. "Neither of us got enough sleep last night," he said. She sighed and nodded. "Maybe it'll all come clear, if we just let it be."
"I hope."
He excused himself and went through to the bathroom to empty his bladder. By the time he got back, she had taken off her shoes and was lying on the bed. "Room for two?" he said. She murmured yes. He lay down beside her, trying not to think about what he'd hoped they'd be doing between these sheets. Again she sighed. "It'll be all right," he said. "Sleep." 2. Most of the audience gathered for Buddy Vance's final show had drifted away by the time Grillo got back to the woods. They'd decided, apparently, that he wasn't worth the wait. With the onlookers dispersed, the barrier guards had become lax. Grillo stepped over the rope and approached the policeman who looked to be in charge of the operation. He introduced himself and his function. "Can't tell you much," the man replied in answer to Grillo's questions. "We've got 4 climbers going down now, but God knows how long it'll take to raise the body. We haven't found it yet, and Hotchkiss tells us there's all kinds of rivers under there. The corpse could be in the Pacific for all we know." "Will you work through the night?" "Looks like we'll have to." He looked at his watch. "We've got maybe 4 hours of daylight left. Then we'll be relying on the lamps." "Has anybody investigated these caves before?" Grillo asked. "Are they mapped?" "Not that I know of. You'd better ask Hotchkiss. He's the guy in black over there." Again Grillo made his introductions. Hotchkiss was a tall, grim individual, with a baggy look of a man who'd lost substantial amounts of weight. "I understand you're the cave expert," Grillo said. "Only by default," Hotchkiss replied. "It's just that nobody knows any better." His eyes didn't settle on Grillo for a moment, but roved and roved in search of some place to rest.
What's below us, people don't think much about.
And you do?
Yeah.
You've made some kind of study of it?
In a strictly amateur capacity, Hotchkiss explained. There's some subjects just take hold of you. This did me.
So have you been down there yourself?
Hotchkiss broke his rule, holding his gaze on Grillo's face for a full 2 seconds before saying, "Until this morning these caves were sealed, Mr. Grillo. I had them sealed myself many years ago. They are, a danger to innocence."
Innocence, Grillo noted. A strange word to use. The policeman I was talking to, Spilmont. Right, he says there's rivers down there.
There's a whole world down there, Mr. Grillo, about which we know next to nothing, and it's changing all the time. Sure, there's rivers, but there's a good deal else besides, whole species that never see the sun.
Doesn't sound like much fun.
They accommodate, Hotchkiss said, as we all do. They live with their limitations. We're all of us living on a fault line, after all, which could open up at any moment. We accommodate that.
I try not to think about it.
That's your way.
And yours?
Hotchkiss made a tight, tiny smile, his eyes half closing as he did so. A few years ago I thought about leaving the Grove. It had bad associations for me.
But you stayed.
I discovered I was a sum of my accommodations, he replied. When the town goes, so will I.
When?
Palomo Grove is built on bad land. The earth beneath our feet feels solid enough, but it's on the move.
So the whole town could go the way of Buddy Vance. Is that what you're saying?
You can quote me as long as you don't name me.
That's fine by me.
Got what you need?
More than enough.
No such thing, Hotchkiss observed. Not with bad news. Excuse me, would you?
There had been a sudden galvanizing of forces around the fisher. Leaving Grillo with a punch-line for his story any comedian would have envied, Hotchkiss strode off to oversee the raising of Buddy Vance. In his bedroom, Tommy Ray lay and sweated. He'd come out of the sunlight and closed the windows, then drawn the curtains. Sealing the room thus had made it into an oven, but the heat and the gloom soothed him. In their embrace he didn't feel so alone, and exposed as he'd felt in the bright, clean air of the Grove. Here he could smell his own juices as they oozed from his pores, his own stale breath as it rose from his throat and dropped back down over his face. If Jo Beth had cheated on him, then he would have to seek out new company, and where better to begin than with himself? He'd heard her come back to the house in the early afternoon and argue with Mamma, but he didn't try to catch the words between them. If her pathetic romance was already falling apart, and why else would she be sobbing on the stairs? Then that was her own damn fault. He had more important business. Lying in the heat, the strangest pictures came haunting his head. They all rose from a darkness which his curtained room couldn't hope to match. Was that, perhaps, why they were incomplete as yet? Fragments of a scheme he wanted passionately to grasp, but that kept slipping from him. In them there was blood, there was rock, there was a pale, flickering creature his gut turned at seeing, and there was a man he could not make out, but who would, if he sweated enough, come clear in front of him. When he did, the waiting would be over. First there was a shout of alarm from the fisher. Men around the hole, Spilmont and Hotchkiss included, set to work to haul the men up, but whatever was taking place underground was too violent to be controlled from the surface. The cop closest to the crevice cried out as the rope he was holding suddenly tightened around his gloved hand, and he was jerked towards the lip like a hooked fish. It was Spilmont who saved him, taking hold of the man from behind long enough for him to pull his fingers free of the gloves. As both fell backwards onto the ground, the shouts from below multiplied, supplemented by warnings from above. "It's opening!" Somebody yelled. "Jesus Christ! It's opening!" Grillo was a physical coward until he sniffed news. Then he was ready to stand face to face with anything. He pushed past Hotchkiss and a cop to get a better view of what was happening. Nobody stopped him, not with their own safety to consider. Dust was rising from the widening fissure, blinding the anchormen who were holding the ropes on which the retrieval party's life depended. Even as he watched, one of the men was hauled towards the crevice, from which shrieks that suggested massacre were rising. He added his as the earth went to dust beneath his heels. Somebody threw himself past Grillo in the confusion and attempted to snatch at the man, but too late. The rope tightened. He was pulled out of sight, leaving his failed savior face down at the edge of the crack. Grillo took 3 steps towards the survivor, barely able to see either the ground or its absence beneath his feet. He felt its tremors, however, rising through his legs and up his spine, throwing his thoughts into chaos. Instinct sufficed. Legs spread to keep his balance, he reached down for the fallen man. It was Hotchkiss, face bloodied when he'd hit the earth, a dazed look in his eyes. Grillo yelled his name. The man responded by grabbing at Grillo's proffered arm, as the ground around them both split open. Side by side on the motel bed, neither Joe Beth nor Howie woke, though both gasped and shuddered like lovers saved from drowning. There had been dreams of water for them both, of a dark sea which was carrying them towards some wonderful place. But their journey had been interrupted. Something below their dreaming selves had snatched at them, dragging them out of that lulling tide and down into a shaft of rock and pain. Men were screaming all around them as they fell to their deaths, ropes following like obedient snakes. Somewhere in the confusion they heard each other, each sobbing the other's name, but there wasn't time for reunion before their downward motion was checked, and an upward surge caught them. It was icy cold, a torrent of water from a river that had never seen the sun but mounted the chasm now, bearing dead men, dreamers, and whatever else occupied this nightmare before it. The walls became a blur as they rose to meet the sky. Grillo and Hotchkiss were 4 yards from the fissure when the waters broke, the violence of the breakage enough to throw them off their feet as a freezing rain fell. It stung Hotchkiss from his daze. He grabbed hold of Grillo's arm, hollering, "Look at that!" There was something alive in the flood. Grillo saw it for the briefest of moments, a form, or forms, that seemed human as he glimpsed them, but left on his inner eye another impression entirely, like the afterburn of fireworks. He shook the image off and looked again, but whatever he'd seen had gone. "We got to get out!" he heard Hotchkiss yell. The ground was still cracking. They hauled themselves upright, their feet scrabbling in the mud for purchase, and ran blindly through rain and dust, only knowing they'd reached the perimeter when they tripped over the rope. One of the retrieval team, his hand half gone, lay where the first spurt had dropped him. Beyond rope and body, in the cover of the trees, were Spilmont and a number of cops. The rain came down lightly here, tapping on the canopy like a midsummer shower, while behind the storm from the earth roared itself out. Soaking with his own sweat, Tommy Ray stared at the ceiling and laughed. He hadn't had a ride like that since the summer before last out at Topanga, when a freak tide had thrown up a magnificent swell. He, Andy, and Sean had ridden it for hours, high on speed. "I'm ready," he said, wiping salt water from his eyes. "Ready and willing. Just come get me, whoever the fuck you are." Howie looked dead, lying on the bed all bundled up, his teeth clenched, his eyes closed. Jo Beth backed away, hand to her mouth to block the panic, her words, "Dear God, forgive me," coming in muffled sobs. They'd done wrong, even lying together on the same bed. It was a crime against the laws of the Lord to dream the way she'd dreamt, of him naked beside her on a warm sea, their hair intertwined the way she'd wanted their bodies to be. And what had that dream brought? Cataclysm, blood, rock, and a terrible rain which had killed him in his sleep. "Dear God, forgive me." He opened his eyes so suddenly her prayer deserted her. In its place, his name. "Howie, you're alive." He unknotted himself, reaching out to claim his spectacles from beside the bed. He put them on. Her shock came into focus. "You dreamed it, too," he said. "It wasn't like a dream. It was real." She was shaking from head to foot. "What have we done, Howie?" "Nothing," he said, coughing the growl from his throat. "We've done nothing." "Mama was right. I shouldn't have—" "Stop it," he said, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed and standing up. "We've done nothing wrong." "What was that, then?" she said. "A bad dream. In both our heads?" "Maybe it wasn't the same," he said, hoping to calm her. I was floating, with you beside me. Then I was underground. Men were screaming.
"All right," he said.
It was the same.
"Yes."
See, she said, whatever's between us, it's wrong. Maybe it's the devil's work.
"You don't believe that?"
I don't know what I believe,
she said. He moved towards her, but she kept him at bay with a gesture.
Don't, Howie. It's not right. We shouldn't touch each other.
She started towards the door.
I have to go.
"This is absurd," he said, but no stumbling words of his were going to stop her leaving. She was already fumbling with the security bolt he'd put on when she'd entered. "I'll get it," he said, leaning past her to open the door. In lieu of any comforting words, he kept a silence which she only broke with,
"Goodbye."
"You're not giving us time to think this through."
"I'm afraid, Howie," she said. "You're right. I don't believe the devil's in this. But if he isn't, who is? Have you got any answers for that?"
She was barely able to keep her emotions in check. She kept gulping air as if trying to swallow and failing. The sight of her distress made him long to hug her, but what had been invited last night was now forbidden.
"No," he told her. "No answers."
She took the cue of his reply to leave him at the door. He watched her for a count of 5, defying himself to stand and let her go, knowing what had happened between them was more significant than anything he'd experienced in 18 years of breathing the air of the planet. At 5, he closed the door. Part 4. Primal Scenes. Chapter 1. Grillo had never heard Abernethy happier. The man fairly whooped when Grillo told him the Buddy Vance story had taken a turn for the cataclysmic, and that he'd been there to witness it all. "Start writing," he said. "Take a room in town, charge it to me, and start writing. I'll hold the front page." If Abernethy sought to excite Grillo with B-movie clichés, he failed. What had happened at the caves had left him numb. But the suggestion that he'd take a room was welcome. Though he'd dried off at the bar where he and Hotchkiss had given their account to Spilmont, he felt dirty and exhausted. "What about this Hotchkiss guy?" Abernethy said. "What's his story?" "I don't know." "Find out, and get some more background on Vance. Have you been up to the house yet? Give me time." "You're on the spot," Abernethy said. "It's your story. Get to it." He revenged himself on Abernethy, albeit pettily, by taking the most expensive room on offer at the Hotel Palomo in Stillbrook Village, ordering up champagne and a rare hamburger, and tipping the waiter so well the man asked him if he hadn't made a mistake. The booze made him light-headed, his favorite condition in which to call Tesla. She wasn't in. He left a message stating his present locale. Then he looked up Hotchkiss in the directory and called him. He had heard the man give his account of Spilmont. No mention had been made of what they'd glimpsed escaping from the fissure. Grillo had similarly kept quiet on the subject, and the absence of any questions on the subject from Spilmont suggested nobody else had been close enough to the fissure to witness the sight. He wanted to compare notes with Hotchkiss, but he drew a blank. Either he wasn't in, or he'd decided not to answer the telephone. With that route of inquiry blocked, he turned his attention to the Vance mansion. It was almost 9 in the evening, but there was no harm in his wandering up the hill to have a look at the dead man's estate. He might even talk his way inside if the champagne hadn't got the better of his tongue. In some regards, the timing was advantageous. This morning Vance had been the focal point of events in the Grove. His relatives, if they had a taste for the limelight, and few didn't, could bide their time before choosing between suitors for their story. But now Vance's demise had been superseded by a larger and fresher tragedy. Grillo might therefore find the contingent more eager to talk than he would have done at noon. He regretted deciding to walk. The hill was steeper than it had seemed from below, and badly lit. But there were compensations. He had the street to himself, and so could leave the sidewalk and wander up the center, admiring the stars as they appeared overhead. Vance's residence wasn't hard to locate. The road stopped at its gates. After Coney Eye, there was only sky. The main gate was unguarded, but locked.
A side gate, however, gave him access to a path which wound through a colonnade of undisciplined evergreens, which were alternately flooded with green, yellow, and red light, to the front of the house. It was vast and utterly idiosyncratic, a palace which defied the aesthetic of the grove in every way. There was no trace here of the pseudo-Mediterranean, or the ranch style, or the Spanish style, or the mock Tudor, or the modern colonial. The whole mansion looked like a fun-fair ride, its facade painted in the same primaries that had lit the trees, its windows ringed with lights which were presently turned off. Coney Eye, Grillo now understood, was a little piece of the island, Vance's homage to Carnival. There were lights burning inside. He knocked, aware that he was being scrutinized by cameras above the door. A woman of Oriental extraction, Vietnamese perhaps, opened it and informed him that Mrs. Vance was indeed in residence. If he'd wait in the hallway, she told him she'd see if the lady of the house was available. Grillo thanked her and waited while the woman took herself off upstairs. As outside, so in. A temple to fun. Every inch of the hallway was hung with panels from all manner of carnival rides, brilliantly colored advertisements for tunnels of love, ghost train rides, carousels, freak shows, wrestling shows, gal shows, waltzes, dippers, and mystic swings. The renderings were for the most part crude, the work of painters who knew their craft was in the service of commerce, and had no lasting merit. Close scrutiny didn't flatter the displays. Their gaudy self-confidence was to be viewed through the crush of a crowd, rather than studied under the spotlight. Vance had not been blind to that fact. By hanging the items cheek by jowl on every wall, he effectively drew the eye on from one to the next, preventing it from lingering too long on any detail. The display, for all its vulgarity, drew a smile from Grillo, as no doubt Vance had intended, a smile that fell from his face when Rochelle Vance appeared at the top of the stairs and began her descent. Never in his life had he seen a face more flawless. With every step she took towards him he expected to find a compromise in its perfection, but there was none. She was of Caribbean blood, he guessed. Her dark features had that ease about their line. Her hair was drawn back tight, emphasizing the dome of her forehead and the symmetry of her brows. She wore no jewelry, and only the simplest of black dresses. "Mr. Grillo," she said, "I'm Buddy's widow." The word, despite the color of her dress, couldn't have seemed more inappropriate. This was not a woman who had risen from a tear-soaked pillow. "How can I help you?" she asked. "I'm a journalist, so Ellen told me. I wanted to ask you about your husband." "It's a little late." "I was in the woods most of the afternoon." "Ah, yes," she said. "You're that, Mr. Grillo." "I'm sorry?" "I had one of the policemen—" She turned to Ellen. "What was his name?" "Spilmont?" "Spilmont. He was here to tell me what happened. He mentioned your great heroism." "It wasn't so great." "Enough to deserve a night's rest, I would have thought," she said, "rather than business." "I'd like to get the story." "Yes. Well, come in."
Ellen opened a door to the left of the hallway. As Rochelle led Grillo in, she laid out the ground rules.
"I'll answer your questions as best I can, as long as you limit them to Buddy's professional life." Her speech was devoid of accent. A European education, perhaps? "I know nothing about his other wives, so don't bother prying. Nor will I speculate on his addictions. Would you like some coffee?" "That'd be most welcome," Grillo said, aware that he was doing what he did so often during interviews, catching a tone from his interviewee. "Coffee for Mr. Grillo, Ellen," Rochelle said, inviting her guest to sit, "and water for me." The room they had entered ran the full length of the house and was 2 stories high, the second marked by a gallery which ran around all 4 walls. These, like the hallway walls, were a painted din. Invitations, seductions, and warnings fought for his eye. "The ride of a lifetime," one modestly promised. "All the fun you can stand," another announced. And then some. "This is just part of Buddy's collection," Rochelle said. "There's more in New York. I believe it's the biggest in private hands." "I didn't know anybody collected this stuff." "Buddy called it the true art of America. It may be that it is, which says something." She trailed off, her distaste for this hollering parade quite plain. The expression crossing a face so devoid of sculptural error carried distressing force. "You'll break the collection up, I suppose," Grillo said. "That depends on the will," she said. "It may not be mine to sell." "You've got no sentimental attachments to it?" "I think that comes under the heading of private life," she said.
"Yes, I suppose it does."
But I'm sure Buddy's obsession was harmless enough. She stood up and flipped a switch between two panels from a ghost train facade. Multicolored lights came on beyond the glass wall at the far end of the room. "Allow me to show you," she said, wandering down the length of the room and stepping out into the soup of colors. Pieces too big to be fitted into the house were assembled here. A carved face, maybe 12 feet high, the yawning, saw-toothed mouth of which had been the entrance to a ride. A placard advertising "The Wall of Death," written out in lights. A full-size, bas-relief locomotive, driven by skeletons appearing to burst from a tunnel. "My God!" was all Grillo could muster. "Now you know why I left him," Rochelle said. "I didn't realize," Grillo replied. "You didn't live here?" "I tried," she said. "But look at the place. It's like walking into Buddy's mind. He liked to make his mark on everything. Everybody. There was no room for me here. Not if I wasn't prepared to play things his way." She stared at the mammoth maw. "Ugly," she said. "Don't you think?"
"I'm no judge,"
Grillo said. "It doesn't offend you?"
"It might get to me with a hangover."
"He used to tell me I had no sense of humor," she said, "because I don't find this stuff of his amusing. The fact is, I didn't find him very amusing either. As a lover, yes. He was wonderful. But funny? No."
"Is all this off the record?"
Grillo wondered. "Does it matter if I say it is? I've had enough bad publicity in my life to know you don't give a fuck for my privacy."
"But you're telling me anyway." She turned from the mouth to look at him.
"Yes, I am," she said. There was a pause. Then she said, "I'm cold," and stepped back inside. Ellen was pouring coffee. "Leave it," Rochelle instructed. "I'll do it." The Vietnamese woman lingered at the door a fraction of a moment, too long for civility, before exiting. "So that's the Buddy Vance story," Rochelle said. "Wives, wealth, and carnival. Nothing terribly new in it, I'm afraid."
"Do you know if he had any premonition of this?" Grillo asked as they resumed their seats.
"Of dying? I doubt it. He wasn't exactly attuned to that kind of thinking. Cream?"
"Yes, please. And sugar."
"Help yourself. Is that the kind of news your readers would like to hear, that Buddy had seen his death in a dream?"
"Stranger things have happened,"
Grillo said, his thoughts inevitably tripping back to the fissure and its escapees. "I don't think so," Rochelle replied. "I don't see much sign of miracles, not any more." She extinguished the lights outside. "When I was a child, my grandfather taught me to influence other children."
"How?"
"Just by thinking about it. It was something he'd done all his life, and he passed it on to me. It was easy. I could make kids drop their ice creams, make them laugh and not know why. I thought nothing of it. There were miracles then, waiting round the corner. But I lost the knack. We all lose it. Everything changes for the worse."
"Your life can't be that bad," Grillo said. "I know you're grieving at the—"
"Fuck my grief," she said suddenly. "He's dead, and I'm here waiting to see what the last laugh's going to be."
"The will?"
"The will. The wives. The bastards who are going to pop up from nowhere. He's finally got me on one of his damn mystery rides."
Her words were charged with feeling, but she spoke them calmly enough.
"You can go home and turn all this into deathless prose."
"I'm going to stay in town," Grillo said, "until your husband's body is found."
"It won't be," Rochelle replied. "They've given up the search."
"What?"
"That's what Spilmont came up to explain. They've already lost 5 men. Apparently the chances of finding him are slim anyhow. It's not worth the risk."
"Does that upset you?"
"Not having a body to bury?" "No, not really. It's better to be remembered smiling than being brought up out of a hole in the ground. So you see, your story finishes here. There'll be a memorial service for him in Hollywood, presumably. The rest, as they say, is television history." She stood up, marking an end to the interview. Grillo had unasked questions aplenty, most of them about the one subject she'd pronounced herself willing to talk about, yet hadn't touched, his professional life. There were a few loopholes Tesla couldn't plug, you know. Rather than press the widow Vance beyond her patience, he let the questions go. She'd supplied more insights than he'd expected. "Thank you for seeing me," he said, shaking her hand. Her fingers were as thin as twigs. "You've been most kind." "Ellen will see you out," she said. "Thanks." The girl was waiting in the hallway. As she opened the front door, she touched Grillo's arm. He looked at her. She made a hushing face, and pressed a scrap of paper into his hand. Without a word being exchanged, he was ushered out onto the step, and the door was closed behind him. He waited until he was out of video range before he looked at the scrap. It bore the woman's name, Ellen the Wynn, and an address in Deerdale Village. Buddy Vance might be staying buried, but his story, it seemed, was still digging its way out. Stories had a way of doing that, in Grillo's experience. It was his belief that nothing but nothing could stay secret, however powerful the forces with interests vested in silence.
Conspirators might conspire, and thugs attempt to gag, but the truth, or an approximation of same, would show itself sooner or later, very often in the unlikeliest form.
It was seldom hard facts that revealed the life behind the life. It was rumor, graffiti, strip cartoons, and love songs. It was what people gabbled about in their cups, or between fucks, or read on a toilet wall. The art of the underground, like the figures he'd seen in the spurt, rising to change the world. Chapter 2. Jo Beth lay on her bed in darkness and watched the breeze by turn belly the curtains, then draw them out into the night. She had gone to talk to Mamma as soon as she returned to the house, and told her that she would not be seeing Howie again. It had been a promise made in haste, but she doubted whether Mamma had even heard it. She had a distracted air about her, pacing her room, wringing her hands, and murmuring prayers to herself. The prayers reminded Jo Beth that she'd promised to call the pastor and hadn't. Composing herself as best she could, she went downstairs and called the church. Pastor John was not available, however. He'd gone to comfort Angeli Datlow, whose husband Bruce had been killed in the attempt to raise Buddy Vance's body. This was the first Jo Beth had heard of the tragedy. She curtailed the conversation and came off the telephone trembling. She needed no detailed description of the deaths. She'd seen them, and so had Howie. Their shared dream had been interrupted by a live report from the shaft where Datlow and his colleagues had died. She sat in the kitchen, the fridge humming, the birds and bugs in the backyard making blithe music, and tried to make sense of the senseless. Maybe she'd been sold an overly optimistic vision of the world, but she'd proceeded thus far believing that if she couldn't grasp things personally, there were those in her vicinity who could. It gave her comfort to know that. Now she was not sure. If she told anyone from church, who made up most of her circle, what had happened at the motel, the dream of water, the dream of death, they'd take the line Mamma had taken, that this was the devil's doing. When she'd said as much to Howie, he'd told her she didn't believe it, and he was right. It was nonsense. And if that was nonsense, what else that she'd been taught besides? Unable to think her way through her confusions, and too tired to bully them, she took herself off to her room to lie down. She had no wish to sleep so soon after the trauma of her last slumber, but fatigue overcame her resistance. A string of scenes, black and white with a pearly sheen, appeared before her as she fell. Howie in Buttrick's, Howie at the mall, face to face with Tommy Ray, his face on the pillow when she'd thought him dead. Then the string broke, and the pearls flew off. She sank into sleep. The clock said 8:35 when she woke. The house was completely hushed. She got up, moving as silently as she could to avoid a summons from Mamma. Downstairs she fixed herself a sandwich and brought it back up to her room, where now, sandwich consumed, she lay watching the curtains do the wind's will. The evening light had been smooth as apricot cream, but it had gone now. Darkness was very close. She could feel its approach, cancelling distance, silencing life. And it distressed her, as it never had before. In homes not so far from here, families would be in mourning. husbandless wives, fatherless children, facing their first night of grief. In others, sadnesses which had been put away would be brought out, studied, wept over. She had something of her own now, that made her part of that greater sorrow. Loss had touched her, and the darkness, which took so much away from the world and gave so little back, would never be the same again. Tommy Ray was woken by the window rattling. He sat up in bed. The day had passed in a self-created fever. Morning seemed more than a dozen hours away, yet what had he done in the intervening time? Just slept, and sweated, and waited for a sign. Was that what he was hearing now, the chatter of the window like a dying man's teeth? He threw off the covers. At some stage he'd stripped to his underwear. The body he caught sight of in the mirror was lean and shiny like a healthy snake. Distracted by admiration, he stumbled, and in attempting to stand up realized he'd lost all grasp of the room. It was suddenly strange to him, and he to it. The floor sloped as it never had before. The wardrobe had shrunk to the size of a suitcase, or else he'd grown grotesquely large. Nauseated, he reached out for something solid to orient himself. He intended the door, but either his hand or the room undid his intention, and it was the window frame he grasped. He stood still, clinging to the wood until the queasiness passed. As he waited, he felt the all but imperceptible motion of the frame move up through the bones in his fingers into his wrists and arms, and thence across his shoulders to his spine. Its progress was a jittering dance in his marrow, which made no sense until it climbed his last few vertebrae and struck his skull. There, the motion, which had been a chatter in the glass, became sound again, a loop of clicks and rattles, which spoke a summons to him. He didn't need to be called twice. Letting the window frame go, he turned giddily towards the door. His feet kicked the clothes he discarded in his sleep. He picked up his T-shirt and jeans, vaguely thinking that he should dress before leaving the house, but not getting beyond dragging his clothes after him as he went, down the stairs and out into the blackness at the back of the house. The yard was large and chaotic, having been neglected over many years. The fencing had fallen into disrepair, and the shrubbery, which had been planted to shield the yard from the road, had grown into a solid wall of foliage. It was towards that little jungle he went now, drawn by the Geiger counter in his skull, which was getting louder with every step he took. JoBeth rose from her pillow with an ache in her teeth. Tentatively she touched the side of her face. It felt tender, almost as though bruised. She got up and slipped down the hall to the bathroom. Tommy Ray's bedroom door was open, she noticed, which it hadn't previously been. If he was there, she couldn't see him. The curtains were drawn, the interior pitch black. A brief perusal of her face in the bathroom mirror reassured her that, though her crying had taken its toll, she was otherwise unmarked. The ache, however, continued in her jaw, creeping around to the base of her skull. She'd never felt anything like it before. The pressure was not consistent, but rhythmic, like a pulse that was not her heart's doing, but had come into her from somewhere other. "Stop," she murmured, clenching her teeth against the percussion. But it wouldn't be controlled. It simply tightened its hold on her head, as if to squeeze her thoughts out altogether. In desperation she found herself conjuring Howie, an image of light and laughter, to set against this mindless beat that had come out of the dark. It was a forbidden image, one she had promised Mamma she'd not dwell on, but she was weaponless otherwise. If she didn't fight back, the beat in her head would pulp her thoughts with its insistence, make her move to its rhythm, and its alone. "Howie." He smiled at her, out of the past. She held on to the brightness of his memory, and bent to the sink to splash cold water on her face. Water and memory subdued the assault. Unsteady on her feet, she stepped out of the bathroom and headed towards Tommy Ray's room. Whatever this sickness was, it would surely have afflicted him too. From their earliest childhood they'd caught every virus and suffered it together. Perhaps this new strange affliction had caught him earlier than she, and his behavior at the mall had been a consequence of it. The thought brought hope. If he was sick, then he could be healed. Both of them healed together. Her suspicions were confirmed when she stepped through the door. It smelt like a sick room, unbearably hot and stale. "Tommy Ray, are you there?" She pushed the door open to throw a better light inside. The room was empty, the bed heaped with bedclothes, the carpet rucked up as though he'd danced a tarantella upon it. She crossed to the window, intending to open it, but she got no further than drawing the curtains aside. The sight she was presented with was enough to take her down the stairs fast, calling Tommy Ray's name. By the light from the kitchen door she saw him staggering across the yard, dragging his jeans after him. The thicket at the end of the garden was moving, and there was more than the wind in it. "My son," said the man in the trees, "we meet at last." Tommy Ray could not see his summoner clearly, but there was no doubt that this was the man. The chatter in his head grew softer at the sight of him. "Come closer," he instructed. There was something of the stranger with candy about his voice and his half-concealment. That "my son" could not be literally true, could it? Wouldn't it be fine if it were? After giving up all hope of meeting that man, after the childhood taunts and the hours wasted trying to imagine him, to have his lost father here at last, calling him from the house with a code known only to fathers and sons. So fine, so very fine. "Where's my daughter?" the man said. "Where's Jo Beth?" "I think she's in the house." "Go fetch her for me, will you?" "In a minute." "Now!" "I want to see you first. I want to know this isn't a trick." The stranger laughed. "Already I hear my voice in you," he said. "I've had tricks played on me, too. It makes us cautious, yes?" "Yes." "Of course you must see me," he said, stepping out of the trees. "I am your father. I am the Jaffe." As Jo Beth reached the bottom of the stairs, she heard Mamma call from her room, "Jo Beth, what's happening?" "It's all right, Mamma. Come here. Something terrible. In my sleep. A moment, Mamma. Stay in bed. Terrible. I'll be back in a while. Just stay where you are." He was here, in the flesh. The father Tommy Ray had dreamed of in 1,000 forms since he'd realized that other boys had a second parent, a parent whose sex they shared, who knew men's stuff and passed it down to their sons. Sometimes he'd fantasized that he was some movie star's bastard, and that one day a limo would glide up the street and a famous smile step out and say exactly what the Jaffe had just said. But this man was better than any movie star. He didn't look like much, but he shared with the faces the world idolized an eerie poise, as though he was beyond needing to demonstrate his power. Where that authority came from, Tommy Ray didn't yet know, but its signs were perfectly visible. "I am your father," the Jaffe said again. "Do you believe me?" Of course he did. He'd be a fool to deny a father like this. "Yes," he said, "I believe you." "And you'll obey me like a loving son?" "Yes, I will." "Good," the Jaffe said. "So now please fetch me my daughter. I called her, but she refuses to come. You know why." "No." "Think." Tommy Ray thought, but no answer immediately sprang to mind. "My enemy," the Jaffe said, "has touched her." "Cats," Tommy Ray thought. "He means that fuckwit Cats." "I made you and Jo Beth to be my agents. My enemy did the same. He made a child." "Cats isn't your enemy?" Tommy Ray said, struggling to put this together. "He's your enemy's son?" "And now he's touched your sister. That's what keeps her from me. That taint." "Not for long." So saying, Tommy Ray turned and ran back to the house, calling Jo Beth's name in a light, easy voice. Inside the house, she heard his call and was reassured. It didn't sound like he was suffering. He was at the yard door by the time she stepped into the kitchen, arms spread across its width, leaning in, grinning. Wet with sweat and almost naked like this, he looked like he'd just run up the beach. "Something wonderful," he grinned. "What?" "Outside. Come with me." Every vein in his body seemed to be bulging from his skin. In his eyes was a gleam she didn't trust. His smile only deepened her suspicion. "I'm not going anywhere, Tommy," she said. "Why are you fighting?" he asked, cocking his head. "Just because he touched you, it doesn't mean you belong to him." What are you talking about? Cats! I know what he did. Don't be ashamed. You're forgiven. But you have to come and apologize in person. Forgiven? She said, her raised voice encouraging the ache in her skull to new mischief. You've got no right to forgive me, you asshole. You of all— Not me, Tommy Ray said, the smile unwavering. Our father. What? Who art outside? She shook her head. The ache was getting worse. Just come with me. He's in the yard. He left off holding the door frame and started across the kitchen towards her. I know it hurts, he said, but the Jaffe will make it better. Keep away from me. This is me, Joe Beth. This is Tommy Ray. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, there is. I don't know what, but there is. You think that, because you've been tainted by cats, he said. I'm not going to do anything to hurt you. You know that. We feel things together, don't we? What hurts you hurts me. I don't like pain. He laughed. I'm weird, but I'm not that weird. Despite her doubts, he won her over with that argument, because it was the truth. They'd shared a womb for 9 months. They were half of the same egg. He meant her no harm. Please come, he said, extending his hand. She took it. Immediately the ache in her head subsided, for which she was grateful. In place of the chatter, her name whispered. Joe Beth. Yes, she said. Not me, said Tommy Ray. The Jaffe. He's calling you. Joe Beth. Where is he? Tommy Ray pointed to the trees. They were suddenly a long way from the house now, almost at the bottom of the yard. She wasn't quite sure how she got so far so quickly, but the wind that had toyed with the curtains now had her in thrall, ushering her forward, it seemed, towards the thicket. Tommy Ray let his hand slip from hers. Go on, she heard him say. This is what we've been waiting for. She hesitated. There was something about the way the trees moved, their foliage churning, which reminded her of bad sights. A mushroom cloud, perhaps, or blood in water. But the voice that came to coax her was deep and reassuring, and the face that spoke it, visible now, moved her. If she was going to call any man father, this would be a good man to choose. She liked his beard and his heavy brow. She liked the way his lips shaped the words he spoke with a delicious precision. I'm the Jaffe, he said, your father. Really? She said. Really. Why are you here now, after all this time? Come closer. I'll tell you. She was about to make another step when she heard a cry from the house. Don't let it touch you! It was Mamma, her voice raised to a volume Joe Beth would never have believed her capable of. The shout stopped her in her tracks. She turned on her heel. Tommy Ray was standing directly behind her. Beyond him, coming across the lawn, barefoot, her nightgown unbuttoned, was Mamma. Joe Beth, come away from it, she said. Mamma? Come away! It was almost 5 years since Mamma had stepped out of the house. More than once in that time she'd said she'd never leave it again. Yet here she was, her expression all alarm, her cries not requests, but commands. Come away, both of you! Tommy Ray turned to face his mother. Go inside, he said. This has nothing to do with you. Mamma slowed her approach to a walk. You don't know, son, she said. You can't begin to understand. This is our father, Tommy Ray replied. He's come home. You should be grateful. For that, Mamma said, her eyes huge. That's what broke my heart. And it'll break yours, too, if you let it. She stood a yard from Tommy now. Don't let it, she said softly, reaching out to touch his face. Don't let it hurt us. Tommy Ray dashed Mamma's hand away. I warned you, he said. This has nothing to do with you. Mamma's response was instant. She took a step towards Tommy Ray and struck him across the face, an open-handed slap which echoed against the house. Stupid! She yelled at him. Don't you know evil when you see it? I know a fucking lunatic when I see one, Tommy Ray spat back. All your prayers and talk of the devil. You make me sick. You try and spoil my life. Now you want to spoil this. Well, no way. Papa's home, so fuck you." His display seemed to amuse the man in the trees. Jo Beth heard laughter from him. She glanced round. He had apparently not anticipated her glance, because he let the mask he was wearing slip a little. The face she'd found so fatherly had swelled, or something behind it had. His eyes and forehead were enlarged, the bearded chin in his mouth, which she'd thought so fine, almost vestigial. Where her father had been was a monstrous infant. She cried out at the sight of him. Instantly the thicket around her threw itself into a frenzy. The branches lashed at themselves like flagellants, stripping bark and shredding foliage, their motions so violent she was sure they would uproot themselves and come for her. "Mama," she said, turning back towards the house. "Where are you going?" Tommy Ray said. "That's not our father," she said. "It's a trick. Look, it's a terrible trick." Tommy Ray either knew and didn't care, or was so deeply under the Jaff's influence he only saw what the Jaff wanted him to see. "You're staying with me," he said, grabbing hold of Jo Beth's arm. "With us!" She struggled to be free of him, but his grip was too fierce. It was Mama who intervened, with a downward stroke of her fist which broke his hold. Before Tommy Ray could recapture her, Jo Beth made a dash for the house. The storm of foliage followed her across the grass, as did Mama, whose hand she took as they raced for the door. "Lock it! Lock it!" Mama said as they got inside. She did so. No sooner had she turned the key than Mama was calling her to follow. "Where?" Jo Beth said. "My room. I know how to stop it. Hurry!" The room smelt of Mama's perfume and stale linen, but for once its familiarity offered comfort. Whether the room also offered safety was moot. Jo Beth could hear the back door kicked open downstairs, then a ruckus that sounded as though the contents of the refrigerator was being pitched around the kitchen. Silence followed. "Are you looking for the key?" Jo Beth said, seeing Mama reaching beneath her pillows. "I think it's on the outside." "Then get it," Mama said, "and be quick." There was a creak on the other side of the door which made Jo Beth think twice about opening it. But with the door unlocked, they had no means of defense whatsoever. Mama talked of stopping the Jaff, but if it wasn't the key she was digging for, it was her prayer book, and prayers weren't going to stop anything. People died all the time with supplication on their lips. She had no choice but to fling the door open. Her eyes went to the stairs. The Jaff was there, a bearded fetus, his vast eyes fixing her. His tiny mouth grinned. She reached for the key as he climbed. "We're here," he said. The key wouldn't come out of the lock. She jiggled it, and it suddenly freed itself, slipping from both the lock and her fingers. The Jaff was within 3 steps of the top of the stairs. He didn't rush. She went down on her haunches to pick up the key, aware for the first time since entering the house that the percussion that had first alerted her to his presence had begun again. Its din confounded her thoughts. Why was she stooping? What was she looking for? The sight of the key reminded her. Snatching it up, the Jaff at the summit, she stood, retreated, slammed the door and locked it. "He's here," she said to Mama, glancing her way. "Of course," said Mama. She'd found what she was looking for. It was not a prayer book. It was a knife, an 8-inch kitchen knife, which had gone missing some while ago. "Mama?" "I knew it would come. I'm ready." "You can't fight him with that," she said. "He's not even human, is he?" Mama's eyes went to the door. "Tell me, Mama." "I don't know what he is," she said. "I've tried to think all these years. Maybe the devil. Maybe not." She looked back at Jo Beth. "I've been afraid for so long," she said, "and now he's here, and it all seems so simple." "Then explain it," Jo Beth said, "because I don't understand. Who is he? What has he done to Tommy Ray?" "He told the truth," Mama said, "after a fashion. He is your father, or rather one of them." "How many do I need?" "He made a whore of me. He drove me half mad with desires I didn't want. The man who slept with me is your father, but this—" She pointed the knife in the direction of the door, from the far side of which came the sound of tapping. "This is what really made you." "I hear you," the Jaff murmured, loud and clear. "Keep away," Mama said, moving towards the door. Jo Beth tried to shoo her back, but she ignored the instruction, and with reason. It wasn't the door she wanted to stand beside, but her daughter. She seized Jo Beth's arm and dragged her close, putting the knife to her throat. "I'll kill her," she said to the thing on the landing.
So help me as there's a God in heaven, I mean it. Try and come in here, and your daughter's dead."
Her grip on Jo Beth was as strong as Tommy Ray's. Minutes ago he'd called her a lunatic. Either her present performance was a bluff of Oscar-winning skill, or else he'd been right. Either way, Jo Beth was forfeit. The Jaffe was tapping on the door again. "Daughter," he said.
"Answer him,"
Mama told her. "Daughter."
"Yes?"
"Do you fear for your life? Honestly now, tell me honestly, because I love you, and I want no harm to come to you."
"She fears,"
Mama said. "Let her answer," the Jaffe said. Jo Beth had no hesitation in replying.
"Yes," she said. "Yes, she's got a knife and—"
"You would be a fool," the Jaffe said to Mama, "to kill the only thing that made your life worth living. But you might, mightn't you?"
"I won't let you have her,"
Mama said. There was a silence from the other side of the door. Then the Jaffe said, "Fine by me." He laughed softly. "There's always tomorrow." He rattled the door one last time, as though to be certain that he was indeed locked out. Then the laughter and the rattling ceased, to be replaced by a low, guttural sound that might have been the groan of something being born into pain, knowing with its first breath there was no escape from its condition. The distress in the sound was at least as chilling as the seductions and threats that had gone before. Then it began to fade.
"It's leaving,"
Jo Beth said. Mama still held the blade at her neck.
"It's leaving, Mama. Let me go."
The fifth stair from the bottom of the flight creaked twice, confirming Jo Beth's belief that their tormentors were indeed exiting the house. But it was another 30 seconds before Mama relaxed her hold on Jo Beth's arm, and another minute still before she let her daughter go entirely. "It's gone from the house," she said, "but stay here a while."
"What about Tommy?"
Jo Beth said.
"We have to go and find him."
Mama shook her head. "I was bound to lose him," she said. "No use now."
"We've got to try,"
Jo Beth said. She opened the door. Across the landing, leaning against the banister, was what could only be Tommy Ray's handiwork. When they were children, he'd made dolls for Jo Beth by the dozen, makeshift toys that nevertheless bore the imprint of his disposition. Always they had smiles. Now he had created a new doll, a father for the family, made from food. A head of hamburger, with thumb-press eyes, legs and arms of vegetables, a torso of a milk carton, the contents of which spilled out between its legs, pooling around the chili pepper and garlic bulbs placed there. Jo Beth stared at its crudity. The meat face stared back at her. No smile this time, no mouth even, just 2 holes in the hamburger. At its groin, the milk of manhood spread and stained the carpet. Mama was right. They'd lost Tommy Ray.
"You knew that bastard was coming back," she said.
"I guessed it would come, given time. Not for me. It didn't come for me. I was just a convenient womb, like all of us."
"The League of Virgins,"
Jo Beth said. "Where did you hear that?"
"Oh, Mama, people have been talking since I was a kid."
"I was so ashamed," Mama said. She put her hand to her face. The other, still holding the knife, hung at her side. "So very ashamed. I wanted to kill myself, but the pastor kept me from it. Said I had to live for the Lord. And for you and Tommy Ray."
"You must have been very strong,"
Jo Beth said, turning away from the doll to face her.
"I love you, Mama. I know I said I was afraid, but I know you wouldn't have hurt me."
Mama looked up at her, the tears running steadily from her eyes and dripping from her jaw. Without thinking, she said, "I would have killed you stone dead." Chapter 3. "My enemy is still here," said the Jaffe. Tommy Ray had led him along a path unknown to any but the children of the grove, which took them round the back of the hill to a giddy vantage point. It was too rocky for a trysting place, and too unstable to be built upon, but it gave those who troubled to climb so high an unsurpassed view over Laurel Tree and Wind Bluff. There they stood, Tommy Ray and his father, taking in the sights. There were no stars overhead, and barely any lights burning in the houses below. Clouds dulled the sky, sleep the town. Untroubled by witnesses, father and son stood and talked. "Who is your enemy?" Tommy Ray said. "Tell me, and I'll tear his throat out for you."
"I doubt he'd allow that."
"Don't be sarcastic," Tommy Ray said. "I'm not dumb, you know. I know when you're treating me like a kid. I'm not a kid."
"You'll have to prove that to me."
"I will. I'm not afraid of anything."
"We'll see about that."
"Are you trying to frighten me?"
"No, merely prepare you."
"For what? Your enemy? Just tell me what he's like."
"His name is Fletcher. He and I were partners before you were born. But he cheated me. Or at least he tried to."
"What was your business?"
"Ah!"
The Jaffe laughed, a sound Tommy Ray had heard many times now, and liked more each time he heard it. The man had a sense of humor, even if Tommy Ray, as now, didn't quite get the gag.
"Our business?" said the Jaffe. "It was, in essence, the getting of power. More specifically, one particular power. It's called the art, and with it I will be able to step into the dreams of America."
"Are you kidding me?"
"Not all the dreams, just the important ones. You see, Tommy Ray, I'm an explorer."
"Yeah?"
"Yeah. Only what's left to explore outside in the world? Not much. A few pockets of desert, a rainforest."
"Space?"
Tommy Ray suggested, glancing up. "More desert, and a lot of nothing between," the Jaffe said. "No, the real mystery, the only mystery, is inside our heads. And I'm going to get to it."
"You don't mean like a shrink, do you? You mean being there, somehow?"
"That's right."
"And the art is the way in?"
"Right again."
"But you said it's just dreams. We all dream. You can get in there any time you like just by falling asleep."
"Most dreams are just juggling acts, folks picking up their memories and trying to put them in some kind of order. But there's another kind of dream, Tommy Ray. It's a dream of what it means to be born, and fall in love, and die. A dream that explains what being is for. I know this is confusing."
"Go on. I like to hear anyhow."
"There's a sea of mind. It's called quiddity," the Jaffe said. "And floating in that sea is an island which appears in the dreams of every one of us at least twice in our lives, at the beginning and at the end. It was first discovered by the Greeks. Plato wrote of it in a code. He called it Atlantis."
He faltered, distracted from the telling by the substance of his tale. "You want this place very much, don't you?" Tommy Ray said.
"Very much," said the Jaffe. "I want to swim in that sea when I choose and go to the shore where the great stories are told."
"Rad."
"Huh?"
"It sounds awesome."
The Jaffe laughed. "You're reassuringly crass, son. We're going to get on fine, I can tell. You can be my agent in the field, right?"
"Sure," said Tommy Ray with a grin. Then, "What's that?"
"I can't show my face to just anybody," the Jaffe said, "nor do I much like the daylight. It's very unmysterious. But you can get out and about for me."
"You're staying, then? I thought maybe we'd go off someplace."
"We will, later. But first my enemy must be killed. He's weak. He won't try to leave the grove until he has some protection. He'll look for his own child, I'd guess."
"Cats?"
"That's right."
"So I should kill cats?"
"That sounds like a useful thing to do, if the opportunity presents itself."
"I'll make sure it does."
"Though you should thank him."
"Why?"
"Were it not for him, I'd still be underground. Still be waiting for you or Joe Beth to put the pieces together and come and find me. What she and Katz did."
"What did they do? Did they fuck?"
"That matters to you?"
"Sure it does." To me, too. The thought of Fletcher's child touching your sister sickens me. For what it's worth, it sickened Fletcher, too. For once we agreed on something. The question was, which one of us would make it to the surface first, and which would be strongest when we got here.
You.
Yes, me. I have an advantage Fletcher lacks. My army, my tarata, are best drawn out of dying men. I drew one from Buddy Vance.
Where is it?
When we were coming up here, you thought somebody was following us, remember? I told you it was a dog. I lied.
Show me.
You may not be so eager when you see it.
Show me, Papa, please.
The Jaffe whistled. At the sound, the trees a little way behind him began to move, identifying the face that had thrashed the thicket to fragments in the yard. This time, however, that face came into view. It was like something that tide had washed up, a deep-sea monster that had died and floated to the surface, been baked by the sun and pecked at by gulls, so that by the time it reached the human world it had 50 eye-holes and a dozen mouths, and its skin was half flayed from it.
Gross,
Tommy Ray said softly.
You got that from a comedian? Don't look too funny to me.
It came from a man on the brink of death, the Jaffe said, frightened and alone. They always produce fine specimens. I'll tell you sometime the places I've gone looking for lost souls to produce tarata from, the things I've seen, the scum I've met. He looked out over the town. But here, he said, where will I find such subjects here?
You mean people dying?
I mean people vulnerable. People without mythologies to protect them, frightened people, lost people, mad people.
You could begin with Mama.
She's not mad. She may wish she were. She may wish she could dismiss all she's seen and suffered as hallucinations, but she knows better. And she's protected herself. She has a faith, however idiot it is. No. I need naked people, Tommy Ray. Folks without deities. Lost folk.
I know a few.
Tommy Ray could have taken his father to literally hundreds of households had he been able to read the minds behind the faces that he passed every day of his life. People shopping in the mall, loading their carts up with fresh fruit and wholesome cereals, people with good complexions like his own, and clear eyes like his own, who seemed in every regard self-possessed and happy. Maybe they'd see an analyst once in a while, just to keep themselves on an even keel. Maybe they'd raise their voices to the children or cry to themselves when another birthday marked another year. But they considered themselves, to all intents and purposes, souls at peace. They had more than enough money in the bank. The sun was warm most days, and when it wasn't, they lit fires and thought themselves robust to survive the chill. If asked, they would have called themselves believers in something. But nobody asked. Not here, not now. It was too late in the century to talk about faith without a twinge of embarrassment, and embarrassment was a trauma they labored to keep from spoiling their lives. Safer not to speak of faith, then. All the divinities who inspired it, except at weddings, baptisms, and funerals, and only then by rote. So, behind their eyes the hope in them was sickening, and in many, dead. They lived from event to event, with a subtle terror of the gap between, filling up their lives with distractions to avoid the emptiness where curiosity should have been, and breathing a sigh of relief when the children passed the point of asking questions about what life was for. Not everyone hid their fears so well, however. At the age of 13, Ted Elizondo's class was told by a forward-thinking teacher that the superpowers held enough missiles between them to destroy civilization many hundreds of times over. The thought had bothered him far more than it seemed to bother his classmates, so he'd kept his nightmares of Armageddon to himself, for fear of being laughed at. The deception worked, on Ted as much as the classmates. Through his teens he'd virtually forgotten the fears. At 21, with a good job in Thousand Oaks, he married Loretta. They were parents the following year. One night, a few months after the birth of baby Dawn, the nightmare of the final fire came back. Sweaty and shaking, Ted got up and went to check on his daughter. She was asleep in her cot, sprawled on her stomach the way she liked to sleep. He watched her slumbers for an hour or more, then went back to bed. The sequence of events repeated itself almost every night thereafter, until it had the predictability of ritual. Sometimes the baby would turn over in her sleep, and her long lashed eyes would flicker open. Seeing her daddy there by her cot, she would smile. The vigil took its toll on Ted, however. Night after night of broken sleep drained him of strength. He found it steadily more difficult to prevent the horrors that came by the hours of darkness invading those of light. Sitting at his desk in the middle of the working day, the terrors would visit him. The spring sun, shining on the papers before him, became the blinding brightness mushrooming in front of him. Every breeze, however balmy, carried distant cries to his ears. And then one night, standing guard at Dawn's cot, he heard the missiles coming. Terrified, he picked Dawn up, trying to hush her as she wept. Her complaints woke Loretta, who came after her husband. She found him in the dining room, unable to speak for the terror he felt, staring at his daughter, whom he'd let fall when he'd seen her body carbonized in his arms, her skin blackening, her limbs becoming smoking sticks. He was hospitalized for a month, then returned to the Grove, the medical consensus being that his best hopes for a return to full health lay in the bosom of his family. A year later, Loretta filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. It was granted, as was the custody of the child. Very few people visited Ted these days. In the 4 years since his breakdown, he'd worked in the pet store in the mall, a job which had made mercifully few demands upon him. He was happy among the animals, who were, like him, bad dissemblers. There was about him the air of a man who knew no home now but a razor's edge. Tommy Ray, forbidden pets by Mama, had been indulged by Ted, allowed free access to the store, even minding it on 1 or 2 occasions when Ted had to run errands, playing with the dogs and the snakes. He'd got to know Ted and his story well, though they'd never been friends. He'd never visited Ted at home, for instance, as he did tonight. "I brought someone to see you, Teddy. Someone I want you to meet. It's late." "This can't wait. See, it's really good news, and I had no one to share it with but you." "Good news?" "My dad. He came home." "He did? Well, I'm really happy for you, Tommy Ray." "Don't you want to meet him?" "Well, Of course he does," said the Jaffe, stepping out of the shadow and extending his hand to Ted. "Any friend of my son's is a friend of mine." Seeing the power Tommy Ray had introduced as his father, Teddy took a frightened step back into his house. This was another species of nightmare altogether. Even in the bad old times they'd never come calling. They'd crept up stealthily. This one talked and smiled and invited itself in. "I want something from you," the Jaffe said. "What's going on, Tommy Ray? This is my house. You can't just come in here and take stuff." "This is something you don't want," the Jaffe said, reaching towards Ted. "Something you'll be much happier without." Tommy Ray watched, amazed and impressed, as Ted's eyes began to roll up beneath his lids, and he started to make noises that suggested he was about to throw up. But nothing came, at least from his throat. It was out of his pores the prize appeared, the juices of his body bubbling up and thickening, paling and rising off his skin, soaking through his shirt, through his trousers. Tommy Ray danced from side to side enthralled. It was like some grotesque magic act. The drops of moisture were defying gravity, hanging in the air in front of Ted, touching each other and forming larger drops, those drops in turn meeting and joining until pieces of solid matter like a sickly gray cheese were floating in front of his chest. And still the waters came at the Jaffe's call, each mote adding bulk to the body. It had form now, too, the first rough sketches of Ted's private horror. Tommy Ray grinned to see it, its twitching legs, its mismatched eyes. Poor Ted, to have had this baby inside him and been unable to let it go. Like the Jaffe had said, he'd be better off without it. That was the first of several visits that night, and each time there was some new beast out of the lost soul. all pale, all vaguely reptilian, but in every other regard a personal creation. The Jaffe put it best, when the night's adventures were drawing to a close. "It's an art," he said, "this drawing forth, don't you think?" "Yeah, I like it." "Not the art, of course, but an echo of it, as, I suppose, is every art." "Where are we going now?" "I need to rest. Find somewhere shady and cool." "I know some places." "No. You've got to go home." "Why?" "Because I want the Grove to wake up tomorrow morning and believe the world is just as it was." "What do I tell Jo Beth?" "Tell her you remember nothing. If she presses you, apologize." "I don't want to go," Tommy Ray said. "I know," the Jaffe said, reaching out to put his hand on Tommy Ray's shoulder. He massaged the muscle as he spoke. "But we don't want a search party out looking for you. They could discover things we only intend to reveal in our time." Tommy Ray grinned at this. "How long will that be?" "You want to see the Grove turned upside down, don't you?" "I'm counting the hours." The Jaffe laughed. "Like father, like son," he said. "Hang loose, boy. I'll be back." And laughing, he led his beasts off into the dark. Chapter 4. The girl of his dreams had been wrong, Howie thought when he woke. The sun doesn't shine in the state of California every day. The dawn was sluggish when he opened the blinds, the sky showing no hint of blue. He dutifully ran through his exercises, the barest minimum his conscience would allow him. They did little or nothing to enliven his system. They simply made him sweat. Having showered and shaved, he dressed and went down to the mall. He didn't yet have the words of reclamation he was going to need when he saw Jo Beth. He knew from past experience that any attempt on his part to plan a speech would only result in a hopeless, stammering tangle when he opened his mouth. It would be better to respond to the moment as it came. If she was dismissive, he'd be forceful. If she was contrite, he'd be forgiving. All that mattered was that he mend the breach of the previous day. If there was some explanation for whatever had happened to them at the motel, hours of soul-searching on his part hadn't unearthed it. All he could conclude was that somehow their shared dream, the idea of which, given the strength of feeling between them, didn't seem so difficult to understand, had been rerouted by an inept telepathic switchboard towards a nightmare which they neither understood nor deserved. It was an astral error of some kind. Nothing to do with them, best forgotten. With a little will on both sides, they could pick up their relationship where they'd left it outside Buttrick's Steakhouse, when there'd still been so much promise in the air. He went straight to the bookstore. Lois, Mrs. Knapp, was at the counter. Otherwise the store was empty. He offered a smile and a hello, then asked if Jo Beth had yet arrived. Mrs. Knapp consulted her watch before frostily informing him that no, she hadn't, and that she was late. "I'll wait, then," he said, not about to be dissuaded from his purpose by the woman's lack of geniality. He wandered over to the book stack closest to the window, where he could browse and watch for Jo Beth's arrival at the same time. The books before him were all religious. One in particular caught his eye, The Story of the Savior. Its cover carried a painting of a man on his knees before a blinding light, and the pronouncement that its pages contained the greatest message of the age. He thumbed through it. The slim volume, it was scarcely more than a pamphlet, was published by the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, and presented in easily assimilated paragraphs and paintings the story of the great white god of ancient America. To judge by the pictures, whatever incarnation this lord appeared in, Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Tangaloa, god of the ocean sun in Polynesia, Iliatixi, Kukulaian, or half a dozen other guises, he always looked like the perfect white-bread hero, tall, aquiline, pale-skinned, blue-eyed. Now the pamphlet claimed he was back in America to celebrate the millennium. This time he'd be called by his true name, Jesus Christ. Howie moved on to another shelf, looking for a book more suited to his mood. Love poetry, perhaps, or a sex manual. But as he scanned the rows of volumes, it became apparent that every single book in the store was published by the same press or one of its subsidiaries. There were books of prayers, of inspirational songs for the family, heavy-duty tomes on the building of Zim, the city of God on earth, or on the significance of baptism. Among them, a picture book on the life of Joseph Smith, with photographs of his homestead and the sacred grove where he'd apparently seen a vision. The text beside it caught Howie's eye. I saw two personages, whose brightness and glory defy all description, standing above me in the air. One of them spake unto me, calling me by name, and said, I called Jobeth's house. There's no answer there. Something must have called them away. Howie looked up from the text. That's a pity, he said, not entirely believing the woman. If she'd made the call, she'd made it very quietly. She's probably not going to come in today, Mrs. Knapp went on, avoiding meeting Howie's gaze as she spoke. I've got a very informal arrangement with her. She works whatever hours suit her best. He knew this to be a lie. Only the morning before he had heard her chide Jobeth for being unpunctual. There was nothing informal about her working hours. But Mrs. Knapp, good Christian that she was, seemed determined to have him out of the shop. Perhaps she'd caught him smirking as he browsed. It's not the least use you waiting, she told him. You could be here all day. I'm not scaring off the customers, am I? Howie said, defying her to make her objections to him plain. No, she said, with a joyless little smile. I'm not trying to say you are. He approached the counter. She took an involuntary step backwards, almost as though she was in fear of him. Then what exactly are you saying? He asked, barely able to preserve his civility. What is it about me you don't like? My deodorant? My haircut? Again she tried the little smile, but this time, despite her versing in hypocrisy, she couldn't make it. Instead, her face twitched. I'm not the devil, Howie said. I haven't come here to do anybody any harm. She made no answer to this. I was born here, he went on, in Paloma Grove. I know, she said. Well, well, he thought, here's a revelation. What else do you know? He asked her gently enough. Her eyes went to the door, and he knew she was reciting a silent prayer to her great white God, that somebody open it and save her from this damn boy and his questions. Neither God nor customer obliged. What do you know about me? Howie asked again. It can't be that bad, can it? Lois Knapp made a small shrug. I suppose not, she said. Well, then? I knew your mother, she said, stopping there, as though that might satisfy him. He didn't reply, but left her to fill the charged silence with further information. I didn't know her well, of course, she continued. She was slightly younger than me, but everybody knew everybody back then. It's a long time ago. Then, of course, when the accident happened— You can say it, Howie told her. Say what? You call it an accident, but it was rape, right? By the look on her face, she'd thought never to hear that word, or anything remotely so obscene, voiced in her shop. I don't remember, she replied, with a kind of defiance. And even if I could— She stopped, took a breath, then started on a fresh tack. Why don't you just go back where you came from? She said. But I am back, he told her. This is my hometown. That's not what I meant, she said, finally allowing her exasperation to show. Don't you know how things look? You come back here just at the same time Mr. Vance is killed. What the hell's that got to do with it? Howie wanted to know. He hadn't taken all that much notice of the news in the last 24 hours, but he knew that the retrieval of the comedian's corpse he'd seen in progress the previous day had turned into a major tragedy. What he didn't understand was the connection. I didn't kill Buddy Vance, and my mother certainly didn't. Apparently resigned to her function as a messenger, Lois gave up on innuendo, and told the rest plainly and quickly so as to get the business done with. The place where your mother was raped, she said, is the same place Mr. Vance fell to his death. The very same? Howie said. Yes, came the reply. I'm told the very same. I'm not about to go and look for myself. There's enough evil in the world without going out to find it. Then you think I'm part of this somehow?
I didn't say that.
No, but that's what you think.
As you ask me, yes, it is.
And you like me out of your shop, so I'll stop spreading my influence around.
Yes, she said plainly, I would.
He nodded. Okay, he said. I'll go. Just as long as you promise me you'll tell Jo Beth I was here. Mrs. Knapp's face was all reluctance, but her fear of him gave him a power over her he couldn't help but relish. Not much to ask, is it? He said. You won't be telling any lies?
No.
So you'll tell her?
Yes.
On the great white God of America? He said. What's his name? Quetzalcoatl? She looked confounded. Never mind, he said. I'll leave. I'm sorry if I've crippled the morning's trade. Leaving her looking panicky, he stepped out into the open air. In the 20 minutes he'd spent in the shop, the cloud layer had broken, and the sun was coming through, shining on the hill. In a few minutes it would break through on the mortals in the mall like himself. The girl of his dreams had spoken the truth after all. Chapter 5. Grillo woke to the sound of the telephone, lashed out, knocked over a half-filled glass of champagne, his last drunken toast of the previous night, to Buddy, gone but not forgotten, cursed, claimed the receiver, and put it to his ear. "Hello," he growled. "Did I wake you?" "Tessa?"
I love a man who remembers my name, she said.
"What time is it?"
Late. You should be up and working. I want you to be free of your labors for Abernethy by the time I arrive.
"What are you saying? You're coming here?"
You owe me dinner for all the gossip on Vance, she said. So find somewhere expensive.
"What time are you planning to be here?" he asked her.
Oh, I don't know. About—
With her in mid-sentence, he put down the receiver and grinned at the telephone, thinking of her cursing herself at the other end. The smile dropped from his face when he stood up, however. His head throbbed to beat the band. If he'd emptied that last half-glass, he doubted he could have even stood up. He punched sweet service and ordered up coffee. "Any juice with that, sir?" came the voice in the kitchen. "No, just coffee." "Eggs? Croissant?" "Oh, Jesus, no! No eggs. No, nothing, just coffee." The idea of sitting down to write was almost as repugnant as the thought of breakfast. He decided instead to contact the woman from the Vance house, Ellen the Wen, whose address, minus a telephone number, was still in his pocket. His system jazzed by a substantial caffeine intake, he got in the car and drove down to Deerdell. The house, when he finally found it, contrasted forcibly with the woman's workplace on the hill. It was small, unglamorous, and badly in need of repair. Grillo already had his suspicions about the conversation that lay ahead. The disgruntled employee dishing the dirt on her paymaster. On occasion in the past, such informants had proved fruitful, though just as often they'd been suppliers of malicious fabrications. In this case he doubted that. Was it because Ellen looked at him with such vulnerability in her open features as she welcomed him in and brewed him a further fix of coffee? Or because, when her child kept calling from the next room— he was sick with the flu, she explained— each time she returned from tending to him and picked up her story afresh, the facts remained consistent? Or simply that the story she told not only bruised Buddy Vance's reputation, but her own as well? The latter fact, perhaps more than any of the others, convinced him she was a reliable source. The story told spread the blemishes democratically.
I was his mistress, she explained, for almost 5 years. Even when Rochelle was in the house, which wasn't long, of course, we used to find ways to be together. Often. I think she knew all along. That's why she got rid of me the first chance she could.
"You're no longer employed up at Coney, then?"
"No. She was just waiting for an excuse to dismiss me, and you provided it."
"Me?" said Grillo. "How?"
"She said I was flirting with you. Typical that she'd use that kind of reason."
Not for the first time in their exchanges, Grillo heard a depth of feeling, in this instance contempt, which the woman's passive demeanor scarcely betrayed.
"She judges everyone by her standards," she went on, "and you know what those are."
No, Grillo said frankly. I don't. Ellen looked astonished.
Wait here, she told him. I don't want Philip listening to all this.
She got up and went to her son's bedroom, spoke a few words to him Grillo didn't hear, then closed the door before coming back to continue her story.
He's already learned too many words I wish he hadn't, just in 1 year at school. I want him to have a chance to be, I don't know, innocent? Yes, innocent, if it's only for a little while. The ugly things come along soon enough, don't they?
The ugly things?
You know, the people who cheat you and betray you. Sex things, power things.
Oh, sure, Grillo replied. They come along.
So I was telling you about Rochelle, right?
Yes, you were.
Well, it's simple enough. Before she married Buddy, she was a hooker.
She was what?
You heard right. Why are you so surprised?
I don't know. She's so beautiful. There must have been other ways to make a buck.
She has an expensive habit,
Ellen replied. Again the contempt mingled with disgust. Did Buddy know when he married her?
About what? The habits or the hooking?
Both.
I'm sure he did. That's part of why he married her, I guess. See, there's this thick streak of perversity in Buddy. Sorry, I mean there was. I can't quite get over the fact that he's dead.
It must be extremely difficult talking about this so close to losing him. I'm sorry to put you through it.
I volunteered, didn't I? She replied. I want somebody to know all this. In fact, I want everybody to know. It was me he loved, Mr. Grillo. Me he really loved all those years.
And I presume you loved him?
Oh, yes, she said softly. Very much. He was self-centered, of course, but all men are self-centered, aren't they?
She didn't leave time for Grillo to exclude himself before heading on.
You're all brought up to think the world revolves around you. I make the same mistake with Philip. I can see myself doing it. The difference with Buddy was that for a time at least the world did revolve around him. He was one of the best-loved men in America. For a few years. Everybody knew his face, everyone had his routines by heart, and of course they wanted to know all about his private life.
So he took a real risk, marrying a woman like Rochelle?
I'd say so, wouldn't you? Especially when he was trying to clean up his act and get one of the networks to give him another show. But there was this streak of perversity, like I said. A lot of the time it was plain self-destructiveness.
He should have married you, Grillo said.
He could have done worse, she observed. He could have done a lot worse.
The thought brought a show of feeling that had been conspicuous by its absence through her account of her own place in this. Tears welled in her eyes. At the same moment the boy called from his bedroom. She put her hand to her mouth to stifle her sobs. "I'll go," said Grillo, getting up. "His name's Philip?"
"Yes," she said,
the word almost incoherent. "I'll take care of him, don't worry." He left her wiping the tears from beneath her eyes with the heels of her hands. Opening the door to the boy's room, he said, "Hi, I'm Grillo." The boy, in whose face his mother's solemn symmetry was much apparent, was sitting up in bed, surrounded by a chaos of toys, crayons, and scrawled-upon sheets of paper. The TV was playing in the corner of the room, its cartoon show silent. "You're Philip, right?"
"Where's Mommy?"
the boy wanted to know. He made no bones about being suspicious of Grillo, peering past him for a glimpse of his mother. "She'll be here in a moment," Grillo reassured him, approaching the bed. The drawings, many of which had slipped from the comforter and were scattered underfoot, all seemed to picture the same bulbous character. Grillo went down on his haunches and picked one of them up. "Who's this?" he asked.
"Balloon Man,"
Philip replied, gravely. "Does he have a name?"
"Balloon Man,"
came the response with an edge of impatience. "Is he from the TV?" Grillo asked, studying the multicolored nonsense creature on the page.
"Nope."
"Where's he from, then?"
"Out of my head,"
Philip replied. "Is he friendly?" The boy shook his head. "He bites, does he?"
"Only you,"
came the response.
"That's not very polite,"
Grillo heard Ellen say. He glanced over his shoulder. She'd made an attempt to conceal her tears, but it clearly didn't convince her son, who gave Grillo an accusing look. You shouldn't get too close to him, Ellen told Grillo. He's been really sick, haven't you? I'm okay now. No, you're not. You're to stay in bed while I take Mr. Grillo to the door.
Grillo stood up, laying the picture on the bed among the other portraits. "Thank you for showing me the balloon man," he said. Philip made no reply, but returned to his handiwork, coloring another drawing scarlet.
"What I was telling you," Ellen said, once they were out of the child's earshot, "that's not all the story. There's a lot more, believe me. But I'm not quite ready to tell it yet."
"When you are, I'm ready to hear," Grillo said. "You can find me at the hotel."
"Maybe I'll call. Maybe I won't. Anything I tell you is only part of the truth, isn't it? The most important piece is Buddy, and you'll never be able to write him down. Never."
This parting thought went with Grillo as he drove back through the grove to the hotel. It was a simple enough observation, but one that carried much weight. Buddy Vance was indeed at the center of this story. His death had been both enigmatic and tragic, but more enigmatic still, surely, was the life that had preceded it. He had enough clues to that life to intrigue him mightily. The carnival collection crowding the walls of Coney Eye, the true art of America, the moral mistress who still loved him, the hooker wife who most likely did not, nor ever had. Even without that singularly absurd death as a punchline, it was one hell of a story. The question was not whether to tell it, but how. Abernethy's view on the subject would be unequivocal. He should favor supposition over fact, and dirt over dignity. But there were mysteries here in the grove. Grillo had seen them, breaking out of Buddy Vance's grave, no less, taking to the sky. It was important to tell this story honestly and well, or he'd simply be adding to the sum of confusions here which would do nobody any favors. First things first, he had to set the facts down as he'd learned them in the last 24 hours, from Tesla, from Hotchkiss, from Rochelle, and now from Ellen. This he set to doing as soon as he got back to the hotel, producing an initial draft of the Buddy Vance story in longhand, poring over the tiny desk in his room. His back began to ache as he labored, and the first signs of a fever brought sweat to his brow. He didn't notice, however, at least not until he'd generated 20-odd pages of cross-referenced notes. Only then, stretching as he rose from his work, did he realize that even if the balloon man hadn't bitten him, its creator's flu had. Chapter 6. 1. On the trek up from the mall to Jo Beth's house, it became very clear to Howie why she'd made so much of events between them, particularly that shared terror in the motel, being the devil's doing. It was little wonder, given that she worked alongside a highly devout woman in a store stocked from floor to ceiling with Mormon literature. Difficult as his exchange with Lois Knapp had been, it had given him a better sense of the challenge that lay before him than he would have had without it. Somehow he had to convince Jo Beth that there was no crime against God or man in their affection for each other, and nothing demonic lurking in him. As pitches went, he could envisage easier. As it was, he didn't get much of a chance at persuasion. At first, even his attempts to get the door opened to him failed. He rapped and rang for fully 5 minutes, knowing instinctively that there was somebody in the house to answer. It was only when he stood back in the street and started to holler up at the blinded windows that he heard the sound of the safety chains being taken off the door and returned to the step to request from the woman who peered through the sliver at him, Joyce McGuire, presumably, a word with her daughter. He had usually been successful with mothers. His stammer and his spectacles gave him the air of a diligent and somewhat introspective student, quite safe company. But Mrs. McGuire knew appearances deceived. Her advice was a rerun of Lois Knapp's. "You're not wanted here," she told him. "Go back home. Leave us alone." "I just need a few moments with Jo Beth," he said. "She's here, isn't she?" "Yes, she's here, but she doesn't want to see you." "I'd like to hear that from her, if you don't mind." "Oh, would you?" said Mrs. McGuire, and, much to his surprise, opened the door. It was dark inside the house, and bright on the step, but he could see Jo Beth standing in the gloom at the far end of the hall. She was dressed in dark clothes, as though a funeral was in the offing.
It made her look even more ashen than she was. Only her eyes caught any light from the step. "Tell him," her mother instructed. "JoBeth," Howie said, "could we talk?" "You mustn't come here," JoBeth said softly. Her voice barely carried from the interior. The air between them was dead. "It's dangerous for us all. You mustn't come here ever again." "But I have to talk to you." "It's no use, Howie. Terrible things are going to happen to us if you don't go." "What things?" he wanted to know. It wasn't she who answered, however, but her mother. "You're not to blame," the woman said, the fierceness he'd been greeted with all gone from her now. "Nobody blames you. But you must understand, Howard, what happened to your mother and to me isn't over." "No, I'm afraid I don't understand that," he returned. "I don't understand that at all." "Maybe it's better you don't," came the reply. "Better you just leave. Now." She started to close the door. What? Howie began. Before he could say wait, he was looking at wood paneling 2 inches from his nose. "Shit," he managed, without a slip. He stood like a fool, staring at the closed door for several seconds, while the bolts and chains were put back in place on the opposite side. A more comprehensive defeat was scarcely imaginable. Not only had Mrs. McGuire sent him packing, JoBeth had added her voice to the chorus. Rather than make another attempt and fail, he let the problem be. His next port of call was already planned even before he turned from the step and started off down the street. Somewhere in the woods, at the far side of the grove, was the spot where Mrs. McGuire and his mother and the comedian had all come to their various griefs. Rape, death, and disaster marked the spot. Perhaps somewhere there was a door that would not be so readily closed. "It's for the best," said Mamma, when the sound of Howard Katz's footsteps had finally faded. "I know," JoBeth said, still staring at the bolted door. Mamma was right. If the events of the previous night, the Jaffe's appearance at the house and his claiming of Tommy Ray, proved anything, it was that nobody could be trusted. A brother she'd thought she'd known, and known she'd loved, had been taken from her, body and soul, by a power that had come out of the past. Howie, too, had come out of the past, from Mamma's past. Whatever was now happening in the grove, he was a part of it. Perhaps its victim, perhaps its invoker. But whether innocent or guilty, to invite him over the threshold of their house was to put at risk the small hope for salvation they'd won from the previous night's assault. None of which made it any easier to see the door closed against him. Even now her fingers itched to pull back the bolts and haul the door open, to call him back and hug him to her, tell him things could be made good between them. What was good now? Their being together, living the adventure her heart had been aching for all her life, to claim and kiss this boy who was perhaps her own brother? Or to hold on to the old virtues in this flood, though with every wave another was swept away? Mamma had an answer, the answer she always offered when adversity presented itself. "We must pray, JoBeth, pray for delivery from our oppressors. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming." "I don't see any brightness, Mamma. I don't think I ever did." "It'll come," Mamma insisted. "Everything will be made clear." "I don't think so," JoBeth said. She pictured Tommy Ray, who'd returned to the house late last night, and smiled his innocent smile when she'd asked him about the Jaffe, as though nothing had happened. Was he one of the wicked whose destruction Mamma was now praying so fervently for? Would the Lord consume him with the spirit of his mouth? She hoped not. Indeed, she prayed not, when she and Mamma knelt to speak with God, prayed that the Lord not judge Tommy Ray too harshly. Nor her, for wanting to follow the face on the step out into the sun, and off wherever he had gone. 2. Though the day beat hard on the woods, the atmosphere beneath its canopy was that of a place under the spell of night. Whatever animals and birds made their dwelling here, they were keeping to their nests and dens. Light, or something that lived in light, had silenced them. How he felt their scrutiny, however. They observed his every step, as though he were a hunter coming among them under a too bright moon. He was not welcome here. And yet the urge to go forward increased with every yard he covered. A whisper had brought him down here the day before. A whisper he'd later dismissed as his dizzied mind playing tricks. But now no cell in his system doubted that the call had been genuine. There was somebody here who wanted to see him, to meet him, to know him. Yesterday he'd rejected the summons. Today he would not. Some impulse, not entirely his own, made him throw back his head as he walked, so that the sun piercing the foliage struck his upturned face like a blow. He didn't flinch from its glare, but rather opened his eyes wider to it. The brightness and the rhythmic way it struck his retina seemed to mesmerize him. In most circumstances he hated to relinquish control of his mental processes. He drank only when browbeaten by his peers, stopping the moment he felt his hold over the machine slipping. Drugs were unthinkable. But here he was welcoming this intoxication, inviting the sun to burn out the real. It worked. When he looked back at the scene around him, he was half blinded with colors no blade of grass could have laid claim to. His mind's eye was quick to seize the space vacated by the palpable. Suddenly his sight was filling up, brimming and spilling over with images he must have dredged up from some uncharted place in his cortex, because he had no memory of having lived them. He saw a window in front of him, as solid, no more solid, than the trees he was wandering between. It was open, this window, and it let on to a view of sea and sky. That vision gave way to another, this less peaceful. Fires sprang up around him in which pages of books seemed to be burning. He walked through the fires fearlessly, knowing these visions could do him no harm, only wanting them more. He was granted a third, far stranger than its predecessors. Even as the fires dimmed, fishes appeared out of the colors in his eyes, darting ahead of him in rainbow shoals. He laughed out loud at the sheer incongruity of the sight, and his laughter inspired another wonder, as the three hallucinations synthesized, drawing into their pattern the very woods he was walking, until fires, fishes, sky, sea, and trees became one brilliant mosaic. The fishes swam with fire for fins. The sky grew green and threw down starfish blossom. The grass rippled like a tide beneath his feet, or rather beneath the minds that saw the feet, because feet were suddenly nothing to him, nor legs, not any part of the machine. In the mosaic he was mind. A pebble skipped from its place, and roving. In this joy, a question came to trouble him. If he was only mind, what was the machine? Nothing at all? Something to be cast off? To be drowned with the fishes, burned with the words? Somewhere in him a tick of panic began. "I'm out of control," he told himself. "I've lost my body, and I'm out of control. My God! My God! My God!" "Hush," somebody murmured in his head. "There's nothing wrong." He stopped walking, or hoped he had. "Who's there?" he said, or hoped he'd said. The mosaic was still in place all around him, inventing new paradoxes by the moment. He tried to shatter it with a shout, to be out of this place and to somewhere simpler. "I want to see!" he yelled. "I'm here," came the answer. "Howard, I'm here." "Make it stop," he begged. "Make what stop?" "The pictures. Make the pictures stop." "Don't be afraid. It's the real world." "No!" he yelled back. "It isn't. It isn't." He put his hands up to his face in the hope of blotting the confusion out, but they, his own hands, were conspiring with the enemy. There, in the middle of his palms, were his eyes looking back at him. It was too much. He unleashed a howl of horror and started to fall forward. The fish brightened, the fires flared. He felt them ready to consume him. As he struck the ground, they disappeared, as though somebody had flipped a switch. He lay still a moment, to be certain this wasn't another trick. Then, turning his hands palm upwards to confirm they were sightless, hauled himself to his feet. Even then he clung on to a low-hanging branch to keep himself in touch with the world. "You disappoint me, Howard," said his summoner. For the first time since he'd heard the voice, it had a clear point of origin, a spot some 10 yards from him where the trees made a glade within a glade, at its center a pool of light. Bathing there, a man with a ponytail and one dead eye. Its living twin studied Howie with great intensity. "Can you see me clearly enough?" he asked. "Yes," said Howie. "I see you fine. Who are you?" "My name is Fletcher," came the reply, "and you're my son." Howie took even firmer hold of the branch. "I'm what?" he said. There was no smile on Fletcher's wasted face. Clearly what he'd said, however preposterous, was not intended as a joke. He stepped out of the ring of trees. "I hate to hide," he said, "especially from you, but there's been so many people back and forth." He gestured wildly with his arms. "Back and forth, all to watch an exhumation. Can you imagine? What a waste of a day." "Did you say son?" said Howie. "I did," said Fletcher. "My favorite word. As above, so below, isn't that right? One ball in the sky, two between the legs." "It is a joke," Howie said. "You know better than that," Fletcher replied, deadly serious. "I've been calling you for a long time, father to son." "How did you get in my head?" Howie wanted to know. Fletcher didn't bother to reply to the question. "I needed you down here to help me," he said, "but you kept resisting me. I suppose I would have done the same in your situation, turned my back on the burning bush. We're the same in that. Family resemblance." "I don't believe you." "You should have let the visions run a while. We were tripping there, weren't we? Haven't done that in a long while. I always favored mescaline, though that's out of fashion by now, I suppose." "I wouldn't know," Howie replied. "You don't approve?" "No." "Well, that's a bad start, but I suppose it can only get better from here on in. Your father, you see, was addicted to mescaline. I wanted the visions so badly. You like them, too. Or at least you did for a while."
"They made me sick."
"Too much too soon, that's all. You'll get used to it." "No way." "But you'll have to learn, Howard. That wasn't an indulgence, it was a lesson."
"In what?"
"In the science of being and becoming. Alchemy, biology, and metaphysics in one discipline. It took me a long time to grasp it, but it made me the man I am." Fletcher tapped at his lips with his forefinger, which is, I realize, a somewhat pathetic sight. "There are better ways to meet your progenitor, but I did my best to give you a taste of the miracle before you saw its maker in the flesh."
"This is just a dream," Howie said. "I stared too much at the sun, and it's cooked my brains."
"I like to look at the sun, too," said Fletcher. "And no, this isn't a dream. We're both here, in the same moment, sharing our thoughts like civilized beings. This is as real as life gets." He opened his arms. "Come closer, Howard. Embrace me."
"No way."
"What are you afraid of?"
"You're not my father."
"All right," said Fletcher. "I'm just one of them. There was another. But believe me, Howard, I'm the important one."
"You talk shit, you know that."
"Why are you so angry?" Fletcher wanted to know. "Is it your desperate affair with a Jaffe's child?" "Forget her, Howard."
Howie pulled his spectacles from his face and narrowed his eyes at Fletcher. "How do you know about Jo Beth?"
he said. "Whatever's in your mind, son, is in mine, at least since you fell in love. Let me tell you, I don't like it any better than you do."
"Who said I don't like it?"
"I never fell in love in my life, but I am getting a taste of it through you, and it's not too sweet."
"If you've got some hold on Jo Beth—"
"She's not my daughter. She's the Jaffe's. He's in her head the way I'm in yours. This is a dream, Howie said again. It's got to be. It's all a fucking dream. So try waking, said Fletcher. Huh? If it's a dream, boy, try waking. Then we can get the skepticism over with and get down to some work. Howie put his spectacles on again, bringing Fletcher's face back into focus. There was no smile on it. Go on, Fletcher said. Get your doubts sorted through, because we haven't much time. This isn't a game. This isn't a dream. This is the world, and if you don't help me, then there's more than your dime-store romance in jeopardy. Fuck you, said Howie, making a fist. I can wake up. Watch. Mustering all his strength, he delivered a punch to the tree beside him that shook the foliage overhead. A few leaves dropped around him. Again he punched the coarse bark. The second blow hurt, as had the first. So did the third and the fourth. There was no wavering in Fletcher's image, however. He remained solid in the sunlight. Howie punched the tree again, feeling the skin on his knuckles break and begin to bleed. Though the pain he felt mounted with each successive blow, the scene around him offered no sign of capitulation. Determined to defy its hold, he beat at the trunk again and again, as though this were some new exercise designed not to strengthen the machine, but to wound it. No pain, no gain. Just a dream, he said to himself. You're not going to wake, Fletcher warned him. Stop it now before you break something. Fingers aren't easy to come by. Took a few eons to get fingers. It's just a dream, Howie said. Just a dream. Stop, will you? There was more than an urge to break the dream fueling Howie, however. Half a dozen other furies had risen to give momentum to these blows. Rage against JoBeth and her mother, and his mother, too, come to that. Against himself for his ignorance, for being a holy fool when the rest of the world was so damn wise, running rings around him. If he could shatter this illusion's hold on him, he'd never be a fool again. You're going to break your hand, Howard. I'm going to wake. Then what will you do? I'm going to wake. But with a broken hand, what will you do when she wants you to touch her? He stopped and looked round at Fletcher. The pain was suddenly excruciating. From the corner of his eye he could see that the bark of the tree was bright scarlet. He felt nauseous. She doesn't want me to touch her, he murmured. She locked me out. He let his wounded hand fall to his side. Blood was dripping from it, he knew, but he couldn't bear to look. The sweat on his face had suddenly turned to prickles of icy water. His joints had gone to water, too. Giddily he swung his throbbing hand away from Fletcher's eyes, dark like his own, even the dead one, and up towards the sun. A beam found him, shot between the leaves onto his face. It's not a dream, he murmured. There are easier proofs, he heard Fletcher remark through the wine that was filling his head. I'm going to throw up, he said. I hate the sight. Can't hear you, son. I hate the sight of my own blood, said Fletcher. Howie nodded. It was an error. His brain spun in his skull, the connections confounded. His tongue gained sight, his ears tasted wax, his eyes felt the wet touch of his lids as they closed. I'm out of here, he thought, and collapsed. Such a long time, son, waiting in the rock for a glimpse of the light. And now I'm here, I won't have a chance to enjoy it, or you. No time to have fun with you the way fathers should enjoy the company of their sons. Howie moaned. The world was just out of sight. If he wanted to open his eyes, it would be there waiting for him, but Fletcher told him not to try too hard. I've got you, he said. It was true. Howie felt his father's arms surrounding him in the dark, wrapping him up. They felt huge, or perhaps he'd shrunk, become a babe again. I never had plans to be a father, Fletcher was saying. It was pretty much forced upon me by circumstance. The Jaffe decided to make some children, you see, to have his agents in flesh. I was obliged to do the same. JoBeth? Howie muttered. Yes? Is she his or yours? His, of course. His. So we're not brother and sister? No, of course not. She and her brother are of his making. You're of mine. That's why you have to help me, Howie. I'm weaker than he is. A dreamer I always was. A drugged dreamer. He's already out there raising his damned Tarata. His what? His creatures. His army. That's what he got from the comedian. Something to carry him away. Me, I got nothing. Dying people don't have many fantasies. It's all fear. He loves fear. Who is he? The Jaffe? My enemy. And who are you? His enemy. That's not an answer. I want a better answer than that. It'd take too much time. We don't have time, Howie. Just the bones.
Howie felt Fletcher smile inside his head.
Oh, bones I can give you, his father said. Bones of birds and fishes, things buried in the ground, like memories, back to the first cause. Am I stupid, or are you talking nonsense? I've so much to tell you in so little time. Best I show you, maybe.
His voice had taken on a strained quality. Howie felt anxiety in it. What are you going to do? He said.
I'm going to open up my mind, son.
You're afraid?
It'll be quite a ride. But I don't know any other way.
I don't think I want to.
Too late, said Fletcher.
Howie felt the arms encircling him loosen their grip, felt himself falling from his parents' hold. This was the first of all nightmares, surely, to be dropped. But the gravity was askew in this thought world. Instead of his father's face receding from him as he was released, it appeared vast and growing vaster as he toppled into it. There were no words now to reduce thought, only thoughts themselves, and those in abundance. Too much to understand. It was all Howie could do not to drown.
Don't fight, he heard his father instruct. Don't even try to swim. Let go. Sink into me. Be in me.
I won't be myself any longer, he returned. If I drown, I won't be me. I'll be you. I don't want to be you.
Take the risk. There's no other way.
I won't. I can't. I have to control. He started to struggle against the element that surrounded him. Ideas and images kept breaking through his mind, however. Thoughts fixed in his mind by another mind that were beyond his present comprehension.
Between this world called the cosm, also called the clay, also called the helter incendo, between this world and the metacosm, also called the alibi, also called the exorium and the lonely place, is a sea called quiddity. An image of that sea appeared in Howie's head, and amid the confusion was a sight he knew. He'd floated here during the brief dream he'd shared with Jo Beth. They'd been carried on a gentle tide, their hair tangled, their bodies brushing against each other. Recognition calmed his fears. He listened to Fletcher's instruction more closely now. And on that sea there's an island.
He glimpsed it, albeit distantly.
It's called Ephemeris. A beautiful word.
And a beautiful place. Its head was couched in cloud, but there was light on its lower slopes. Not sunlight. The light of spirit. I want to be there, Howie thought. I want to be there with Jo Beth.
Forget her.
Tell me what's there. What's on Ephemeris?
The great and secret show, his father's thoughts returned, which we see 3 times, at birth, at death, and for one night when we sleep beside the love of our lives.
Jo Beth.
I told you forget her.
I went with Jo Beth. We were floating there together.
No.
Yes. That means she's the love of my life. You just said so.
I told you to forget her.
It does, my God, it does.
Something that the Jaffe fathered is too tainted to be loved, too corrupt.
She's the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
She rejected you, Fletcher reminded him. Then I'll win her back. His image of her was clear in his head, clearer than the island now, or the dream sea it floated upon. He reached for her memory, and by it hauled himself out of the grip of his father's mind. Back came the nausea, and then the light splashing through the foliage above his head. He opened his eyes. Fletcher was not holding him, if indeed he ever had. Howie was lying on his back on the grass. His arm was numb from elbow to wrist, but the hand beyond felt twice its proper size. The pain in it was the first proof that he wasn't dreaming. The second, that he had just woken from a dream. The man with the ponytail was real, no doubt of it, which meant that the news he brought could be true. This was his father, for better or worse. He raised his head from the grass as Fletcher spoke. "You don't understand how desperate our situation is," he said. "Quiddity will be invaded by the Jaffe if I don't stop him." "I don't want to know," Howie said. "You have a responsibility," Fletcher stated. "I wouldn't have fathered you if I didn't think you could help me." "Oh, that's very touching," said Howie. "That really makes me feel wanted." He started to get to his feet, avoiding the sight of his injured hand. "You shouldn't have shown me the island, Fletcher," he said. "Now I know what's between Jo Beth and me's the real thing. She's not tainted, and she's not my sister. That means I can get her back." "Obey me," Fletcher said. "You're my child. You're supposed to obey." "You want a slave? Go find one," Howie said. "I've got better things to do." He turned his back on Fletcher, or at least believed he had, until the man appeared in front of him. "How the hell did you do that?" "There's a lot I can do. Little stuff. I'll teach you. Only don't leave me alone, Howard." "Nobody calls me Howard," Howie said, raising his hand to push Fletcher away. He had momentarily forgotten his injury. Now it came into sight. His knuckles were puffed up, the back of his hand and his fingers gummy with blood. Blades of grass had stuck to it, bright green on bright red. Fletcher took a step back, repulsed. "Don't like the sight of blood either, huh?" Howie said. As he retreated, something about Fletcher's appearance altered, too subtle for Howie to quite grasp. Was it that he'd backed away into a patch of sunlight, and that it somehow pierced him? Or that a piece of sky locked in his belly came undone and floated up into his eyes? Whatever, it was there, and gone. "I'll make a deal," Howie said. "What's that?" "You leave me alone, I'll leave you—" "There's only us, son. Against the whole world." "You're fucking crazy, you know that?" Howie said. He took his eyes off Fletcher and set them on the route he'd come. "That's where I got it from, this holy fool shit. Well, not me, no more. I've got people who love me." "I love you," Fletcher said. "Liar." "All right. Then I'll learn." Howie started away from him, his bloody arm outstretched. "I can learn," he heard his father call from behind him. "Howard, listen to me. I can learn." He didn't run. He didn't have the strength. But he reached the road without falling down, which was a victory of mind over matter, given how weak his legs felt. There he rested for a short time, content that Fletcher wouldn't follow him into such open territory. The man had secrets he didn't want mere human eyes to see. While resting, he planned. First, he'd return to the motel and tend to his hand. Then, back to Jo Beth's house. He had good news to impart, and he'd find a way to tell it if he had to wait all night for the opportunity. The sun was hot and bright. It threw his shadow in front of him as he went. He fixed his eyes on the sidewalk and followed his pattern there, step for step, back towards sanity. In the woods behind him, Fletcher cursed his inadequacy. He'd never been much good at persuasion, leaping from banality to visions with no proper grasp of the middle ground between, the simple social skills which most people were proficient in by the age of 10. He had failed to win his son over by straightforward argument, and Howard, in his turn, had resisted the revelations which might have made him comprehend his father's jeopardy. Not just his, the world's. Not for an instant did Fletcher doubt that the Jaffe was as dangerous now as he'd been back in the Mission de Santa Catrina, when the nuncio had first rarefied him. More so. He had his agents in the cosm, children who would obey him because he had a way with words. Howard was heading back into the embrace of one of those agents even now. As good as lost, which left him with no alternative but to go into the grove on his own, and look for people from whom he might raise hallucigenia. There was no value in putting off the moment. He had a few hours before dusk, when the day turned towards darkness, and the Jaffe would have an even greater advantage than he had already. Even though he didn't much like the idea of walking the streets of the grove for all to see and study, what choice did he have? Maybe there would be a few he could catch dreaming, even in the light of day. He looked up at the sky and thought of his room in the Mission, in which he'd sat with Raoul for so many blissful hours, listening to Mozart and watching the clouds change as they came off the ocean. Changing, always changing, a flux of forms in which they'd find echoes of earthly things, a tree, a dog, a human face. One day he would join those clouds, when his war with the Jaffe was over. Then the sadness of parting he felt now, Raoul gone, Howard gone, everything sliding away from him, would be extinguished. Only the fixed felt pain. The Protean lived in everything always. One country, living one immortal day. Oh, to be there. Chapter 7. For William Witt, Palomo Grove's Boswell, the morning had seen his worst nightmare become reality. He'd stepped out of his attractive one-story residence in Stillbrook, which he boasted to clients had appreciated by $30,000 in the 5 years since he'd purchased, to do a normal day's real estate business in his favorite town on earth. But things were different this morning. Had he been asked to say what exactly, he couldn't have offered a cogent answer, but he knew by instinct that his beloved grove was sickening. He spent most of the morning standing at the window of his offices, which looked directly across the supermarket. Almost everybody in the grove used the market at least once a week. It had, for many, the double function of suppliers and meeting place. William prided himself on the fact that he could name fully 98% of the people who entered its doors. He'd been instrumental in finding houses for a good number of them, rehousing them when their families outgrew their first purchase as newlyweds, often rehousing those in middle age when the children left, finally selling houses on when the occupants died. And he, in turn, was known by most of them. They called him by his first name. They commented on his bow ties, which were his trademark. He owned 111. They introduced him to visiting friends. But today, as he watched from his window, he took no joy in the ritual. Was it simply the fact of Buddy Vance's death, and the tragedy that had come as its consequence, that subdued folks so mightily, that kept them from greeting each other as they passed on the parking lot? Or was it that they, like he, had woken with a strange expectation, as though some event was in the offing that they'd neglected to write in their diaries, but at which they'd be sorely missed were they not to attend? Simply standing and watching, unable to interpret what he saw or felt, dragged his spirits to their knees. He decided to go on a round of appraisals. There were 3 houses, 2 in Deerdale, 1 in Wind Bluff, that needed looking over and prices determined. His anxiety didn't diminish as he drove over to Deerdale. The sun that beat on the sidewalks and the lawns beat to bruise. The air above shimmered as if to dissolve brick and slate, to take his precious grove away entirely. The 2 properties in Deerdale were in very different states of repair. Both required his full attention as he went through them, totting up their merits and demerits. By the time he'd finished with them and begun towards the Wind Bluff house, he'd been long enough distracted from his fears to think that maybe he'd been overreacting. The task ahead, he knew, would afford him considerable pleasure. The house on Wild Cherry Glade, just below the Crescents, was large and desirable. He was already creating the Better Homes bulletin pitch as he stepped from the car. Be king of the hill. The perfect family home is waiting for you. He selected the front door key from the two on the ring and opened up. Legal wrangles had kept the property empty and off the market since the spring. The air inside was dusty and stale. He liked the smell. There was something about empty places that touched him. He liked to think of them as homes in waiting, blank canvases upon which buyers would paint their own particular paradise. He wandered through the house, making meticulous notes in each room, turning seductive phrases over in his head as he went. Spacious and immaculate, a home to delight even the choosiest buyer, 3 bedrooms, 2 1/2 baths with terrazzo floors, birch paneling in formal living room, kitchen fully equipped, covered patio. Given its size and location, the house would, he knew, command a good price. Having made a circuit of the lower floor, he unlocked the yard door and stepped outside. The houses, even on the lower parts of the hill, were well spread. The yard was not overlooked by either of the neighbors' houses. Had it been, they might well have complained of its condition. The lawn was shin-high, patchy and sere. The trees needed cutting back. He walked across the sun-baked ground to measure the pool. It had not been drained after Mrs. Lloyd, who'd owned the property, had died. The water was low, its surface encrusted with an algae greener than the grass which sprang between the tiling at the pool's edge. It smelt rank. Rather than linger to measure the pool, he guessed its dimensions, knowing his practiced eye was virtually as accurate as his tape. He was jotting the figure down when a ripple started in the center of the pool, crawling over the sluggish surface towards him. He stepped away from the edge, making a note to get the pool services up here soonest. Whatever was breeding in the filth, fungus or fish, could count their teeming tenancy in hours. The water moved again, darting motions that put him in mind of another day entirely, and of another body of haunted water. He put the memory from his head, or at least tried to, and turning his back on the pool, began towards the house. But the memory had been too long alone. It insisted on going with him. He could see the 4 girls, Carolyn, Trudy, Joyce, and Arline, lovely Arline, as clearly as if it were just yesterday he'd spied on them. He watched them in his mind's eyes, stripping off their clothes. He heard their chatter, their laughter. He stopped walking and glanced back at the pool. The soup was once more still. Whatever it had bred, or was a bed for, had gone back to sleep. He glanced at his watch. He'd been away from the office only an hour and 3/4. If he picked up his pace and finished here quickly, he could slip back home for a while and watch a video from his collection. The notion, fueled in part by the erotic recollections the pool had stirred, took him back into the house with renewed zeal. He locked up the back and started upstairs. Halfway up, a noise from above brought him to a halt. "Who's there?" he demanded. There was no reply, but the noise came again. He made his demand a second time, a dialogue of question and sound, question and sound. Were there children in the house, perhaps? Breaking into empty properties, which had been a fad some years before, was once again on the increase. This was the first time he'd had the opportunity to catch a culprit in the act of trespass, however. "Are you coming down?" he said, giving as much basso profundo to his question as he could muster. "Or am I coming up to bring you down?" The only reply was the same skittering sound he had heard twice already, like a small dog with unclipped nails running over a hardwood floor. So be it, William thought. He began up the stairs again, making his steps as heavy as possible to intimidate the trespassers. He knew most of the Grove's children by their names and nicknames. Those that he didn't, he could readily point out in the schoolyard. He'd make an example of them, and so dissuade further offenders. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, all was silent. The afternoon sun poured through the window, its warmth calming what small anxiety ticked in him. There was no danger here. Danger was a midnight street in L.A., and the sound of a knife scraping brick as someone came in pursuit. This was the Grove on a sunny Friday afternoon. As if to confirm that thought, A wind-up toy came scuttling through the green door of the master bedroom, a 1.5 foot long white centipede, its plastic feet tapping the floor in rhythm. He smiled at the gesture. The child was sending his toy out to signal surrender. Smiling indulgently, William stooped to pick it up, his eyes on the floor through the door. His gaze flickered back to the toy as his fingers made contact, however, his touch confirming what sight comprehended too late to act upon, that the thing he was picking up was not a toy at all. Its shell was soft, hot and damp beneath his hand, its peristaltic motion repulsive. He tried to let it go, but its body adhered to his hand, working against his palm. Dropping notebook and pencil, he snatched the creature from one hand with the other and threw it down. It fell on its segmented back, its dozen legs pedaling like an overturned shrimp. Gasping, he staggered back against the wall until a voice from beyond the door said, "Don't stand on ceremony. You're welcome inside." The speaker was no child, William realized, but then he'd decided several seconds ago that his first scenario had been optimistic. "Mr. Witt," said a second voice. It was lighter than the first, and recognizable. "Tommy Ray," William said, unable to disguise the relief he felt. "Is that you, Tommy Ray?" "Sure is. Come on in, meet the gang." "What's going on here?" William said, stepping clear of the struggling beast and pushing open the door. Mrs. Lloyd's chintz drapes had been drawn against the sun, and after the blaze of light outside, the room seemed doubly dark. But he could make out Tommy Ray McGuire, standing in the middle of the room, and behind him, sitting in the darkest corner, another presence. One of them had been dipping in the rank water of the pool, it seemed. The sickly smell pricked William's sinuses. "You shouldn't be in here," he chided Tommy Ray. "Do you realize you're trespassing? This house—" "You're not going to tell on us, are you?" said Tommy Ray. He took a step towards William, eclipsing his colleague entirely. "It's not that simple," William began. "Yes, it is," said Tommy Ray flatly. He took another step, and another, suddenly moving past William to the door and slamming it. The sound excited Tommy Ray's companion, or rather his companion's companions, for William's eyes were now sufficiently accustomed to the murk to see that the bearded man slumped in the corner was swarming with creatures that bore a family resemblance to the centipede outside. They covered him like a living armor. They crawled over his face, lingering at his lips and eyes. They gathered around his groin, massaging him. They drank at his armpits. They cavorted on his stomach. There were so many of them, his bulk was swelled to twice human size. "Jesus Lord," said William. "Unreal, huh?" said Tommy Ray. "You and Tommy Ray know each other from way back, I hear," said the Jaffe. "Tell all. Was he a considerate child?" "What the hell is this?" William said, glancing back at Tommy Ray. The youth's eyes gleamed as they roved. "This is my father," came his reply. "This is the Jaffe." "We'd like you to show us the secret of your soul," said the Jaffe. Instantly William thought of his private collection, locked up back at home. How did this obscenity know about that? Had Tommy Ray spied on him? The peeper peeped upon? William shook his head. "I don't have any secrets," he said softly. "Probably right," said Tommy Ray. "Boring little shit." "Unkind," said the Jaffe. "Everybody says it," said Tommy Ray. "Look at him with his fucking bow ties and his little nods at everyone." Tommy Ray's words stung William. It was they, as much as the sight of the Jaffe, which brought a tremor to his cheek. "Most boring little shit in the whole fucking town," Tommy Ray said. In response, the Jaffe snatched one of the beasts from his belly and lobbed it at Tommy Ray. His aim was true. The creature, which had tails like whips and a minuscule head, fixed itself to Tommy Ray's face, pressing its belly against his mouth. He lost his balance, toppling sideways as he clawed at the parasite. It came away from his face with a comical kissing sound, revealing Tommy Ray's grin, which was echoed with laughter from the Jaffe. Tommy Ray tossed the creature back in its master's direction, a half-hearted throw, which left the thing a foot from where William stood. He retreated from it, bringing a fresh sound of laughter from father and son. "It won't harm you," the Jaffe said, "unless I want it to." He called to the creature that he and the boy had made a game of. It skulked back to the comfort of the Jaffe's belly. You probably know most of these folks, the Jaffe said.
Yeah, Tommy Ray murmured. And they know him.
This one, for instance, the Jaffe said, hauling a cat-sized beast from behind him. This one came from that woman. What was her name, Tommy?
I don't remember. The Jaffe slid the creature, which resembled a vast, bleached scorpion, around to his feet. The thing seemed almost shy. It wanted to retreat back to its hiding place.
The woman with the dogs, Tommy, the Jaffe said. Mildred something.
Duffin, said William.
Good, good,
the Jaffe said, jabbing a thick thumb in his direction.
Duffin. How easily we forget. Duffin.
William knew Mildred. He'd seen her that very morning, minus the poodle pack, standing in the lot staring ahead of her as though she'd driven down here only to forget why she'd come. What she and the scorpion had in common was beyond him.
I can see you're flummoxed, Wit, the Jaffe said. You're wondering, is this Mildred's new pet? The answer is no. The answer is, this is Mildred's deepest secret, made flesh. And that's what I want from you, William. The deep stuff. The secret stuff. Red-blooded heterosexual voyeur that he was, William grasped instantly the cock-sucking subtext of the Jaffe's request. He and Tommy Ray weren't father and son, they were fucking each other. All this talk of the deep stuff, the secret stuff, was a veil over that. I don't want any part of this, William said. Tommy Ray'll tell you. I don't do any weird stuff. Nothing weird about fear, the Jaffe said.
Everybody's got it, Tommy Ray put in.
Some more than others. You, I suspect, more than most. Fess up, William. You've got some bad stuff in your head. I just want to take it out and make it mine.
More innuendo. William heard Tommy Ray make a step in his direction.
Keep your distance,
William warned. It was pure bluff, and by the grin on Tommy Ray's face, he knew it.
You'll feel better afterwards, said the Jaffe.
Much, said Tommy Ray.
It doesn't hurt. Well, maybe a little at the start, but once you get the bad stuff out into the open, you'll be a different person.
Mildred was just one, said Tommy Ray. He visited a whole bunch last night.
Sure I did.
I pointed the way, and he went.
I get a scent off some people, you know. I get a real strong scent.
Louise Doyle, Chrissy Parra, Harry O'Connor. William knew them all. Gunther Rothbury, Martine Nesbitt.
Martine had some really impressive sights to show, the Jaffe said. One of them's outside, keeping cool.
The pool? William murmured.
You saw it?
William shook his head.
You really must. It's important to know what people have been hiding from you all these years.
That touched a nerve, though William guessed the Jaffe was ignorant of the fact.
You think you know these people, he went on, but they've all got fears they never confess, dark places they cover up with smiles.
These, he raised his arm, to which a creature resembling a furless monkey clung,
are what live in those places. I just call them forth.
Martine, too? William said, the vaguest glint of escape showing itself.
Oh, sure, said Tommy Ray. She had one of the best.
I call them Terata, the Jaffe said, which means a monstrous birth, a prodigy. How do you like that?
I'd like to see what Martine produced, William replied.
A pretty lady, said the Jaffe, with an ugly fuck in her head. Go show him, Tommy Ray, then bring him back up.
Sure.
Tommy Ray turned the handle, but hesitated before opening the door, as though he'd read the thoughts going through William's head.
You really want to see? The youth said.
I want to see, said Whit. Martine and I—
He let the line trail a little. The Jaffe bit.
You and that woman, William? Together?
Once or twice, he lied. He'd not so much as touched Martine, nor indeed ever wanted to.
but he hoped it gave motive to his curiosity. The Jaffe seemed persuaded. "All the more reason to see what she was keeping from you," he said. "Take him, Tommy Ray. Take him." The Maguire boy did as ordered, leading William downstairs. He whistled tunelessly as he went, his easy gait and his casual manner all belying the hellish company he was keeping. More than once William was tempted to ask the kid why, just so he could better understand what was happening to the grove. How could it be that evil was so happy-go-lucky? How could souls so plainly corrupted as Tommy Ray saunter and sing and exchange repartee like ordinary folks? "Freaky, huh?" Tommy Ray said as he took the rear door key from William. "He's read my mind," Whit thought, but Tommy Ray's next remark gave the lie to that. "Empty houses, freaky places. Except for you, I guess. You're used to 'em, right?" "I've got that way. The Jaffe doesn't much like the sun, so I found him this place, somewhere he could hide away." Tommy Ray squinted against the bright sky as they headed outside. "Guess I must be getting like him," he commented. "Used to love the beach, you know, Topanga, Malibu. Now it kind of makes me sick to think about all that brightness." He started to lead the way to the pool, keeping his head down and the chatter up. "So you and Martine had a thing going, huh? She's no Miss World, you know what I'm saying? And she sure had some freaky stuff inside her. You should see the way it comes out. Boy, oh boy, that's a sight. They kind of sweat it out. Right out through the little holes, pores. Huh? The little holes, pores. Yeah. Neat." They had reached the pool. Tommy Ray approached, saying, "The Jaffe's got this way of calling them, you know, with his mind. I just call them by their names or the names of the people they belonged to." He glanced back at William, catching him in the act of scanning the fencing around the yard, looking for a break in it. "Getting bored?" Tommy Ray said. No, I'm not bored." The youth looked back towards the pool. "Martine?" he called. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. "Here she comes," said Tommy Ray. "You're going to be real impressed." "I bet I am," said William, taking a step towards the edge. As whatever it was in the water began to break surface, he threw out his arms and pushed Tommy Ray in the small of the back. The boy yelled and lost his balance. William got a glimpse of the Tarata in the pool, like a man o' war with legs. Then Tommy Ray was falling on top of it, boy and beast thrashing around. William didn't linger to see who bid whom. He was racing for the weakest place in the fence and clambering over and away. "You let him slip," said the Jaffe, when after a time Tommy Ray returned to the nest upstairs. "I'm not going to be able to rely upon you, I can see that." "He tricked me." "You shouldn't sound so damn surprised. Haven't you learned yet? Folk have secret faces. That's what makes them interesting." "I tried to chase him, but he'd got away already. You want me to go to his home? Kill him, maybe?" "Easy, easy," said the Jaffe. "We can live with him spreading rumors for a day or two. Who's going to believe him, anyhow? We'll just have to vacate this place after dark." "There's other empty houses?" "We won't need to look," said the Jaffe. "I found us a permanent residence last night." "Where?" "She's not quite ready for us, but she will be."
"Who?"
"You'll see. Meanwhile, I'm going to need you to take a little journey for me."
"Sure."
"You won't have to be away long, but there's a place down the coast where I left something important to me a long time ago. I want you to get it back for me, while I dispatch Fletcher."
"I want to be here for that."
You like the idea of death, don't you?"
Tommy Ray grinned. "Yeah, I do. My friend Andy, he had this neat tattoo of a skull. Right there." Tommy Ray pointed to his chest. "Right over his heart. He used to say he'd die young. He said he'd go down to Bombora. The peaks are real dangerous there. Waves just drop away, you know. And he'd wait for one last wave. And when he was really traveling, he'd just throw himself off the board. Just do it like that. Ride and die."
"Did he?" asked the Jaffe. "Die, I mean?"
"Did he fuck?" said Tommy Ray contemptuously. "Didn't have the balls."
"But you could."
"Right now? Sure as shit.
Well, don't be in too much of a hurry. There's going to be a party.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. A major party. This town never saw the likes of this party.
Who's invited?
Half of Hollywood. And the other half will wish it had been.
And us?
Oh, yes, we'll be there. You can be sure of that. We'll be there, ready and waiting.
At last, William thought as he stood on Spillmont's doorstep on Pease Blossom Drive, at last a story I can tell. He'd escaped the horrors of the Jaff's court with a tale he could unburden himself of and be dubbed a hero for the morning. Spillmont was one of the many William had guided through a house purchase. Two, in fact. They knew each other well enough to be on first-name terms.
"Billy," Spillmont said, looking William up and down, "you don't look too good." "I'm not." "Come on in."
"Something terrible's happened, Oscar," William said, allowing himself to be ushered inside.
"I never saw anything worse."
"Sit, sit," said Spillmont.
"Judith, it's Bill Witt." "What do you need, Billy? Something to drink? Geez, you're shaking like a leaf."
Judith Spillmont was a perfect earth mother, broad-hipped and big-breasted. She appeared from the kitchen and repeated her husband's observations. William requested a glass of ice water, but couldn't hold off starting his story before it was in his hands. He knew even as he began how ludicrous it would sound. It was a campfire tale, not meant to be told in broad daylight while the listeners' kids yelled as they danced in and out of the lawn sprinklers, just beyond the window. But Spillmont listened dutifully, shooing his wife away once she'd supplied the water. William persevered through his account, even remembering the names of those whom the Jaff had touched the night before, explaining once in a while that he knew all this sounded preposterous, but it had really happened. It was with that observation he finished the telling.
"I know how this must sound," he said. "Can't say it's not some story," Spillmont replied. "If it came from anyone but you, I think I'd be less willing to listen." "But shit, Bill, Tommy Ray McGuire, he's a nice kid." "I'll take you back up there," William said, "as long as we go armed."
"No, you're in no state for that."
"You mustn't go alone," William said.
"Hey, neighbor, you're looking at a man who loves his kids. Think I'd leave 'em orphans?" Spillmont laughed. "Listen, you go back home. Stay there. I'll call you when I've got some news. Deal?"
"Deal."
"You sure you're fit to drive? I could get somebody—"
"I got this far."
"All right. I'll be okay. Meanwhile, keep it to yourself, Bill, okay? I don't want anyone getting trigger-happy."
"No, sure, I understand."
Spillmont watched while William downed the rest of his ice water, then escorted him to the door, shook his hand, and waved him off. William did as instructed. He drove straight home, called in to Valerie, and told her he wouldn't be coming back to the office, locked all the doors and windows, undressed, threw up, showered, and waited by the telephone for further news of the depravity that had come to Paloma Grove. Chapter 8. Suddenly dog-tired, Grillo had taken to his bed around 3:15, instructing the switchboard to hold all calls through to his suite until further notice. It was, therefore, a rapping on the door that woke him. He sat up, his head so light it almost fluttered off. "Room service," a woman said.
"I didn't order anything,"
he replied. Then he realized.
"Tesla?"
Tesla it was, looking good in her usual defiant fashion. Grillo had long ago concluded that it took a kind of genius to transform in the wearing of certain clothes and items of jewelry, the tacky into the glamorous, and the tasteful into the kitsch. Tesla managed the transition in both directions, without seeming to try. Today she wore a man's white shirt, too big for her small, slim frame, with a cheap Mexican bola at the neck, bearing an image of the Madonna. Slinky blue trousers, high heels, which still only brought her up to shoulder height on him, and silver snake earrings that lurked in red hair she'd had streaked with blonde, but only streaked because, as she'd explained, blondes did indeed have more fun, but a whole head's worth was sheer indulgence. "You were asleep," she said.
"Yep."
"Sorry. I have to take a piss. Take it, take it."
"Will you check my calls?"
he yelled back to her as he met his reflection in the mirror. He looked wretched, he thought, like the undernourished poet he'd given up trying to be the first time he went hungry. It was only as he swayed at the bowl, one hand on his dick, which had never looked so far from him or so small, the other holding on to the door-frame to keep himself from keeling over, that he admitted to himself just how sick he was feeling.
"You'd better stay away from me," he told Tesla as he staggered back. "I think I got flu."
"Then go back to bed. Who gave you flu?"
"Some kid." "Abernethy called," Tesla informed him. "So did a woman called Ellen." "Her kid."
"Who's she?"
"She nice lady. What's the message?"
"Needs to talk to you urgently. No number."
"Don't think she's got a phone," Grillo said. "I should find out what she wants. She used to work for Vance."
"Scandal?"
"Yeah." His teeth had begun to chatter. "Shit," he said. "I feel like I'm burning up."
"Maybe I should take you back to L.A.
"No way. There's a story here, Tesla."
"There's stories every place. Abernethy can put somebody on this."
"This one's strange," Grillo said. "Something's going on here I don't understand." He sat down, his head thumping. "You know, I was there when the men who were looking for Vance's body got killed."
"No, what happened?"
"Whatever they said on the news. It wasn't some underground dam burst. Or at least it wasn't just that. For one thing, I heard shouts long before the water. I think they were yelling prayers down there, Tesla. Prayers. And then there was this fucking geyser. Water, smoke, dirt, bodies. And something else. No, two something elses. Coming out of the ground, under cover."
"Climbing?"
"Flying." Tesla gave him a long, hard look. "I swear, Tesla," Grillo said. "Maybe they were human. Maybe not. They seemed more like... I don't know. More like energies, maybe. And before you ask, I was clean and sober."
"Were you the only one who saw this?"
"No, there was a guy called Hotchkiss with me. I think he saw most of it, too. Only he won't answer his phone to corroborate."
"You realize you sound certifiable."
"Well, that just confirms what you've always thought, right? Working for Abernethy, digging up dirt on the rich and famous.
Not falling in love with me?"
Not falling in love with you.
Lunatic.
Insane."
"Listen, Grillo, I'm a lousy nurse, so don't expect sympathy. But if you want more practical help while you're sick, just point me in the right direction."
"You could look in on Ellen. Tell her the kid gave me the flu. Get her feeling guilty. There's a story there, and I've only got a piece of it so far."
"That's my Grillo. Sick but never shamed."
It was late afternoon by the time Tesla set out for Ellen Nguyen's house, refusing to take the car even though Grillo warned her she'd have quite a walk. A breeze had mustered itself and escorted her through the town. It was the kind of community she rather fancied setting a thriller in. Something about a man with an atom bomb in his suitcase, maybe. It had been done before, of course, but she had a twist on the tale. Rather than telling it as a parable of evil, she'd tell it of apathy. People simply choosing not to believe what they were told, just going about their daily business with expressions of blithe indifference. And the heroine would try to galvanize these people into a recognition of their own danger, and fail, and at the end she'd be dumped outside the town limits by a mob who resented her stirring up the mud, just as the ground rocked and the bomb went off. Fade out. The end. Of course, it would never get made that way, but then she was a past mistress at writing screenplays that never saw celluloid. The stories kept coming, however. She couldn't walk in a new place or meet new faces without dramatizing them. She didn't analyze too closely the stories her mind created for each cast and setting unless, as now, it was so obvious as to be unavoidable. Presumably her gut told her that Palomo Grove was a town that would one day go bang. Her sense of direction was unfailingly good. She found her way to the Nguyen residence without need of backtracking. The woman who answered the door looked so delicate Tesla feared to speak above a whisper, much less try to pry some evidence of indiscretion from her. She just stated the facts simply, that she'd come at Grillo's request because he had caught the flu.
"Don't worry, he'll survive," she said when Ellen looked distressed.
"I just came over to explain why he wouldn't be coming over to see you."
"Come in, please," Ellen said.
Tesla resisted. She was in no mood for a fragile soul, but the woman would not be denied.
"I can't talk here," she said as she closed the door, "and I can't leave Philip for too long. I don't have a phone any longer. I had to use my neighbors to call Mr. Grillo. Will you take a message to him?"
"Sure," Tesla said, thinking, if it's a love letter, I'm trashing it. The Nguyen woman was Grillo's type, she knew, sweetly feminine, soft-spoken. In some, utterly unlike her. The contagious child was sitting on the sofa.
"Mr. Grillo has flu," his mother told him. "Why don't you send him one of your drawings, so he gets better?"
The boy padded through to his bedroom, giving Ellen an opportunity to pass her message along.
"Will you tell him that things have changed at Coney?"
Ellen said. "Changed at Coney," Tesla repeated. "What does that mean exactly?"
"There's going to be a memorial party for Buddy at his house. Mr. Grillo will understand. Rochelle, his wife, sent the chauffeur down, summoned me to help."
"So what's Grillo to do about all of this?"
"I want to know if he needs an invitation."
"I think you can take the answer as yes. When's this to be?"
"Tomorrow night."
"Short notice."
"People will come for Buddy," Ellen said. "He was very much loved."
"Lucky man," Tesla remarked. "So if Grillo wants you, he can contact you up at Vance's house?"
"No, he mustn't call there. Tell him to leave a message with next door, Mr. Fulmer. He'll be looking after Philip."
"Fulmer. Right, I got that." There was little else to say. Tesla accepted a picture from the invalid to take back to Grillo, along with the best wishes of mother and son, then set out on the homeward journey, inventing stories as she went. Chapter 9. "William?" It was Spilmont on the line, finally. The children were no longer laughing in the background. Evening had fallen, and with the sun gone, the lawn sprinkler's water would be more chilly than pleasurable. "I haven't much time," he said. "I've wasted enough this afternoon as it is." "What?" said William. He'd spent the afternoon in a frenzy of anticipation. "Tell me." "I went up there to Wild Cherry Glade just as soon as you left."
"And?"
"And nothing, Guy. Big fat zero. The place was deserted, and I looked like an asshole going in ready for Christ knows what. Guess that's what you planned, right?" "No, Oscar, you've got it wrong." "Only once, Guy. Once I can take a joke, okay? I'm not going to have anyone say I haven't got a sense of humor." "It wasn't a joke." "You really had me going for a moment there, you know. You should be writing books, not selling real estate."
"The whole place was empty? There wasn't a trace of anything? Did you look in the pool?"
"Give me a break," Spilmont said. "Yeah, it was empty. Pool, house, garage. All empty."
"Then they skipped. They got away before you arrived. Only I don't see how. Tommy Ray said the Jaffe didn't like—"
"Enough," said Spilmont. "I've got too many wackos on the block without the likes of you. Straighten up, will you? And don't try this on any of the other guys' wit. They're warned, see? Like I say, once is enough." Without signing off, Spilmont terminated the call, leaving William to listen to the disconnected tone for fully half a minute, before he let the receiver slip from his grasp. "Who'd have thought," the Jaffe said, stroking his newest charge. "There's fear in the unlikeliest places."
"I want to hold it," said Tommy Ray.
"Consider it yours," the Jaffe said, allowing the youth to claim the Tarata from his arms. "What belongs to you belongs to me."
"It doesn't look much like Spilmont."
"Oh, but it does," said the Jaffe. "There was never a truer portrait of the man. This is his root, his core. A man's fear is what makes him what he is."
"Is that right?"
"What's walking out there tonight, calling itself Spilmont, is just the husk, the residue." He wandered to the window as he spoke and drew the drapes aside. The Tarata that had been fawning over him when William came visiting dogged his heels. He shooed them away. They retreated respectfully, only to creep back into his shadow when he returned from them. "The sun's almost gone," he said. "We should get going. Fletcher is already in the grove."
"Yes?"
"Oh, yes. He appeared in the middle of the afternoon."
"How do you know?"
"It's impossible to hate someone as much as I hate Fletcher without knowing his whereabouts."
"So do we go kill him?"
"When we've got enough assassins," the Jaffe said. "I don't want any mistakes like Mr. Witt."
"I'll fetch Joe Beth first."
"Why bother?" said the Jaffe. "We don't need her." Tommy Ray threw Spilmont's Tarata to the ground.
"I need her," he said.
"It's purely platonic, of course."
"What does that mean?"
"It's irony, Tommy Ray. What I mean to say is you want her body." Tommy Ray chewed on this a moment, then said,
"Maybe."
"Be honest."
"I don't know what I want," came the reply.
But I sure as shit know what I don't want. I don't want that fucker Katz touching her. She's family, right? You told me that was important?"
The Jaffe nodded. "You're very persuasive," he said.
"So, we go fetch her?"
Tommy Ray said. "If it's that important," his father replied. "Yes, we'll go and fetch her." Seeing Palomo Grove for the first time, Fletcher had come close to despair. He had passed through towns like this aplenty in his months of warfare with the Jaffe, planned communities that had every facility but the facility to feel, places that gave every impression of life, but in truth had little or none. Twice, cornered in such vacuums, he'd come close to being annihilated by his enemy. Though beyond superstition, he nevertheless found himself wondering if the third time would prove fatal. The Jaffe had already established his bridgehead here, of that Fletcher had no doubt. It would not be difficult to find here the weak and unprotected souls he liked to batten upon. But for Fletcher, whose hallucigenia were born of rich and pungent dream lives, the town, withered by comfort and complacency, offered little hope of sustenance. He'd have had more luck in a ghetto or a madhouse, where life was lived close to the edge, than in this well-watered wasteland. But he had no choice. Without a human agent to point the way, he was obliged to go among these people like a dog sniffing for some hint of a dreamer. He found a few down at the mall, but he was given short shrift when he attempted to engage them in conversation. Though he did his best to keep up some pretense of normality, it was a long time since he'd been human. The people he approached stared at him strangely, as though there was some part of his performance he'd overlooked, and they were able to see through to the enunciate beneath. Seeing, they retreated. There were one or two who lingered in his vicinity. An old woman who stood a little way off from him and simply smiled whenever he looked her way. 2 children who gave up looking in the pet shop window to come and stare at him, until their mother called them to her side. The pickings were as thin as Fletcher had feared. Had the Jaffe been able to choose their final battlefield personally, he could not have chosen better. If the war between them was to finish in Palomo Grove, and in his gut Fletcher sensed that one of them would perish here, the Jaffe would surely be the victor. As evening came, and the mall emptied, he too left it, wandering through the empty streets. There were no pedestrians, not so much as a dog-walker. He knew why. The human sphere, willfully insensitive as it was, couldn't entirely block out the presence of supernatural forces in its midst. The inhabitants of the Grove, though they could not have put words to their anxiety, knew their town was haunted tonight, and were taking refuge beside their televisions. Fletcher could see the screens glimmering in home after home, the sound of each set turned up abnormally loud, as if to block any songs the sirens abroad tonight might sing. Rocked in the arms of game-show hosts and soap-opera queens, the little minds of the Grove were lulled into innocent sleep, leaving the creature that might have kept them from extinction locked out on the street, and alone. Chapter 10. 1. Watching from the corner of the street, as dusk deepened into night, Howie saw a man he would later know to be the pastor appear at the McGuire house, announce himself through the closed door, and, after a pause for the unlocking of locks and unbolting of bolts, be received into the sanctuary. Another such diversion would not present itself tonight, he suspected. If there was to be any opportunity to slip past the guardian mother and reach Jo Beth, this was it. He crossed the street, checking first that nobody was coming in either direction. He needn't have feared. The street was uncommonly quiet. It was from the houses the din came, televisions turned up so loud he'd been able to distinguish 9 channels playing while he'd waited, hummed along to theme tunes, laughed with payoff lines. Unwitnessed, therefore, he slipped to the side of the house, clambered over the gate, and started down the passage to the backyard. As he did so, the light in the kitchen was turned on. He backed away from the window. It wasn't Mrs. McGuire who'd entered, however, but Jo Beth, dutifully preparing some supper for her mother's guest. He watched her, mesmerized. Going about this commonplace activity in a plain, dark dress, lit by a neon strip, she was still the most extraordinary sight he'd ever seen. When she came close to the window with tomatoes to rinse at the sink, he stepped out of hiding. She caught his movement and looked up. His finger was already at his lips to hush her. She waved him away, panic on her face. He obeyed not an instant too soon as her mother appeared at the kitchen door. There was a short exchange between them, which Howie didn't catch. Then Mrs. McGuire returned to the lounge. JoBeth glanced over her shoulder to check that her mother had gone, then crossed to the back door and gingerly unbolted it. She refused to open it sufficiently to give him access, however. Instead, she put her face to the gap and whispered, "You shouldn't be here." "Well, I am," he said, "and you're glad I am." "No, I'm not." "You should be. I've got news. Great news. Come outside." "I can't do that," she whispered. "Keep your voice down." "We have to talk. It's life or death. No, it's more than life or death." "What have you done to yourself?" she said. "Look at your hand." His attempt to clean the wound had been perfunctory at best, squeamish as he was about picking pieces of bark from the flesh. "This is all part of it," he said. "If you won't come out, let me in." "I can't. Please, let me in." Was it his wound or his words that made her relent? Either way, she opened the door. He went to put his arms around her, but she shook her head with such a look of terror on her face he backed off. "Go upstairs," she said, not even whispering now, but mouthing the word. "Where?" he returned. "Second door on the left," she said, obliged to raise her volume a little for these instructions. "My room. Pink door. Wait until I take the food through." He wanted so much to kiss her, but instead he let her go about her preparations. With a glance in his direction, she headed through to the lounge. Howie heard an expression of welcome from the visitor, which he took as his cue to slip from the kitchen. There was a moment of danger when, visible at the lounge door, he hesitated before finding the stairs. Then he was away up them, hoping the exchange below would conceal the sound of his footfalls. It seemed they did. There was no change in the rhythm of the dialogue. He reached the pink door and took refuge behind it without incident. JoBeth's bedroom. He'd not dared hope he'd be standing there, among these marshmallow colors, looking at the place where she slept, and at the towel she used for showering, and at her underwear. When she finally came up the stairs and entered behind him, he felt like a thief interrupted in the act of stealing. She caught his embarrassment off him, a flushing sickness that left them avoiding each other's eyes. "It's a mess," she said softly. "It's okay," he said. "You weren't expecting me." No. She didn't move to hug him. She didn't even smile. "Mama would go mad if she knew you were here. All the time, when she was saying there were terrible things in the grove, she was right. One of them came here last night, Howie. Came for me and Tommy Ray." "The Jaffe?" "You know about him?" "Something came for me, too. Not so much came as called. Fletcher, his name is. He says he's my father." "Do you believe him?" "Yes," Howie said. "I believe him." JoBeth's eyes were filling up. "Don't cry," he said. "Don't you see what all this means? We're not brother and sister. What's between us isn't wrong." "It's us being together that caused all this," she said. "Don't you understand that? If we hadn't met—" "But we did." "If we hadn't met, they'd never have come from wherever they came from. Isn't it better we know the truth about them, about ourselves? I don't give a fuck for their damn war, and I won't let it pull us apart." He reached for her and took hold of her right hand with his unwounded left. She didn't resist, but let his gentle pressure draw her closer. "We have to leave Paloma Grove," he said, "and leave together. Go somewhere they can't find us." "What about Mama?" "Tommy Ray's lost, Howie. She said so herself. That only leaves me to look after her." "And what use are you if the Jaffe gets to you?" Howie argued. "If we leave now, our fathers won't have anything to fight over." "It's not just about us," JoBeth reminded him. "No, you're right," he conceded, remembering what he'd learned from Fletcher. "It's about this place called Quiddity." His hold on her hand tightened. "We went there, you and me. Or almost went. I want to finish that trip." "I don't understand." "You will. When we go, we'll go knowing what kind of journey it is. It'll be like a waking dream." It occurred to him as he spoke that not once had he stumbled or stammered. "We're supposed to hate each other, you know. That was their plan, Fletcher and the Jaffe, to have us continue their war, only we're not going to." For the first time she smiled. "No, we're not," she said. "Promise?" "Promise. I love you, JoBeth." "Howie, Too late to stop me. I said it. She kissed him suddenly, a small, sweet stab which he sucked against his mouth before she could deny him, opening the seal of her lips with his tongue, which at that instant would have opened a safe had the taste of her mouth been locked up there. She pressed to him with a force which matched his own, their teeth touching, their tongues playing tag. Her left hand, which had wrapped around him, now found his tender right and drew it towards her. He could feel the softness of her breast, despite the demure dress and his numbed fingers. He started to fumble with the buttons at her neck, undoing enough to slide his hand inside so that his flesh met hers. She smiled against his lips, and her hand, having guided him to where he'd be most good, went to the front of his jeans. The hard-on he'd begun to sport upon sight of her bed had gone west, bested by nerves, but her touch and her kisses, which were one indistinguishable blur of mouth on mouth, now raised him again. "I want to be naked," he said. She took her lips off his. "With them downstairs?" she said. "They're occupied, aren't they? They talk for hours." "We'll need hours," he whispered. "Do you have any kind of protection?" "We don't have to do everything. I just want that we can at least touch each other properly, skin to skin." She looked unpersuaded when she stepped back from him, but her actions belied her expression as she proceeded to unbutton her dress. He started to strip off his jacket and T-shirt, then began the difficult task of unbuttoning his belt with one hand virtually useless. She came to his aid, doing the job for him. "It's stifling in here," he said. "Can I open a window? Mama locked them all, in case the devil got in." "He did," Howie quipped. She looked up at him, her dress now open, her breasts bare. "Don't say that," she said. Instinctively her hands went to cover her nakedness. "You don't think I'm the devil," he said. Then, "Do you? I don't know if anything that feels this... Say it. This forbidden can be good for my soul," she replied with perfect seriousness. "You'll see," he said, moving towards her. "I promise you, you'll see."
"I think I should speak to JoBeth," Pastor John said. He'd got past the point of humoring the McGuire woman once she started talking about the beast that had raped her all those years ago, and how it had come back to claim her son. Pontificating on abstractions was one thing. It drew female devotees to him in droves. But when the talk took a turn for the lunatic, he beat a diplomatic retreat. Clearly Mrs. McGuire was verging on a mental breakdown. He needed a chaperone, or she might end up inventing all manner of overheated nonsense. It had happened before. He wouldn't be the first man of God to fall victim to a woman of a certain age.
"I don't want JoBeth to think about this any more than she has already," came the reply. "The creature that made her in me—"
"Her father was a man, Mrs. McGuire."
"I know that," she said, well aware of the condescension in his voice. "But people are flesh and spirit." "Of course. The man made her flesh, but who made her spirit?"
"God in heaven," he replied, grateful for this return to safer terrain.
"And he made her flesh, too, through the man you chose.
Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect."
"It wasn't God," Joyce replied. "I know it wasn't. The Jaffe's nothing like God. You should see him, you'd know."
"If he exists, then he's human, Mrs. McGuire, and I believe I should talk with JoBeth about his visit, if indeed he was here."
"He was here," she said, her agitation increasing.
He stood up to detach the madwoman's hand from his sleeve. "I'm sure JoBeth will have some valuable insights," he said, taking a step back. "Why don't I fetch her?"
"You don't believe me,"
Joyce said. She was close to shouting now, and to tears. "I do. But really, allow me a moment with JoBeth. Is she upstairs? I believe she is. JoBeth? Are you there? JoBeth?"
"What does he want?"
she said, breaking their kiss. "Ignore him," said Howie.
"Suppose he comes looking for me?"
She sat up and swung her feet over the edge of the bed, listening for the sound of the pastor's step on the stairs. Howie put his face against her back, reaching beneath her arm, his hand damming a trickle of sweat, and gently touching her breast. She made a small, almost agonized sigh. "We mustn't," she murmured. "He wouldn't come in. I hear him." "No." "I do," she hissed. Again the call from below. "Jo Beth, I'd like a word with you. So would your mother." "I've got to get dressed," she said. She reached down to pick up her clothes. A pleasantly perverse thought passed through Howie's mind as he watched her. That he'd like it if, in her haste, she put his underwear on instead of her own, and vice versa. To push his cock into a space sanctified by her cunt, perfumed by it, dampened by it, would keep him the way he was, too hard for comfort, until the crack of doom. And wouldn't she look sexy, with her slit just out of sight behind the slit of his briefs? Next time, he promised himself, there'd be no hesitation from now on. She'd allowed the desperado into her bed. Though they'd done no more than put their bodies side by side, that invitation had changed everything between them. Frustrating as it was to see her dress again so soon after their undressing, the fact of their having been naked together would be souvenir enough. He plucked his jeans and T-shirt up and began to put them on, watching her, watching him as he clothed the machine. He caught that thought, and modified it. The bone and muscle he occupied was no machine. It was a body, and it was frail. His hand hurt. His heart-on hurt. His heart hurt, or at least some heaviness in his chest gave him the impression of heartache. He was too tender to be a machine, and too much loved. She stopped what she was doing for a moment, and glanced towards the window. "Did you hear that?" "No. What?" "Somebody calling." "The pastor?" She shook her head, realizing that the voice she'd heard, was hearing still, was not outside the house or the room, but in her head. "The Jaffe," she said. Parched by protestations, Pastor John went to the sink, picked up a tumbler, ran the tap water until it chilled, filled the glass and drank. It was almost 10. Time to bring this visit to an end, with or without seeing the daughter. He'd had enough talk of the darkness in humanity's soul to last a week. Pouring away the dregs of his water, he looked up and caught sight of his reflection in the glass. As his gaze lingered in self-appraisal and approval, something in the night outside moved. He put the tumbler in the sink. It rolled back and forth on its rim. "Pastor?" Joyce McGuire had appeared behind him. "It's all right," he said, not certain which of them he hoped to soothe. The woman had got to him with her half-witted fantasies. He returned his gaze to the window. "I thought I saw somebody in your yard," he said. "But there's nothing—" "There! There!" A pale, blurred bulk moving towards the house. "No, it's not," he said. "Not what?" "Not all right," he replied, taking a step back from the sink. "It's not all right at all." "He's come back," Joyce said. The last reply in all the world he wanted to give was yes, so he kept his peace, just stepping back from the window another foot, another 2 feet, shaking his head in denial. It saw his defiance. He saw it see. Eager to undo his hope, it came out of the shadows suddenly and made its presence plain. "Lord God Almighty," he said, "what is this?" Behind him he heard the McGuire woman start to pray. Nothing manufactured. Who could write a prayer in anticipation of this? But an outpouring of entreaties. "Jesus, help us, Lord, help us, keep us from Satan, keep us from the unrighteous." "Listen," Jo Beth said. "It's Mama." "I hear." "Something's wrong." As she crossed the room, Howie overtook her, putting his back to the door. "She's only praying. Never like that." "Kiss me." "Howie!" "If she's praying, she's occupied. If she's occupied, she can wait. I can't. I don't have any prayers, Jo Beth. I've only got you." This flow of words astonished him, even as they came. "Kiss me, Jo Beth." As she leaned to do so, a window downstairs shattered, and Mama's guest unleashed a yell that had Jo Beth pushing Howie aside, hauling open the door.
"Mama!" she yelled. "Mama!" Sometimes a man was wrong. Born into ignorance, it was inevitable. But to perish for that ignorance, and brutally, seemed so unfair. Nursing his bloodied face and half a dozen such complaints, Pastor John crawled across the kitchen to take refuge as far from the broken window, and what had broken it, as his trembling limbs could carry him. How was it possible he'd come to such desperate straits as this? His life was not entirely blameless, but his sins were far from large, and he'd paid his dues to the Lord. He'd visited the fatherless and widows in their affliction, the way the Gospels instructed. He'd done his level best to keep himself unspotted from the world. And still the demons came. He heard them, though he had his eyes closed. Their myriad legs were making a din as they clambered over the sink and the dishes piled beside it. He heard their wet bodies flopping onto the tiles as their tide overflowed onto the floor, and their passage across the kitchen urged on by the figure he'd glimpsed outside. The Jaffe, who'd been wearing them from head to toe, like a beekeeper too much in love with his swarm. The McGuire woman had ceased her prayers. Perhaps she was dead, their first victim, and perhaps that would be enough for them, and they'd pass him over. That was a prayer worth finding words for. "Please, Lord," he muttered, trying to make himself as small as possible, "please, Lord, make them blind to me, deaf to me, and only you hear my supplications and keep me in your forgiving eye. World without end." His requests were interrupted by a violent beating on the back door, and rising above it the voice of Tommy Ray the prodigal.
"Mama, can you hear me? Mama? Let me in, will you? Let me in, and I swear I'll stop them coming. I swear I will. Only let me in."
Pastor John heard a sob from the McGuire woman by way of response, which became without warning a howl. Alive she was, and in a fury.
"How dare you!" she shrieked. "How dare you!"
Such was her din, he opened his eyes. The flow of demons from the window had stopped. That is, had stopped advancing, though there was still motion across the pale stream. Antennae weaving, limbs readying themselves for new instructions, eyes bristling on stalks. There was nothing among them that resembled anything he knew, and yet he knew them. He didn't dare ask himself how, or from where. "Open the door, Mama," Tommy Ray said again. "I have to see Jo Beth." "Leave us alone." "I have to see her, and you're not going to stop me," Tommy Ray raged. His demand was followed by the sound of splintering wood as he kicked at the door. Both the bolts and the lock were unseated. There was a moment's hiatus. Then he gently pushed the door open. His eyes had a vile sheen about them, a sheen Pastor John had seen in the eyes of people about to die. Some interior light informed them. He'd taken it as beatific until now. He couldn't make that error again. Tommy Ray's glance flitted first to his mother, who was standing at the kitchen door, barring it, then to her guest. "Company, Mama?" he said. Pastor John shook. "You've got a hold on her," Tommy Ray said to him. "She listens to you. Tell her to give me Jo Beth, will you? Make it easier on all of us." The pastor looked around at Joyce McGuire. "Do it," he said plainly. "Do it, or we're all dead." "See, Mama," came Tommy Ray's response. "Advice from the holy man. He knows when he's beat. Call her down, Mama, or I'm going to get mad, and when I get mad, so do Papa's friends." "Call her!"
"No need."
Tommy Ray grinned at the sound of his sister's voice, the combination of gleaming eyes and ravishing smile chilling enough to teach ice a trick or two. "There you are," he said. She was standing in the doorway behind her mother. "Are you ready to leave?" he asked her politely, for all the world like a boy inviting his girl out on a first date.
"You have to promise to leave Mama alone," Jo Beth said.
"I will," Tommy Ray replied, his tone that of a man wronged by accusation. "I don't want to hurt Mama, you know that.
If you leave her alone, I'll come with you."
Halfway down the stairs, Howie heard Jo Beth striking this bargain, and mouthed a silent no. He couldn't see what horrors Tommy Ray had brought with him, but he could hear them, like the sound his head heard in nightmares, phlegm sounds, panting sounds.
He didn't give his imagination room enough to put pictures to the text. He'd see the truth for himself all too soon. Instead, he took another step down the stairs, turning his wits to the problem of stopping Tommy Ray in the theft of his sister. His concentration was such he failed to interpret the sounds emerging from the kitchen. By the time he reached the bottom stair, he'd got himself a plan, however. It was simple enough: to cause as much chaos as he possibly could, and hope that under its cover Jo Beth and her mother could escape to safety. If in running wild he managed to deliver Tommy Ray a blow, that would be the cherry on the cake, a satisfying cherry. That thought and intention in mind, he took a deep breath and rounded the corner. Jo Beth was not there. Nor was Tommy Ray, or the horrors he'd come here with. The door was open to the night, and slumped in front of it, face to the threshold, was Mamma, her arms outstretched as though her last conscious act had been to reach out after her children. Howie went to her, across tiles that were gummy beneath his bare feet. "Is she dead?" a gravel voice inquired. Howie turned. Pastor John had wedged himself between the wall and the refrigerator, as far from sight as he could get his overfed ass. "No, she's not," Howie said, gently turning Mrs. McGuire over. "Much thanks to you. What could I do?" "You tell me. I thought you had tricks of the trade." He moved towards the door. "Don't go after them, boy," the pastor said. "Stay here with me." "They took Jo Beth." "The way I hear it, she was halfway theirs anyhow. The devil's children, her and Tommy Ray." "Do you think I'm the devil?" Howie had asked her half an hour ago. Now it was she, damned to hell, and from the mouth of her own minister, no less. Did that mean they were both tainted, then? Or was it not a question of sin and innocence, darkness and light? Did they somehow stand between the extremes, in a place reserved for lovers? These thoughts came and went in a flash, but they were sufficient to fuel his motion through the door to meet whatever lay in the night outside. "Kill 'em all!" he heard the God-fearer yell after him. "There's not a clean soul among them! Kill 'em all!" The sentiment enraged Howie, but he could think of no adequate riposte. In lieu of wit, he yelled, "Fuck you!" back through the door, and headed out in search of Jo Beth. 2. There was sufficient light spilling from the kitchen for him to grasp the general geography of the yard. He could see a bank of trees bordering its perimeter, and an unkempt lawn between the trees and where he stood. As inside, so out here, there was no sign of brother, sister, or the force that had set its sights on both. Knowing that he had no hope of surprising the enemy, given that he was stepping out of a well-lit interior with a hollered curse on his lips, he advanced, calling Jo Beth's name at the top of his voice in the hope that she might find breath to answer. There was no reply forthcoming. Just a chorus of barking dogs, roused by his shouts. Go ahead and bark, he thought. Get your masters moving. This was no time for them to be sitting watching game shows. There was another show out here in the night. Mysteries were walking. The earth was opening, spitting out wonders. It was a great and secret show, and it was playing tonight on the streets of Palomo Grove. The same wind that carried the sound of the dogs moved the trees. Their sibilance distracted Howie from the sound of the army until he was a little way from the house. Then he heard the chorus of mutterings and cluckings behind him. He turned on his heel. The wall around the door through which he'd just stepped was a solid mass of living creatures. The roof, which sloped from 2 stories to 1 above the kitchen, was similarly occupied. Larger forms roamed there, shambling back and forth across the slates, muttering in their throats. They were too high to catch the light, just silhouettes against a sky which showed no stars. Neither Jo Beth nor Tommy Ray were among them. There was not a single outline in that clan that approximated the human. Howie was on the point of turning away from the sight when he heard Tommy Ray's voice behind him. "Bet you never saw nothing like that, Katz," he said. "You know I never did," said Howie, the politeness of his reply shaped by the knife point he felt pricking the small of his back. "Why don't you turn round, real slow?" said Tommy Ray. "The Jaff wants a word with you." "More than one," came a second voice. It was low, scarcely louder than the wind in the trees, but every syllable was exquisitely, musically shaped. "My son here thinks we should kill you, Katz.
He says he can smell his sister on you. God knows I am not sure brothers should know what their sisters smell like in the first place, but I suppose I am old-fashioned. This is too late in the millennium to be fretting about incest. Doubtless you have a view on that.
Howie had turned and could see the Jaff standing several yards behind Tommy Ray. After all that Fletcher had said about the man, he'd expected a warlord. But there was nothing massively impressive about his father's enemy. He had the appearance of a patrician run part way to dereliction, an undisciplined beard grown over strong, persuasive features, the stance of someone barely concealing great weariness. Clinging to his chest was one of the terrata, a wiry, skinned thing, more distressing by far than the Jaff himself.
You were saying, Katz?
I wasn't saying anything.
About how woefully unnatural Tommy Ray's passion for his sister is. Or are you of the opinion that we're all unnatural? You, me, them. I'd suppose we'd all of us have gone to the flames in Salem. Anyhow, he's very keen to do you mischief. Talks about castration a good deal.
Upon cue, Tommy Ray dropped his knife blade a few inches from Howie's belly to his groin.
Tell him, said the Jaff, about how you'd like to cut him up.
Tommy Ray grinned. Just let me do it, he said.
See, said the Jaff, it's taking all my parental skills to hold him in check. So here's what I'm going to do, Katz. I'm going to let you have a head start. I'm going to set you free, and see if Fletcher's stock is the equal of my own. You never knew your father before the nuncio. Better hope he was a runner, eh?
Tommy Ray's grin became a laugh. The knife point turned against the weave of Howie's jeans.
And just to keep you entertained—
At this, Tommy Ray took hold of Howie and spun him round, hauling his captive's T-shirt from his jeans and slitting it from hem to neck, exposing Howie's back. There was a moment's delay while the night air cooled his sweaty skin. Then something touched his back. Tommy Ray's fingers licked and wet, spreading to the right and left of Howie's spine, following the line of his ribs. Howie shuddered and arched his back to avoid the contact. As he did so, the touches multiplied, till there were too many to be fingers, a dozen or more on each side, gripping the muscle so hard his skin broke. Howie glanced over his shoulder in time to see a white, many-jointed limb, pencil-thin and barbed, pressing its point into his flesh. He cried out and wrenched himself round, his revulsion outweighing his fear of Tommy Ray's knife. The Jaff was watching him. His arms were empty. The thing that he'd been nursing was now on Howie's back. He felt its cold abdomen against his vertebrae. Its mouth parts sucked at his nape. "Get it off me," he said to the Jaff. "Get it the fuck off me!" Tommy Ray applauded the sight of Howie, spinning round like a dog with a flea on its tail. "Go, man, go!" he whooped.
"I wouldn't try that if I were you," the Jaff said.
Before Howie could wonder why, he got his answer. The creature bit down hard on his neck. He yelled out, falling to his knees. The expression of pain brought a chorus of clicks and mutters from the roof and kitchen wall. Agonized, Howie turned back towards the Jaff. The patrician had let his face slip. The fetus-headed thing behind was vast and gleaming. He had only an instant to glimpse it before the sound of Jo Beth's sobs took his gaze to the trees where she was in Tommy Ray's grip. That glimpse, too, her wet eyes, her open mouth, was horribly brief. Then the ache at his neck made him close his eyes, and when he opened them again, she and Tommy and their unborn father were gone. He got to his feet. There was a wave of motion going through the Jaff's army. Those lowest on the wall were dropping to the ground, followed by those higher up, the process ascending at such a rate that battalions were soon 3 or 4 deep on the lawn. Some struggled free of the crush and began towards Howie by whatever means of propulsion they possessed. The larger creatures were skipping down the roof to join the pursuit. With what little lead the Jaff had offered, eroded with every second he delayed, Howie ran pell-mell for the open street.
Fletcher felt the boy's terror and revulsion all too clearly, but he labored to put it from his mind. Howie had rejected his father to go in search of the Jaff's wretched offspring, blinded no doubt by mere appearance. If he was suffering the consequences of such willfulness, then that was his burden, and let him carry it alone.
If he survived, perhaps he'd be the wiser. If not, then his life, whose purpose he'd flown in the face of the moment he'd turned his back on his Creator, would end in as wretched a fashion as Fletcher's, and there'd be justice in that. Hard thoughts, but Fletcher did his best to keep them in focus, summoning up the image of his son's reflection every time he felt the boy's pain. It was not enough, however. Try as he might to expunge Howie's terrors, they demanded a hearing, and he had no choice, at the last, but to let them in. In a sense, they completed this night of despair, and had to be embraced. He and his child were interlocking pieces in a pattern of defeat and failure. He called to the boy, "Howard, Howard, Howard, how," the same call he'd put out after first rising from the rock. "Howard, Howard, Howard, how." He sent the message out rhythmically, like a cliff-top beacon. Hoping that his son was not too weak to hear, he turned his attention back to the end game. With the Jaff's victory looming, he had one final gambit available to him, a hand he didn't want to tempt himself with, knowing how strong his desire for transformation was. It had been a torment to him all these years, being morally bound to stay on this level of being in the hope of defeating the evil he'd helped create, when an hour didn't pass without his thoughts turning to escape. He wanted so much to be free of this world and its nonsenses, to unhitch himself from this anatomy and aspire, as Schiller had said of all art, to the condition of music. Could it be that the time was now ripe to give in to that instinct, and in the last moments of his life, as Fletcher, hope to snatch a fragment of victory from near inevitable defeat? If so, he had to plan well both the method of self-dispatch and its arena. There could be no repeat performance for the tribe who occupied Paloma Grove. If he, their rejected shaman, died unnoticed, then more than a few hundred souls would be forfeit. He had tried not to think too hard of the consequences of the Jaff's triumph, knowing that the sense of responsibility might well overwhelm him. But now, as the final confrontation approached, he'd bullied himself into facing it. If the Jaff secured the art, and through it gained free access to quiddity, what would it mean? For one, a being not purified by the rigors of self-denial would have power over a place kept from all but the purged and the perfect. Fletcher did not entirely understand what quiddity was. Perhaps no human could. But he was certain the Jaff, who'd used the nuncio to cheat his way out of his limitations, would wreak havoc there. The dream sea and its islands, perhaps, he'd heard Jaff once say there were archipelagos, were visited by humanity at 3 vital times, in innocence, extremis, and love. On the shores of Ephemeris they mingled briefly with absolutes, saw sights and heard stories that would keep them from insanity in the face of being alive. There, briefly, was pattern and purpose. There was a glimpse of continuity. There was the show, the great and secret show, which rhyme and ritual were created to be keepsakes of. If that island were to become the Jaff's playground, the damage would be incalculable. What was secret would become commonplace. What was holy, desanctified, and a species kept from lunacy by its dream journeys there would be left unhealed. There was another fear in Fletcher, less easily thought through because less coherent. It centered on the tale that Jaff had first presented him with, when he'd appeared in Washington with his offer of funds to pursue the riddle of the nuncio. There had been, he'd said, a man called Kissoon, a shaman who'd known about the art and its powers, whom the Jaff had finally found in a place that he'd claimed was a loop of time. Fletcher had listened to the account, not really believing much of it, but subsequent events had spiraled to such fantastical heights the idea of Kissoon's loop seemed small beer now. What part the shaman, with his attempt to have the Jaff murder him, played in the grand scheme, Fletcher couldn't know, but his instinct told him it was by no means finished with. Kissoon had been the last surviving member of the shoal, an order of elevated human beings who had guarded the art from the likes of the Jaff since Homo sapiens began to dream. Why, then, had he allowed a man like Jaff, who must have stunk of ambition from the outset, access to his loop? Why, indeed, had he been in hiding there at all? And what had happened to the other members of the shoal? It was too late now to pursue answers to these questions, but he wanted to put them into somebody else's head besides his own. He would make one last attempt to bridge the gap between himself and his own. If Howard were not the recipient of these observations, then they'd go to nothing when he, Fletcher, made his exit. Which brought him back to the grim business ahead, its method and its setting. It had to be a piece of theater, a spectacular last act that would coax the people of Paloma Grove away from their television screens and into the streets, wide-eyed. After some weighing up of alternatives, he chose one, and, still calling his son to him, started towards the site of his final liberation. Howie had heard Fletcher's call as he fled before the Jaff's army, but the waves of panic that kept breaking over him kept him from fixing their place of origin. He ran blindly, the Tirada on his heels. It was only when he felt he'd gained sufficient lead to take a breath that his confounded senses heard his name called clearly enough for him to change his route and follow the summons. When he went with a speed in his heels he'd not believed himself capable of, and even though his lungs labored, he squeezed from them sufficient breath for a few words in answer to Fletcher. "I hear you," he said as he ran. "I hear you. Father, I hear you." Chapter 11. 1. Tesla had told it right. A lousy nurse she was, but a very capable bully. The moment Grillo woke and found her back in his room, she told him plainly that suffering in an alien bed was the act of a martyr, and became him all too well. If he wanted to avoid cliché, he should allow her to take him back to L.A. and deposit his sickly frame where he could be reassured by the scent of his own unwashed laundry. "I don't want to go," he protested. "What's the use of staying here, besides costing Abernethy a heap of money?" "That's a start." "Don't be petty, Grillo." "I'm sick. I'm allowed to be petty. Besides, this is where the story is." "You can write it better at home than lying here in a pool of sweat feeling sorry for yourself." "Maybe you're right." "Oh, is the great man conceding something?" "I'll go back for 24 hours. Get my shit together."
"You know, you look about 13, Tesla said, mellowing her tone. "I never saw you like this before. It's kind of sexy. I like you vulnerable."
Now she tells me.
Old news, old news. There was a time I'd given my right arm for you. Now? The most I'll do is take you home.
The Grove could have been a set for a post-Holocaust movie, Tesla thought as she drove Grillo out towards the freeway. The streets were deserted in every direction. Despite all that Grillo had told her about what he'd seen or suspected was going on here, she was leaving without getting so much as a glimpse. Hold that thought. 40 yards ahead of the car, a young man stumbled around the corner and raced across the road. At the opposite sidewalk, his legs gave out beneath him. He fell and seemed to have some difficulty getting up again. The distance was too great and the light too dim for her to grasp much of his condition, but he was evidently hurt. There was something misshapen about his body, hunched or swollen. She drove on towards him. At her side, Grillo, whom she'd instructed to doze until they reached L.A., opened his eyes. "Are we there already?"
"That guy," she said, nodding in the hunchback's direction. "Look at him. He looks even sicker than you do."
From the corner of her eye, she saw Grillo sit bolt upright and peer through the windshield. "There's something on his back," he muttered.
"I can't see."
She brought the car to a halt a little way from where the youth was still struggling to get to his feet, and still failing. Grillo was right, she saw. He was indeed wearing something.
"It's a backpack," she said.
"No, wait, Tesla," Grillo said. He reached for the door handle. "It's alive. Whatever it is. It's alive."
"Stay here," she told him.
"Are you kidding?" As he pushed the door open, that effort alone enough to set his head spinning, he caught sight of Tesla rummaging in the glove compartment. "What have you lost?"
"When Yvonne was killed," she said, grunting as she dug through the detritus, "I swore I'd never leave home unarmed again."
"What are you saying?" She pulled a gun out of hiding.
"And I never have."
"Do you know how to use that?"
"Wish I didn't," she said, and got out of the car.
Grillo went to follow. As he did so, the car began to roll backwards down the mild incline of the street. He pitched himself across the seat to the handbrake, an action violent enough to spin his head around. When he started to haul himself up again, it was almost like tripping, total disorientation. A few yards from where Grillo was clutching the car door, waiting for his hide to pass, Tesla was almost at the boy's side. He was still attempting to get to his feet. She told him to hold on, help was coming. but all she got in reply was a panic-stricken look. He had reason. Grillo had been right. What she'd taken to be a backpack was indeed alive. It was an animal of some kind, or of many kinds. It glistered as it battened upon him. "What the fuck is that?" she said. This time he did reply, a warning wrapped in moans. "Get away," she heard him say. "They're coming after me." She glanced back at Grillo, who was still clinging to the car door, his teeth chattering. No help to be had there, and the boy's situation seemed to be worsening. With every twitch of the parasite's limbs, there were so many limbs, and joints, and eyes, his face knotted up. "Get away," he growled at her. "Please, in God's name. They're coming." He turned giddily to squint behind him. She followed the line of his agonized gaze, down the street from which he'd pelted. There she saw his pursuers. Seeing, she wished she'd taken his advice before she'd locked eyes with him, and all hope of playing the Pharisee was denied her. His plight was hers now. She couldn't turn her back on him. Her eyes, tutored in the real, tried to reject the lesson they saw coming down the street, but they couldn't. No use trying to deny the horror. It was there in all its absurdity, a pale, muttering tide creeping towards them. "Grillo!" she yelled. "Get in the car!" The pale army heard her and picked up its speed. "The car, Grillo! Get in the fucking car!" She saw him fumble for the door, barely in control of his responses. Some of the smaller beasts at the head of the tide were already scuttling towards the vehicle at speed, leaving their larger brethren to come after the boy. There were enough, more than enough, to take all three of them apart, joint by joint, in the car, too. Despite their multiplicity, no two alike it seemed, there was the same blank-eyed, relentless intention in every one. They were destroyers. She leaned down and took hold of the boy's arm, avoiding the ratcheting limbs of the parasite as best she could. Its hold on him was too intimate to be undone, she saw. Any attempt to separate them would only invite reprisals. "Get up," she told him. "We can make it." "You go," he murmured. He was utterly wasted. "No," she said. "We both go. No heroics. We both go." She glanced back at the car. Grillo was in the act of slamming the door as the army's foot-runners came at the car, hopping up onto the roof and hood. One, the size of a baboon, began to throw its body against the windshield repeatedly. The others tore at the door-handle and worked their barbs between the windows and their frames. "It's me they want," the boy said. "If we go, they follow?" Tesla said. He nodded. Holding him to his feet and turning his right arm, the hand badly injured, she saw, over her shoulder, she fired one shot into the approaching mass, which hit one of the larger beasts, but didn't slow it a beat, then turned her back on it and began to haul them both away. He had directions to give. "Down the hill," he said. "Why?" "The mall." Again, "Why?" "My father is there." She didn't argue. She just hoped Father, whoever he was, had some help to offer, because if they succeeded in outrunning the army, they were going to be in no fit state to defend themselves at the end of the race. As she turned the next corner, the boy offering muttered instructions, she heard the car's windshield shatter. A short distance from the drama just played out, the Jaffe and Tommy Ray, with Joe Beth in tow, watched Grillo fumbling for the ignition, succeeding, after some effort, in getting the car started and driving off, throwing from the hood the Tarata that had shattered the windshield. "Bastard," said Tommy Ray. "It doesn't matter," the Jaffe said. "There's plenty more where he came from. You wait till the party tomorrow. Such pickings." The creature was not quite dead. It let out a thin whine of complaint. "What do we do with it?" Tommy Ray wondered. "Leave it there." "Some roadkill," came the boy's reply. "People are going to notice." "It won't survive the night," the Jaffe replied. "By the time the scavengers have got to it, nobody'll know what the hell it was." "What the fuck's going to eat that?" Tommy Ray asked. "Anything hungry enough," came the Jaffe's reply. "And there's always something hungry enough. Isn't that right, Jo Beth?" The girl said nothing. She'd given up weeping and talking. All she did was watch her brother with pitiful confusion on her face. "Where's Katz going?" the Jaffe wondered aloud. "Down to the mall," Tommy Ray informed him. "Fletcher's calling him." "Yeah?" "Just as I hoped. Wherever the sun ends up, that's where we'll find the father." Unless the Tirada get him first. They won't. They have their instructions. What about the woman with him? Wasn't that too perfect? What a Samaritan. She's going to die, of course, but what a great way to go, full of how big-fucking-hearted you are. The remark elicited a response from the girl. Isn't there anything touches you? She said. The Jaff studied her. Too much, he said. Too much touches me. The look on your face, the look on his. He glanced at Tommy Ray, who grinned, then back at Jo Beth. All I want to do is see clearly, past the feelings, to the reasons. And this is how? Killing Howie? Destroying the grove? Tommy Ray learned to understand after his fashion. You can do the same if you'll give me time to explain. It's a long story. But trust me when I say that Fletcher's our enemy. And his son our enemy, too. They'd kill me if they could. Not Howie? Oh, yes. He's his father's son, even if he doesn't know it. There's a prize to be won soon, Jo Beth. It's called the art. And when I have it, I'll share it. I don't want anything from you. I'll show you an island. No. And a shore. He reached to her, stroking her cheek. Against her better judgment, his words soothed her. It was not the fetus head she saw in front of her, but a face that had seen hardship, had been ploughed by it, and perhaps had wisdom planted. Later, he said, we'll have plenty of time to talk. On that island, the day never ends. 2. Why don't they overtake us? Tesla said to Howie. Twice the pursuing forces had seemed certain to overtake and overwhelm them, and twice their ranks had slowed at the very moment they were able to realize their ambition. The suspicion was growing on her that the chase was being choreographed. If so, she fretted, by whom? And what was their intention? The boy, he'd muttered his name, Howie, several streets back, was heavier by the yard. The last quarter-mile to the mall stretched before her like a marine assault course. Where was Grillo when she needed him? Lost in the maze of crescents and cul-de-sacs which made this town such a trial to traverse, or a victim of the creatures that had assaulted the car? The answer was neither. Trusting that Tesla's wit would keep her ahead of the horde long enough for him to muster help, he drove like a wild man, first to a public telephone, then on to the address he found in it. Though his limbs felt like lead, and his teeth still chattered, his mental processes seemed to him quite clear, though he knew, from the months after the debacle, which he'd spent in a more or less constant alcoholic stupor, that such clarity could be self-deception. How many screeds had he written under the influence which had seemed lucidity in ink, but read like Finnegan's Wake once he was sober? Perhaps that was the case now, and he was wasting valuable time when he should have been knocking on the first door he found and rousing help. His instinct told him he'd get none. The appearance of an unshaven individual talking monsters would earn a quick dismissal on any doorstep but that of Hotchkiss. The man was at home and awake. "Grillo? Jesus, man, what the hell's wrong with you?" Hotchkiss had no right to boast. He looked as used up as Grillo felt. He had a beer in his hand and several of his brothers in his eyes. "Just come with me," Grillo said. "I'll explain as we go." "Where? Have you got guns?" "I've got a handgun, yeah." "Get it." "Wait, I need—" "No talk," Grillo said. "I don't know which way they've gone, and we—" "Listen," Hotchkiss said. "What?" "Alarms. I hear alarms." They'd begun to ring in the supermarket the moment Fletcher began to smash the windows. They rang in Marvin's Food and Drug just as loudly, and in the pet store. The din here swelled by the animals woken from their sleep. He encouraged their chorus. The sooner the grove shook off its lethargy, the better, and he knew no surer way of stirring it than assaulting its commercial heart. The summons begun, he raided 2 of the 6 stores for props. The drama he had planned would need perfect timing if he was to touch the minds of those who came to watch. If he failed, at least he would not see the consequences of that failure. He'd had too much grief in his life, and too few friends to help him bear it. Of them all, he'd perhaps been closest to Raoul. Where was he now? Dead, most likely, his ghost haunting the ruins of the Mission de Santa Catrina. Picturing the place, Fletcher stopped in his tracks. What about the nuncio? Was it possible the remains of the great work, as Jaffe had liked to call it, was still there on the cliff-top? If so, and some innocent ever stumbled upon it, the whole sorry story might repeat itself. The self-invited martyrdom he was presently orchestrating would be rendered worthless. That was another task to charge Howard with, before they were parted forever. Alarms seldom rang for long in the grove, and certainly never so many at the same time. Their cacophony floated through the town from the wooded perimeter of Deerdell to the widow Vance's house on the top of the hill. Though it was too early for the adults of the grove to be asleep, most of them, whether touched by the Jaffe or not, were feeling oddly dislocated. They talked with their partners in whispers, when they spoke at all. They stood in doorways or in the middle of their dining rooms, having forgotten why they'd first risen from the comfort of their armchairs. If asked, many might have stumbled over their own names. But the alarms commanded their attention, confirming what their animal instincts had known from daybreak, that things were not good tonight, not normal, not rational. The only place of safety was behind doors locked and locked again. Not everyone was so passive, however. Some drew blinds aside to see if anyone in the neighborhood was on the street. Others got as far as going to the front door, husbands or wives calling them back, telling them there was no need to step outside, that there was nothing to see that couldn't be seen on the television. It only took one individual to venture out, however, before others followed. "Clever," said the Jaffe. "What's he up to?" Tommy Ray wanted to know. "Why the noise?" "He wants people to see the Tarata," the Jaffe said. "Maybe he's hoping they'll rise up in revolution against us. He's tried this before." "When?" "On our travels across America. There was no revolution then, and there won't be now. People don't have the faith, don't have the dreams, and he needs both. This is sheer desperation. He's defeated, and he knows it." He turned to JoBeth. "You'll be pleased to know I'm calling the hounds off Katz's heels. We know where Fletcher is now, and where he is, his son's going to be." "They stopped following us," Tesla said. The horde had indeed halted. "What the hell does that mean?" Herberton didn't reply. He could barely raise his head. But when he did, it was towards the supermarket, which was one of several stores in the mall whose windows had been smashed. "We're going shopping?" she said. He grunted. "Whatever you say." Inside the store, Fletcher raised his head from his labors. The boy was within sight of him. He was not alone. A woman bore him up, half carrying him across the lot towards the litter of shattered glass. Fletcher left off his preparations and went to the window.
"Howard," he called.
It was Tesla who looked up. Howie didn't waste valuable energy in the attempt. The man she saw emerging from the store didn't look like a vandal, nor did he look anything like the boy's father, but then she'd never been very good with family resemblances. He was a tall, sallow individual, who, to judge by his ragged gait, was in as wretched a condition as his offspring. His clothes were drenched, she saw. Her stinging sinuses identified the fluid as gasoline. He left a trail of it as he walked. She suddenly feared the chase had taken them into the grasp of a lunatic.
"Keep away," she said.
"I have to speak with Howard before the Jaffe arrives."
"Who?"
"You led him here, he and his army."
"It couldn't be helped. Howie's real sick. This thing on his back—"
"Let me see."
"No naked flames," Tesla warned her. "I'm out of here."
"I understand," said the man, raising his palms like a magician to prove them empty of tricks.
Tesla nodded and let him approach.
"Lay him down,"
the man instructed. She did so, her muscles buzzing with gratitude. No sooner was Howie on the ground than his father took a two-handed grip of the parasite. It immediately began to thrash wildly, its limbs tightening around its victim. Barely conscious, Howie began to gasp for breath.
"It's killing him!"
Tesla yelled.
"Take hold of its head."
"What?"
"You heard me. Its head. Just take hold."
She glanced at the man, then at the beast, then at Howie. 3 beats. On the 4th she took hold of the beast. Its mouthparts were fixed on Howie's neck, but it loosed them long enough to chew on her hand. In that moment the gasoline man pulled. Body and beast separated.
"Let go!"
the man yelled. She needed no persuasion, pulling her hands free despite the sacrifice of flesh to its maw. Howie's father threw it backwards into the market, where it struck a pyramid of cans and was buried. Tesla studied her hand. The palm was punctured in the center. She was not the only one interested in the wound. "You have a journey to undertake," the man said.
"What is this, palm reading?"
"I wanted the boy to go for me, but I see now you came instead."
"Hey, I've done all I can do, Guy,"
Tesla said. "My name's Fletcher, and I beg you don't desert me now. This wound reminds me of the first cut the nuncio gave me." He showed her his palm, which did indeed bear a scar, for all the world as though someone had driven a nail through it. "I have a great deal to tell you. Howie resisted my telling him. You won't. I know you won't. You're part of the story. You were born to be here, now, with me."
"I don't understand any of this."
"Analyze tomorrow. Do now. Help me. We have very little time." "I want to warn you," Grillo said as he drove Hotchkiss down towards the mall. "What we saw coming out of the ground was just the beginning. There's creatures in the grove tonight like nothing I ever saw before." He slowed as two citizens crossed the path of the car, heading on foot to the source of the summons. They weren't alone. There were others converging on the mall as though heading to a carnival. "Tell them to go back," Grillo said, leaning out of his side of the car and yelling a warning. Neither his calls nor those of Hotchkiss were attended to. "If they see what I've seen," Grillo said, "there's going to be such panic." "Might do them some good," Hotchkiss said bitterly. "All those years they thought I was crazy because I closed the caves, because I talked about Carolyn's death as murder."
"I don't follow."
"My daughter, Carolyn."
"What about her?"
"Another time, Grillo, when you've got time for tears."
They had reached the mall's parking lot. Maybe 30 or 40 Grovers were already gathered there, some wandering around examining the damage that had been visited on several of the stores, others simply standing and listening to the alarms as if to celestial music. Grillo and Hotchkiss got out of the car and started across the lot towards the supermarket. "I smell gasoline," Grillo said. Hotchkiss concurred.
"We should get these people out of here," he said. Raising his voice and his gun, he instigated some primitive crowd control. His attempts drew the attention of a small, bald man.
"Hotchkiss, are you in charge?"
"Not if you want to be, Marvin."
"Where's Spillmont? There should be somebody in authority. My windows have all been smashed."
"I'm sure the police are on their way," Hotchkiss said.
"Pure vandalism," Marvin went on. "Kids up from L.A., joyriding."
"I don't think so," said Grillo. The smell of gasoline was making his head spin.
"And who the hell are you?"
Marvin demanded, his shouts shrill. Before Grillo could respond, somebody else joined the hollering match.
"There's somebody in there."
Grillo looked towards the market. His stinging eyes verified the claim. There were indeed figures moving in the murk of the store. He began to walk through the shards towards the window as one of the figures came clear.
"Tesla?"
She heard him, looked up, shouted.
"Stay away, Grillo."
"What's going on?"
"Just stay away."
He ignored her advice, climbing into the hole in the shattered pane. The boy she'd gone to save lay face down and naked to the waist on the tiles. Behind him, a man Grillo knew and didn't know. That is, a face to which he could put no name, but a presence which he instinctively recognized. It took him moments only to work from where. This was one of the escapees from the fissure.
"Hotchkiss!" he yelled. "Get in here!"
"Enough's enough," Tesla said. "Don't bring anyone near us."
"Us?" said Grillo. "Since when was it us?"
"His name's Fletcher,"
Tesla said, as if in reply to the first question in Grillo's head.
"The boy is Howard Katz."
To the third question.
"They're father and son."
And the fourth?
"It's all going to blow, Grillo, and I'm going to stay till it does."
Hotchkiss was at Grillo's side. "Holy shit," he breathed. "The caves, right?"
"Right."
"Can we take the boy?" Grillo said. Tesla nodded.
"But be quick," she said, "or it's over for us all."
Her gaze had left Grillo's face and was directed out to the lot, or to the night beyond it. Somebody was expected at this party. The other wraith, surely. Grillo and Hotchkiss took hold of the boy and hauled him to his feet.
"Wait."
Fletcher approached the trio, the smell of gasoline intensifying with his proximity. There was more than fumes off the man, however. Something akin to a mild electric shock passed through Grillo as the man reached to his son and contact was made through all three systems.
His mind momentarily soared, all bodily frailty forgotten, into a space where dreams hung like midnight stars. It was gone all too suddenly, almost brutally, as Fletcher dropped his hand from his son's face. Grillo looked towards Hotchkiss. By the expression on his face, he, too, had shared the brief splendor. His eyes had filled with tears. "What's going to happen?" Grillo said, looking back at Tesla.
"Fletcher is leaving."
"Why? Where?"
"Nowhere and everywhere," Tesla said.
"How do you know?"
"Because I told her," came Fletcher's response. "Quiddity must be preserved."
He looked at Grillo, and the faintest murmur of a smile was on his face.
"Take my son, gentlemen," he said. "Keep him out of the line of fire."
"What?"
"Just go, Grillo," Tesla said. "Whatever happens from here on, it's the way he wants it to be."
They took Howie out through the window as instructed, Hotchkiss stepping ahead to receive the boy's body, which was as limp as a fresh cadaver. As Grillo relinquished the boy's weight, he heard Tesla speak behind him. She simply said,
"The Jaffe."
The other escapee, Fletcher's enemy, was standing at the perimeter of the parking lot. The crowd, which had swelled to 5 or 6 times its earlier size, had parted without being overtly requested to do so, leaving a corridor between the enemies. The Jaffe had not come alone. Behind him were 2 Californian perfects Grillo could not name. Hotchkiss could.
"Jo Beth and Tommy Ray," he said.
At the name of one, or both, Howie raised his head.
"Where?"
he murmured, but his eyes found them before there was time for a reply.
"Let me go,"
he said, struggling to push Hotchkiss off.
"They'll kill her if we don't stop them. Don't you see they'll kill her?"
"There's more than your girlfriend at stake," Tesla said, leaving Grillo once again wondering how she'd got to know so much so quickly. Her source, Fletcher, now stepped out of the market and walked past them all, Tesla, Grillo, Howie, and Hotchkiss, to stand at the other end of the human corridor to the Jaffe. It was the Jaffe who spoke first. "What is all this about?" he demanded. "Your antics have woken half the town."
"The half you haven't poisoned,"
Fletcher returned. "Now don't talk yourself into the grave. Beg a little. Tell me you'll give your balls if I let you live."
"That was never much to me."
"Your balls?"
"Living."
"You had ambition," the Jaffe said, starting to walk towards Fletcher very slowly. "Don't deny it."
"Not like yours."
"True, I had scope."
"You must not have the art."
The Jaffe raised his hand and rubbed thumb and forefinger together as though preparing to count money. "Too late. I feel it in my fingers already," he said.
"All right,"
Fletcher replied.
"If you want me to beg, I'll beg. Quiddity must be preserved. I beg you not to touch it."
"You don't get it, do you?" the Jaffe said. He had come to a halt some distance from Fletcher. Now the youth came, bringing his sister. "My flesh," the Jaffe said, indicating his children, "will do anything for me. Isn't that right, Tommy Ray?" The boy grinned. "Anything." Intent on the exchange between the 2 men, Tesla had not noticed Howie slipping free of Hotchkiss until he turned to her and whispered,
"Gun."
She'd brought the weapon out of the market with her. Reluctantly, she passed it into Howie's wounded hand.
"He's going to kill her,"
Howie murmured.
"That's his daughter,"
Tesla whispered in reply.
"You think he cares?"
Looking back, she saw the boy's point. Whatever changes Fletcher's great work, the nuncio he'd called it, had wrought in the Jaffe, they'd taken the man over the brink of sanity. Though she'd had all too short a time drinking down the visions Fletcher had shared with her, and had only a tenuous grasp of the complexities of the art, quiddity, cosm, and metacosm, she knew enough to be sure that such power in this entity's hands would be power for immeasurable evil. "You lost, Fletcher," the Jaffe said. "You and your child don't have what it takes to be modern." He smiled. "These 2, on the other hand, are at the cutting edge. Everything is experiment, right?" Tommy Ray had his hand on Jo Beth's shoulder. Now it moved down to her breast. Somebody in the crowd began to speak out at this, but was hushed as the Jaffe looked in their direction. Jo Beth pulled away from her brother, but Tommy Ray was not about to relinquish her. He pulled her back towards him, inclining his head towards hers. A shot stopped the kiss, the bullet plowing the asphalt at Tommy Ray's feet. "Let go of her," Howie said. His voice was not strong, but it carried. Tommy Ray did as he was instructed, looking at Howie with mild puzzlement on his face. He slid his knife from his back pocket. The imminence of bloodshed was not lost on the crowd. Some backed away, especially those with children. Most stayed. Behind Fletcher, Grillo leaned over and whispered to Hotchkiss, "Could you take him out from here?" "The kid?" "No, the Jaffe." "Don't bother to try," Tesla murmured. "It won't stop him." "What will?" "Christ knows." "Going to shoot me down in cold blood in front of all these nice people?" Tommy Ray said to Howie. "Go on, I dare you. Blow me away. I'm not afraid. I like death, and death likes me. Pull the trigger, cats, if you've got the balls." As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Howie, who was barely keeping himself upright, but he kept the gun pointed at Tommy Ray. It was the Jaffe who brought the impasse to an end, seizing hold of JoBeth. His grip brought a cry. Howie looked towards her, and Tommy Ray charged him, knife raised. It took only a push from Tommy Ray to throw Howie down. The gun flew from his hand. Tommy Ray kicked Howie hard between the legs, then threw himself upon his victim. "Don't kill him," the Jaffe commanded. He let JoBeth go and advanced towards Fletcher. From the fingers in which he'd claimed he could already feel the art quickening, beads of power oozed like ectoplasm, bursting in the air. He had reached the fighters and seemed about to intervene, but instead simply cast a glance down at them as at two brawling dogs, then stepped past them to continue his advance upon Fletcher. "We'd better back off," Tesla murmured to Grillo and Hotchkiss. "It's out of our hands now." Proof of that came seconds later as Fletcher reached into his pocket and pulled out a book of matches marked Marvin's Food and Drug. What was about to happen could not have been lost on any of the spectators. They'd smelled the gasoline, they knew its source. Now here were the matches. An immolation was imminent, but there were no further retreats. Though none of them comprehended much, if any, of the exchange between the protagonists, there were few among the crowd who didn't know in their guts that they were witnessing events of consequence. How could they look away, when for the first time they had a chance of peeking at the gods? Fletcher opened the book, pulled a match from it. He was in the act of striking when fresh darts of power broke from the Jaffe's hand and flew at Fletcher. They struck his fingers like bullets, their violence carrying match and matchbook out of Fletcher's hands. "Don't waste your time with tricks," the Jaffe said. "You know fire's not going to do me any harm, nor you unless you want it to. And if you want extinction, then all you have to do is ask." This time he took his poison to Fletcher, rather than letting it fly from his hand. He approached his enemy and touched him. A shudder went through Fletcher. With agonizing slowness he turned his head far enough around to be able to see Tesla. In his eyes she saw so much vulnerability. He'd opened himself up to perform whatever end game he had in mind, and the Jaffe's malice had direct access to his essence. The appeal in his expression was unambiguous. A message of chaos was spreading through his system from the Jaffe's touch. The only way he sought to be saved from it was death. She had no matches, but she had Hotchkiss's gun. Without a word she snatched it from his hand. Her motion drew the Jaffe's glance, and for a chilling moment she met his mad eyes, saw a phantom head swelling around them, another Jaffe in hiding behind the first. Then she aimed the gun at the ground behind Fletcher and fired. There was no spark, as she'd hoped there'd be. She aimed again, emptying her head of all thoughts but the will for ignition. She'd made fires before, on the page, to catch the mind. Now, one for the flesh. She exhaled slowly through her mouth, the way she did when she first sat at her typewriter in the morning, and pulled the trigger. It seemed she saw the fire coming before it actually ignited. Like a bright storm, the spark, the lightning that ran before. The air around Fletcher turned yellow, then it sprang into flame. The heat was sudden and intense. She dropped the gun and ran to where she could better see what followed. Fletcher caught her gaze through the blistering conflagration, and there was a sweetness in his expression that she'd carry through the adventures the future had planned for her, as a reminder of how little she understood the workings of the world. That a man might enjoy to burn, might profit by it, might come to fruition in fire, that was a lesson no schoolmarm had come close to teaching. But here was the fact, made true by her own hand. Beyond the fire she saw the Jaffe stepping away with a shrug of ridicule. The fire had caught his fingers where they'd touched Fletcher. It blew them out, like 5 candles. Behind him, Howie and Tommy Ray were backing off before the heat, their hatred postponed. These sights held her only a beat, however, before she returned to the spectacle of the burning Fletcher. Even in that brief time his status had changed. The fire which raged around him like a pillar was not consuming him, but transforming, the process throwing out flashes of bright matter. The Jaff's response to these lights, which was to retreat like a rabid dog before thrown water, gave her a clue to their nature. They were to Fletcher what the beads that had snatched the matches were to the Jaff, some essential power released. The Jaff hated them. Their brightness made the face behind his face come clear. The sight of it, and of the miraculous change in Fletcher, drew her closer to the fire than was safe. She could smell her hair singeing, but she was too intrigued to be driven back. This was her doing, after all. She was the creator, like the first ape to nurture a flame, and so transform the tribe. That, she understood, was Fletcher's hope. The transformation of the tribe. This was not simply spectacle. The burning motes coming off Fletcher's body had their progenitor's intention in them. They went out from the column like bright seeds, weaving through the air in search of fertile ground. The Grovers were that ground, and the fireflies found them waiting. What struck her as miraculous was that nobody fled. Perhaps the previous violence had frightened off the weak-hearted. The rest were game for the magic, some actually breaking rank and walking to greet the lights like communicants to an altar rail. Children went first, snatching at the motes, proving them innocent of harm. The light broke against their open hands or against their welcoming faces. The fire echoed momentarily in their eyes. The parents of these adventurers were next to be touched. Some, having been struck, called back to their spouses, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt. It's just light." It was more than that, Tesla knew. It was Fletcher. And in giving himself away in this fashion, his physical self was gradually deteriorating. Already his chest, hands, and groin had all but disappeared, his head and neck attached to his shoulders, and his shoulders to his lower torso by strands of dusty matter that were prey to every whim of the flames. As she watched, they too broke and went to become light. Watching, a childhood hymn tripped into her head. Her mind sang, "Jesus wants me for a sunbeam." An old song for a new age. The opening act of that age was already coming to a conclusion. Fletcher's self was almost used up, his face eaten away, the eyes and the mouth, the skull fragmenting, his brain melted to brightness and being blown from its pan like a dandelion head in an August wind. With its going, the pieces of Fletcher that remained simply vanished in the fire. Bereft of fuel, the flame went out. There was no dwindling, no ashes, not even smoke. One moment, brightness, heat, and wonders. The next, nothing. She had been watching Fletcher too closely to count how many of the witnesses had been touched by his light. Many, certainly, possibly all. Perhaps it was their sheer numbers that prevented the Jaffe from any attempt at reprisal. He had an army waiting in the night, after all. But he chose not to summon it. Instead, with a minimum of show, he left. Tommy Ray went with him. Jo Beth did not. Howie had positioned himself beside her during Fletcher's dissolution, gun in hand. All Tommy Ray could do was offer a few barely coherent threats, then follow in his father's footsteps. That, in essence, was the Shaman Fletcher's last performance. There would be repercussions, of course, but not until the recipients of his light had slept on their gift for a few hours. There were some more immediate consequences. For Grillo and Hotchkiss, the satisfaction of knowing their senses hadn't deceived them at the caves. For Jo Beth and Howie, reunion after events that had brought them close to death. And for Tesla, the knowledge that with Fletcher's going a great weight of responsibility had passed to her. It was the grove itself, however, which had borne the brunt of the night's magic. Its streets had seen horrors. Its citizens had been touched by spirits. Soon, war. Part 5. Slaves and Lovers. Chapter 1. 1. Any alcoholic would have recognized the behavior of the grove the following morning. It was that of a man who'd been on a bender the night before and had to get up early the day after and pretend that nothing untoward had happened. He'd stand under a cold shower for a few minutes to shock his system into wakefulness, breakfast on Alka-Seltzer and black coffee, then step out into the day with a gait more purposeful than usual and the permafrost smile of an actress who'd just lost an Oscar. There were more hellos and how are yous that morning, more neighbors waving cheerily to each other as they backed out their cars, more radios playing weather reports, sun, 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 through windows thrown wide to prove that there were no secrets in this house. To a stranger coming to the Grove that morning for the first time, it would have seemed as though the town were auditioning for Perfectsville, USA. The general air of enforced bonhomie would have curdled his stomach. Down at the mall, where the evidence of a Dionysian night could scarcely be ignored, the talk was of anything but the truth. Hell's Angels had ridden in from L.A., one story went, their sole purpose to wreak havoc. The explanation gained credibility with repetition. Some claimed to have heard the bikes. A few even decided to have seen them, embroidering the collective fiction, knowing nobody would raise a doubting voice. By mid-morning the glass had been entirely swept away, and boards nailed up over the smashed panes. By noon fresh windows had been ordered. By 2 they were in. Not since the days of the League of Virgins had the Grove been so single-minded in its pursuit of equilibrium, nor so hypocritical. For behind closed doors, in bathrooms and bedrooms and dens, it was a different story entirely. Here the smiles dropped, and the intent gait gave way to nervous pacing and weeping and the swallowing of pills searched for with the passion of gold-diggers. Here people confessed to themselves, not even to their partners or their dogs, that something was awry today and would never be quite right again. Here people tried to remember tales they'd been told as children, the old fanciful stories adulthood had all but shamed from their memories, in the hope of countering their present fears. Some tried to drink away their anxiety. Some took to eating. Some contemplated the priesthood. It was, all in all, a damn strange day. Less strange, perhaps, for those who had hard facts to juggle, however much those facts flew in the face of what yesterday would have passed for reality. For these few, blessed now with a certain knowledge that there were monsters and divinities loosed in the Grove, the question was not, is it true? Rather, what does it mean? For William Witt, the answer was a shrug of surrender. He had no way to comprehend the horrors he'd been terrorized by at the house in Wild Cherry Glade. His subsequent conversation with Spilmont, dismissing his story as fabrication, had made him paranoid. Either there was a conspiracy afoot to keep the Jaffes' machinations secret, or else he, William Witt, was losing his mind. Nor were these memories mutually exclusive, which was doubly chilling. In the face of such bitter blasts he'd kept himself locked up at home, with the exception of his brief trip down to the mall the previous night. He'd been a late attender, and today he remembered very little of it. But he did recall getting home, and the night of video Babylon that followed. Usually he was quite sparing with his porno sessions, preferring to select 1 or 2 films to view rather than pig out on a dozen, but last night's viewing had turned into a binge. When the Robinsons next door were taking their kids off to the playground the following morning, he was still sitting in front of the television, the blinds drawn, the beer cans, a small city at his feet, watching and watching. He had his collection organized with the precision of a master librarian, referenced and cross-referenced. He knew the stars of these sweaty epics by all their aliases. He knew their breast and cock sizes, their early histories, their specialties. He had the narratives, crude as they were, by heart, his favorite scenes memorized down to each grunt and spurt. But today the parade did not arouse him. He went from film to film like an addict among pillaged peddlers, looking for a fix no one could supply until the videos were piled high around his television. 2 ways, 3 ways, oral, anal, golden showers, bondage, discipline, lesbian scenes, dildo scenes, rape and romance scenes. He went through them all, but none provided the release he needed. His search became a kind of pursuit of himself. What will rouse me will be me, was his half-finished thought. It was a desperate situation. This was the first time in his life, excluding events with the League, that voyeurism had failed to excite. The first time he wanted the performers sharing his reality as he shared theirs. He'd always been happy to turn them off when he'd shot his wad, even been faintly contemptuous of their charms once their hold on him had been mopped up. Now he mourned them, like lovers he'd lost without ever knowing them properly, whose every orifice he'd sight of, but whose intimacy was denied him. Yet some time after dawn, his spirits as low as he'd known them, the strangest thought occurred, that perhaps he could bring them to him, by the sheer heat of his desire foment them into being. Dreams could be made real. Artists did it all the time, and didn't everyone have a little art in them? It was that thought, barely formed, that kept him watching the screen through The Last Lays of Pompeii, and Born to be Made, and Secrets of a Women's Prison, films he knew as well as his own history, but which, unlike his history, might yet live in the present tense. He was not the only Grover visited by such thoughts, though none were as fixated on the erotic as William. The same idea that some precious, essential person or persons might be called up from the mind and made a boon companion occurred to every member of the crowd that had gathered in the mall the evening before. Soap-opera stars, game-show hosts, dead or lost relations, divorced spouses, missing children, comic-book characters. There were as many names as there were minds to summon them. For some, like William Witt, the face of their desire gathered momentum at such speed, fueled in several cases by obsession, in others by longing or envy, that by dawn the following day there were already clots in corners of their rooms where the air had thickened in preparation for the miracle. In the bedroom of Shuna Melkin, who was the daughter of Christine and Larry Melkin, a fabled rock princess, dead of an overdose several years past, but Shuna Melkin's sole and obsessive idol, was making herself known with croonings so subtle it could have passed for the breeze in the eaves, but that Shuna knew the tune. In Ossie Larton's loft there were scratchings, he knew, with an inward smile, were the birth-pangs of the werewolf he'd kept secret company with since he'd first known that such creatures were imaginable. His name was Eugene, this werewolf, which, at the tender age of 6, when Ossie had first created his companion, had seemed an appropriate name for a man who grew fur under the full moon. For Karen Conroy, the 3 leads of her favorite movie, Love Knows Your Name, a little scene romance she'd wept through 6 days running during a long-past trip to Paris, could be sensed as a delicate European perfume in the lounge. And so on, and so forth. By noon that day there wasn't any one of the crowd who hadn't had an intimation, many of which were dismissed or ignored, of course, that they had unexpected visitors. The population of Paloma Grove, which had swelled by 100 horrors at the Jaffe's summons, was about to swell again. 2.
You've already admitted you don't really understand what happened last night. It's not a question of admitting anything, Grillo. Okay. Let's not get mad at each other. Why do we always end up shouting? We're not shouting. Okay, we're not shouting. All I'm saying is, please consider the possibility that this errand he's sending you on— Errand? Now you're shouting. I'm just saying, think a minute. This could be the last trip you ever make. Possibility accepted. So let me come with you. You've never been south of Tijuana. Neither have you. It's rough. Listen. I've pitched art movies to men perplexed by Dumbo. I know rough. If you want to do something really useful, stay here and get well. I'm well already. I never felt better. I need you here, Grillo. Watching. It's not over, by a long way. What am I supposed to be watching for? Grillo asked, conceding the argument by no longer pursuing it. You've always had an eye for the hidden agenda. When the Jaffe makes his move, however quietly, you'll know it. By the way, did you see Ellen last night? She was in the crowd with her kid. You might start by seeing how she feels the morning after. It wasn't that Grillo's fears for her safety weren't legitimate, nor indeed that she wouldn't have taken pleasure in his company on the journey ahead. But for reasons she could find no gentle way of stating, and so didn't state at all, his presence would be an intrusion she had no right to risk, either for his good or for the good of the task ahead. It had been one of Fletcher's last acts to choose her to go to the mission. He'd even indicated that it had somehow been preordained. Not so long ago she'd have dismissed such mysticism.
but after last night she was obliged to be more open-minded. The world of mysteries she'd made light of in her spook and spaceship screenplays was not to be so easily mocked. It had come looking for her, found her, and pitched her, cynicism and all, among its heavens and its hells, the latter in the shape of the Jaffe's army, the former's presence in Fletcher's transformation, flesh to light. Charged with being the dead man's agent on Earth, she felt a curious relaxation, despite the jeopardy that lay ahead. She no longer had to keep her cynicism polished, no longer had to divide her imaginings from moment to moment into the real, solid, sensible, and the fanciful, vaporous, valueless. When she got back to her typewriter, she'd begin these tongue-in-cheek screenplays over from the top, telling them with faith in the tale, not because every fantasy was absolutely true, but because no reality ever was. Mid-morning she left the grove, choosing a route that took her out of the town past the mall, where the status quo was well on its way to being restored. With speed, she'd be over the border by nightfall, and at the Mission de Santa Catrina, or, if Fletcher's hope was well-founded, on the empty ground where it had stood before dawn. On his father's instructions, Tommy Ray had crept back to the mall the previous night, long after the crowd had dispersed. The police had arrived by that point, but he had no difficulty in achieving his purpose, which was the retrieval of the Tarata, which he had attached with his own hands to Katz's flesh. The Jaffe had other reasons for wanting the creature back than keeping it from being found by the police. It was not dead, and once returned to the hands of its creator, it regurgitated all it had seen and heard, the Jaffe laying his hands on the beast like a faith healer, and drawing the report from the Tarata's system. When he'd heard what he needed to hear, he killed the messenger. "Well, now," he said to Tommy Ray, "it seems you'll have the journey I told you about sooner than I planned."
"What about Jo Beth? That bastard Katz has got her."
"We wasted effort last night trying to persuade her to join our family. She rejected us. We'll waste no more time. Let her take her chance in the maelstrom."
"But—"
"No more on this," the Jaffe said. "Your obsession with her really is ludicrous. And don't sulk. You've been indulged for too long. You think that smile of yours can get you whatever you want. Well, it won't get you her."
"You're wrong, and I'll prove it."
"Not now, you won't. You've got some traveling to do."
"First, Jo Beth,"
Tommy Ray said, and made to move away from his father. But the Jaffe's hand was on his shoulder before he'd moved more than a step. His touch made Tommy Ray yelp. "Shut the fuck up."
"You're hurting me."
"I meant to."
"No, I mean really hurting. Stop it."
"You're the one death loves, right, son?" Tommy Ray could feel his legs start to give out beneath him. He began to leak from dick, nose, and eyes. "I don't think you're half the man you say you are," the Jaffe told him. "Not half."
"I'm sorry. Don't hurt me any more, please."
"I don't think men sniff after their sisters all the time. They find other women. And they don't talk about death like it was easy stuff, then snivel if they start to hurt a little."
Okay, I get the point. Just stop, will you? Stop!"
The Jaffe released him. He fell to the ground. "It's been a bad night for us both," his father said. "We've both had something taken from us. You, your sister, me, the satisfaction of destroying Fletcher. But there are fine times ahead. Trust me." He reached down to pick Tommy Ray up. The boy flinched, seeing the fingers at his shoulder, but this time the contact proved benign, even soothing. "There's a place I want you to go for me," the Jaffe said. "It's called the Mission de Santa Catrina." Chapter 2. Howie hadn't realized, until Fletcher had gone out of his life, just how many questions he had left unanswered. problems only his father might have helped him solve. They didn't vex him through the night. He slept too soundly. It was only the next morning that he began to regret his refusal to learn from Fletcher. The only solution available to JoBeth and himself was to try to piece the story in which they clearly played such a vital role together from clues and from the testimony of JoBeth's mother. The previous night's invasion had brought about a change in Joyce Maguire. After years of attempting to hold the evil that had entered her house at bay, her failure in the end to do so had somehow freed her. The worst had happened. What more was there to fear? She had seen her personal hell created in front of her, and survived. God's agency, in the form of the pastor, had been valueless. It had been Howie who had gone out in search of her daughter, and finally, both of them ragged and bloodied, brought her back. She'd welcomed him into the house, even insisted he stay the night. The following morning she went about the house with the air of a woman who had been told a tumor in her body was benign, and she could expect a few more years of life. When, in the early afternoon, all three of them sat down to talk, it took a little time to persuade her to unburden herself of the past, but the stories came, one by one. Sometimes, especially when she talked about Arline, Caroline, and Trudy, she cried as she talked, but as the events she was describing became more tragic, she told them more and more dispassionately. On occasion she'd go back to offer details she'd missed, or to praise somebody who'd helped her through the difficult years, when she was bringing up JoBeth and Tommy Ray alone, knowing she was talked about as the hussy who'd survived. "The number of times I thought about leaving the Grove," she said, "like Trudy." "I don't think it saved her any pain," Howie said. "She was always unhappy." "I remember her a different way. Always in love with somebody or other." "Do you know who she was in love with before she had me?" "Are you asking me, do I know who your father is?" "Yes." "I have a good idea. Your middle name was his first. Ralph Contreras. He was a gardener at the Lutheran church. He used to watch us when we came home from school, every day. Your mother was very pretty, you know, not in a movie star kind of way like Arline, but with dark eyes. You've got her eyes, a sort of liquid look in them. I think she was always the one Ralph loved. Not that he said very much. He had a terrible stammer." Howie smiled at this. "Then it was him. I inherited that." "I don't hear it." "I know. It's strange. It's gone. It's almost like meeting Fletcher took it out of me." "Tell me, does Ralph still live in the Grove?" "No. He left before you were even born. He probably thought there'd be a lynch mob out after him. Your mother was a middle-class white girl, and he—" She stopped, seeing the look on Howie's face. "He," Howie said, "was Hispanic." Howie nodded. "You learn something new every day, right?" he said, playing lightly what clearly went deep. "Anyway, that's why he left," Joyce went on. "If your mother had ever named him, I'm sure he'd have been accused of rape. Which it wasn't. We were driven, all of us, by whatever the devil had put inside us." "It wasn't the devil, Mama," JoBeth said. "So you say," she replied with a sigh. The energy suddenly seemed to go out of her, as the old vocabulary took its toll. "And maybe you're right. But I'm too old to change the way I think." "Too old?" said Howie. "What are you talking about? What you did last night was extraordinary." Joyce reached across and touched Howie's cheek. "You must leave me to believe what I believe. It's only words, Howard. The Jaffe to you, the devil to me." "So what does that make Tommy Ray and me, Mama?" JoBeth said. "The Jaffe made us." "I've wondered about that, often," Joyce said. "When you were very young, I used to watch you both all the time, waiting for the bad in you to show. It has in Tommy Ray. his Maker's taken him. Maybe my prayers have saved you, JoBeth. You went to church with me, you studied, you trusted in the Lord.
So you think Tommy Ray's lost?
JoBeth asked. Mamma didn't answer for a moment, though not, it was clear when the answer came, because she felt ambiguous on the subject. Yes, she said finally, he's gone.
I don't believe that,
JoBeth said. Even after what he was up to last night? Howie put in.
He doesn't know what he's doing. The Jaff's controlling him, Howie. I know him better than a brother.
Meaning?
He's my twin. I feel what he feels.
There's evil in him, Mamma said.
Then there's evil in me, too,
JoBeth replied. She stood up.
3 days ago you loved him. Now you say he's gone. You've let the Jaff have him. I won't give up on him that way.
So saying, she left the room. Maybe she's right, Joyce said softly. Tommy Ray can be saved? Howie said, no. Maybe the devil's in her, too. Howie found JoBeth in the yard, face up to the sky, eyes closed. She glanced around at him.
You think Mama's right, she said. Tommy Ray's beyond help.
No, I don't. Not if you believe we can get to him. Bring him back.
Don't just say that to please me, Howie. If you're not on my side in this, I want you to tell me.
He put his hand on her shoulder. Listen, he said, if I'd believed what your mother said, then I wouldn't have come back, would I? This is me, remember? Mr. Persistence. If you think we can break the Jaff's hold on Tommy Ray, then we'll damn well do it. Just don't ask me to like him. She turned round fully, brushing her hair, which the breeze had caught, from her face. I never thought I'd be standing in your mamma's backyard with my arms around you, Howie said.
Miracles happen?
No, they don't, he said. They're made. You're one, and I'm one, and the sun's one, and the 3 of us being out here together is the biggest of the lot. Chapter 3. Grillo's first call after Tesla's departure was to Abernethy. Whether to tell or not to tell was only one of the dilemmas with which he was presented. Now more than ever the real problem was how. He'd never had the instincts of a novelist. In his writing he'd sought a style that set the facts out as plainly as possible. No fancy footwork, no flights of vocabulary. His mentor in this was not a journalist at all, but Jonathan Swift, author of Gulliver's Travels, a man so concerned to communicate his satire with clarity that he'd reputedly read his works aloud to his servants, to be certain his style did not confound his substance. Grillo kept that story as a touchstone, all of which was fine when reporting on the homeless in Los Angeles, or on the drug problem. The facts were plain enough. But this story, from the caves to Fletcher's immolation, posed a knottier problem. How could he report what he'd seen last night without also reporting how it had felt? He kept his exchange with Abernethy oblique. It was useless to try to pretend nothing at all had happened in the grove the night before. Reports of the vandalism, though not a major story, had already been carried on all the local newscasts. Abernethy was on to it. "Were you there, Grillo?" "Afterwards. Only afterwards. I heard the alarms and—" "And?" "There's not much to report. There were some windows broken." "Hell's Angels on the rampage." "Is that what you heard?" "Is that what I heard? You're supposed to be the fucking reporter, Grillo, not me. What do you need? Drugs? Drink? A visit from the fucking Mewd? That's Muse. Mewd? Muse? Who the fuck cares? Just get me a story that people want to read. There must have been injuries. I don't think so. Then invent some. I do have something— What? What? A story nobody's reported yet, I'll bet. It better be good, Grillo. Your job's on the fucking line here. There's going to be a shindig up at Vance's house to celebrate his passing. Okay, so you get inside the place. I want the works on him and his friends. The man was a no-good. No-goods have no good friends. I want names and details. Sometimes you sound like you saw too many movies, Abernethy. Meaning what? Skip it. The image lingered long after Grillo had put down the phone, of Abernethy sitting up nights rehearsing lines from newspaper epics, refining his performance as a hard-pressed, hard-bitten editor. He wasn't the only one, Grillo thought. Everyone had a movie playing somewhere at the back of their heads in which they were the name above the title. Ellen was the wronged woman, with terrible secrets to keep. Tesla was the wild woman of West Hollywood, loose in a world she never made. Which line of thought invited the obvious question, what was he? Cub reporter on a hit scoop? Man of integrity, dogged by crimes against a corrupt system? Neither part suited him the way they might have done when he'd first arrived, hot-foot from his hovel, to report the Buddy Vance story. Events had somehow marginalized him. Others, Tesla in particular, had taken the starring roles. As he checked his appearance in the mirror, he mused on what it meant to be a star without a firmament. Free to take up another profession, perhaps? Rocket scientist? Juggler? Lover? How about lover? How about the lover of Ellen the Wen? That had a nice ring. She was a long time coming to the door, and when she arrived it seemed she took several seconds to even recognize Grillo. Just as he was about to prompt her, a smile surfaced, and she said, "Please, come in. Are you recovered from the flu?" "A little shaky." "I think maybe I'm catching it, too," she said as she closed the door. "I woke feeling... I don't know." The curtains were still drawn. The place looked even smaller than Grillo remembered it. "You'd like coffee?" she said. "Sure. Thanks." She disappeared through to the kitchen, leaving Grillo abandoned in the middle of a room in which every article of furniture was piled high with magazines or toys or unsorted washing. Only as he moved to clear a space for himself did he realize he had an audience. Philip was standing at the head of the passage that led to his bedroom. His outing to the mall the evening before had been premature. He still looked frail. "Hi," Grillo said. "How you doing?" Surprisingly, the boy smiled. A lavish, open smile. "Did you see?" he said. "See what?" "At the mall," Philip went on. "You did see, I know you did. The beautiful lights." "Yes, I saw them." "I told the balloon man all about it. That's how I know I wasn't dreaming." He crossed to Grillo, still smiling. "I got your drawing," Grillo said. "Thank you." "Don't need them now," Philip said. "Why's that?" "Philip," Ellen had returned with coffee. "Don't bother, Mr. Grillo." "It's no bother," Grillo said. He returned his gaze to Philip. "Maybe we can talk about Balloon Man later," he said. "Maybe," the boy replied, as though this would be entirely dependent upon Grillo's good behavior. "I'm going now," he announced to his mother. "Sure, sweetie." "Shall I tell him hello?" Philip asked Grillo. "Please," Grillo replied, not certain of what the boy meant. "I'd like that." Satisfied, Philip made his way back to his bedroom. Ellen was busying herself clearing a place for them to sit. With her back to Grillo, she bent to her work. The plain kimono-style dressing gown she wore clung. Her buttocks were heavy for a woman of her height. When she turned back, the sash of the gown had loosened. The folds fell away at her breastbone. Her skin was dark and smooth. She caught his appreciation as she handed him his coffee, but made no attempt to tie the gown more tightly. The gap tempted Grillo's eye every time she moved. "I'm glad you came around," she said once they were seated. "I was concerned when your friend—" "Tesla." "Tesla. When Tesla told me you were ill, I felt responsible." She took a sip of coffee. She made a sharp backward motion when it touched her tongue. "Hot," she said. "Philip was telling me you were down at the mall last night." "So were you," she replied. "Do you know if anybody was hurt? All that broken glass?" "Only Fletcher," Grillo replied. "I don't believe I know him." "The man who burned up." "Somebody got burned?" she said. "Oh, God, that's horrible." "Surely you saw it?" "No," she replied. We just saw the glass. And the lights. Philip was talking about the lights. Yes, she said, plainly puzzled. He said the same to me. You know, I don't remember any of that. Is it important?
What's important is that you're both well, he said, using the platitude to cover his confusion.
Oh, we're fine,
she said, looking directly at him, her face suddenly cleansed of its bafflement.
I'm tired, but I'm fine.
She reached across to put the coffee cup down, and this time the robe fell open enough for Grillo to catch sight of her breasts. He didn't have the slightest doubt that she knew exactly what she was doing. "Have you heard any more from the house?" he asked, taking undeniable satisfaction from talking business while thinking sex.
I'm supposed to go up there,
Ellen said. "When is the party?"
"Tomorrow. It's short notice, but I think a lot of Buddy's friends were expecting some kind of farewell celebration."
"I'd like to get in on the party."
"You want to report?"
"Of course. It's going to be quite a gathering, right?"
"I think so."
"But that's just part of it. We both know there's something extraordinary happening in the Grove. Last night it wasn't simply the mall." He trailed off, seeing that her expression, upon mention of the previous evening, had once again become distracted. Was this self-induced amnesia, or part of the natural process of Fletcher's magic? The former, he suspected. Philip, less resistant to changes in the status quo, had no such memory problems. When Grillo turned the conversation back to the party, her attention was once more upon him. "Do you think you could get me in?" he asked.
"You'll have to be careful. Rochelle knows what you look like."
"Can't you invite me officially? As press?"
She shook her head. "There won't be any press," she explained. "It's a strictly private gathering. Not all of Buddy's associates are gluttons for publicity. Some of them had too much of it too soon. Some of them would prefer never to have it. He mixed with a lot of men. What did he call them? Heavy-duty players. I think mafia, probably."
"All the more reason I should be there," Grillo said.
"Well, I'll do what I can, especially after you getting sick on my account. I guess if there's sufficient guests, you could melt into the crowd."
"I'd appreciate the help."
"More coffee?"
"No, thanks." He glanced at his watch, though didn't register the time.
"You're not going to go," she said.
It was not a question, but a statement. The same was true of his response. "No, not if you'd prefer I stay." Without another word, she reached and touched his breastbone through his shirt.
"I'd prefer you stay,"
she said. He instinctively looked towards Philip's room.
"Don't worry," she said. "He'll play for hours."
She looped her finger between the buttons of Grillo's shirt.
"Come to bed with me,"
she said. She got up and led the way through to her bedroom. By contrast with the clutter outside, the room was Spartan. She crossed to the window and half-closed the blinds, which lent the whole room a parchment tint, then sat down on the bed and looked up at him. He leaned down and kissed her face, slipping his hand inside her robe and lightly rubbing her breast. She pressed his hand to her, insisting on severer treatment. Then she pulled him down on top of her. Their comparative heights meant his chin rested on the top of her head, but she turned this to erotic advantage, pulling his shirt open and licking at his chest, her tongue leaving wet trails from nipple to nipple. All the while, her hold on his hand didn't relax for an instant. Her nails dug into his skin with painful force. He fought her, dragging his hand away to reach for the sash of her robe, but her hand was there before him. He rolled off her and was about to sit up to undress, but she took hold of his shirt, this grip as fierce as its predecessor, and kept him at her side, her face at his shoulder, while she untied the loose knot of the sash one-handed, then threw the robe open. She was naked underneath. Doubly naked, in fact. Her groin was completely shaved. Now she turned her face away and closed her eyes. One hand still gripping his shirt, the other limp at her side, she seemed to be offering her body to him as a plate to be dined from. He put his hand on her stomach, running his palm down towards her cunt, pressing hard on skin that looked and felt almost burnished. Without opening her eyes, she murmured,
"Anything you want."
The invitation momentarily flummoxed him. He was used to this being a contract between partners, but here was this woman waving such niceties away, offering him total command of her body. It made him uneasy. As an adolescent, her passivity would have seemed unbearably erotic. Now it shocked his liberal sensibilities. He said her name, hoping for some sign from her, but she ignored him. It wasn't until he once again sat up to pull off his shirt that she opened her eyes and said,
"No, like this, Grillo, like this."
The expression both on her face and in her voice was like rage, and it unearthed in him a hunger to respond in kind. He rolled on top of her, taking her head in his hands and pushing his tongue into her mouth. Her body pressed up from the mattress, rubbing so hard against him he was sure there was as much pain as pleasure in it for her. In the room they'd vacated, the coffee cups trembled as though the mildest quake were underway. Dust crept across the table, disturbed by the motion of an almost invisible something which slid its wasted shoulders from the gloomiest corner of the room and drifted rather than walked towards the bedroom door. Its form, though rudimentary, was still too recognizable to be dismissed as mere shadow. Yet there was too little of it to deserve the name ghost. Whatever it had been, or was to become, even in its present condition it had purpose. Drawn by the woman who was presently dreaming it into being, it approached the bedroom. There, denied access, it mourned against the door, awaiting instructions. Philip emerged from his sanctum and wandered through to the kitchen in search of food. He opened the cookie jar, dug for chocolate chip, and headed back the way he'd come, a cookie in his left hand for himself and 3 in his right for his companion, whose first words had been, "I'm hungry." Grillo raised his head from Ellen's wet face. She opened her eyes. "What is it?" she said. "There's somebody outside the door." She raised her head from the bed and bit on his chin. It hurt, and he winced. "Don't do that," he said. She bit harder. "Ellen!"
"So bite back,"
she said. He didn't have time to curb his bemused look. Catching it, she said,
"I mean it, Grillo,"
and hooked her finger into his mouth, the ball of her hand locked against his chin.
"Open," she said. "I want you to hurt me. Don't be afraid. It's what I want. I'm not fragile. I'm not going to break."
He shook her hold off.
"Do it," she said. "Please do it."
"You want that?"
"How many times, Grillo?" "Yes."
Her dislodged hand had gone to the back of his head. He let her draw his face back down to hers and began to nibble at her lips and then her neck, testing her resistance. There was none. Instead, moans that became louder the harder he bit. Her response drowned all misgivings. He began to work down her neck to her breasts, her moans becoming steadily louder, his name breathed between, urging him on. Her skin began to redden, not just with bite marks, but with arousal. Sweat broke out on her suddenly. He put his hand down between her legs, his other hand holding her arms above her head. Her cunt was wet, and took his fingers readily. He began to pant with the exertion of holding her down, his shirt sticky on his back. Uncomfortable as he was, the scenario aroused him. Her body utterly vulnerable, his closed up behind zipper and buttons. His cock hurt, hard at the wrong angle, but the ache only made him harder, hardness and ache feeding on each other as he fed on her, and on her insistence that he hurt her better, open her wider. Her cunt was hot around his straight fingers, her breasts covered with the twin crescents his teeth had left. Her nipples stood like arrowheads. He sucked them in, chewed on them. Her moans became sobbing cries, her legs convulsing beneath him, almost throwing them both off the bed. When he relaxed his hold for an instant, her hand took his and drove his fingers still deeper into her. "Don't stop," she said. He took up the rhythm she'd set and doubled it, which had her pushing her hips against his hand to have his fingers inside her to the knuckles. His sweat dropped off his face onto hers as he watched her. Eyes clenched, closed, she raised her head and licked his forehead and around his mouth, leaving him unkissed but gummy with her saliva. At last he felt her entire body stiffen, and she arrested the motion of his hand, her breath coming short and shallow. Then her grip on him, which had drawn blood, relaxed. Her head dropped back. She was suddenly as limp as she'd been when she'd first lain down and exposed herself to him.
He rolled off her, his heartbeat playing squash against the walls of his chest and skull. They lay for a time, out of time. He could not have said whether it was seconds or minutes. It was she who made the first move, sitting up and pulling a robe around her. The movement made him open his eyes. She was tying the sash, pulling the front of a robe together almost primly. He watched her start towards the door. "Wait," he said. This was unfinished business. "Next time," she replied. "What?" "You heard," came the response. It had the tone of a command. "Next time." He got up from the bed, aware that his arousal probably seemed ridiculous to her now, but infuriated by her lack of reciprocity. She watched his approach with a half-smile on her face. "That's just the start," she said to him. She rubbed at the places on her neck where he'd bitten her. "And what am I supposed to do?" Grillo asked. She opened the door. Cooler air brushed against his face. "Lick your fingers," she said. Only now did he remember the sound he'd heard and half expected to see Philip retreating from his spy-hole. But there was only the air drying the spittle on his face to a fine taut mask. "Coffee?" she said. She didn't wait for an answer, but headed to the kitchen. Grillo stood and watched her go. His body, weakened by his sickness, had begun to respond to the adrenaline pumped around it. His extremities trembled as though from the marrow outwards. He listened to the sound of the coffee-making, water running, cups being rinsed. Without thinking, he put his fingers, which smelled strongly of her sex, to his nose and lips. Chapter 4. Jokemeister Lamar got out of the limo at the front of Buddy Vance's house and tried to wipe the smile off his face. It was difficult for him at the best of times, but now, at the worst, with his old partner dead and so many harsh words never healed between them, it was virtually impossible. For every action there was a reaction, and Lamar's reaction to death was a grin. He'd read once about the origins of the smile. Some anthropologist had theorized that it was a sophisticated form of the ape's response to those unwanted in the tribe, the weak or unstable. In essence, it said, "You're a liability. Get out of here." From that exiling leer had evolved laughter, which was the baring of teeth to a professional idiot. It, too, announced contempt, at root. It, too, proclaimed the object of mirth a liability, one to be kept at bay with grimaces. Lamar didn't know how the theory stood up to analysis, but he'd been in comedy long enough to believe it plausible. Like Buddy, he'd made a fortune acting the fool. The essential difference, in his opinion, and that of many of their mutual friends, was that Buddy had been a fool. Which wasn't to say he didn't mourn the man. He did. For 14 years they'd been lords of all they'd convulsed, a shared success which left Lamar feeling the poorer for his ex-partner's death, despite the breach that had opened between them. That breach had meant Lamar had met the sumptuous Rochelle once only, and that by accident, at a charity dinner in which he and his wife Tammy had been seated at an adjacent table to Buddy and his bride of the year. That description was one he'd used, to gales of laughter, on several talk shows. At the dinner he'd taken the opportunity of putting one over on Buddy by insinuating himself with Rochelle while the groom was emptying his bladder of champagne. It had been a brief meeting. Lamar had returned to his table as soon as he saw that Buddy had seen him, but must have made some impression, because Rochelle had called personally to invite him up to Coney Eye for the party. He had persuaded Tammy that she'd be bored by the shindig, and arrived a day early to have some time with the widow. "You look wonderful," he told her as he stepped over Buddy's threshold. "It could be worse," she said, a reply which didn't mean that much, until an hour later she told him that the party thrown in Buddy's honor had been suggested by the man himself. "You mean he knew he was going to die?" Lamar said. "No, I mean he came back to me." Had he been drinking, he might well have done the old choking and spraying routine, but he was glad he hadn't when he realized she was deadly serious. "You mean her spirit?" he said. "I suppose that's the word. I don't really know. I don't have any religion, so I don't quite know how to explain it." "You're wearing a crucifix," Lamar observed. "It belonged to my mother. I never put it on before." "Why now? Are you afraid of something?" She sipped at the vodka she'd poured. It was early for cocktails, but she needed its comfort. "Maybe a little," she said. "Where's Buddy now?" Lamar asked, impressed by his ability to keep a straight face. "I mean, is he in the house?"
"I don't know. He came to me in the middle of the night, said he wanted this party throwing. Then he left."
"As soon as the check arrived, right?"
"This isn't a joke."
"I'm sorry. You're right, of course."
"He said he wanted everyone to come to the house and celebrate."
"I'll drink to that," Lamar said, raising his glass. "Whoever you are, Buddy, skål." Toast over, he excused himself to go to the bathroom. Interesting woman, he thought as he went. Nuts, of course, and, rumor had it, addicted to every chemical high to be had, but he was no saint himself. Ensconced in the black marble bathroom, leered down upon by a row of ghost-ride masks, he set up a few lines of cocaine and snorted himself high, his thoughts turning back to the beauty below. He'd have her. That was the long and short of it, preferably in Buddy's bed, with Buddy's towels to wipe himself off afterwards. Leaving his smirking reflection, he stepped back onto the landing. Which was Buddy's bedroom, he wondered. Did it have mirrors on the ceiling like the whorehouse in Tucson they'd patronized together once upon a time? And Buddy had said, as he put that damn snake of a dick of his away, "One day, Jimmy, I want a bedroom like this." Lamar opened half a dozen doors before he found the master bedroom. It, like all the other rooms, was decorated with carnavalia. There was no mirror on the ceiling, but the bed was large, big enough for 3, which had always been Buddy's favored number. As he was about to return downstairs, Lamar heard water running in the ensuite bathroom. "Rochelle, is that you?" The light was not on inside, however. Obviously, a tap had simply been left to run. Lamar pushed the door open. From inside, Buddy spoke. "No light, please." Without the coke in his system, Lamar would have been out of the house before the ghost spoke again, but the drug pumped him up long enough for Buddy to reassure his partner that there was nothing to be afraid of. "She said you were here," Lamar breathed. "You didn't believe her?" "No." "Who are you?" "What do you mean? Who am I? It's Jimmy! Jimmy Lamar!" "Of course. Come in. We should have words." "No, I'll stay out here." "I can't hear you too well." "Turn off the water." "I needed to piss." "You piss?" "Only when I drink." "You drink? Do you blame me, with her down there and me unable to touch her?" "Yeah, that's too bad." "You'll have to do it for me, Jimmy." "Do what?" "Touch her." "You're not gay, are you?" "You know better than that." "Of course." "The number of women we had together?" "We were friends." "The best. And I must say you're real sweet, letting me have Rochelle." "She's yours. And in return—" "What?" "Be my friend again." "Buddy, I missed you." "I missed you, Jimmy." "You are right," he said when he got downstairs. "Buddy is here." "You saw him?" "No, but he spoke to me. He wants us to be friends, him and me. And you and me. Close friends." "Then we will be." "For Buddy."
"For Buddy."
Upstairs, the Jaffe turned this new and unexpected element in the game over and judged it good. He had intended to pass himself off as Buddy, a trick all too easy given that he'd drunk down the man's thoughts, to Rochelle only. In that form he'd come visiting 2 nights before and found her drunk in her bed. It had been easy to coax her into believing he was her husband's spirit. The only difficult part had been preventing himself from claiming marital rights. Now, with a partner under the same delusion, he had 2 agents in the house to assist him when the guests arrived. After the events of the previous night, he was glad he'd had the foresight to organize the party. Fletcher's machinations had caught him off guard. In that act of self-destruction, his enemy had contrived to put a sliver of his hallucigenia-producing soul into 100, maybe 200 minds. Even now the recipients were dreaming up their personal divinities and making them solid. They would not, on past evidence, be particularly barbaric, certainly not the equals of his Tirata, nor without their instigator alive to fuel them would they linger long on this plane of being. But they could still do his well-laid plans much mischief. He might well need the creatures he could summon from the hearts of Hollywood to prevent Fletcher's last testament from interfering. Soon the journey that had begun, the first time he'd heard of the art, so long ago he couldn't even remember from whom, would end with his entering quiddity. After so many years of preparation, it would be like coming home. He'd be a thief in heaven, and therefore king of heaven, given that he'd be the only presence there qualified to steal the throne. He would own the dream life of the world, be all things to all men, and never be judged. There were 2 days left, then. The first, the 24 hours it would take him to realize that ambition. The second, the day of the art, when he would reach the place where dawn and dusk, noon and night occurred to the same perpetual moment. Thereafter, there was only forever. Chapter 5. 1. For Tesla, leaving Palomo Grove was like waking from sleep in which some dream tutor had instructed her that all life was dreaming. There would be no simple division from now on between sense and nonsense, no arrogant assumption that this experience was real and this one not. Maybe she was living in a movie, she thought as she drove. Come to think of it, that wasn't a bad idea for a screenplay. The story of a woman who discovered that human history was just one vast family saga written by that underrated team, Gene and Chance, and watched by angels, aliens, and folks in Pittsburgh who had tuned in by accident and were hooked. Maybe she'd write that story, once this adventure was over. Except that it would never be over. Not now. That was one of the consequences of seeing the world this way. For better or worse, she would spend the rest of her life anticipating the next miracle, and while she waited, inventing it in her fiction, so as to prick herself and her audience into vigilance. The drive was easy, at least as far as Tijuana, and left room for such musings. Once she had crossed the border, however, she had to consult the map she'd bought, and was obliged to postpone any further plottings or prophecies. She had committed Fletcher's instructions to memory like an acceptance speech, and they, with help from the map, proved good. Never having travelled the peninsula before, she was surprised to find it so deserted. This was not an environment in which man and his works had much hope of sustained existence, which led to the expectation that the mission ruins, when she reached them, would most likely have been eroded or swept away into the Pacific, whose murmur grew in volume as her route took her closer to the coast. She could not have been more wrong in that expectation. As she rounded the bend of the hill Fletcher had directed her to, it was immediately apparent that the Misión de Santa Catrina was very much intact. The sight made her innards churn. A few minutes' drive, and she'd be standing before the site at which an epic story, of which she knew only the tiniest part, had begun. For a Christian, perhaps Bethlehem would have aroused the same excitement, or Golgotha. It was not a place of skulls, she found, quite the reverse. Though the fabric of the mission had not been rebuilt, its blasted rubble was still spread over a substantial area. Somebody had clearly preserved it from further dissolution. The reason for that preservation only became apparent once she'd parked the car some way off from the building and approached on foot across the dusty ground. The mission, built for holy purpose, deserted, then turned to an endeavor its architects would surely have deemed heretical, was once again sanctified. The closer she approached the jigsaw walls, the more evidence she found before her. First the flowers, laid in rough bunches and wreaths among the scattered stones, their colors brilliant in the clear sea air. Second, and more poignant, the small bundles of domestic items, a loaf, a jug, a door-handle, that had been bound up with scraps of scrawled-upon paper and laid among the blossoms in such profusion she could scarcely take a step without treading on something. The sun was slipping away now, but its deepening gold only served to enhance the sense that this was a haunted place. She negotiated the rubble as quietly as she could, for fear of disturbing its occupants, human or otherwise. If there were miraculous beings in Ventura County, walking the streets, no less, unabashed, how much more likely that here, on this lonely headland, there should be wonder-workers. Who they might be, and what shape, if any, they took, she didn't even concern herself to try to guess. But if the number of gifts and supplications laid underfoot testified to anything, it was that prayers were answered here. The bundles and the messages left outside the mission were affecting enough, but those inside were more moving still. She stepped through a gap in one of the walls into a silent crowd of portraits. Dozens of photographs and sketches of men, women, and children fixed to the stone along with a fragment of clothing or a shoe, even spectacles. What she'd wandered through outside had been gifts. These, she guessed, were items for some bloodhound god to sniff. They belonged to missing souls brought here in the hope that the powers would usher the lost back onto a familiar road and so bring them home. Standing in the gilded light, surveying this collection, she felt like an intruder. Religious displays had seldom, if ever, moved her. The sentiments were so smug in their certainty, the images so rhetorical. But this display of simple faith touched a nerve she'd thought numbed by cant. She recalled the way she'd felt the first time she'd returned home for Christmas after a self-imposed exile from the family bosom of 5 years. It had been as claustrophobic as she'd anticipated, but at midnight on Christmas Eve, walking on Fifth Avenue, a forgotten feeling had sucked all the breath from her and brought her to tears in an instant. That once she had believed. That belief had come from inside out, not taught, not bullied, just there. The first tears that had come were gratitude for the bliss of knowing belief again, their sister's sadness that it passed as quickly as it had come, like a spirit moving through her and away. This time it didn't go. This time it deepened in her as the sun deepened in color, sinking towards the sea. The sound of somebody moving deep in the ruins broke her reverie. Startled, she let her quickened pulse slow a little before asking, "Who's there?" There was no reply. Cautiously she ventured past the wall of lost faces and through a lintel-less door into a second chamber. It had 2 windows, like eyes in the brick, through which the setting sun delivered 2 ruddy beams. She had nothing except instinct to support the feeling, but she didn't doubt that this was the temple's most sacred place. Though it had no roof, and its eastern wall was grievously damaged, the place seemed charged as though forces had accrued in it over a period of years. Its function, when Fletcher had occupied the mission, had evidently been that of laboratory. There were benches overturned on every side, the equipment that had toppled from them apparently left where it had fallen. Neither offerings nor portraits had been allowed to disrupt this sense of a place preserved. Though sand had gathered around the fallen furniture and seedlings sprouted here and there, the chamber was as it had been, testament to a miracle, or to its passing. The protector of the sanctum stood in the corner furthest from Tesla, beyond the shafts from the window. She could make out little about him, only that he was either masked or had features as broadly formed as those of a mask. Nothing she'd experienced here so far led her to fear for her safety. Though she was alone, she felt no anxiety. This was a sanctuary, not a place of violence. Besides, she came on the business of the deity that had once worked in this very chamber. She had to speak with his authority. "My name's Tesla," she said. "I was sent here by Dr. Richard Fletcher." She saw the man in the corner respond to the name with a slow, upward motion of the head, then heard him sigh. "Fletcher?" he said. "Yes," Tesla replied. "Do you know who he is?" The answer was another question, delivered with a heavily Hispanic accent. "Do I know you?" "I told you," Tesla said. "He sent me here. I've come to do what he himself asked me to do." The man stepped away from the wall, far enough for his features to touch the beams. "Could he not come himself?" he said. It took Tesla a few moments to muster a reply. The sight of the man's heavy brow and lumpen nose had thrown her thoughts into a spin. Quite simply, she had never seen in the flesh a face so ugly. "Fletcher isn't alive any more," she replied after a moment, her thoughts half on repugnance, half on how instinctively she'd avoided using the word dead. The wretched features in front of her became sorrowful, something in their plasticity almost making a caricature of that emotion.
I was here when he left, the man said. I've been waiting for him to come back.
She knew who he was as soon as he proffered this information. Fletcher had told her there might be a living remnant of the great work left.
"Raoul?"
she said. The deep-set eyes grew wide. They showed no whites.
"You do know him,"
he said, and took another quicker step into the light, which carved his features so cruelly she could barely look at him. She had countless times seen creatures on the screen more studiedly vile than this, and the night before been bloodied by a beast of nightmare design. But the confusion of signals from this hybrid distressed her more than anything she'd set eyes on. It was so close to being human, yet her innards were not deceived. The response told her something, though she wasn't quite certain what. She put the lesson aside for more urgent stuff. "I've come to destroy whatever remains of the Nuncio," she said.
"Why?"
"Because Fletcher wants it that way. His enemies are still in the world, even though he isn't. He fears for the consequences if they come here and find the experiment."
"But I've waited," Raoul said.
"It's good that you did. It's good you guarded the place."
"I haven't moved. All these years I've stayed where my father made me."
"How have you survived?" Raoul looked away from Tesla, squinting into the sun, which was almost gone from sight.
"The people look after me," he said. "They don't understand what happened here, but I know I was a part of it. The gods were on this hill once. That's what they believe. Let me show you."
He turned and led Tesla out of the laboratory. Beyond the door was another bearer chamber, this with a single window. The walls had been painted, she saw, murals whose naive rendering merely emphasized the passion with which they were felt.
"This is the story of that night," Raoul said, "as they believe it happened."
There was no more light here than in the room they'd exited, but the murk lent mystery to the images.
"Here's the mission as it was,"
Raoul said, indicating an almost emblematic picture of the cliff upon which they were standing.
"And there's my father."
Fletcher stood in front of the hill, face white and wild against its darkness, his eyes twin moons. Strange forms sprang from his ears and mouth and hung around his head like satellites. "What are those?" Tesla inquired.
"His ideas," came Raoul's reply. "I painted those."
"What kind of ideas look like that?"
"Things from the sea," came the reply. "Everything comes from the sea. Fletcher told me that. At the beginning, the sea. At the end, the sea. And between—"
"Quiddity," said Tesla.
"What?"
"He didn't tell you about quiddity?
"No."
Where humans go to dream?"
"I'm not human," Raoul gently reminded her. "I'm his experiment."
"Surely that's what made you human," Tesla said. "Isn't that what the Nuncio does?"
"I don't know," Raoul said simply. "Whatever it did to me, I don't thank it for. I was happier being an ape. If I'd stayed an ape, I'd be dead by now."
"Don't talk that way," Tesla said. "Fletcher wouldn't want to hear you full of regrets."
"Fletcher left me," Raoul reminded her. "He taught me enough to know what I could never be. Then he left me."
"He had his reasons. I've seen his enemy, the Jaffe. The man has to be stopped."
"There,"
said Raoul, pointing to a place further along the wall.
"There's Jaffe."
The portrait was able enough. Tesla recognized the devouring stare, the swollen head. Had Raoul actually seen Jaffe in his evolved condition, or was this portrait of man as monstrous babe an instinctive response? She had no opportunity to inquire. Raoul was coaxing her away again.
"I'm thirsty," he said. "We can look at the rest later."
"It'll be too dark."
"No, they'll come up and light candles when the sun goes. Come and talk with me for a while. Tell me how my father died."
2.
It took Tommy Ray longer to reach the Mission de Santa Catrina than the woman he was racing against, because of an incident along the route which, though minor, showed him a place in himself he would later come to know very well. In a small town south of Ensenada, stopping in the early evening to get something for his parched throat, he found himself in a bar that offered, for a mere $10, access to an entertainment undreamed of in Paloma Grove. It was too tasty an offer to refuse. He put his money down, bought a beer, and was allowed entrance to a smoke-filled space which could only have been twice the size of his bedroom. There was an audience of maybe 10 men, sprawled on creaking chairs. They were watching a woman having sex with a large black dog. He found nothing about the scene arousing. Neither, apparently, did the rest of the audience, at least not in the sexual sense. They leaned forward to watch the display with an excitement he didn't understand, until the beer began to work on his wearied system, tunneling his vision until the woman's face mesmerized him. She might once have been pretty, but her face, like her body, was wasted now, her arms showing plain proof of the addiction that had brought her so low. She teased the hound with the expertise of one who'd done this countless times before, then went on all fours before it. It sniffed, then lazily put itself to the task. Only once it had mounted her did Tommy Ray realize what claim her expression had upon him, and, presumably, upon the others. She looked like somebody already dead. The thought was a door in his head opening on to a stinking yellow place, a wallowing place. He'd seen this look before, not just on the faces of girls in the skin mags, but on celebrities trapped by cameras. Sex zombies, star zombies, dead folks passing for living. When he plugged back into the scene in front of him, the dog had found its rhythm and was making at the girl with doggy lust, foam dripping from its mouth on her back, and this time, thinking of the girl as dead, it was sexy. The more excited the animal became, the more excited he became, and the more dead the woman looked to him, feeling the dog's dick in her and his eyes on her, until it became a race between him and the dog as to which was going to finish first. The dog won, working itself up into a stabbing frenzy that stopped suddenly. On cue, one of the men sitting in the front row stepped up and separated the pair, the animal instantly uninterested. Her partner led away, the woman was left center stage to gather up a scattering of clothes she'd presumably shed before Tommy Ray had entered. She then exited through the same side door where the dog and its pimp had gone, her face the same slack mask it had been from the outset. There was apparently another part of the show to follow, because nobody vacated their seats, but Tommy Ray had seen all he needed to see. He made his way back towards the door, pushing through a soft-bodied knot of newcomers and out into the dusky bar. It was only much later, when he was almost at the Mission, that he realized his pockets had been picked. There was no time to go back, he knew, nor indeed any purpose. The thief could have been any of the men who'd crowded his path as he left. Besides, it had been worth the lost dollars. He had found a new definition of death. Not even new. Simply his first and only. The sun had long set by the time he drove up the hill towards the Mission, but as he began the ascent a distinct sense of déjà vu crept over him. Was he seeing the place with the Jaff's eyes? Whether or not, the recognition proved useful. Knowing that Fletcher's agent had undoubtedly arrived ahead of him, he decided to leave the car a little way down the hill and climb the rest of the way on foot, so as not to alert her to his coming. Dark though it was, he didn't travel blind. His feet knew the way, even though his memory didn't. He'd come prepared for violence, should the occasion demand. The Jaffe had provided him with a gun, courtesy of one of the many victims the Jaffe had relieved of their terrata, and the idea of using it was undoubtedly appealing. Now, after a climb which had made his chest ache, he was within sight of the Mission. The moon had risen behind him, the color of a shark's underbelly. It lit the ruined walls and the skin of his arms and hands with its sickly light, making him long for a mirror in which to study his face. Surely he'd be able to see the bones beneath the meat, the skull gleaming the way his teeth gleamed when he smiled. After all, wasn't that what a smile said? "Hello, world, this is the way I look when the wet parts are rotted." His head tender with such thoughts, he trod through the withering blossoms to the Mission.
3. Raoul's hut was 50 yards beyond the main building, a primitive structure in which 2 occupants were a crowd. He depended, he explained to Tesla, entirely on the generosity of the local people who supplied him with food and clothing in return for his being caretaker of the mission. Despite the poverty of his means, he had been at pains to elevate the hut from a hovel. There were signs everywhere of a delicate sensibility at work. The squat candles on the table were seated in a ring of stones, chosen for their smoothness. The blanket on the simple cot had been decorated with the feathers of seabirds.
"I have one vice only," Raoul said, once he'd set Tesla down in the single chair. "I have it from my father."
"What's that?"
"I smoke cigarettes. 1 a day. You'll share with me."
"I used to smoke," Tesla began, "but I don't any longer."
"Tonight you will," Raoul said, leaving no room for dissension. "We'll smoke to toast my father."
He brought a hand-rolled cigarette from a small tin, along with matches. She watched his face as he went about the business of lighting it up. All that she'd found unnerving about him at first sight remained unnerving. His features were neither simian nor human, but the unhappiest of marriages between the two. And yet in every other respect, his speech, his manners, the way he was even now holding the cigarette between his long, dark fingers, he was so very civilized. The kind of man, indeed, Mother might have wished her to marry, had he not been an ape.
"Fletcher hasn't gone, you know,"
he said to her, handing the cigarette across. She took it reluctantly, not particularly eager to put to her lips what had been between his. But he watched her, candlelight flickering in his eyes, until she obliged, smiling with pleasure at her sharing with him.
"He became something else, I'm sure," he went on. "Something other."
"I'll toast that," she said, taking another drag. Only now did it occur to her that perhaps the tobacco they smoked down here was a little more potent than in L.A.
"What's in this?"
she said.
"Good stuff,"
he replied.
"You like it?"
"They bring you dope as well?"
"They grow it themselves," Raoul said in a matter-of-fact way. "Good for them," she said, and claimed a 3rd hit before handing it back to him. It was indeed strong stuff. Her mouth was already halfway through a sentence. Her mind had no idea of how to finish before she knew she was even speaking. "This is the night I tell my kids about, except that I won't have any kids. Well, my grandchildren, then. I'll tell them when I sat with a man who used to be a monkey. You don't mind me telling you that, do you? Only it's my first time. And we sat and we talked about his friend, and my friend, who used to be a man."
"And when you tell them," Raoul said, "what will you say about yourself?"
"About myself?"
"Where will you fit into the pattern? What are you going to become?"
She mused on this.
"Do I have to become anything?"
she asked eventually. Raoul passed the remnants of the cigarette back to her.
"Everything is becoming. Sitting here, we're becoming."
"What?"
"Older? Closer to death?"
"No shit. I don't want to be closer to death."
"No choice,"
Raoul said simply. Tesla shook her head. It kept moving long after the motion had ceased.
"I want to understand,"
she said finally. "Anything in particular?" She mused a little more, running through all the possible options, and came up with one.
"Everything?"
she said. He laughed, and his laughter sounded like bells to her. Good trick, she was about to tell him, until she realized that he was up and at the door.
"Somebody's at the mission,"
she heard him say.
"Come to light the candles,"
she suggested, her head seeming to precede her body in pursuit of him.
"No,"
he said to her as he stepped out into the darkness.
"They don't step where the bells are."
She had been staring into the candle flame as she'd mulled over Raoul's questions, and its image was imprinted on the darkness she now stumbled through, a will-o'-the-wisp that might have led her over the cliff edge had she not followed his voice. As they approached the walls, he told her to stay where she was, but she ignored him and followed anyway. The candlelighters had indeed come visiting. Their handiwork threw its glamour through from the room of portraits. Though the contents of Raoul's cigarette had put space between her thoughts, they were cogent enough to fear that she'd idled too long and that her purpose here was now in jeopardy,
Why hadn't she just found the nuncio immediately and pitched it into the ocean as Fletcher had directed? Her irritation with herself made her bold. In the murk of the mural room she managed to overtake Raoul and so step through into the candlelit laboratory first. It was not candles that had been lit here, nor was the visitor a supplicant. In the middle of the chamber a small smoky fire had been lit, and a man, with his back at present turned to her, was ferreting through the tangle of equipment with his bare hands. She had not expected to recognize him when he looked in her direction, which was, on reflection, foolish. In the last few days she'd come to know most of the actors in this piece, if not by name, then at least by sight. This one she knew by both. Tommy Ray McGuire. He turned full face. In the perfect symmetry of his features a little ball of lunacy, the Jaffe's inheritance, bounded back and forth, glittering. "Hi," he said, a bland, casual greeting. "I wondered where you were. The Jaffe said you'd be here."
"Don't touch the nuncio," she told him. "It's dangerous."
"That's what I'm hoping," he said with a grin. There was something in his hand, she saw. Catching her glance, he proffered it. "Yeah, I got it," he said. The vial was indeed as Fletcher had described it. "Throw it away," she advised, attempting to be cool. "Was that what you were going to do?" he asked.
"Yes. I swear yes. It's lethal."
She saw his eyes flit from her face to Raoul, whose breath she heard behind and a little to the side of her. Tommy Ray looked in no way concerned at being outnumbered. Indeed, she wondered if there was any threat to life or limb that would dislodge the smug satisfaction from his face. The nuncio, perhaps? God Almighty! What possibilities would it find waiting in his barbaric heart to praise and magnify? Again she said, "Destroy it, Tommy Ray, before it destroys you."
"No way," he said. "The Jaffe's got plans for it."
"And what about you when you've finished working for him? He doesn't care about you."
"He's my father and he loves me," Tommy Ray replied with a certainty that would have been touching in a sane soul.
She began to move towards him, talking as she went.
"Just listen to me for a few moments, will you?"
He pocketed the nuncio and reached into his other pocket as he did so. He brought out a gun.
"What did you call the stuff?"
he asked, pointing the weapon at her.
"Nuncio,"
she said, slowing her advance, but still approaching steadily. "No, something else. You called it something else."
"Lethal."
He grinned. "Yeah," he said, slurring the word. "Lethal. That means it kills you, right?"
"Right."
"I like that."
"No, Tommy."
"Don't tell me what I like," he said. "I said I like lethal, and I mean it."
She suddenly realized she'd entirely miscalculated the scene. If she'd written it, he'd have held her at gunpoint till he made his escape. But he had his own scenario. "I'm the death boy," he said, and pulled the trigger.